Food Wars, The Fishing System. Chapter 1 System Activation. The story's finally starting. I wonder if I actually have some kind of system. Outside the Yuki restaurant, a young man watched everything unfolding inside. The young man's name was Yuki, a transmigrator. Before arriving here, he'd run a small eatery by himself. As for how he crossed over, pure, rotten luck. The gas supplier he'd been working with went out of business, so Yuki was forced to switch. Turns out, the new place was shady, and their propane tanks were faulty. Yuki's last memory before transmigration was a propane tank suddenly exploding, and then nothing. When he regained consciousness, Yuki found he'd become an infant. Before Yuki could even fully accept his new identity, the parents he'd barely known in this life passed away one after another due to accidents. It reminded Yuki of a common saying from the novels he used to read: being the parent of a transmigrator is a high-risk profession. Looking back, that statement seemed pretty damn accurate. From then on, Yuki was an orphan. Fortunately for him, his parents in this life had worked at the Totsuki resort, and in fairly high positions, so they left him a substantial amount of assets. Furthermore, his parents had been good friends with Jin Dojima. When Yuki was born, Dojima was only 23 years old. At that time, while Dojima held a respectable position, he hadn't yet become the head chef of the Totsuki resort, nor was he a member of the board. Yuki's parents had helped Dojima quite a bit when he first joined the resort. So, after their passing, Dojima looked after Yuki quite well. And once Yuki was a bit older, Dojima arranged for him to enroll in Totsuki Culinary Academy. Yuki was quite familiar with the world of food wars. After all, besides running his eatery, his biggest hobbies had been reading web novels, manga, and watching movies. So, he knew food wars very well. Realizing this was that world, Yuki worked extremely hard to improve his cooking skills, especially since chefs in this world could even awaken special abilities. Before crossing over, Yuki had run that small eatery. While he wouldn't claim his skills were amazing, his fundamentals were decent. So, after entering Totsuki, Yuki's cooking improved rapidly. Because of this, his skills now ranked among the top students in his year. Of course, he couldn't compare to the truly overpowered ones, like Irina Nikiri. Although the god tongue had significant drawbacks, before it went out of control, it was indeed an incredible ability for a chef. A recipe you spent ages developing could be completely analyzed by the god tongue in just one bite. Finding flaws in dishes and constantly refining them, this takes an enormous amount of time for normal chefs. But for Irina Nikiri, with her god tongue, identifying flaws took only a single taste. Afterward, she could focus all her energy on how to fix them, saving a massive amount of time and effort. Besides her, many other students in their year possessed special talents, like Ikumi Mito's sense of touch or Akira Hayama's sense of smell. While these talents hadn't quite reached the level of true special abilities, they were still far superior to those of the average person. So, even though Yuki had lived a whole extra life and deliberately honed his cooking skills from a young age, he was currently just one of the top students in his year. His current skill level was roughly equivalent to students like Yuki Yoshino and Ryoko Sakaki in the Polar Star dormitory. Incidentally, Yuki was also a resident of the Polar Star dormitory now. It wasn't something he intentionally sought out, Jin Dojima had arranged it. Dojima himself was an alumnus of Polar Star, so naturally, he'd send a promising talent like Yuki there. Thus, Yuki became one of the earliest members of his generation to join the dorm. Over the years, besides constantly improving his cooking, Yuki had also been searching for his own system, the standard equipment for any transmigrator, after all. But after more than a decade, his system still hadn't appeared, which left Yuki somewhat disappointed. Despite the disappointment, he hadn't given up. Today, he was here at the Yuki restaurant specifically to see if his system might require the main storyline to begin before activating. After all, the activation methods for systems in the novels he'd read were wildly varied. Besides activating immediately, needing the plot to start was one of the more common triggers. Of course, Yuki wasn't entirely sure. So, just in case, he'd spent basically every day of this break watching the Yukihira restaurant, planning to witness the stories beginning firsthand and see if he truly had a system. And so, he now witnessed Soma Yukihira dealing with Yeiko Minagasaki using his cooking. This world did have some differences from the Food Wars Yuki knew. The biggest selling point of Food Wars was always how the food had an effect like a drug, sending people into fits of ecstasy. But since Yuki got here, he hadn't seen anything like that. Even Soma Yukihira couldn't produce dishes like that here. Additionally, the Nakiri family's imparting ability didn't exist either. Yuki actually thought it was good these things were gone. He didn't plan on dying alone, he was a normal guy, after all. Over the years at Polar Star, Yuki's relationship with Megumi Tadakoro had warmed up quickly. He had helped her a lot, even managing to fix her tendency to get nervous. They were boyfriend and girlfriend now. So, Yuki was quite relieved that the imparting and mind-altering effects were gone. Those things were impossible to defend against, especially the Nakiri's imparting, a totally cheap move. However, the Nakiri family did retain one special ability, their own clothes-bursting phenomenon. Yuki didn't really have a problem with this ability existing. If clothes were bursting, it was their own clothes, which had absolutely nothing to do with him or anyone else. Detected story commencement. Phishing system activating. Transmitting system information. Just as Yuki witnessed the beginning of the story, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, followed by a virtual screen appearing before his eyes. The voice startled Yuki for a moment, but when he snapped back to reality, his face lit up with joy. Finally, the system had activated. It really exists. I knew it. As a transmigrator, you've got to get at least one cheat, right? Yuki silently remarked while looking at the virtual screen, then focused his full attention on the system. Chapter 2, Chef Levels. After the system transmitted its information, Yuki understood its function. The phishing system, as the name suggested, was for fishing. However, the fishing spot wasn't in the outside world but within a special space. Inside this special space was a large pond filled with multicolored liquid. Beside the pond rested a fishing rod. This space was called the fishing space, and fishing took place here. From this pond, he could fish out various treasures, and these treasures would always be the ones most suitable for Yuki. Additionally, this space also served as storage. Not only could it hold the items he fished out, but Yuki could also store other things inside it, ready to be retrieved at any time. Furthermore, all items within this space would be in a state of time stasis. Simply put, if you put a dish inside, no matter how long it was stored, it would be exactly the same when taken out as when it was put in. Another point, the space couldn't store living things. But even so, Yuki was already extremely satisfied with having such a space. Although the space didn't look very large right now, it would expand as he grew. As for its limit, Yuki didn't know, the system's information hadn't mentioned anything about that. The existence of the fishing space was already a pleasant surprise for Yuki, but the system's functions didn't stop there. To fish for various treasures in the pond, he needed bait. There were 4 types of bait in total: small bait, large bait, super bait, and growth bait. Acquiring this bait was also very simple. The system would provide 1 small bait daily, 1 large bait monthly, and 1 super bait annually. The most special was the growth bait. Growth bait couldn't be obtained automatically, Yuki needed to improve himself. As for how to improve, the system had already compiled some information based on Yuki's specific situation when it activated. Right now, Yuki was a chef, so his growth would naturally be linked to chef levels. According to the system's assessment, Yuki was currently at the intermediate chef level. This was based on the chef ranking system of the Food Wars world. In the manga, the chef levels in the Food Wars world weren't clearly defined. But after coming to this world, Yuki discovered that the chef ranking system here was actually very specific. Chefs in this Food Wars world were divided into 7 levels: junior, intermediate, senior, third class, second class, first class, and special class. The third, second, first, and special class rankings corresponded to the WGO officers. Whatever class an officer held, that was their culinary level. Yuki was currently just an intermediate chef, but even so, he ranked among the top students in his year at Totsuki. Junior chefs were the most common type. The vast majority of chefs in ordinary restaurants fell into this category. Intermediate chefs, currently, most of the non-elite 10 top students attending Totsuki were at this level. Senior chefs, the current elite 10 members at Totsuki were all at this level. Even many elite 10 graduates remained at this level for the first 2 or 3 years after graduation. Of course, exceptional graduates, like Joichiro Yukihira and Jin Dojima, had already reached the third-class chef level by the time they graduated. Currently, Joichiro Yukihira had even become a special-class chef. As for Jin Dojima, because he was preoccupied with managing the Totsuki resort, he had fallen considerably behind Joichiro and was now a first-class chef. The vast majority of graduates needed 2 or 3 years after graduation to become third-class chefs, and that was assuming their development went smoothly. If they encountered special circumstances, like Kojiro Shinomiya did, it could take even longer, or they might even stagnate completely. As for second-class chefs, only a very small number of Totsuki graduates ever reached this level. It wasn't a level you could reach just by grinding away over time. Even among the chefs produced by Totsuki's survival of the fittest system, only a select few could reach this tier. More often, they remained stuck at the third-class level for their entire lives. The further up the ranks, the harder it became to improve. Talented individuals like Joichiro Yukihira had reached the special class, but those without sufficient talent could get stuck at a certain level forever. Getting stuck at third class was still the reality for many Totsuki graduates. For ordinary people, most would remain stuck at the intermediate or even junior chef level for life. Even Yuki himself knew very well that without the system's help, his ceiling was probably third-class chef. Don't be fooled by how well he seemed to be doing at Totsuki now, ranking among the top of the Jewel generation, but that was with the accumulated experience from his previous life stacked on top. Although he had only run a small eatery in his past life and hadn't accumulated vast experience, his mindset was that of an adult. Even though many chefs train from childhood, Yuki's adult mentality gave him a distinct advantage in this regard. Yet, even with that advantage, he had only managed to reach his current level. This just showed how much talent mattered for chefs in this world. Yuki could leverage his advantage early on, but the further he progressed, the harder it became, especially when facing the geniuses in the Polar Star dormitory. Those guys improved way too fast. Satoshi Ishiki and Megumi Tadakoro were prime examples. Especially Megumi, after overcoming her nervousness problem, her growth rate skyrocketed. Within the entire Polar Star dormitory, only Satoshi Ishiki, being a year ahead, could still keep Megumi in check. As for everyone else, Megumi had already left them in the dust. This didn't surprise Yuki. After all, Megumi's talent shown in the original story was immense. If not for her nervousness wasting so much time, she would have been even stronger than the likes of Akira Hayama. Right now, among their peers, only Irina Nakiri could possibly suppress Megumi, mainly because the god tongue was basically a super cheat code when it came to cooking. Yuki was currently an intermediate chef. To obtain growth bait, he needed to become a senior chef. Right now, Yuki had 3 baits in hand, 1 small bait, 1 large bait, and 1 super bait. A starter pack, essentially. They even give you a starter pack. Guess I'll test the waters with the small bait first. After understanding the system's details, Yuki was eager to try his luck fishing right away, curious about what kind of treasures he might pull out. Chapter 3, The Haul from 3 Baits. Fishing didn't require Yuki to enter the space himself, he could control the rod and bait with his mind. The system's fishing was hardly cumbersome, he just had to cast the baited hook into the pond. The first bait was a small bait. Yuki had no idea what he would catch, he could only wait and see. Soon, the fishing rod twitched. Seeing this, Yuki immediately pulled. As the hook was lifted from the pond, a small white orb of light appeared in the space. The next second, the orb transformed into a set of knives. At the same time, information about the caught item was directly transmitted into Yuki's mind. The 7-star knives. Aren't these Leon's set from Cooking Master Boy? Even small bait can snag something this good. Yuki was quite surprised after receiving the information. He had assumed small bait was just filler, and the items caught wouldn't be much. He never expected that the small bait he could get daily could land something as good as the 7-star knives. The 7-star knives were the set used by Leon in the world of Cooking Master Boy, forged by Rake. In the entire Cooking Master Boy world, there were, strictly speaking, 2.5 sets of 7-star knives. The first set was commissioned by Leon from Rake. After obtaining this set, Leon turned on Rake. The second set differed between the anime and manga. In the anime, it was forged as an offering. In the manga, it was forged to repay Sean. As for the remaining half set, there were also conflicting plot points in the manga. In the first part of the manga, Sean finished off Rake immediately after getting the second set of 7-star knives. But in the second part, Sean didn't attack Rake. Instead, Rake, to repay Sean, insisted on forging a third set after completing the second. However, due to his existing injuries not having fully healed, the continuous high-intensity forging meant he didn't last long enough to complete the third set of 7-star knives before passing away. The set Yuki fished out was the first one. Although it couldn't compare to the set in Leon's hands, which was an amalgamation of the essence of 2 sets, it was still very powerful. After all, besides being able to prepare most ingredients in the world, the 7-star knives had another characteristic: extreme sharpness. When Sean used the second set of 7-star knives, she cut open a fish's belly, and because of the extreme sharpness, the cut belly actually sealed itself back up. Although Yuki felt it was impossible for the 7-star knives to make a fish belly recover perfectly, just being able to achieve that for a short time was enough to prove their sharpness. The appearance of the 7-star knives made Yuki very happy. He hadn't held much hope for this particular cast. However, Yuki couldn't use the 7-star knives just yet. Successfully wielding this set of knives was no easy task. He would need to spend a significant amount of time getting accustomed to them. Of course, none of this was critical right now. What mattered was that Yuki still had 2 more fishing chances, and the next 2 were even more precious. Riding his current good luck, Yuki cast his second line. This time, it was a large bait. Soon, the rod moved again, and the commotion was much bigger than when he used the small bait. As Yuki pulled, a white orb of light several times larger than the previous one was pulled from the water. This time, however, the orb didn't change. Similarly, information flowed into Yuki's mind. Alkan's Inferno, it actually pulled out his ability. Yuki was even more overjoyed after receiving the information. This was Alkan's talent. Before the Dark Cooking Society appeared, Alkan was known as the continent's #1 master of fire in the world of Cooking Master Boy. And the reason Alkan held such a title was entirely due to this ability. Inferno was incredibly powerful. This ability was different from the special abilities in the Food Wars world. While the abilities in Food Wars were unique, no matter how special, they didn't possess much destructive power. However, Alkan's Inferno has immense destructive power. In the original story, even when Alkan was submerged in water, weakening his Inferno, he could still directly use it to melt the iron chains on Mao's feet. The melting point of iron is over 1500 degrees Celsius. Just thinking about it made Inferno seem terrifyingly strong. If Alkan hadn't become a chef and instead focused on combat, he would have been a bug-like existence. However, this ability also had a clear drawback: it was uncontrollable. Inferno wasn't simply about controlling flames. A person possessing Inferno could emit super strong, high-temperature steam from their body. This high-temperature steam could ignite flammable materials nearby. Even when not actively using the ability, the body's temperature would continuously rise. In the original story, Alkan carried a large amount of cold water with him at all times, precisely to cool down. After receiving the information about this ability, Yuki also understood that it would become dormant when the wielder was asleep, so he didn't have to worry about waking up to a burnt bed. But while the wielder was awake, their body temperature would constantly increase. Although it has a flaw, it's basically negligible. Yuki knew Inferno had a drawback, but it was an acceptable one. Besides, technology was gradually advancing in this era, and there were plenty of ways to cool down. So, Yuki planned to make his final cast before absorbing Inferno. With the use of the super bait, Yuki's anticipation grew even stronger. After all, super bait could only be obtained once a year. Given his experience with the first two, what he got this time would surely be even better. The commotion from the super bait was much larger than that of the large bait, but Yuki didn't bother paying attention to it and just pulled the rod up directly. Then, a white orb of light, nearly a meter in diameter, floated in mid-air. Information once again surged into his mind. Whoa, no way. It's food honor, and a version custom-tailored for me. This is freaking insane. Super bait really lives up to its name. After learning what he had fished up, Yuki couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The previous 7-star knives and Inferno were already capable of dominating the Food Wars world. But what appeared this time was even more outrageous. Food honor, this was something from the world of Toriko. And even in the world of Toriko, not just anyone could learn food honor. Don't be fooled by how quickly Toriko and Komatsu learned food honor, they were the main characters, after all. The other people at Shokurin Temple were the true representation of the difficulty. And what Yuki had fished out was a version custom-made for him, not the standard Shokurin Temple version. This was ridiculously overpowered. Chapter 4, The Overpowered Effects of Food Honor. In the Toriko Universe, food honor had entirely different learning methods. Of course, the effects are the same, but the learning process is entirely different. The original story didn't describe in detail how others learned food honor, mainly focusing on Toriko and Komatsu's process. The food honor they learned was the Shokurin Temple version. The Shokurin Temple version of food honor had the lowest entry barrier, and Chin had even developed a systematic learning method for it. Of course, even with the Shokurin Temple version, only the entry became simpler, very few people could reach the mastery level. In the original story, even the vice masters at Shokurin Temple, who were responsible for teaching, hadn't reached the mastery level of food honor. For Yuki, the Shokurin Temple version wasn't the most suitable. After all, the critical point of that version was gratitude, an almost overwhelming, all-encompassing gratitude. The Shokurin Temple version of food honor had even reached a sort of super high-intensity brainwashing effect. At Shokurin Temple, apart from a very few who went there to learn on their own, the vast majority of trainees were real criminals. These criminals were deemed salvageable and were thus sent to Shokurin Temple for rehabilitation. Once the criminals learned Shokurin Temple's food honor, it meant they had been reformed. After all, Shokurin Temple's food honor required genuine gratitude from the heart, otherwise, one couldn't deceive the temple or its array of special ingredients. Reformed criminals would naturally no longer have criminal thoughts, and they would become very kind people. Yuki couldn't reach the level of Chin or Toriko and the others, so the food honor he now possessed was indeed very satisfying to him. The effects of food honor were also incredibly overpowered. In the world of Toriko, food honor was standard for the strong. It allowed people to enhance their control over their bodies. If a person could exert 100 kilograms of force with all their might, once they achieved basic food honor, that same person could directly exert several hundred or even over 1,000 kilograms of force. Furthermore, their control over that power could reach microscopic precision. Every movement would be devoid of wasted actions or excess energy. This was just basic food honor. Once food honor reached the mastery level, a full power strike could unleash dozens of times one's original strength, and control over the body would be further enhanced. Moreover, upon reaching master-level food honor, one could learn an ability called food immersion. This ability allowed the user to store energy far exceeding their normal limits. Even super-powerful individuals like Ichiryu use this technique. All three items Yuki fished out were extremely useful to him. After finishing his fishing, Yuki eagerly returned to his lodgings. Next, he would absorb Inferno and food honor. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can control Inferno after I get the basics of food honor down. Just as Yuki was about to integrate Inferno, he suddenly thought of food honor's effects. The enhanced control from food honor could also be applied to energy. The fact that Alcan couldn't control Inferno didn't mean the ability itself was inherently uncontrollable. Thinking this, Yuki chose to integrate food honor first. After integrating food honor, he would then integrate Inferno. Perhaps he could control it, and thus wouldn't have to bother figuring out ways to manage his body temperature. As food honor integrated, a vast amount of information about its training method flooded Yuki's mind, and his own food honor instantly reached the basic level. The moment food honor reached the basic level, Yuki gained an incredibly clear understanding of his own body. In that same instant, he also gained a clear understanding of the various fundamentals of his culinary skills. In just a moment, Yuki knew exactly what flaws existed in his previously practiced fundamentals and immediately made adjustments. As the initial adjustments were completed, Yuki discovered he had gained another bait. This wasn't because a new day had arrived and the system gave him a new small bait. This bait was a growth bait. At this moment, Yuki was no longer an intermediate chef, he had reached the senior chef level. Senior chef, a level at Totsuki generally only attainable by the elite 10. I'm a senior chef already. And this is just the initial application of food honor. Yuki was incredibly amazed. But on second thought, it made sense. Even in the world of Toriko, food honor was an extremely powerful technique, let alone in the world of food wars. Furthermore, this improvement in his culinary skills was merely the preliminary effect of food honor. As his food honor continuously improved, and as Yuki continued to modify and perfect his own techniques, his rate of improvement would only become faster. Although he had obtained a growth bait, Yuki didn't rush to fish. Instead, he chose to integrate Inferno first, to see if his hypothesis was correct. As the Inferno ability integrated, Yuki's body temperature began to rise continuously, and high-temperature steam constantly billowed from his pores. Yuki could clearly sense the changes happening within his body. However, the next second, the high-temperature steam erupting from his body's surface instantly vanished, and his own body temperature quickly returned to the normal human range. It's just as I thought. Although my food honor is only at the basic level, controlling Inferno is no problem at all. Yuki felt a pleasant surprise as he sensed the controlled power within him. This power was Inferno. Now, he could perfectly control Inferno without needing external means to cool his body. However, what Yuki found slightly regrettable was that while food honor allowed him to control Inferno, it couldn't change the fundamental nature of the ability itself. Although Inferno could control flames to some extent and grant immunity to fire damage, it couldn't create flames out of thin air. But even so, it was enough. After fully learning Inferno, Yuki turned his gaze to the fishing space. He still had a growth bait there. Strictly speaking, growth bait was even more precious than super bait. After all, super bait could be accumulated over time, but growth bait could only be obtained by improving his own culinary skills. Currently, he knew of only 7 chef ranks in the Food Wars world. And since the system hadn't activated when he became a junior and intermediate chef, strictly speaking, he could only obtain 5 growth baits. Of course, this was all based on the premise of the chef ranking system in the Food Wars world. Food Wars was destined not to be Yuki's final stop. With the system, he was destined to surpass the world of Food Wars, so he would be able to obtain more growth baits. But even so, the quantity of growth bait was fated to be the smallest among the 4 types of bait. Chapter 5, the result of the growth bait. As the growth bait was consumed, a ball of light was soon pulled from the water. At the same time, information about it flowed into Yuki's mind. The item fished out by the growth bait was an evolving touch for one of the 5 senses. Once integrated, Yuki's sense of touch would continuously develop along with his own improvement, similar to the fishing space itself. It's actually a growth-type ability. Yuki was astonished. This ability didn't specify an upper limit to its growth, meaning his sense of touch could potentially develop to the level of a demon king from the world of Toriko, or even stronger. Thinking of this, Yuki eagerly integrated the evolving touch. After integration, Yuki noticed some changes in his body, though they weren't immediately distinct. He tried touching the table. The next second, detailed data about the table fed back to him: weight, size, various parameters, all accounted for. Yuki could even sense the table's internal structure and degree of decay. Of course, there was one thing Yuki didn't know: the material of the table. The feedback from his enhanced touch was comprehensive, but he also needed the relevant knowledge base. It was like Irina Nakiri's God's tongue. While the God's tongue could detect various flaws in a dish and even easily dissect its preparation method, it also required its possessor to have sufficient knowledge. Irina Nakiri's God's tongue could discern the difference between salts from different regions only because she had tasted them beforehand. She had tasted these salts in advance and memorized their characteristics. Similarly, various ingredients and seasonings needed to be memorized for her to analyze a dish upon tasting it. Otherwise, even an ability like the God's tongue would be useless. It was the same for Yuki now. The information he obtained through touch was limited to his existing range of knowledge. For anything beyond that, he needed to supplement his knowledge. For example, he would need to touch various types of wood and memorize their characteristics to identify them by touch alone. He immediately found a small, nearby restaurant. He planned to test if his sense of touch could achieve effects similar to the God's tongue. Soon, the dishes he ordered arrived. Yuki took a bite directly. Although the sense he had enhanced was touch, not taste, it didn't mean he would physically touch the prepared food with his hands. However, this didn't mean Yuki's tactile ability couldn't be used. He hadn't forgotten that lips are also part of the sense of touch. Through his lips, Yuki could also analyze a dish. As his lips came into contact with the food, just as Yuki had expected, information about the dish was rapidly fed back to his mind through his sense of touch. In that instant, not only were the ingredients and various seasonings used in the dish clearly analyzed, but even the flaws present in the dish and how to improve them were immediately relayed to his mind. Several methods for improvement appeared. Similarly, these methods were based on Yuki's knowledge base. Having lived 2 lives, and with how hard he had worked in this one, his culinary knowledge reserve, if nothing else, was quite substantial. Looks like my sense of touch now is no weaker than the so-called God tongue. No, it should be even stronger than the God tongue. Yuki gained a certain understanding of his tactile abilities level. In terms of functionality, his touch was in no way inferior to the supposed God tongue, in fact, it was likely superior. After all, the God tongue had side effects and was destined to go out of control eventually. But Yuki's sense of touch wouldn't have such problems. At the same time, Yuki understood the importance of talent even more clearly. Having talent versus not having it were 2 completely different concepts, like the difference between a regular gamer and one using cheats. However, Yuki had now joined the ranks of the cheaters, and his cheat was comparable to a top-tier cheat program. After finishing his meal, Yuki paid the bill and left directly. Since the system was active, his future plans needed to change. Originally, Yuki had thought that if he didn't have a system, he would just diligently get by in school. Graduating would be best, but even if he couldn't, worst-case scenario, he could always go work as a chef at Megumi's family's inn. After all, he had already won over Megumi Tadakoro. And while he couldn't compare to those with overpowered abilities before, he was at least a pretty skilled chef. Coupled with Megumi's future achievements, living a good life wouldn't be a problem at all. But now that the system was active, as a cheat player, he naturally couldn't stick to his previous plan. Honestly, Yuki considered himself a relatively hard-working type. While it wasn't like he lived and breathed cooking every single second, he did spend most of his time on it. He was quite interested in cooking, so he was willing to invest time in it, otherwise, he wouldn't have become an intermediate chef. Now that he had a chance to reach the top, he certainly wouldn't let it go. So, Yuki immediately took out his phone and called an acquaintance. "Yuki, it's been a while. You haven't contacted me in some time. Spending all day with your little girlfriend, are we?" Soon, a robust voice came from the phone, though its tone was somewhat teasing. "Uncle Dojima, I've been busy with serious matters lately, working hard to improve my cooking skills. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask of you." The person Yuki contacted was Jin Dojima. Due to his parents' past relationship with him, Dojima's connection with Yuki was very good. "What is it that made you take the initiative to ask for something?" Jin Dojima on the other end sounded a bit surprised by Yuki's words. He had watched Yuki grow up and knew him very well. Yuki wasn't one to trouble others, he was very mature for his age and liked to rely on himself for many things. Even though Dojima held a high position at Totsuki, Yuki had never leveraged his influence. Yuki was someone who understood boundaries very well, which was why Dojima thought highly of him, and their relationship had become so strong. In Dojima's eyes, his relationship with Yuki was less like that of a senior guiding a junior, and more like that of an older brother looking out for his younger sibling. Chapter 6, The Shocked Jin Dojima. "I've awakened a special ability, so I was hoping to train at the Totsuki resort for a while before school starts." Yuki stated his purpose directly. He had no intention of hiding his ability. After all, in the world of food wars, special abilities were basically public knowledge. Moreover, these abilities were primarily used in cooking, and only chefs could awaken them, so there was no need to hide them. Although Yuki's sense of touch could continuously grow, he also needed a vast knowledge base. And for that, he needed the backing of a major power. Without a doubt, Totsuki, the de facto culinary emperor of Japan, was the best choice. As long as he revealed his ability and let them see its power, the Nakiri family would spare no effort to help him grow. The reason was simple: the Jewel Generation Project. The god's tongue's flaws needed a solution. Senzima Nakiri and the others had worked on it for so many years. Once Yuki displayed sufficient talent, he was bound to be highly valued. Besides, he was already part of the Jewel Generation Project. Yuki using the Nakiri family to help perfect his evolving touch, and the Nakiri family needing Yuki's help to solve the god's tongue problem, it was a win-win situation. That's why Yuki decided to reveal his ability directly. After all, it was the fastest way to improve. Conveniently, Yuki knew Jin Dojima, and their relationship was excellent. He didn't even need to find an opportunity to reveal it, a single phone call would suffice. As for training at the Totsuki resort for a while, that was also genuine. With his current senior chef level skills, it was more than enough. The Totsuki resort housed many powerful chefs, and Yuki's evolving touch could grow rapidly in such an environment. Although his current culinary skills already placed him at the Elite 10 level within Totsuki Academy, Yuki wouldn't be content with the status quo. Improving himself was key, his goal was never just the so-called Elite 10. "So, you awakened a wait, you said you awakened a special ability?" The initially calm voice suddenly jumped several octaves. Yuki wasn't surprised by this. Don't be fooled by how many people seem to have special abilities later in the story, that was on a global scale. Although the blue competition had an age limit and attracted the younger generation. Out of so many people worldwide, only a small handful had special abilities. This showed just how low the awakening probability was. Moreover, awakening a special ability wasn't something that became easier the stronger your cooking skills were. It was highly random. Take Megumi Tadakoro, for instance, she awakened her ability while still in school. Conversely, Top chefs like Joichiro Yukihira hadn't awakened any special abilities, and neither had Jin Dojima. That's why Jin Dojima was reacting strongly. That's right. I awakened a special ability, a very unique one. Yuki planned to reveal both his evolving touch and inferno abilities. Publicly, he would say he awakened the inferno ability, and it concurrently enhanced his sense of touch. After all, there had never been a case of dual abilities in this world. Even Asahi Saiba, his cross knives allowed him to use others' abilities, but ultimately, it was still just one ability. Special abilities came in all shapes and sizes. Yuki wasn't worried about others being suspicious. It just meant his ability was rather overpowered. Yuki had thought through revealing these two abilities. He was revealing the evolving touch because he needed Totsuki's help to provide various ingredients to perfect it, similar to how Irina Nakiri's God's Tongue developed. As for Inferno, he was bound to use this ability in his future cooking, so there was no need to keep it hidden. A unique special ability? What kind is it? Jin Dojima quickly asked. Yuki didn't hide anything and briefly explained the information about his evolving touch and Inferno to Dojima. Your body releases high-temperature steam. It can even ignite flammable objects nearby. Just how high is that temperature? And this ability also enhanced your sense of touch. Where are you now? I'll have someone pick you up. Dojima didn't waste words. The effects of the ability Yuki described shocked him, so he now intended to bring Yuki over for testing. If it was as Yuki said, then the Jewel Generation project might actually have a chance of success. Truthfully, Jin Dojima and the others felt that the chances for the Jewel Generation project were slim. After all, among the current students of this generation, Irina Nakiri was still the strongest. And most crucially, Irina Nakiri's growth was actually being suppressed. In the Nakiri family, there was a rule: those who awakened the God's Tongue were not allowed to attend Totsuki or other academies. The reason was simple: attending school would completely restrict their development and waste their time. Chefs with the God's Tongue only needed to focus on fundamental training and knowledge accumulation, they didn't need to learn anything else. Because food itself was their best teacher. When others learned to make a dish, they needed recipes, teacher explanations, and constant experimentation. But someone with the God's Tongue, provided they had sufficient knowledge and solid fundamentals, could perfectly replicate and even optimize another person's dish after just one taste. Therefore, attending school was a complete developmental restriction for those with the God's Tongue. That's precisely why Senzaman Nakiri broke the rules and sent Irina Nakiri to Totsuki. One reason was for the Jewel Generation project, and another was to limit the growth of the God's Tongue as much as possible. It could be said that Senzaman Nakiri had exhausted his mind over the God's Tongue issue. Yet, even so, no one in the Jewel Generation could compare to Irina Nakiri. Soma Yukihira's addition in the original story was probably a last-ditch effort. Realizing that Yuki's special ability could be key to the Jewel Generation project, Jin Dojima naturally couldn't sit still. Moreover, given Yuki's relationship with him, he was happy to see his junior have a better future. Of course, all this still required testing. Only after getting the results could Dojima approach Senzaman Nakiri. After Yuki told Dojima his location, he began to pack his things. It seemed he would be staying at the Totsuki resort for a while, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It had to be said, the Nakiri family was a powerhouse in Japan, with businesses all over the country. Dojima directly dispatched a car from a nearby Nakiri enterprise to pick Yuki up. After picking up Yuki, the car sped quickly towards the Totsuki resort. Chapter 7, Special Ability Test. Long time no see, Yuki. Not bad, looks like you haven't slacked off on your physical fitness either. Upon arrival at the Totsuki resort, Jin Dojima, who had received prior notice, was already waiting. After they met, Dojima's right hand landed directly on Yuki's shoulder, much like a friendly arm-around-the-shoulder gesture between pals. Hearing this, Yuki felt a bit speechless. His physical condition was indeed very good, all thanks to Jin Dojima. According to Dojima, a good chef must have sufficiently good physical fitness. So, when Yuki was young, Dojima had constantly urged him to exercise more. It was precisely because of this that Yuki's physical fitness was considerably better than that of an average person. Now, after learning food honor, he was even more formidable. To an average adult, he was practically a mini Superman. The two chatted as they walked towards a kitchen. It was now necessary to test the specifics of Yuki's special ability. Although Dojima knew Yuki wouldn't deceive him about such matters, he still needed concrete data to report to Senzaman Nakiri. Here we are. This is the kitchen. According to your description, your ability can release high-temperature steam and enhance your sense of touch. So, we'll mainly test these two aspects next. Upon entering the kitchen, several people were already inside. These individuals had been arranged by Dojima and were responsible for recording Yuki's test data. Seeing this, Yuki's expression turned a bit odd. If it weren't for the abundance of cooking utensils, ingredients, and various equipment here, he might have thought he'd walked into some kind of research institute. So, which aspect should we start testing first? Yuki asked. Let's start with touch. The ingredients here, touch them and give us the specific data. Then, the others will perform measurements, Jin Dojima said, gesturing towards the large quantity of ingredients beside him. Hearing this, Yuki nodded directly and walked over to the ingredients. The moment his hand touched an ingredient, its specific information was fed back to him. Weight, size, internal condition, in just an instant, the ingredient was thoroughly analyzed. Yuki directly relayed the data he obtained to everyone. The person responsible for recording the data quickly jotted it down. After the recording was complete, another person used other equipment for verification. Weight and size match perfectly. Even the internal structure is identical. This is basically a tactile version of the god's tongue. After a series of measurements, everyone present was astonished. The strength of Yuki's sense of touch had surpassed their understanding, making them feel as if they were witnessing the scenes of Irina Nakiri undergoing various tests back then. Yuki, continue. One ingredient isn't enough. Although Dojima was also very surprised, he had at least heard about it from Yuki beforehand, so he quickly recovered and told Yuki to continue testing. To ensure the accuracy of the data, multiple tests were necessary. Yuki, of course, complied. As data for various ingredients was completed, Yuki even tested various cooking utensils, tables, chairs, and some prepared dishes. Although Yuki only knew a small portion of the materials, the data regarding weight and size was never wrong. The result of every test is perfect. This special ability is comparable to the god's tongue. Ultimately, everyone reached this conclusion. Whatever the god's tongue could do, Yuki's sense of touch could also do, it was just a matter of touch versus taste. They even felt that Yuki's sense of touch surpassed Irina Nakiri's god's tongue. After all, it wasn't clear if this sense of touch had any flaws, and it was supposedly only part of his special ability. Therefore, in their view, Yuki's ability completely transcended Irina Nakiri's god's tongue. Then, let's begin the second part of the test. Are you ready, Yuki? Dojima asked. Ready. But the commotion might be a little big later, so don't get scared. Yuki said with a smile. The Inferno ability could create quite a disturbance. Not even mentioning igniting flames, just releasing high-temperature steam could turn the area around Yuki into a death zone. Once flames were ignited, it was even more terrifying. As long as there were enough combustible materials, someone with the Inferno ability could create a sea of fire at any time. Don't worry. Even if you destroy this kitchen, it's fine, Dojima said with a laugh. His words were just a joke, he didn't actually think Yuki could destroy the kitchen. In reality, burning down a kitchen would be laughably easy for Yuki, given his perfect control over Inferno. Alcan could melt iron chains even while submerged in water, let alone him. However, Yuki wasn't some kind of pyromaniac and naturally wouldn't do such a thing. He also didn't plan to reveal the full extent of Inferno. As the test began, Yuki picked up a piece of firewood. The next second, a large amount of high-temperature steam was released from his right hand. Normally, igniting a piece of firewood would take time, yet the firewood in Yuki's hand now seemed like a matchstick, instantly catching fire. Although he was holding the flame-engulfed firewood, Yuki could ignore the burning sensation, a benefit of the Inferno ability. While Yuki wouldn't claim to be immune to all fire damage, ordinary flames couldn't harm him at all. It ignited in an instant. Just how high is the temperature of this steam? Seeing the firewood flare up like a match, everyone was startled. The speed at which the wood ignited was simply too fast. Before they could fully process their surprise, the flames burning on the firewood in Yuki's hand seemed to come alive, directly forming a ring of fire above his right hand. Actually, while the Inferno ability could control fire, it couldn't achieve such fine precision as Yuki demonstrated. Yuki was able to do this entirely because of the enhancement from Food Honor. With the boost from Food Honor, his control over energy was effortless, allowing him to manipulate flames in such a manner. And this was just basic Food Honor. As his Food Honor continued to improve, his control would become increasingly stronger. At that point, never mind simply changing shapes, even using flames to draw would be a simple task for him. To be able to control flames with such precision, his advantage in fire control is unparalleled. As a chef, and a first-class chef second only to special class, Jin Dojima clearly understood the benefits such fire control ability brought. He understood that Yuki was already invincible in terms of fire control, no one could compare to him in this aspect. Chapter 8, Senzaman Nikiri, what kind of monstrous ability is this? How about it, Uncle Dojima? Do you need me to continue? After dispersing the flames, Yuki tossed aside the partially burned piece of firewood and asked. Didn't you say earlier the commotion would be quite large? This doesn't count as much. Dojima said with a smile. Hearing this, Yuki understood what Dojima meant. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. Then I won't be polite. After Yuki spoke, the temperature of his entire body began to rise rapidly. High-temperature steam erupted from all over him, completely enveloping him. A heat wave rushed towards Dojima and the others. Feeling the approaching heat and the rapidly increasing temperature, Dojima and his companions couldn't help but take a few steps back, trying to lower the temperature a bit. Some flammable materials relatively close to Yuki instantly ignited under the effect of the high-temperature steam. Yuki was actually holding back, otherwise, it wouldn't just be these flammable items catching fire. After all, Inferno could even melt steel. The flames, under Yuki's control, formed a massive ring of fire. This commotion, it really isn't small at all. Even Jin Dojima couldn't help but feel his lips twitch. One had to remember, special abilities only appeared in chefs, and they were basically only usable in cooking. But Yuki's ability was completely different. With such high temperatures, Yuki himself had become a formidable weapon. Unless one attacked Yuki from a distance with firearms, engaging him in close combat was practically suicide. Just as Dojima and the others were in shock, the kitchen's alarms detected the high temperature and flames and immediately went off. Water also began to sprinkle down from above. Seeing this, Yuki controlled the release of high-temperature steam, and the flames vanished. The kitchen was now a complete mess. Footsteps quickly sounded from outside the kitchen, and then a group of people rushed in. These were Totsuki's security personnel. They had immediately brought people over when the alarm sounded. Good day, head chef. You're here too. What happened? Feeling the high temperature in the kitchen and seeing the messy state of affairs, the head of security looked at Jin Dojima with some confusion. Dojima was the head of the Totsuki Resort, a member of the board, and also the resort's head chef. So, upon seeing Dojima, the security head quickly greeted him and inquired about the situation with some puzzlement. It's nothing. The alarm was accidentally triggered. I'll leave things here to you. After Dojima finished speaking, he left with Yuki and the others. Yuki, go get some rest first. I'll arrange for you to study in the kitchens tomorrow. I have other things to attend to now. After leaving the kitchen, Dojima made arrangements. Yuki nodded quickly and left with the person Dojima assigned. He knew very well that Dojima was likely going to inform Senzima Nakiri about his situation next. Just as Yuki thought, Dojima had the people responsible for the test compile the data and send it to him, along with the recording from earlier. Then, he returned to his office and forwarded these materials to Senzima Nakiri. After doing all this, Dojima once again dialed Senzima Nakiri's phone number. "Is that you, Jin? What's the matter, calling me at this hour?" Senzima Nakiri, who was still arranging various tasks, received Dojima's call. "Director, a junior of mine here has awakened a brand new special ability. And in my opinion, this ability surpasses even the god's tongue. I've sent you the specific test data and recordings." Dojima very simply explained the situation. An ability that surpasses the god's tongue. Hearing this, Senzima Nakiri was also startled. He dropped everything else he was doing and quickly reviewed the specific information and various test data about Yuki that Dojima had sent. He also watched the video recorded at the time. During this period, Dojima didn't hang up the phone but waited patiently. For the body to release high-temperature steam with such an effect is truly incredible. And this sense of touch, no weaker than the god's tongue, is only part of the ability. What kind of monstrous ability is this? After watching it, Senzima Nakiri was also stunned. As the head of Japan's de facto culinary ruling family, and with his daughter being a leading figure in the WGO, Senzima Nakiri had seen all sorts of special abilities. But Yuki's ability truly shocked him. A sense of touch no weaker than the god's tongue meant Yuki's culinary skills would improve at an incredible pace. And the ability to release high-temperature steam and control flames catapulted Yuki to an invincible level in fire control. One had to know, among a chef's various fundamental skills, fire control was undoubtedly the most difficult to master. Mastering this aspect required not only talent but also arduous practice. Yet, this most difficult fundamental skill was already at its peak for Yuki. This level of fire control destined him to be unbeatable in that area. Wait, this kid looks a bit familiar. I remember now. Isn't this young Yuki? After his amazement, Senzima Nakiri also noticed Yuki. Since Yuki's parents had been members of the Totsuki resort and held high positions. And due to Dojima and the Jewel Generation project, Senzima Nakiri naturally knew Yuki. Yuki's impression on him was that of a very steady child with decent talent. After all, Yuki's grades had always been near the top of his class. However, in his view, Yuki wasn't the person he needed. Although Yuki was already excellent compared to other students, that excellence wasn't enough to solve the drawbacks of the god's tongue. But the appearance of this special ability changed Senzima Nakiri's opinion. Yuki himself was already very good in all aspects. It could be said that what Yuki lacked was sufficiently strong talent. Now, talent had arrived. Such an overpowered ability, in Senzima Nakiri's eyes, if they were to find someone who could solve the god's tongue's drawbacks, Yuki had the highest probability. Jin, tell me your thoughts. Senzima Nakiri said after pondering for a moment. Director, don't you already have a plan? Why ask me again? Dojima said, somewhat amused. He knew his director very well. The other party definitely already had a plan, asking him was just a way to hear his thoughts. But as for Dojima, he could guess what Senzima Nakiri was thinking. After all, Yuki was now their only hope, unless Senzima Nakiri gave up on the Jewel Generation project, but that possibility was infinitely close to zero. Chapter 9, So Nakiri's Little Scheme. Still as sharp as ever, Jin. Then I'll leave him in your hands, Senzima Nakiri said with a smile. Rest assured, Director. I'll be responsible for developing his special ability, tapping into his potential, and I'll also inform him about the Jewel Generation project. This kid is a loyal person. If someone helps him out, he won't just stand by and do nothing. Jin Dojima wasn't surprised by Senzima Nakiri's decision. Senzaman had great trust in him and also understood him very well. Coupled with his relationship with Yuki, having him take over this matter was the best choice. By the way, regarding the development of his special ability, you can consult with So's side. Nakiri International has done quite a bit of research in this area. Before hanging up, Senzaman Nakiri added a reminder. Hearing this, Jin Dojima nodded. He was a chef, not a researcher, nor did he possess a special ability. Now that Senzaman had reminded him, he indeed thought of So Nakiri. Nakiri International, established by So Nakiri, wasn't just for expanding the Nakiri family's influence internationally. The organization was also based on research into new cuisines and various technological abilities. So Nakiri also didn't want to see his younger sister continue in her current state. Like Senzaman Nakiri, he had put in a massive effort to find a solution to the side effects of the god's tongue. The establishment of Nakiri International was partly due to the god's tongue. Since traditional culinary arts found it extremely difficult to solve the side effects, they decided to try new technologies and new paths. In his view, perhaps the method to solve the god's tongue side effects was hidden within these new approaches. Therefore, Nakiri International knew a fair bit about special abilities and had conducted various studies. In this aspect, So Nakiri was indeed much more professional than Jin Dojima. After hanging up, Jin Dojima immediately called So Nakiri and, repeating the process he'd used with Senzaman, sent over the information. Senzaman Nakiri, on his end, had people look for more information about Yuki. Although he knew a little about Yuki, it was still too little, so further understanding was necessary. After all, Azumi Nakiri had already caused him a huge loss back then. At that time, his energy was mainly focused on the god's tongue, and since Azumi seemed normal when he wasn't having an episode, he had overlooked Azumi as a hidden time bomb. By the time he reacted, the bomb had already exploded. His granddaughter's current twisted ideology was all thanks to that scoundrel Azumi. Although he wasn't sure if Yuki would end up with his granddaughter, if they wanted to solve the drawbacks of the god's tongue, the two would undoubtedly have a lot of contact. So, he needed to understand Yuki better. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As for Mana Nakiri, although Senzaman Nakiri still had contact with his daughter, he chose not to inform her about Yuki. After all, over so many years, Mana had seen many so-called hopes, all of which eventually crumbled. Before achieving some tangible results, Senzaman Nakiri didn't want to stir up his daughter. After all, the future was uncontrollable. Right now, Yuki merely represented a hope of solving the god's tongue side effects, it wasn't a certainty. However, it wasn't long before Senzaman Nakiri received a call from his son. After learning about Yuki's situation, So Nakiri was also extremely shocked. Yuki's special ability was completely off the charts, at least, no current ability in the culinary world could compare to Yuki's. Although the information was provided by Jin Dojima, he still confirmed it with his father. Only after receiving Senzaman Nakiri's affirmative answer did So Nakiri finally accept this claim and begin to make a series of arrangements. Coming back early? Did something happen? Why the rush? Although Nakiri International had many matters to attend to, Yuki's situation was undoubtedly more important. So Nakiri immediately made a series of arrangements. At the same time, he also informed his daughter, Alice Nakiri. In fact, according to the original plan, Alice was also supposed to return to Japan and enroll in Totsuki before the school year began. She was also a member of the Jewel generation. But now, the timeline had been moved up significantly, which made Alice very confused. There is indeed something very important. So Nakiri looked at his daughter, thought for a moment, and decided to tell her part of the reason. After all, this kind of thing didn't need to be hidden. Yuki would use his special ability, so it was bound to appear in the public eye. Besides, he himself had a small, personal agenda. With Yuki's potential, there was a high probability he would become someone like his younger sister, reigning supreme in the culinary world. So, if his own daughter could establish a good enough relationship with him, even if not a romantic one, just a simple friendship would be quite good. As for Ryo Kurikiba, honestly, in terms of culinary skill, Ryo was indeed very good. But in other aspects, so Nakiri wasn't very optimistic. Now that someone like Yuki had appeared, from the information he currently possessed, Yuki was stronger than Ryo in every aspect, so he naturally favored Yuki more. Since Alice happened to ask about it, he went along with it and explained. As a father, So Nakiri also hoped his daughter could have a better future. He wouldn't force his daughter to like someone or use her as a political bargaining chip. What he was doing now was merely creating an opportunity. He knew Alice's exuberant curiosity very well. Alice had met Ryo Kurikiba back then precisely because of that strong curiosity. Just a few words from the researchers at the institute had led her directly to Ryo. And just as he expected, after hearing So Nakiri's explanation, the expressions of both Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba changed. Both had spent a long time at Nakiri International and had some understanding of special abilities. But Yuki's ability was indeed excessively strong. After all, just a super sense of touch comparable to the god's tongue was ridiculous enough, and that was only part of his ability. Alice's curiosity was piqued, she wanted to meet Yuki. As for Ryo Kurikiba, compared to curiosity, he felt more of a fighting spirit. That's right, the guy was practically a cooking fanatic. Hearing about such a skilled chef, Ryo Kurikiba couldn't sit still. Chapter 10, The Shockwaves from Food Honor and Evolving Touch. Alright, you two hurry up and prepare. We leave in 3 days. So Nakiri glanced at the two of them and then left. To think there's such a ridiculously overpowered ability in this world, maybe this guy can really put that annoying Irina in her place. Alice Nakiri even imagined the scene of Yuki defeating Irina Nakiri. She had always wanted to see Irina fail, even if she herself wasn't the victor. Of course, this thought of hers was merely to prove a point. In the original story, although Alice Nakiri constantly opposed Irina Nakiri, making it seem like they had a huge feud, it was all because of a childhood incident. Alice didn't actually wish Irina ill, she just wanted to prove a point. On the contrary, Alice knew some things about Irina, so she had always been one of the people who cared most about her. When they were young, Alice offering her dishes for Irina to taste wasn't just about seeking Irina's approval. Part of the reason was that she knew what Irina was going through, abandoned by her mother and then indoctrinated with a bunch of wrong ideas by her father. As her cousin, Alice cared about her. However, at that time, Irina was heavily influenced by Azumi Nakiri and was too young. Children speak their minds bluntly, and her words hurt Alice, which is why Alice had always wished to see her fail. But when Azumi Nakiri took over Totsuki, the first person to act was Alice, who immediately hid Irina in the Polar Star dormitory. Let's go, milady. It's time to pack. Just as Alice was thinking Yuki might be able to overshadow Irina Nakiri, Ryo Kurikiba, who was beside her, spoke up. Ryo-kun, you're interested in Yuki too? Right, given your personality, you must be eager to compete with him. Alice Nakiri wasn't surprised by Ryo Kurikiba's words. Don't be fooled by Ryo's usual lazy demeanor, as if he had no motivation at all. But once he knew of any skilled chef, Ryo Kurikiba would want to challenge them, a complete cooking fanatic. Indeed, very interested. Not just this Yuki guy, but also that so-called god's tongue. Ryo Kurikiba's target wasn't just Yuki, he had heard of the famous god's tongue for a long time and had long wanted to compete against its wielder. While I admit you're stronger than me, Ryo, that Irina is already a senior chef. You're still some distance away from becoming a senior chef, right? Alice couldn't help but say. Ryo Kurikiba was strong, even stronger than her, but he was still just an intermediate chef, with some distance still to cover before reaching senior chef. And Irina Nakiri had been a senior chef for some time now, there was still a certain gap between them. Doesn't that make defeating her even more worthwhile? Hearing this, Ryo Kurikiba didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged, instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Just don't come crying when you lose. Alice indicated that she didn't really care, she would just enjoy the show. You're talking about yourself, aren't you, milady? After all, crying after losing is something only you would do. In the end, Ryo Kurikiba also left after dropping that line, leaving only Alice fuming. Although, in a way, Ryo was right, she had indeed cried after losing. But was that called crying? Could a chef's actions be called crying? That was called being unceremonious, releasing one's true nature, okay. Since Ryo Kurikiba had slipped away quickly, Alice could only sulk by herself and then go pack. Time flew, and 3 days passed. During this period, Yuki had also received small baits, but it seemed his luck had run out earlier. The items fished out by the small baits were all very common ingredients and utensils, nothing special. On his second day at the resort, Yuki was assigned to a kitchen. The chefs in the kitchen didn't show any malice towards Yuki. Although in their eyes, Yuki had gotten in through connections, no one would look down on him. They knew one thing very well, Totsuki would never tarnish its own reputation. The Totsuki resort was also one of Totsuki's public faces. To be able to work in such a high-class resort, one obviously had to have a certain level of skill. So, even if someone got in through connections, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. They understood this, so no one looked down on Yuki or targeted him. Moreover, Yuki knew some of the people here. After all, his parents had worked at the Totsuki resort, and later he had Jin Dojima looking out for him. Yuki also frequented the Totsuki resort, so he was familiar with some of the people here. However, after just 1 day of work, Yuki's performance left everyone present stunned. It wasn't just them. When news of Yuki's series of actions reached Jin Dojima's ears, Dojima was also greatly surprised. Although he knew Yuki would quickly integrate and achieve something in the kitchen with his special ability. For him to cause such a stir in just 1 day completely exceeded his expectations. What Yuki did was very simple. Since he had just entered the kitchen, he naturally wasn't assigned any cooking tasks, as those dishes were for guests. So, the work they assigned Yuki was to help prepare ingredients, seasonings, and the like, with someone also teaching him. They planned to first understand Yuki's situation and then make adjustments. But Yuki's series of actions directly surpassed their understanding. Take preparing ingredients, for example. For an apprentice, this was very tedious work. Especially at the Totsuki resort, the quantity of ingredients needed was astonishing. Preparing ingredients was not only laborious but also extremely monotonous. However, Yuki was different. In this aspect, as soon as he started, he left the others miles behind. With the enhancement of food honor, Yuki's speed in processing ingredients was several times that of others. Most importantly, the ingredients he prepared were the most perfect among all. This was all due to his evolving touch and food honor. Food honor allowed him to complete the work with minimal effort, and at a speed several times faster than others. His evolving touch allowed him to accurately judge the condition of the ingredients. For every ingredient that passed through his hands, he could make adjustments, thus ensuring the processed ingredients were the most perfect. The only thing Yuki found slightly regrettable was that today's work didn't involve cutting vegetables, so he didn't have a chance to use his 7-star knives. Chapter 11, Exaggerated Learning Ability. Yuki's series of actions left everyone in the kitchen completely stunned. In fact, because he worked so fast, the other chefs responsible for menial tasks soon found themselves with nothing to do. It reached a point where the chefs responsible for cooking were swamped, while the support staff were quite idle. If it weren't a kitchen and working hours, they might have just pulled out a deck of cards. Should I say, as expected of a sense of touch comparable to the god's tongue? Processing ingredients so precisely is one thing, but this speed is also terrifyingly fast. That evening, Jin Dojima couldn't help but praise Yuki, who was beside him. He realized he had still underestimated Yuki's special ability, and Yuki himself. After all, any work involving skin contact is easy. But today's gains were also substantial, I learned quite a few small tricks for processing ingredients. Yuki said with a smile. It's like they say, you can learn something from everyone. Even though these chefs handling prep weren't exactly Michelin-starred, everyone had their own strengths. The same applied to ingredient processing. Due to handling these ingredients for extended periods, they had their own techniques, most of which they shared with Yuki. Although some held back secrets, in Yuki's eyes, holding back was useless. While he didn't have supervision to instantly copy their techniques. Food honor had a similar effect. With his own fundamentals as a base, plus food honor, as long as it wasn't too far beyond him, copying these techniques was easy for him. After all, in his perception, their movements were like they were slowed down several times, kind of like how Spider-Man sees an opponent's punch coming in slow motion. On one hand, slow motion, on the other, direct analysis. Under such conditions, it would be stranger if Yuki couldn't learn. Furthermore, after learning these techniques, Yuki could adjust them according to his own situation, quickly optimizing them into the most suitable techniques for himself. That was food honor. Yuki even felt that as long as he accumulated enough, he might even be able to learn the secret techniques from the world of cooking master boy through food honor. Of course, this was just a thought. While there was such a possibility, Yuki couldn't do it yet, his accumulation wasn't sufficient. For the next day or two, Jin Dojima didn't assign Yuki any other work. After all, Sonakiri and his group were arriving soon, so it was fine for Yuki to continue learning this way. Yuki was happy to do so. Although food honor was very powerful and allowed him to learn these techniques quickly, it still took time to perfectly convert them into his own. Food honor only provided a shortcut, it didn't just let Yuki instantly reach the pinnacle. Moreover, relying on such practical experience could also continuously improve Yuki's understanding of food honor. The improvement of food honor was undoubtedly fastest through such practical application. And because of his series of impressive feats, Yuki had earned the respect of everyone in the kitchen, even admiration from quite a few. Yuki, let me introduce you. This is So Nakiri, the head of Nakiri International. Beside him is his daughter, Alice Nakiri, and Alice's attendant, Ryo Kurikiba. They will also be your classmates later on. After So Nakiri and his group arrived, Jin Dojima introduced the people there to Yuki, and also introduced Yuki to So Nakiri and his party. In fact, both sides knew a fair bit about each other. Yuki had read the manga, so he naturally knew who these people were. So Nakiri and the others had also read Yuki's file, so they were naturally very clear as well. However, the necessary introductions were unavoidable. Yuki greeted them politely, and then everyone got down to business. Mr. Nakiri came this time because of your special ability. Although we tested it before, it was only a simple test. So, this kind of work still needs to be handed over to professionals. After the test, Mr. Nakiri will also formulate some plans based on your situation to help you develop your special ability, Jin Dojima said. Although he and So Nakiri knew each other, they weren't very familiar. After all, So Nakiri had always been managing Nakiri International abroad. Comparatively, Jin Dojima was more familiar with So Nakiri's wife, Leonora Nakiri. Of course, this wasn't to say Jin Dojima was interested in another man's wife. Although Leonora Nakiri was a big shot at Nakiri International, she spent more time in Japan. So, Jin Dojima had interacted with her quite a few times and was thus relatively familiar. That's right, just as head chef Dojima said. Although we can't claim to be overly professional, we should still be able to provide some help, So Nakiri said. As he spoke, the group walked towards the newly prepared testing site. Hello. I'm Alice Nakiri. Mr. Dojima introduced me just now. It's nice to meet you. On the way, Alice Nakiri proactively greeted Yuki. I'm Yuki. Yuki looked at Alice Nakiri. It had to be said, Alice Nakiri's looks were undeniably striking, that combination of silvery white hair and ruby red eyes had a serious impact, no doubt about it. Although Alice Nakiri's hair color was strictly speaking a bit light pink, it was mostly white. After a simple exchange, Alice Nakiri became quite talkative. It had to be said, Alice's personality was indeed quite cheerful and chatty. Yuki wasn't very talkative around strangers, he only spoke more when with familiar people. But now, he was also drawn in by Alice Nakiri. So Nakiri, at the side, secretly nodded upon seeing this. There should be no problem with his daughter getting closer to him. As for Ryo Kurikiba, who was also at the side, although he was also staring at Yuki, it wasn't the look of someone sizing up a love rival, but pure fighting spirit. He wanted to compete with Yuki. Soon, the group arrived at the new testing site. This time, the tests were more comprehensive. Besides testing his special ability, they would also test the specifics of Yuki's culinary skills. Knowing that Yuki's Inferno ability was immensely destructive, this test was simply conducted outdoors. The special ability test was similar to before. Yuki demonstrated his super sense of touch and terrifying Inferno in front of everyone. The sense of touch aspect was manageable, but when the Inferno ability was displayed, everyone was terrified, even Jin Dojima, who had witnessed it before. Even though it's not the first time I've seen it, this ability still scares the hell out of me. Jin Dojima couldn't help but say, looking at the rising flames and Yuki, who was enveloped in high-temperature steam. It truly is an extraordinary ability. So Nakiri nodded in solemn agreement. Chapter 12, The Sharpness of the 7-Star Knives. Such an outrageous special ability. Can humans really control flames like that? And that heat, is he really okay? Alice Nakiri, forced back some distance by the heat wave, couldn't help but exclaim as she felt the continuously surging waves of heat. Although she knew about Yuki's special ability beforehand, seeing it with her own eyes was completely different from watching video footage. What a freaking monster! At this moment, although Ryo Kurikiba was also very shocked, he looked more like he had spotted prey. He had even put on his signature bandana, his expression had changed from his initial poker face to one of fervent excitement. Yuki himself mentioned this before, the high-temperature steam released from his body won't harm him, and the same goes for the surrounding flames. However, for outsiders, it's extremely fatal, Jin Dojima said. Neither the high-temperature steam nor the flames would harm Yuki, but for others, getting too close would result in death or severe injury. Alright, that's it for the special ability test. This ability is called Inferno, right? I don't have many suggestions regarding the high-temperature steam for now, so the subsequent ability development will primarily focus on the sense of touch. Watching Yuki retract the high-temperature steam and extinguish the flames, so Nakiri spoke. He planned to focus on developing the sense of touch next, as that was their area of expertise. Then, let's start testing your culinary skills. Awakening such a special ability should be a great help to your cooking, right? So Nakiri said. According to the data, Yuki was an intermediate chef and still quite far from senior chef, but with the enhancement of this special ability, his culinary skills couldn't have remained stagnant. Finally reaching a domain they understood, Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba on the side perked up, listening with utmost attention. They were also very curious about Yuki's culinary skills. Just make a dish directly. We'll act as judges, Jin Dojima said. Although there were 4 of them, and judges are usually an odd number, this wasn't a competition or an exam, so there was no need to worry about such details. Yuki naturally had no problem with this, cooking was his forte. However, what Yuki brought out next made everyone blink, he was lugging a very large case. Is this case for knives? Isn't it a bit too big? Alice Nakiri couldn't help but ask. Many chefs had their own exclusive knives, including herself and Ryo Kurikiba. Although the things she usually brought to competitions were much more exaggerated than this, even describable as carrying a wall around with her. For simply holding knives, she wouldn't need such a large case. Yuki's file also indicated that he specialized in Asian cuisine, a bona fide traditional chef, and hadn't dabbled in fields like molecular gastronomy. However, when the case was opened, they finally understood why Yuki used such a large case for his knives. Because Yuki didn't take out one knife, but a full 7 of them. And one of them was astonishingly large, with an estimated length of about 1.5 meters. It was hard to imagine it was actually a kitchen knife. The shapes look very strange, but on second thought, if you use different knives to process different ingredients, the effect might be very good. Although Jin Dojima was also surprised by the number and size of the knives, as a chef, and a first-class chef second only to special class, he realized that while some of these knives had peculiar shapes, they would be very effective for processing ingredients. The unique designs corresponded to different types of ingredients. After simulating it himself, he found that this set of knives was incredibly comprehensive. They are indeed very impressive knives, but correspondingly, the difficulty of using this set of knives is also not low. So Nakiri naturally also saw the uniqueness of the 7-star knives. But correspondingly, such formidable knives weren't something just anyone could use. The 7 knives corresponded to ingredients of different types, shapes, and sizes. Deciding which knife to use for cooking was a major issue. To make a dish using such knives, one needed to use different knives to process different ingredients. Switching between knives was also a problem. So Nakiri felt that if he were to use this set of knives, it would be very strenuous, unless he was given a lot of time to adapt. Are these knives really that good? Hearing Jin Dojima and So Nakiri praise this set of knives, Alice Nakiri asked with some doubt. Compared to these two, both she and Ryo Kurikiba were too inexperienced. After all, both of them were just intermediate chefs, and the gap between them and So Nakiri and Jin Dojima was more than just a little bit. It's not just about processing various ingredients, the sharpness of these knives is also astonishing. Yuki barely used any force just now, yet these knives plunged directly into the cutting board. And he's using a solid wood cutting board, Jin Dojima added. Only then did everyone notice the sharpness of the 7-star knives. Just as Jin Dojima said, Yuki hadn't used much force at all, yet these knives were deeply embedded in the solid wood cutting board. They were also chefs. Comparing them to their own knives, they found that the sharpness of these knives was exaggerated to the extreme. Compared to these knives, their own blades might as well be called butter knives. Yuki's subsequent actions also confirmed this. The main ingredient Yuki used was a chicken, and it was freshly killed. The 7-star knife glided through the chicken's body as smoothly as cutting tofu. The blade was so sharp that the chicken barely felt any pain at first and hardly struggled. After removing the feathers, Yuki directly gutted the chicken. Similarly, the 7-star knife moved as if there were no resistance. Such sharpness was simply incomparable to the knives of the Food Wars world, even if the technology in this world was much more advanced than in the world of Cooking Master Boy. But the world of Cooking Master Boy in its later stages was no longer simply ancient times, it was touching the edges of fantasy. Famous knives born in such a world would naturally not be weak, especially since the 7-star knives were second only to the legendary cooking utensils. If Rake hadn't died early, given a few more decades, he might have truly upgraded the 7-star knives to the level of legendary cooking utensils. After removing the internal organs, Yuki began to make certain cuts on the chicken. He didn't dismantle the chicken but preserved its complete form while making internal cuts. The main reason for doing this was to allow the seasonings to perfectly permeate the chicken meat. Chapter 13, The Texture Created by Ultimate Fire Control. The different blades danced in Yuki's hands like a whirlwind of knives. Even just watching was dazzling. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts see the skill. As chefs, and pretty damn good ones at that, everyone present could see just how difficult it was for Yuki to wield those knives with such finesse. His movements are absolutely perfect, without the slightest hesitation. It's incredible that he can wield such a complex set of knives with such mastery. So Nakiri repeatedly exclaimed in amazement as he watched the cutting, which seemed almost like a work of art. There's no comparison at all. Just by watching, I know I can't do it. Alice Nakiri, putting herself in Yuki's shoes, had to admit she couldn't match him. Although she was a very competitive person, the gap between her and the current Yuki was too large, so large that she felt completely deflated. Don't compare yourself to him, Alice. His touch-based talent is an ability on par with Irina's god tongue. The enhancement to his touch allows him to cut with precision, and he also has an absolute advantage in controlling his strength, so Nakiri said, shaking his head. He didn't want his daughter to compare herself to Yuki. After all, that level of tactile sense was too overpowered. It was like others comparing their sense of taste to Irina Nakiri's. Weren't they just asking for a beatdown? Don't worry, father. I'm well aware of that. Alice Nakiri indicated that she knew her own limits. She had only subconsciously put herself in his place just now, she wasn't really planning to compete with Yuki. Amidst everyone's amazement, Yuki finished cutting, then took some side vegetables and seasonings. It's a pity the system awakened recently. Otherwise, I could have definitely developed better seasonings. After finishing the marination, Yuki still felt a bit regretful. He could sense that the sauce he used couldn't bring out the dish's flavor to its optimal state, but there was nothing he could do. It had only been a few days since the system awakened, and he was also studying at the Totsuki resort, so he simply couldn't divert his attention to this aspect. However, the main event was next. Although there were some regrets regarding the seasonings, for Yuki, he was now moving on to the next step of cooking, his area of greatest expertise, fire control. This time, however, Yuki didn't release high-temperature steam but directly lit the stove. What he needed next wasn't high-temperature steam, but flames. In the setting of cooking Master Boy, lighting a fire wasn't as convenient as it is now, so Alkan's Inferno releasing high-temperature steam to ignite combustibles and create fire was very convenient. But in this era, Yuki had no need to take such a roundabout approach. He could just light the fire and then control the flames. The dish Yuki was going to make was very simple, roast chicken, similar in method to Alkan's hero roasted bluefish. However, Alkan used a secret technique called the hero fire wheel. Yuki couldn't use this move right now. Although with the enhancements of food honor and his evolving touch, he could indeed achieve it, he didn't have the appropriate equipment. Also, his Inferno ability surpassed Alkan's. Alkan used that move to prevent the ingredients from being directly scorched by the flames, using rotation to evenly cover the fish with heat. But Yuki didn't need to go through such trouble. With his abilities, he could easily control the flames to envelop the chicken's body without charring it. This was the convenience brought by the difference in abilities. Of course, in terms of visual impact, Yuki's method was certainly weaker than Alkan's. As the stove successfully ignited, Yuki controlled the flames before him to directly envelop the chicken on the grill, turning it into a ball of fire. Although this generated astonishing heat, if a normal person were to operate like this, by the time the chicken was cooked, the person would also be nearly cooked. Yuki was not afraid of high temperatures. Such flames couldn't harm him in the slightest. Although he wasn't directly touching the roast chicken, through the grill in his hands, Yuki could still sense the chicken's condition. He constantly adjusted the position and temperature of the flames. So much so that in everyone's eyes, the flames on the surface of the fireball enveloping the chicken were constantly fluctuating. At this moment, the flames seemed like a cage, completely trapping the aroma of the roast chicken within, preventing any of it from escaping. Using this ability to roast meat is really convenient. There's no need to flip the ingredients at all. Watching Yuki stand motionless, those who knew the effects of the Inferno ability naturally understood he wasn't just spacing out. Nevertheless, they were deeply impressed, this ability was genuinely useful. For a chef, the appeal of such an ability was undoubtedly immense. Unfortunately, it was a special ability, essentially a talent. So, they could only look on with envy, unable to possess it themselves. Before long, the fireball in front of Yuki suddenly burst open. The scattered flames were like the instant a firework exploded, dazzling and, in the blink of an eye, disappearing from everyone's sight. At the same time, a rich aroma swept over them. The cage of flames had been like a scent bomb, now that the bomb had exploded, the aroma naturally spread quickly. The impact of the instantly released aroma makes this dish even more perfect. Although this was just a very ordinary roast chicken, seemingly nothing special, the person who made it was completely different. Smelling the rich aroma in the air, everyone eagerly anticipated the taste of this dish. Seeing their expressions, Yuki didn't waste words but directly took out his 7-star knives and quickly sliced through the roast chicken's body. Due to his extreme speed, everyone only saw flashes of light from the knives. Only after Yuki sheathed his 7-star knives did barely visible slits appear on the chicken. "It's done. Please, enjoy," Yuki said. Only when everyone's chopsticks touched the roast chicken did it fall apart. It had to be said, the sharpness of the 7-star knives was truly terrifying. Golden, crispy skin, excellent texture. Paired with the tender, juicy meat inside, it perfectly avoids the common problem of roasted chicken being too dry. The fire control is absolutely flawless. In terms of flavor, the use of sauce and side dishes is slightly inferior, but it's completely negligible in the face of this ultimate texture. So Nakiri couldn't help but praise. Indeed. The most crucial point of this roast chicken is its texture. If we're purely talking about texture, none of the roast chickens I've eaten in the past can compare to this. Even if other aspects are somewhat lacking, its strengths far outweigh its weaknesses. The standard of this dish should be able to reach 3rd rank level. Yuki, your other aspects have already reached senior chef level, haven't they? Jin Dojima also gave his evaluation. Chapter 14, Flawless Cooking. Yuki was now a senior chef, that was the system's official designation. The system's criteria for ranking were incredibly strict, destined to make Yuki a chef with no weaknesses. But in the outside world, it was different. Chef levels were judged by people. Although these people would try their best to ensure fairness and unified standards. People always have biases. No matter how much they try to control it, biases still exist. Yuki's dish was judged as 3rd class mainly because other aspects held it back. Otherwise, with Yuki's fire control, never mind 3rd class, even a special class chef would have to bow down. Hearing the evaluations from Jin Dojima and the others, Yuki was already very satisfied. After all, making a dish that surpassed one's own level was an extremely difficult feat. In the world of food wars, chefs generally had their own signature dishes. These were the dishes they were best at, capable of ensuring minimal errors or even allowing for exceptional performance. After all, people aren't machines, even machines make mistakes, let alone humans. A 3rd class chef, performing poorly, might only produce a senior level dish. This wasn't uncommon. The dish Yuki made now wasn't a signature dish, yet it was far more terrifying than those chef's signature dishes. Most importantly, Yuki's evolving touch made it almost impossible for him to make mistakes. Even Irina Nakiri would have off days. After all, even if she remembered the tastes, the actual execution wasn't so easy. Conversely, Yuki's evolving touch could ensure almost no operational errors. Plus, Yuki also had food honor. It could be said that for Yuki, no matter how many dishes he made, he could achieve 0 mistakes. That's right. With the help of my special ability, my cooking skills have improved very quickly. Although other aspects can't compare to my fire control, they have also reached the senior level. Yuki nodded. Since the system recognized him as a senior chef, it meant he was absolutely the most standard senior chef, with no possibility of any issues. As expected, this special ability has helped you immensely. Even though you've only just awakened it, it already has such an effect. Although Jin Dojima was mentally prepared, he still found it incredible. The improvement brought by Yuki's special ability was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Although he had previously thought Yuki had reached the senior level, he hadn't expected Yuki to be this outrageous. This wasn't just a senior chef, among many senior chefs, Yuki was in the top tier. In fact, if Yuki participated in a competition that primarily tested a chef's fire control skills, even 3rd-class chefs might not be his match. Senior Chef. I remember at Totsuki, generally only the elite 10 can reach this level, right? Alice Nakiri couldn't help but say. Although she had always been at Nakiri International and hadn't studied at Totsuki, she was still very familiar with this family enterprise. She naturally knew what level the Totsuki Elite 10 were at, so Yuki being at the senior chef level now also surprised her a bit. After all, both she and Ryo Kurikiba were still intermediate chefs. Correct. The Elite 10 are basically at the senior chef level. Of course, there are exceptions, like the Golden Age back then. Many of the Elite 10 members at that time reached the third-class level before graduation, so Nakiri nodded. While exceptions existed, they were very few. The standards of the Golden Age couldn't be used as a reference. Then isn't student Yuki already qualified to become one of the Elite 10? Alice Nakiri couldn't help but exclaim. You can't quite put it that way. In a pure culinary skill comparison, I don't think any of the current Elite 10 can compare to Yuki. But the Elite 10 themselves possess special privileges, getting their seats isn't easy. Jin Dojima shook his head. The current Elite 10 were completely different from the Elite 10 of their Golden Age. The Golden Age Elite 10 knew their own culinary skills and were happy to let others challenge them to hone their own skills. So, they didn't set any challenge thresholds. Even though the Elite 10 had high authority, they didn't care about such things. But now, the position of Elite 10 was highly valued. After all, once one became an Elite 10 member, besides having many privileges within the school, one could also use the Elite 10's privileges to do things outside the school. Megumi Tadakoro in the original story was an example. The reason her special ability awakened so quickly was because she used the Elite 10's authority to travel all over the world, instantly expanding her learning scope globally. The power of the Elite 10 was immense, but becoming one was also very difficult. Normally now, one would only have a chance to become an Elite 10 member after the third-year high school students graduated. Otherwise, even if your culinary skills were stronger, if they didn't compete with you, you still couldn't obtain an Elite 10 seat. So, Yuki's current culinary skills had already leaped directly above all the Elite 10 members, but becoming one wasn't easy, unless some fool was willing to directly give up their Elite 10 position. Forget about the Elite 10. Although there are some privileges, there are too many troublesome matters. I don't have the mind to waste time on these things. Yuki himself also shook his head. Honestly, he really didn't care for the status of an Elite 10 member. The only thing that could tempt him was the privilege of not needing to attend classes. As for other privileges, he didn't need them. And becoming an Elite 10 member also meant becoming part of Totsuki's management. Yuki wasn't good at that, nor was he interested. Especially now that the system had awakened, all he wanted to do was continuously improve his culinary skills, that was it. Your personality is quite similar to an old friend of mine. That guy also has zero interest in power at all, just runs around the world all day long, Jin Dojima said with a smile. He saw a shadow of his old friend in Yuki. After hearing Jin Dojima's words, Yuki naturally knew who he was talking about. Dojima was referring to Joichiro Yukihira. That guy indeed roamed all over the world and had the title of Wandering Chef. But it was precisely because he didn't care about these things and constantly learned various techniques worldwide that Joichiro Yukihira had now become a special class chef, standing at the pinnacle of the culinary world. As for Jin Dojima, although he wasn't as good as Joichiro Yukihira from the start, he could still win against Joichiro in competitions during their student days. Although he lost more often, he had at least won, and it wasn't because Joichiro was holding back. But now, a huge gap already existed between the two of them. Chapter 15, Developing the Evolving Touch. No ambition, huh? Hearing this, Sonakiri frowned. A lack of ambition could be both a good and a bad thing. The good part was not having to worry about being backstabbed or usurped after the other party grew stronger. The bad part was that it made recruitment more troublesome. Such a person was destined not to be brought under one's wing like Jin Dojima but could only maintain a cooperative relationship, much like with Joichiro Yukihira. Of course, So Nakiri didn't find it exceedingly difficult. After all, while Yuki's personality might prevent complete recruitment, establishing a good relationship was certainly feasible. Let's conclude today's tests here. Regarding your chef rank, I'll contact the WGO later to help you get it certified directly, So Nakiri said. I don't need to take an exam. Hearing this, Yuki was taken aback. Chef rank certification required an examination at a WGO branch, only after passing could one obtain the certificate. The certificate issued by the WGO was highly valued and internationally recognized in the culinary world. This wasn't comparable to the reputation of a Totsuki graduate. The prestige of a Totsuki graduate was mostly limited to Japan. But in the international culinary scene, a WGO certificate was necessary. Yuki truly hadn't expected So Nakiri to bypass the examination process with just a word. We do have some connections at the WGO. Actually, it's not just us, many organizations' chefs don't need to go to a WGO branch for their certification exams. Alice and the others have never been. Of course, this doesn't apply to all chef ranks. First class and special class chefs must be certified at the WGO headquarters, So Nakiri explained. In this regard, they did have some privileges, not only because of the Nakiri family's influence but also because the WGO's sole special class officer was a Nakiri. The WGO wasn't worried about these organizations acting recklessly. After all, the WGO's status was well established. No power would try to push themselves into opposition with the WGO by fabricating a bunch of easily exposed lies. Well, that's certainly convenient. Yuki nodded, though internally he couldn't help but think that privileges were indeed quite useful. While he didn't particularly care for them, sometimes privileges could indeed save a lot of time. Afterward, So Nakiri explained the upcoming development plan for Yuki's evolving touch. Simply put, it was similar to how Irina Nakiri had developed her sense of taste. This was also why Yuki had sought out Jin Dojima, to use Totsuki's resources to help him collect enough ingredients and various seasonings for his evolving touch to memorize. Only in this way could the evolving touch be utilized to its fullest potential. Both Yuki's evolving touch and Irina Nakiri's god tongue required substantial resources to support. Otherwise, developing these abilities would be extremely difficult. Without sufficient influence and financial backing, it would be impossible to gather so many ingredients. The Nakiri family was very proficient in this area. They frequently had members awaken the god tongue, and although each generation with the god tongue had a tough time, often ending tragically, the Nakiri family certainly knew how to nurture a god tongue. Yuki's evolving touch was similar to the god tongue in some ways, so they could draw upon past experience in developing it. Then what do I need to give in return? Yuki asked. So Nakiri had already laid out the benefits, he naturally couldn't just receive them for free. Although Yuki was well aware that the subsequent price would likely be related to the god's tongue, he still had to ask clearly. You don't need to give anything. A favor, a friendship, that's enough. However, So Nakiri's words surprised him somewhat. Although debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay, he had a good idea what this particular debt would entail. It was definitely about the god's tongue. As for that, friendship, it felt a bit vague. It could be said that the Nakiri family was essentially gifting these benefits to Yuki this time. For Yuki, once he matured, solving the god's tongue problem would be very easy, so this favor would be straightforward to repay. Let me be frank with you, Yuki. Your future is destined to be bright. As long as there are no issues with your special ability, you are fated to stand at the pinnacle of the culinary world. At that time, even if you don't care about so-called power and influence, these things will inevitably gravitate towards you. My old friend, though he never deliberately pursued anything, he has many friends all over the world. If he wanted, power and money would come knocking on his door. Right now, Totsuki could indeed offer some bargaining chips while you haven't fully matured, but that wouldn't be a wise approach. Jin Dojima also spoke up. The meaning was clear, the Nakiri family wasn't that short-sighted. Investing in Yuki now could yield some immediate benefits, but compared to the future, choosing the present would undoubtedly be the most foolish move. I understand. After hearing Jin Dojima's words, Yuki nodded. Thinking about it, it made sense. With the talent he currently displayed, he was, in the culinary world, a complete unicorn. As long as the Nakiri family members weren't short-sighted, they would know how to build a good relationship with Yuki. It had to be said, although Yuki knew this approach was about currying favor for future gains, the other party had indeed successfully earned his goodwill. Sometimes, human interaction truly didn't need to be full of schemes. Stating things directly, I know what you need, and I'll tell you what I need, an exchange of benefits while establishing friendship, this was the best choice. At this moment, Yuki, So Nakiri, and Jin Dojima all wore smiles. Undoubtedly, this outcome was highly satisfactory to all three. Mr. Dojima, Ryo-kun and I will also stay at the resort for this period. At this moment, Alice Nakiri spoke up. She also intended to build a good relationship with Yuki here. So Nakiri didn't even need to emphasize it, she herself was interested in Yuki, and she also knew the benefits of having a good relationship with him. So, she didn't plan to return to the Nakiri estate or Totsuki Academy but intended to stay at the resort until school started. In that case, Alice and the others will be in your care. So Nakiri looked at Jin Dojima. He couldn't stay here indefinitely on his trip back, he would return to Nakiri International after a few days at most. Since his daughter had made such a request, he could only entrust them to Jin Dojima. No problem, I'll take good care of them. Jin Dojima nodded. He could also see So Nakiri's intentions and didn't plan to interfere too much in this matter. Chapter 16, The Rejected Challenge. Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba also stayed at the Totsuki resort. This could be considered adapting in advance, as the subsequent stagiaire training would also take place here. During this time, Yuki also saw the molecular gastronomy equipment Alice Nakiri had brought. The original story really wasn't exaggerating at all. Looking at the molecular gastronomy equipment, which resembled a moving wall, Yuki was speechless. Molecular gastronomy was somewhat different from traditional cuisine. While some molecular gastronomy techniques existed within traditional cuisine, the various techniques and concepts of molecular gastronomy had only been fully summarized and separated out in the last few decades. This counted as a brand new culinary concept. However, compared to traditional cuisine, it was like the difference between a seedling and a towering tree. Although more and more chefs in the international culinary world were engaging with molecular gastronomy, the system itself was still too young and couldn't shake the foundations of the traditional culinary system. Alice Nakiri was the best example. She had achieved many outstanding accomplishments at Nakiri International. At the age of 9, she dominated international molecular gastronomy competitions held in several countries. By 10, she already held 45 patents, along with a series of other achievements. Logically speaking, this resume was already very impressive. But after returning to Totsuki with such achievements, let alone making the Elite 10, Alice couldn't even be considered number 1 among those below the Elite 10. Just among the first-year students in the original story, Soma Yukihira, Ryo Kurikiba, and Akira Hayama were all more outstanding than her. Although Alice Nakiri's achievements were impressive on paper, they were heavily inflated. Yuki also planned to learn a bit about Alice's molecular gastronomy. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in molecular gastronomy itself, but rather in some of the cooking techniques within it. While many exquisite molecular dishes required special equipment, there were still many techniques worth learning. Yuki wasn't the type to work in isolation, he was very willing to receive external information and learn these techniques. With food honor as his cheat, Yuki's speed in learning these techniques would be lightning fast. It could be said he was now a walking cheat code. Yuki, are you also interested in molecular gastronomy? Seeing Yuki looking at her cooking equipment with great interest and occasionally asking her about some molecular gastronomy knowledge, Alice Nakiri was quite surprised. After all, many traditional chefs viewed this new field of molecular gastronomy as unorthodox. Having studied molecular gastronomy for so many years, she had encountered many traditional chefs who looked down on it. She herself knew very well that molecular gastronomy currently couldn't compare to traditional cuisine, and that her achievements were heavily inflated. But in her view, the future of molecular gastronomy was very bright. It had only been a few decades since the concept was fully proposed. Comparing molecular gastronomy to traditional cuisine was indeed a bit unfair. It was like asking an infant to fight a king of special forces soldiers. Unless the infant was Kryptonian, the outcome of the match would have no suspense. Yuki was one of the very few people interested in molecular gastronomy, which made Alice Nakiri feel as if she had found a kindred spirit. A little interested. Molecular gastronomy itself was separated from the traditional cooking system and later became its own field. There are many techniques within it that can be used in cooking, Yuki said. We can talk about that later. Your name is Yuki, right? Let's have a match. Just as Alice Nakiri was about to speak, Ryo Kurikiba approached, his flame-patterned bandana already wrapped around his forehead. He wanted to compete with Yuki. Although he had already witnessed Yuki's culinary skills and knew he wasn't Yuki's match, competing against such a master would be beneficial for his growth. In the original story, after he met Akira Hayama and Soma Yukihira, they would hang out almost every day, learning from each other and competing, rapidly improving their culinary skills through this method. I refuse. However, the moment Ryo Kurikiba's words fell, Yuki directly refused. He had read the original story and naturally knew what Ryo Kurikiba was up to. But he wasn't just sitting around with nothing to do. Why should he waste time competing with Ryo Kurikiba? He wouldn't gain anything from competing with this guy, so there was no need to waste time on it. He wasn't like Soma Yukihira and those guys. He had his own methods of improvement. Although a suitable opponent could also accelerate his improvement, that suitable opponent was clearly not Ryo Kurikiba. These words instantly stunned Ryo Kurikiba. Although he really wanted to compete with Yuki, if the other party didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. Huh? Why refuse? Ryo Kurikiba asked with a fierce expression. Why agree? You have to give me a reason, Yuki retorted, not coddling the other party at all. Ryo Kurikiba's personality might have some appeal in manga and anime, but in reality, he was a bona fide psycho. Ryo-kun, if Yuki doesn't agree, then forget it. Alice Nakiri interjected, trying to persuade him. Although she knew she might not be able to fully convince him, with Yuki refusing, Ryo Kurikiba had no other options. Yuki's question, coupled with Alice Nakiri's persuasion, deflated the somewhat fired-up Ryo Kurikiba. He really couldn't find a suitable reason. And he couldn't just resort to physical threats, especially not here at the Totsuki resort. Helplessly, Ryo Kurikiba, simmering with frustration, could only remove his bandana. After removing his bandana, Ryo Kurikiba looked like a beached fish, completely listless, but the unwillingness in his eyes was almost overflowing. Yuki, I'm really sorry, Ryo-kun's personality is just like that. He gets a bit aggressive when he wears his bandana, Alice Nakiri apologized. Although it wasn't her who offended Yuki, Ryo Kurikiba was, after all, her attendant. Failing to control her attendant was her problem too. No need to apologize, I haven't lost anything. But he should still be more careful. If he ran into someone with a short fuse, his aggressive attitude might get him beaten up, Yuki said. This wasn't a joke. Although society now was governed by law, people were still different. If Ryo encountered someone with a bad temper and strong fighting ability, his pushy attitude might very well lead to a physical confrontation. Chapter 17, Bonus, Alice Nakiri's Assumptions. An unexpected haul. Yuki didn't try to hide his words from Ryo Kurikiba, and Ryo naturally heard them. However, Ryo didn't take them to heart. He himself knew very well that his attitude was annoying. He'd even been in situations like Yuki described before. When that happened, either he beat the other person up, or they beat him up. It wasn't a big deal either way. After all, Ryo Kurikiba believed in the law of the jungle, if he wasn't someone's match, getting beaten was his own fault. Alice Nakiri was also very aware of this. However, because Rio was her attendant, most people wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. "Milady, if there's nothing else, I'll head back and rest." Seeing that Yuki had no intention of competing, Rio Kurikiba decided to leave. After he left, Yuki asked Alice Nakiri about some molecular gastronomy techniques. He planned to learn these techniques first and then see if he could incorporate them into his own cooking. As for Alice Nakiri, with someone willing to ask her about these things, she naturally didn't hesitate to share these techniques with Yuki. She hadn't forgotten her father's earlier words about building a good relationship with Yuki. "By the way, can I take a look at those 7 knives you used earlier?" After discussing molecular gastronomy, Alice Nakiri also asked about the 7-star knives. She had been quite envious when she saw Yuki using them earlier. "Of course, you can. But be careful when you handle them, the 7-star knives are heavier and sharper than normal knives." Yuki naturally didn't refuse. Alice Nakiri had taught him so many techniques, just looking at the 7-star knives was no big deal. It wasn't like she was going to steal his set of knives. Watching Yuki take out the 7-star knives, Alice Nakiri's eyes lit up as she leaned in closer. "I didn't notice from afar, but up close, these knives look absolutely perfect. Although there are many perfectly designed knives on the market, those aren't really suitable for cooking." Alice Nakiri couldn't help but praise as she looked at the 7 knives. Though the 7-star knives had no ornate patterns, the color of the blades and their perfect form made it impossible to look away upon first sight. Coupled with having seen Yuki use this set before, Alice Nakiri knew very well that these knives weren't just flawless in appearance, they were also perfectly practical. They were truly a chef's dream tool. Thanks to Yuki's warning, Alice Nakiri was very careful when handling them. However, she clearly felt that the 7-star knives were heavier than normal knives. While this extra weight didn't make them unusable for her, it would make mastering them much more difficult. "Even cutting through a wooden board, I can barely feel any resistance. If this accidentally cut someone." Looking at how the knife sank into the solid wood cutting board with almost no effort on her part, Alice Nakiri's gaze towards the 7-star knives changed. If these knives cut wood so easily, cutting a human body would be like slicing through tofu. That roast chicken earlier was the best example. Thinking of this, Alice Nakiri didn't dare to experiment with the 7-star knives anymore. The abnormal weight combined with their heaven-defying sharpness meant that using such knives also required a strong mental fortitude. At this moment, Alice Nakiri admired Yuki even more. She knew his special ability had only awakened a few days ago. To use this set of 7-star knives as skillfully as Yuki had during his earlier cooking, even with the help of a special ability, it would be impossible to reach that level in such a short time. So, she had already imagined scenes of Yuki training hard over the years, trying to master this set of 7-star knives. Honestly, the fact that Yuki didn't seem to have any scars or nicks on him seemed like incredibly good luck to her. If Yuki knew what Alice Nakiri was imagining, he would have found it amusing. It wasn't really Alice's fault for conjuring up such images. Mainly, no one could imagine that Yuki had only just obtained this set of knives a short while ago. Just as Alice Nakiri thought, mastering the 7-star knives was no easy feat. Even with the aid of a super sense of touch, it would still take a considerable amount of time. The reason Yuki could reach such a level in just a few days was all thanks to food honor. Food honor was an incredibly dominant skill. While its upper limit might not be higher than evolving touch, for now, his evolving touch certainly couldn't compare to food honor. That's why I said you need to be careful when using the 7-star knives. Otherwise, whether you injure yourself or others, the consequences will be very serious. Yuki nodded. With that level of sharpness, it would be normal for someone to lose a few body parts. Yuki, you should take them back. These knives really aren't for normal people to use. Alice Nakiri didn't try the 7-star knives again, she was also afraid of losing a few parts of herself. After chatting a bit more, Yuki left. After all, Alice Nakiri and her companion were tired from their journey, and he also had his own things to do, so they parted ways. After returning to his room, Yuki began to fish. That's right, he hadn't used his small bait for the day yet. Although the small bait hadn't yielded anything good since he caught the 7-star knives, he couldn't just not use it. This small bait couldn't be used to synthesize large bait either, so Yuki decided to use it up. I finally caught something good. Yuki looked at what he had fished out from the fishing space with pleasant surprise. With the small bait, apart from catching the 7-star knives the first time, the other catches had been very ordinary, like a common spatula, or a pound of regular rice. It made Yuki feel like his luck had been completely used up before. He hadn't expected to catch something good at this moment. This time, what Yuki fished out was a piece of beef, 10 kilograms of white-haired Cinderella beef. It might seem like just a 10-kilogram piece of beef, but this wasn't just any cow. This type of cow was called white-haired Cinderella beef, an ingredient from the world of Toriko. Although its capture level was less than 1, that was in the world of Toriko, a world teeming with gourmet ingredients. In the world of food wars, white-haired Cinderella beef would absolutely be a top-tier ingredient, bar none. So, catching such a good item this time was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Chapter 18, Beef that made everyone drool. White-haired Cinderella beef, capture level below 1. In the world of Toriko, it primarily came from large breeding farms. Although wild ones existed, there wasn't much difference. In fact, the farm-raised ones often tasted better. These cows had an average body length of about 3.5 meters, stood 1.8 meters tall, and generally weighed around 2.5 tons. The piece of meat Yuki obtained was pork belly, beef belly. For beef, the belly cut wasn't typically considered the best, but white-haired Cinderella beef was completely different. The belly portion of white-haired Cinderella beef was rich in collagen, not only boasting an excellent texture but also having beautifying effects. It was rumored that those who ate this meat would have skin as beautiful as Cinderella's, making it highly popular among women. Yuki didn't care about this. Compared to the so-called beauty effects, he was more interested in just how delicious this meat was. Although he was quite tempted, Yuki didn't immediately take it out to cook. After all, this was still the Totsuki resort. White-haired Cinderella beef didn't exist in this world. To be on the safe side, Yuki chose to go out. There were quite a few markets around the Totsuki resort, so he planned to take a stroll. That way, even if the meat was noticed, he could make an excuse that he bought it outside. This wasn't being overly cautious. Yuki considered that this was meat from the world of Toriko. Although he had never eaten meat from Toriko, its overpowering aroma might attract others. Yuki couldn't completely seal in the aroma, so he used this method. Anyway, others wouldn't know this meat appeared out of thin air. When the time came, he could just shift the blame, letting anyone curious about the meat stake out the markets. Once he returned to Totsuki and was at the Polar Star dormitory, eating such ingredients wouldn't be a problem. The Polar Star dormitory's location at Totsuki was quite remote. After wandering outside for a bit, Yuki cut off about 2 kilograms of beef from the piece in his space, then brought it back to the Totsuki resort and headed straight for the kitchen. He couldn't wait to taste the deliciousness of this meat. With 2 kilograms of beef, Yuki didn't plan to use just one cooking method. Taking out his 7-star knives, Yuki cut the meat. Part of it was cut into chunks, intended for braised beef. This was the belly portion, so it was indeed very suitable for braising. Another part was sliced. Yuki planned to try making that double-cooked pork dish from the world of Cooking Master Boy. That dish was made by Mao when facing Alcan. At that time, Mao used the Spring Restaurant's secret fire control technique, the divine art of fire control. Secret techniques in the world of Cooking Master Boy weren't exclusive to the Dark Cooking Society, other families and factions also had them. The Spring Restaurant's secret technique was the divine art of fire control. Although it couldn't compare to Alcan's Inferno, the advantage of a secret technique was that it could be passed down, whereas Alcan's Inferno might not be. That talent wouldn't necessarily be inherited by his descendants. Yuki didn't know the divine art of fire control, but he had Inferno. Whatever the divine art of fire control could do, Inferno could definitely do, as Inferno was an ability superior to it. After preparing the various ingredients, Yuki once again activated his Inferno ability. The fire safety system in the kitchen he was currently in had been turned off. This was his exclusive kitchen. There was no choice. When Yuki cooked using Inferno, others simply couldn't stay in the same kitchen with him. Short periods were fine, but over a longer time, other chefs couldn't stand the high temperatures. Chefs themselves have some resistance to high temperatures, being in hot kitchens all day. But Yuki's heat clearly exceeded their tolerance. So, Yuki's kitchen was exclusively his. During the trial period, the fire safety systems were all off, and only he was inside. As the flames rose, the temperature in the entire kitchen began to climb rapidly. And as Yuki cooked, a rich aroma started to spread in all directions. Just as Yuki had thought earlier, the aroma released when cooking white-haired Cinderella beef was extremely rich, incomparable to ordinary meat. Furthermore, both the double-cooked beef and braised beef Yuki was making had very intense aromas, causing the scent to spread over a very wide area. As the aroma continued to spread, most of the people strolling outside, working in the buildings, or resting were attracted by this scent. What a fragrant smell! It's past mealtime, isn't it? Is the Totsuki Resort developing some new dish again? Many guests attracted by the aroma began to guess if the Totsuki Resort was researching some brand new cuisine. The smell is coming from over there, let's go take a look. People from outside and inside the building soon gathered near the kitchen. However, because the kitchens here weren't open to the public, tourists couldn't enter. Moreover, Yuki's kitchen was his exclusive one, even staff couldn't just casually enter. Seeing more and more guests gathering outside, to prevent an incident, the staff could only report to their superiors. Soon, even Jin Dojima was alerted. When he arrived at the scene, he also smelled the enticing aroma. He too was very surprised, as this was a scent he had never smelled before. It felt like beef, but also somewhat different. Although he didn't know what Yuki was doing inside, Jin Dojima knew very well that he had to resolve the current situation first. Head Chef Dojima, are you guys researching some new dish again? Please, I must have a portion, right now. Upon seeing Jin Dojima, some guests couldn't hold back anymore. If it weren't the Totsuki Resort, he would have already barged into the kitchen for such an enticing aroma. Everyone, we are not researching any new dishes. This kitchen is the dedicated kitchen of a chef who is currently interning here. Jin Dojima was also helpless. He didn't want to casually make promises to the guests here, as he didn't know what Yuki was up to. Moreover, Yuki was still a student, he was only here at the Totsuki Resort to learn, he would still return to Totsuki when school started. Under Jin Dojima's explanation, the guests eventually had to disperse reluctantly. However, before leaving, they repeatedly urged Dojima and other staff members to inform them immediately if there really was any new dish. Watching the departing guests, Jin Dojima also breathed a sigh of relief. He dismissed most of the staff, leaving only a few to stand guard, while he himself directly entered the kitchen. He was very curious about what exactly Yuki was doing. Chapter 19, Bonus, The Astonishing Double-Cooked Beef. Uncle Dojima, things outside should have quieted down by now, right? Seeing Jin Dojima walk into the kitchen, Yuki, who was still cooking, asked. You knew what was happening outside, kid? What on earth are you making? This aroma is incredible. Jin Dojima couldn't help but ask after sniffing the fragrance lingering in the air. The aroma he smelled outside was already rich enough, inside, it was even more enticing. Well, with all that commotion outside, it's hard not to know. This is a special piece of meat I happened to find at the market outside today. Yuki began to explain. He naturally knew what was going on outside. Although the sense he had enhanced was touch, not hearing, food honor also provided some boost to all 5 senses, just not to an exaggerated degree. Even while cooking, he was clearly aware of the commotion outside. As for whether being distracted would cause problems with the dish, there was no need to worry. With food honor, he could easily multitask, even handling 3 or 4 things at once. Meat bought at the market? What kind of meat is this? Jin Dojima was somewhat surprised. Observing the dish Yuki was cooking, he could tell that the meat hadn't been treated with any improper additives, he was certain of that. According to the seller, it's beef. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Yuki said, basically playing dumb. After all, he couldn't keep producing this ingredient. The small bait was proving to be rather unreliable. When it hit, it yielded great things like the 7-star knives and white-haired Cinderella beef, but other times, it just pulled up useless items. Beef? Hearing this, Jin Dojima was even more puzzled. Although the meat had already been used by Yuki for cooking, some characteristics were still visible. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like beef. When I first got it, I also thought there was something off. It's completely different from the beef we usually see. But my evolving touch told me there's nothing wrong with this meat. As Yuki said this, Jin Dojima nodded. If Yuki's evolving touch deemed it okay, then it truly was fine. After all, Yuki's evolving touch was on par with Irina Nakiri's God's tongue. If there were any issues with this meat, it absolutely wouldn't escape his senses. Just by touching it, Yuki's evolving touch could easily detect any abnormalities within the ingredient. Soon, Yuki finished cooking. By the time Jin Dojima arrived, Yuki's cooking was already in its final stages, he was just adding the finishing touches. Looking at the 2 dishes before him, Yuki couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly useful the Inferno ability was. Not only did it make him unbeatable in fire control, but it even accelerated his cooking. That's right, Yuki spent far less time cooking than other chefs, all thanks to Inferno. No matter what dish he was preparing, Yuki could heat it in the most aggressive way possible. This was something other chefs wouldn't dare to do. Therefore, Yuki could save a massive amount of time in this stage and still ensure it was done perfectly. After preparing the 2 dishes, Yuki invited Jin Dojima to taste them. Looking at the 2 dishes before him, and considering he had nothing else planned for the evening, Jin Dojima simply had someone bring over a bottle of wine. As for Yuki, he naturally stuck to drinking a soft drink. After all, his age was a factor, and Jin Dojima wouldn't let him drink alcohol. Besides, Yuki wasn't interested in alcohol, he wouldn't drink it even if allowed. Jin Dojima looked at the 2 dishes before him and eagerly took a bite. His first chopsticks went for the double-cooked beef. The moment the double-cooked meat entered his mouth, an explosion of flavor, like a volcanic eruption, burst upon his taste buds. This dish had pushed Yuki's fire control to its absolute limit. That fiery texture, just 1 bite, and Jin Dojima was completely stunned. Beyond that, there was the deliciousness of the white-haired Cinderella beef. This ingredient didn't exist in this world, leading Jin Dojima to even doubt if it was truly beef after just 1 bite. In terms of texture, it was indeed very similar to beef, yet also somewhat different. But regardless, the taste of this meat was outrageously good. Even though Jin Dojima had eaten the top-tier ingredients of this world, in front of this beef, those so-called top-tier ingredients lost all their color. There was no helping it, this was the power of ingredients from the world of Toriko. Even if its capture level was below 1, this ingredient was not something Food Wars could compare to. At this moment, Yuki also tasted the deliciousness of the white-haired Cinderella beef. Then, he and Jin Dojima began a battle for the meat. Although Yuki still had white-haired Cinderella beef in his fishing space, and with a continuous supply of small bait, he still had chances to get more such meat. This was Yuki's first time eating it. There were only 2 dishes in total. Though the portions were generous, both Yuki's and Jin Dojima's appetites were quite astonishing. This amount of meat, never mind 2 people, 1 person could easily finish it off. Convincing. The next day, Yuki went to the market, though he just wandered around by himself. Upon returning, he told Jin Dojima he couldn't find the person. Jin Dojima was somewhat disappointed by this, but he didn't lose heart. Instead, after having Yuki describe the person's appearance, he sent others to keep an eye on the market. Yuki, meanwhile, returned to his normal study routine, also using a small bait for fishing once each day. However, catching good things wasn't so easy. Compared to catching special ingredients like white-haired Cinderella beef, most of the time he caught rather useless items. As time passed, a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Yuki had also made quite a name for himself at the Totsuki resort, earning the nickname Inferno Chef. This title primarily came from the fact that he had named his own special ability, Inferno, so others simply used his ability as his moniker, eventually settling on Inferno Chef. This title was recognized by almost all the resort's guests and staff, mainly because the dishes Yuki made were so distinctive, as if they were branded. Yuki's specialty was Asian cuisine. Although there were many chefs at the resort who specialized in Asian cuisine, Yuki's dishes had a unique characteristic: they were extremely fiery. Because Yuki often used his Inferno ability when preparing dishes, the resulting food had a unique, explosive flavor, such that anyone who tasted it could immediately recognize it as his creation. News about Yuki's special ability gradually spread, so Yuki received a lot of attention during this period. Many guests who came to the Totsuki resort were specifically there for his dishes. Especially in the last few days, the number of guests at the resort was incredibly high, the customer service phone lines were nearly overwhelmed. After all, the resort had publicly stated Yuki's situation: he was only interning at the resort and would return to school when the term began. So, as the start of school approached, the resort was packed to capacity. Yuki welcomed all comers. After all, such high-intensity cooking was beneficial for his improvement. It was precisely because of this that, besides the title, Inferno Chef, Yuki also had another nickname, Stamina Monster. His stamina seemed endless, as if it would never run out. If it were any other chef, such high-intensity cooking would have them exhausted and collapsed after a day or two at most. But Yuki managed to maintain this pace for a whole month, which truly earned him the monster label. During this time, Ryo Kurikiba had even tried to compete with Yuki. Although Yuki didn't plan to have a match with him, Ryo could try to compete with Yuki in other aspects. But in the end, Ryo Kurikiba was so thoroughly outclassed he was left speechless. This state of affairs lasted less than a week before Ryo Kurikiba gave up. Yuki was simply out of his league in every aspect. Alice Nakiri was also very surprised by this. After all, to demoralize Ryo Kurikiba to such an extent was indeed quite incredible. It was the first time she had seen Ryo so crushed. Your internship ends tomorrow, and you'll be returning to life at Totsuki. How has this period felt? During a meal, Jin Dojima looked at the three of them and asked. It's been great, very fulfilling. Although it was busy, my cooking skills improved quickly. With a little more time, I should be able to reach the third-class chef level. Yuki said with a smile. He had experienced the feeling of being a top student. Because effort yielded results, he completely ignored the hardship involved. In the face of such gains, any hardship could be directly disregarded. That's by your standards. Actually, with your current culinary skills, you could already be considered a third-class chef. Jin Dojima shook his head. He found that Yuki's standards for himself were very strict. Yuki felt quite helpless about this. Whether he was a third-class chef or not wasn't determined by external judgment, but by the system. His standard was the system's standard. Only by gaining the system's recognition could he obtain growth bait. Otherwise, as Jin Dojima said, he could indeed already be considered a third-class chef, all thanks to the help of Food Honor and Evolving Touch. The development of his Evolving Touch also progressed very smoothly with Totsuki's support. A large quantity of ingredients from all over the world was continuously shipped over, supplementing Yuki's tactile database. Previously, he lacked sufficient knowledge accumulation, so even if he used his Evolving Touch to analyze dishes, while he could identify how many different ingredients and seasonings there were, he couldn't recognize them all. But now, although Yuki wouldn't dare say he could analyze every dish and secret recipe in the world, he could definitely analyze over 99% of them. Of course, the most crucial element was still food honor. Although food honor itself didn't improve very quickly, the enhancements it provided allowed his other aspects to improve rapidly. Yuki also used food honor to quickly shore up his weaknesses. Soon, he would be able to meet the system standard for a third-class chef. It could only be said that the system standards were high. Yuki estimated that if the international culinary world also adopted this standard, many third-class chefs would probably be demoted back to the senior chef level. Only a stamina monster like you would find it fulfilling. But in turning here for a while, my cooking skills have indeed improved faster than when I was at Nikiri International, Alice Nikiri grumbled, then had to admit that such high-pressure practical training was indeed very effective for honing skills. Previously, at Nikiri International, although she participated in various activities and competitions, she had never actually worked in a real restaurant. That's normal. High-pressure training is the best way to stimulate potential. And you three have also experienced the next two special courses in advance, so to speak, Jin Dojima said with a smile. The training camp and the stagiaire, right? As a Nikiri, Alice Nikiri knew what Jin Dojima was talking about. Not just her, actually, most Totsuki students knew. After all, every batch of students had to go through these special assessments. However, they could only know the general content, the specific details were adjusted every year and were full of uncertainties. This internship at the Totsuki Resort was equivalent to combining the training camp and the stagiaire. Of course, experiencing it in advance merely accelerated their growth. With their culinary skills, they had no need to worry about such assessments. Chapter 21, Yuki's Privilege, the Large Bates Hall. That's right. You three have essentially experienced those two assessments in advance. Of course, you'll still need to go through them later, but for you, such assessments will just be a formality. Jin Dojima smiled. Regarding their culinary skills, Yuki was in a league of his own, no one in the current Elite 10 was his match. Even if he were placed in their golden age, Dojima and Joichiro Yukihira from that era wouldn't dare say they could beat Yuki. So, Yuki was already invincible at Totsuki. Dojima couldn't even imagine what Yuki would be like after graduating from 3 years at Totsuki. In 3 years, he suspected Yuki might even become a first-class or even a special-class chef. As for the other two, while they couldn't compare to Yuki, both Alice Nikiri and Ryo Kurikiba were already very close to the senior chef level. As long as they weren't compared to a monster like Yuki, they were geniuses among geniuses. By the way, Uncle Dojima, could you do me a favor and arrange a special privilege for me? At this moment, Yuki suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the attention of the other three was drawn to him. A privilege? What kind of privilege do you want? Jin Dojima asked, somewhat curious. The privilege of not attending classes at Totsuki. Uncle Dojima, you know my situation. Instead of going to classes, I'd rather train on my own. Yuki explained. It wasn't that Totsuki's teachers could no longer teach him, in fact, many of Totsuki's teachers were very skilled, and he could learn a lot from them. But these things definitely couldn't be learned in a classroom. After all, in class, teachers needed to consider the entire class's situation and couldn't just set Yuki as the standard. Keep in mind, most of the current first-year high school students at Totsuki were still junior chefs. Only a few had reached the intermediate chef level. Yuki, according to current international standards, was already a third-class chef. The gap was too large. After all, third-class chef was a level that many Elite 10 graduates only reached several years after graduation. Yuki had already reached this level just as he was entering high school, so attending classes would just be a waste of time for him. Indeed. Given your situation, it's better for you to seek private instruction from these professors than to attend classes. I'll take care of this for you. Jin Dojima stated that this was a small matter. Although only the Elite 10 had the privilege of not attending classes at Totsuki, he just needed to contact his director. It was only adding a small privilege, it wouldn't affect anything. After all, Totsuki belonged to the Nakiri family. As for whether other Elite 10 members would be dissatisfied, that was no problem at all for Jin Dojima. While the Elite 10 held great power at Totsuki and were part of the management, in his eyes, it was just kids playing house. So, there was no need to consider what the Elite 10 might think. If they were really dissatisfied, let them go find Yuki themselves. Facing Yuki, these Elite 10 members would just be chopped liver, unable to stir up any trouble. Mr. Dojima, then can we also? Hearing this, Alice Nakiri couldn't sit still either, but as soon as she spoke, Jin Dojima directly rejected her. Yuki can have this privilege because his culinary skills are already off the charts. Right now, never mind students in your year, even the third-year Elite 10 members are no match for Yuki. As for you two, you haven't even reached the senior chef level yet. Such culinary skills don't meet the standard for enjoying privileges. Jin Dojima shook his head. To enjoy privileges, one needed to demonstrate sufficient ability, otherwise, even if Alice Nakiri was the young lady of the Nakiri family, she wouldn't receive too much preferential treatment at Totsuki. After all, the current director of Totsuki was Senzama Nakiri, Alice's grandfather. If he didn't give the green light, Alice naturally couldn't enjoy such privileges. Is that so? Then forget it. I'll earn any privileges myself. Although Alice Nakiri was somewhat disappointed, she wasn't dissatisfied. As Jin Dojima said, her culinary skills hadn't yet reached the standard for enjoying privileges. After dinner, everyone went back to pack their things and rest. Yuki also took stock of his gains during this period. These gains were all from fishing, but not many were useful. Among the useful items caught with small bait, besides the earlier 7-star knives and white-haired Cinderella beef, there was also a constant temperature salmon and a few almond cabbages. As for the rest, they were either ordinary kitchen utensils or ingredients, or just some junk. Yuki had long since discarded these things from the fishing space. Besides small bait, Yuki had also obtained one large bait. Large bait could only be obtained once a month. Previously, using a large bait, Yuki had fished out the Inferno special ability. So, when he received the large bait this time, Yuki was very excited and expectant. As it turned out, the large bait didn't disappoint him. A few days ago, Yuki used the large bait to fish out a secret technique. This secret technique originated from the world of Cooking Master Boy, called the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / the very same dark secret technique Leon used when he returned to the Spring Restaurant. Don't underestimate this just because it's a secret technique and seems applicable only to large animals. The things contained within this secret technique were quite useful. This secret technique contained a wealth of knife skills. After all, to dissect a bull so precisely couldn't be accomplished with just one cut. The Raging Bull Blue Dragon / secret technique had considerably high requirements for physical fitness and power exertion techniques. Strictly speaking, Yuki's physical fitness was insufficient to perform this move. But Yuki had food honor. Although his physical fitness was a bit lacking, food honor could erase this gap. Yuki could use food honor to reduce the stamina consumption of using the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / and even use food honor to optimize it. Besides the requirements for physical fitness and power exertion techniques, there were two other crucial aspects to mastering the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / The first was understanding the ingredients. For Leon to easily dissect a bull, he had to have a thorough understanding of that bull, which required extensive practical experience. Secondly, there was knife skill. Even with sufficiently strong physical fitness and a thorough understanding of the ingredients, knife technique was still an issue. Never mind different ingredients, even among bulls, to dissect different bulls to the point of not shedding a single drop of blood, the position and force of the cuts needed to be adjusted. Therefore, the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / secret technique contained numerous knife techniques. Only by mastering these knife techniques could one master this secret technique. It could only be said that it was worthy of being called a secret technique. It might look like it was done in an instant, but it required a vast amount of time to learn, and also sufficient talent. This was why only a very few people in the world of Cooking Master Boy could master secret techniques. Chapter 22, The Polar Star Dorm Members' Reaction. For Yuki, the Raging Bull Blue Dragon/secret technique could be used not only to dissect bulls but also other ingredients. How it was used depended on the person. It wasn't that this move could only be used to cut bulls. It could be said that the benefits brought by this secret technique were immense for Yuki. He could even break down this secret technique and use it to teach Megumi Tadokoro. Meanwhile, the members of the Polar Star dormitory had also returned. Megumi. Long time no see. Speaking of which, didn't Yuki come back with you? Yoshino Yuki, upon returning to Polar Star, was very happy to see her friends whom she hadn't seen all vacation. But seeing Megumi Tadokoro without Yuki was somewhat surprising. After all, for the past few years, Yuki and Megumi had almost always returned together. The two were also a publicly acknowledged couple among the Polar Star residents. This time, them not returning together was indeed quite unexpected. True. Yuki and Megumi have always been inseparable. It's strange they didn't come back together this time. The others were also quite surprised. Yuki has been interning at the Totsuki resort during this period, so he wasn't with me. Megumi Tadokoro said with a smile. Although she and Yuki hadn't seen each other for a while, they basically talked on the phone every day, so she knew what Yuki's situation was. She knew very well that Yuki had gone to the Totsuki resort to study after awakening his special ability. So he went to the Totsuki resort. Wait, Megumi, where did you say he went? Suddenly, Yoshino Yuki froze on the spot, looking at Megumi Tadokoro with disbelief. It wasn't just her, everyone else also looked astonished. It's the Totsuki resort where we'll be going for our training camp later. Seeing everyone's expressions, Megumi Tadokoro nodded, confirming she hadn't misspoken. She wasn't surprised by their shocked looks because she herself had been very surprised when she first found out. After all, not just anyone could get into the Totsuki resort. Although everyone knew Yuki had some connection with Jin Dojima, even with such a connection, pulling strings to get in shouldn't be that easy, right? How? That's the Totsuki resort. Is Yuki Mr. Dojima's illegitimate son or something? That's the only way it makes sense. Yoshino Yuki's imagination began to run wild. And the crucial thing was, after she said it, everyone else even found it somewhat reasonable. The Totsuki resort was a super high-class resort, its standards were clear. It was impossible for them to just let someone in through connections. That would only tarnish the resort's reputation. Unless the connection was extremely strong, like Alice Nakiri's, who was the young lady of the Nakiri family. The Totsuki resort, to put it bluntly, was also one of the Nakiri family's enterprises. You guys, stop imagining things. Yuki is not Mr. Dojima's illegitimate son. Yuki awakened a special ability, a very powerful one, which is why he was able to intern at the Totsuki resort. Megumi Tadokoro refuted everyone's claims and then told them that Yuki had awakened a special ability. Awakened a special ability? This time, the one who exclaimed was no longer Yoshino Yuki, but Fumio Daimado on the side. Everyone present understood what a special ability was, but in terms of understanding them, Fumio Daimado definitely knew more than the others. That's right. Yuki told me the special ability he awakened is called Inferno. Megumi Tadokoro told everyone the name of the special ability Yuki had awakened. Inferno. Why does that name sound familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Ryoko Sakaki frowned, the name sounded familiar to her. I see. That incredibly famous Inferno chef from the Totsuki resort recently, that's Yuki. I thought it was just someone with the same name. At this moment, Satoshi Ishiki finally remembered. Recently, the Inferno chef at the Totsuki resort had been causing quite a stir. I remember now too. So that Inferno chef they were talking about was Yuki. Hearing Satoshi Ishiki's words, the others also reacted. It wasn't that they were slow-witted, it was just that they had never connected Yuki with that person. After all, how old was Yuki? They were all just first-year high school students. It was like you're attending classes normally, and then one day you suddenly see news that a very famous person at some well-known company has made an astonishing achievement. There's someone in your class with the same name, but would you really equate the person in your class with that famous individual? Yet, that was exactly Yuki's situation now. So, after realizing this, everyone found it incredibly unbelievable. So, that means Yuki's culinary skills. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Yuki's culinary skills must have skyrocketed, otherwise, he couldn't have achieved such a feat. Yuki already told me. Not long after awakening his special ability, he reached the senior chef level. And he's also been recognized by the WGO, his certificate has already been updated. Just as everyone was guessing, Megumi Tadakoro added. Senior chef. That's wonderful. Fumio Daimato's eyes also lit up. She was naturally the happiest to hear this news. After all, she was wholeheartedly trying to restore the Polar Star Dormitory to its golden age glory. But after so many years, she hadn't succeeded. This time, she was actually the most optimistic. Although Polar Star still only had one Elite 10 member in Satoshi Ishiki. The others were, after all, a year younger than Satoshi. Their potential was not weak. When they all matured, perhaps they could truly recreate the glory of the Golden Age. Now, hearing that Yuki had also become a senior chef, wasn't he a prime candidate for the Elite 10? How could she not be happy? Senior chef, huh? So Yuki already has culinary skills at the Elite 10 level. It's a pity Yuki didn't awaken his special ability sooner. Zenji Marui's words received everyone's agreement. That's right, if he had awakened his special ability earlier, Yuki could have participated in the battle for the Elite 10 seats. At that time, there were several vacant Elite 10 seats, Yuki could definitely have secured one. But now, the Elite 10 seats were all occupied. As long as the current holders weren't idiots, they wouldn't give up their positions. So, even if Yuki was stronger than them, it was useless. To obtain an Elite 10 seat, either someone had to go crazy and put their seat up for a Shokyuchi, or they would have to wait until the current third years graduated. Megumi, when is Yuki coming back? Yoshino Yuki couldn't help but ask. She was somewhat impatient to see just how strong Yuki's culinary skills were now. Chapter 23, Return to Polar Star. Alice Nakiri joins the dorm. It should be in the next day or two. And Yuki also said he wants to introduce 2 new friends to us. Megumi Tadakoro informed everyone of the time frame, though she wasn't entirely sure of the specifics. Just like that, the day of Yuki's return arrived. As for the 2 new friends Yuki wanted to introduce to everyone, they were, of course, Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba. Normally, given Alice Nakiri's status, she should have been staying in the Nakiri family's residential area. Yes, the Nakiri family also had a residential area within Totsuki Academy. However, upon learning that Yuki lived in the Polar Star dormitory, and that Jin Dojima had also come from Polar Star, Alice Nakiri's interest was piqued. After learning a bit about Polar Star's situation, Alice Nakiri decided she wanted to move in. As for Ryo Kurikiba, he also followed suit. Polar Star was built in such a place. It's really out of the way. On the road to Polar Star within Totsuki Academy, Alice Nakiri was quite surprised by the dormitory's location. Although she had learned about Polar Star before, it was mostly about its past. She had no idea about Polar Star's location. Regarding Totsuki Academy, Alice only knew about its system and some course content, so she was somewhat surprised now. The location of Polar Star could be described as quite remote. If not for the road leading to it, she would have suspected they had taken a wrong turn. There's nothing to be done about it. That's just how Totsuki's system is. Yuki explained that it was all due to Totsuki's system. Totsuki Academy covered a very large area, but the number of teachers and students within it was very small. Moreover, Influenced by the Shokuchiki system, one could obtain construction rights within Totsuki. The founder of Polar Star built it in a relatively remote location precisely to avoid others. The layout of buildings within Totsuki could be described as quite chaotic. It wasn't uniformly planned. As long as one got the Academy's approval and the land was vacant, one could build. Therefore, many buildings within Totsuki had styles and layouts that seemed out of place with their surroundings, and Polar Star was one of them. After Yuki's explanation, the two of them understood what was going on. After driving a bit further, the cars stopped in front of Polar Star dormitory. It's exactly like the photos. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have thought this was a haunted house. Alice Nakiri said, looking at Polar Star, which was covered in ivy and had the distinct potential of a haunted house. Isn't this great? It has a sense of history, Yuki said with a smile. He actually thought it was quite nice. Compared to rows of uniformly splendid high-rises, he preferred Polar Star's appearance. Under his guidance, the three entered Polar Star and immediately encountered Fumio Daimato, who was cleaning in the main hall. Auntie Fumio, I'm back. And I brought 2 new people for you. Seeing Fumio Daimato, Yuki greeted her directly. Yuki. You're finally back. We've all heard about your exploits. So. When are you going to snatch an Elite 10 seat? Fumio Daimato was quite fixated on the Elite 10 seats. Although she knew it wasn't realistic, she still hoped Yuki could get one. Elite 10 seats aren't so easy to come by. Even if I wanted one, no one would willingly give it to me. Let's talk about this later. For now, let me introduce these 2 to you, Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba. They will also become members of Polar Star. Yuki introduced the 2 to Fumio Daimato and also introduced Fumio Daimato to them. Nakiri. I remember now. You're the other young lady of the Nakiri family, Alice Nakiri, right? Fumio Daimato was about to say that moving into Polar Star wasn't so easy, but then she suddenly noticed Alice Nakiri's surname and quickly recognized her. After all, there were only 2 people in the youngest generation of the Nakiri family, Alice Nakiri and Irina Nakiri. Although Irina Nakiri was definitely more famous, Alice Nakiri had also achieved a lot at Nakiri International, so she naturally recognized her. Nice to meet you, Auntie Fumio. I'm Alice Nakiri, and this is my attendant, Ryo Kurikiba. Alice Nakiri also greeted Fumio Daimato. I don't need to say much about Alice's culinary skills, right? And Ryo Kurikiba over there is actually a bit stronger than Alice in cooking. Yuki added. As soon as he said this, Fumio Daimato's eyes lit up even more. Although Alice Nakiri's achievements were heavily inflated, they also showed that she was indeed very talented. Moving into Polar Star would be very easy for her. As for Ryo Kurikiba, being even stronger than Alice Nakiri, Fumio Daimato felt as if the golden age was beckoning to her. Although Yuki has vouched for your culinary skills, the entrance assessment is still necessary. Fumio Daimato said. Neither Alice Nakiri nor Ryo Kurikiba refused. Yuki had already told them about Polar Star's rules. With their abilities, passing the entrance assessment was as easy as eating and drinking, so now it was merely a formality. The arrival of the 3 soon alerted the other residents of Polar Star. Only Satoshi Ishiki was busy with school opening matters and wasn't present, everyone else was in the dormitory. Upon learning that the person about to join the dorm was Alice Nakiri, everyone was very surprised. After all, the people living in Polar Star were different from others. Totsuki Academy was ultimately an elite school, and most of its students came from wealthy or noble families. The families of those living in Polar Star, while not poor, weren't exactly rolling in dough either. Now, for a young lady from a prominent family to suddenly appear, this was indeed quite surprising. Their entrance assessments also went very smoothly. After tasting their dishes, the others' eyes lit up. Alice Nakiri's and Ryo Kurikiba's culinary skills definitely surpassed those of everyone else in Polar Star, except for Megumi Tadakoro and Satoshi Ishiki. Moreover, the current Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba were even stronger than their counterparts in the original story. Of course, Megumi Tadakoro's culinary skills were still superior to theirs. This was Megumi after overcoming her nervousness, stronger than her original story self by more than just a little bit. The addition of the two initially made the atmosphere in Polar Star a bit awkward. After all, Alice Nakiri's status was clear, and those who didn't know her well couldn't really relax. Ryo Kurikiba, on the other hand, had a completely listless demeanor and hardly spoke to anyone, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Chapter 24, The Elite Ten's Attention, Bonus. Although the atmosphere was indeed a bit off at first, Alice Nakiri quickly changed that with her cheerful personality. When it came to livening things up, Alice Nakiri was on par with Yoshino Yuki. So, once she started to exert herself, the atmosphere began to shift. The residents of Polar Star also discovered that this young lady of the Nakiri family was surprisingly easy to talk to. Keep in mind, at Totsuki, many students from rich families were like the one Soma Yukihira encountered during the transfer student exam, very arrogant and difficult to communicate with. Before Alice Nakiri, the other young lady of the Nakiri family, Irina Nakiri, also gave off a "keep your distance" vibe to everyone. Although that was a facade Irina put on, others didn't see it that way. So, everyone present had always felt that these students from rich families would be difficult to approach. But the current Alice Nakiri shattered that perception. It took almost no time for Alice Nakiri to hit it off with everyone. As for Ryo Kurikiba, with Alice Nakiri's introduction, everyone also learned what kind of person he was. They also learned that Ryo Kurikiba was like that because of his personality, not because he was too arrogant to be approached. Just as the Polar Star residents were getting along well, Satoshi Ishiki, who had been out for a meeting, finally returned. Looking at Satoshi Ishiki's appearance, Yuki became even more certain. Whoever wanted to be an Elite 10 member could have the job. He certainly wasn't interested. As for the Elite 10's privileges, the one he cared about, not attending classes, Jin Dojima had already taken care of for him. Long time no see, Yuki. Your reputation has been quite something lately. Others were asking about you during the meeting earlier. Satoshi Ishiki said with a smile, and it was true. As Yuki's fame grew, these well-informed Elite 10 members obviously got the news. Yuki and Satoshi Ishiki were dorm mates, so after the meeting ended, several people inquired about Yuki. These included Eiichi Tsukasa, Rindo Kobayashi, Teranori Kuga, Etsuya Aizen, and Irina Nakiri. These individuals specifically asked about Yuki. Eiichi Tsukasa and Rindo Kobayashi were somewhat interested in Yuki's special ability, which was why they asked about him. As for Teranori Kuga, he had previously invited Yuki to join his cuisine research society, but Yuki had refused. As for Etsuya Aizen, his inquiries about Yuki weren't about recruiting him like he tried with Soma Yukihira, but purely to establish a connection. Unlike the others, who were concerned with Yuki's culinary skills and special ability, Aizen was interested in Yuki's potential commercial value. Yuki was indeed famous now, and Etsuya Aizen noted that the place Yuki became famous was the Totsuki resort. After having someone investigate, he also learned about Yuki's relationship with Jin Dojima. After all, this wasn't a secret, so Etsuya Aizen was even more interested in Yuki's commercial value. Besides Yuki's connection with Jin Dojima, he was also very certain that Yuki was destined to be a major figure in the future. Under such circumstances, building a good relationship with Yuki would definitely benefit the development of his future business empire. That's why Etsuya Aizen asked Satoshi Ishiki about Yuki. As for Irina Nakiri, her reason for asking about Yuki was even simpler. Yuki's fame stemmed from his special ability. Compared to Inferno, Yuki was more famous for his evolving touch, a sense of touch comparable to the god's tongue. The world was already comparing Yuki's evolving touch to Irina Nakiri's god's tongue, and Senzima Nakiri had also mentioned Yuki to Irina. Actually, Irina Nakiri had some impression of Yuki. After all, even before Yuki's system activated, he was among the top students in their year. She would naturally pay attention to such talent. Irina Nakiri had even heard her grandfather say that Yuki's culinary skills might be even stronger than her own. So many Elite 10 members are paying attention to Yuki. Hearing this, Yoshino, Yuki and the others were somewhat astonished. Well, Yuki's culinary skills are so strong now, it's quite normal for him to get attention, Satoshi Ishiki said with a gentle smile. Hey! You're the Elite 10 member from Polar Star, right? Come and have a match with me. Just as Satoshi Ishiki finished speaking, Ryo Kurikiba, already wearing his flame bandana, walked up to him. In a way, Ryo Kurikiba and Soma Yukihira were very similar. Knowing that Satoshi Ishiki was an Elite 10 member and very strong, he couldn't hold back. Challenging Ishiki-senpai? The others were stunned again. Satoshi Ishiki was an Elite 10 member, yes, but Ryo Kurikiba's direct challenge was indeed very surprising. Keep in mind, challenging an Elite 10 member wasn't easy. First, there was the courage to challenge. Because they knew the Elite 10 were very strong, even if given the chance, over 90% of Totsuki students wouldn't be ready to challenge them. Secondly, the opportunity to challenge an Elite 10 member wasn't easy to come by. That's why Ryo Kurikiba's action stunned them. Ryo-kun. Have you forgotten what I told you before about the prerequisites for challenging an Elite 10 member? Alice Nakiri on the side couldn't help but start to complain. She had told Ryo Kurikiba about the prerequisites for challenging an Elite 10 member. I know. But as long as the other person agrees, it's fine, right? I don't need to bet any Elite 10 seat, just a simple match with me will do. Ryo Kurikiba stared intently at Satoshi Ishiki. Just a normal challenge. Meaning an informal shokuchiki, right? In that case, we can try it tonight. Hearing this, Satoshi Ishiki didn't refuse. He actually also wanted to see how skilled the newly joined dorm members were at cooking. Upon returning, he had learned that Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba had passed the entrance assessment, and everyone had been constantly praising their dishes. He became somewhat interested as well. Chapter 25, Alice Nakiri in Love. Tonight? Looks like I won't get to see that showdown tonight. Alice Nakiri said, somewhat regretfully. Huh? Alice, you have something on tonight? We were thinking of throwing a welcome party for you guys tonight. Yoshino Yuki asked with some confusion upon hearing this. It was only their first day moving in, were they already planning to stay out all night? I've been abroad all this time, and since coming back, I've been at the resort. So, I really need to go see Grandpa. Alice Nakiri explained. Before returning, she had received a call from Senzaman Nakiri. She definitely had to go back for dinner and a chat tonight. It might get very late, so she wasn't planning on coming back to the dorm. As for Ryo Kurikiba, although he was her attendant, he didn't follow her around every single moment. Now that both had moved into Polar Star, Alice only planned to go back by herself and had no intention of bringing Ryo Kurikiba along. Grandpa? Alice's grandpa is the director, right? Indeed, after coming back, you definitely need to see your family. Everyone nodded. If Alice didn't go back in this situation, it would be a bit unreasonable. In that case, let's postpone the welcome party until tomorrow. School starts tomorrow anyway, and maybe we'll even have other new members, though the probability isn't very high. Ryoko Sakaki suggested. If Alice wasn't there, then the welcome party would naturally be incomplete. Besides, there was the issue of new members. Although the chances of new people coming were low, what if there really were some? So, tomorrow night would be most appropriate. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Alice Nakiri headed to the Nakiri family's residential area, while the others waited to watch the match between Ryo Kurikiba and Satoshi Ishiki. With a dedicated car service, Alice Nakiri quickly returned to the Nakiri family's residential area and met her grandfather as well as Irina Nakiri. I'm back, Grandpa. Are you doing well? Seeing her grandfather, Alice Nakiri went over directly to greet him. As for Irina Nakiri, the moment she saw her, Alice felt a bit annoyed. And thinking about how she could never catch up to her, Alice Nakiri also felt quite helpless. However, Alice had somewhat come to terms with it now. Irina Nakiri's advantages were clear. It was basically impossible for Alice to defeat her unless Irina had some major accident. Although she was annoyed by Irina, she didn't want to see anything happen to her own relative, so she could only change her mindset. Since she couldn't defeat Irina Nakiri herself, she would just find outside help. Even if she wasn't the one to defeat her, at least it was someone she found. And this person, naturally, was Yuki. As for Ryo Kurikiba, although he was also stronger than her, it was still unlikely he could defeat Irina Nakiri. You're back too. And you're planning to study at Totsuki. Looking at her cousin, although she also found her annoying, Irina Nakiri was quite surprised at this moment. After all, Alice Nakiri had always been abroad. Though she would return occasionally, she usually wouldn't stay long and would leave again soon. For her to plan to return to Totsuki to study this time was very unexpected. She knew some of the achievements Alice Nakiri had made over the years. However, Irina Nakiri didn't care. After all, Alice's culinary skills were what they were, those achievements were merely in a relatively new field. Her culinary skills were stronger than Alice's, so she wouldn't care about such things. What, is there a problem with me coming back to school? Alice Nakiri said, somewhat dissatisfied. Senzima Nakiri felt a bit helpless about this. These two sisters constantly had minor frictions, but there was a good side to it. Though there were conflicts, their familial bond was stronger than anything else. No matter how much they bickered, if one of them got into trouble, the other wouldn't stand idly by. So, although they seemed like fire and water now, Senzima Nakiri didn't say much. The two continued to butt heads like this, only stopping when it was time for dinner. Alice, you've been at the resort all this time and have spent some time with Yuki. What kind of person do you think he is? Senzima Nakiri asked. From the information he had gathered, Yuki seemed like a very good person, but that was just information. So, he was now asking his granddaughter. Among the people here, Alice Nakiri had spent the most time with Yuki. As for whether his granddaughter was too young to understand human nature, Senzima Nakiri wasn't worried at all. As members of the Nakiri family, the environment they grew up in ensured they couldn't be that simple. Especially Alice Nakiri, because she was always the one overlooked in her childhood. It wasn't that her family didn't care about her, but outsiders did. When outsiders came to the Nakiri household, they were mostly there for Irina Nakiri. Irina was the one they praised. As for Alice, although she was also praised, it was mostly just in passing. So, from a young age, Alice Nakiri had seen through the true faces of these people. She understood human nature quite well. Even Irina Nakiri, a novice with almost zero common sense about daily life, wasn't weak in terms of interpersonal relationships. After spending over a month together, one might not be able to see through a person completely, but a basic understanding would definitely be there. Yuki is a very impressive person, and his personality is also very good. Alice Nakiri naturally had a very good impression of Yuki. After all, Yuki's personality was like that, coupled with his outstanding abilities. Someone like him was destined to attract the attention of many members of the opposite sex. Alice Nakiri herself had also reached the age of youthful infatuation. Among her peers, the only one whose abilities were stronger than hers was Ryo Kurikiba. But Ryo Kurikiba was only strong in culinary skills. As for other aspects, it was fine when there was no comparison, but when compared to Yuki, there was really nothing left. After spending this period together, she had already developed some favorable feelings for Yuki. However, she also knew that Yuki had a childhood friend. Alice Nakiri didn't care about this. As the saying goes, childhood friend loses to the newcomer, that was a classic trope. Although reality might differ somewhat, as long as they hadn't confirmed their relationship, it wasn't a problem for her. Alice Nakiri had lived abroad for many years. While her way of thinking wouldn't be completely changed, there would definitely be some influence. That's why she would fight for it, rather than just watch from the sidelines. Chapter 26, When Manga Plots Become Reality. Bonus, Alice, you haven't fallen for him, have you? The more Irina Nakiri listened, the more she felt something was off. Although she lacked common sense, she had read a lot of shoujo manga and understood the romantic stuff in them. Now, looking at Alice Nakiri, it was as if she was seeing a manga plot unfold. I do have some good feelings for him. Is there a problem? Alice Nakiri admitted directly. Yuki indeed met her criteria for a partner, a man so powerful in culinary arts, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the culinary world in the future. Moreover, he was very handsome, and most importantly, his personality was good during the time they spent together. With all these factors combined, it would be utter nonsense to say Alice Nakiri didn't have any thoughts about him. Of course, there's a problem. Don't you know he has a girlfriend? Irina Nakiri's voice rose a few notches. The reason she knew this was because she had invited Yuki and also Megumi Tadakoro before, which is how she learned they were a couple. Now, her own cousin was planning to get involved and fight another girl for a man. This reminded her of manga plots again. Although she was somewhat excited that such a plot was happening in reality, the problem was that it was happening to her own cousin. I know. But so what? It's not like there's no chance. Alice Nakiri stated. As long as he wasn't married, it was just a girlfriend, not like they were married, so she didn't care about these things. She would even fight for things she liked, let alone a person. Ahem, Alice, have you thought this through? At this moment, Senzaman Nakiri interrupted their conversation. This topic seemed to have veered off into who knows where. However, he didn't negate Alice Nakiri's idea. After all, Yuki's potential was too strong. He knew very well that So Nakiri had left Alice at the Totsuki resort with some of these thoughts in mind. He had also investigated Yuki's situation and knew about his relationship with Megumi Tadakoro. But as Alice said, they were just a couple, it wasn't set in stone. He didn't want his two granddaughters to be bound by some sort of beneficial arrangement, he detested such things the most. It had to be said, the Nakiri family was indeed quite good in this aspect. They wouldn't abandon family ties for benefits. On the contrary, the Nakiri family valued kinship very highly. That's why their family had tried so many methods over the years to deal with the drawbacks of the god's tongue. Although they all failed, it showed they were indeed very dedicated. Using his granddaughters in exchange for benefits was something he couldn't do. But if his granddaughter genuinely liked the other person, then it was a win-win situation. Why not? However, he now posed this question. There was only one reason for asking, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Alice pursuing someone she liked. But he needed Alice to be mentally prepared. If she succeeded, then it would naturally be for the best. But if she failed, then she also had to accept that outcome. Of course, Grandpa. Since I like him, I will pursue him, regardless of the final result. Alice Nakiri declared that she would definitely fight for him. Hearing this, Senzaman Nakiri nodded and said no more. Since his granddaughter had made up her mind, he would naturally support her. You guys, this. Looking at her cousin and grandfather, who had already formed a united front, Irina Nakiri was speechless. All she could say was that when manga plots became reality, it was truly surreal. At the same time, her curiosity about Yuki also deepened. After all, Alice Nakiri was already praising Yuki to the skies. Irina Nakiri's curiosity about Yuki had already grown considerably during this period. Now, with Alice making such a fuss, Irina's curiosity became even stronger. However, she disguised it well and wouldn't directly reveal her true thoughts. Meanwhile, the result of that informal shokujuki at Polar Star was out. Undoubtedly, in terms of talent, the Jewel generation was in a league of its own. Ryo Kurikiba, as one of the top talents in the Jewel generation, was somewhat more talented than Satoshi Ishiki. It was also mentioned in the original story that the autumn elections were the best example. Those judges had said that in previous years, 70 or 80 points was the highest score. But in the Jewel Generations year, scores in the 80s would still be eliminated. Their words meant that in previous years, whether it was Eishi Tsukasa and Rindo Kobayashi's third year, or Satoshi Ishiki and Teranori Kuga's second year, the highest score in the autumn elections was 70 or 80 points. This score, in the current Jewel Generations year, wouldn't even make it into the top 8, it would be screened out in the preliminaries. But time was always an issue. For example, right now, Ryo Kurikiba's talent was stronger than Satoshi Ishiki's, but in terms of pure culinary skill, Satoshi could currently crush Ryo. The match ended with Ryo Kurikiba's crushing defeat. And this was with Satoshi Ishiki not even bringing out his signature dish. Although he won, Satoshi Ishiki wasn't happy at this moment. The reason was simple, Ryo Kurikiba had set his sights on him. That look made Satoshi realize what kind of person Ryo was. So, he could already imagine being pestered endlessly by Ryo Kurikiba for some time to come. But things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. All he could say was that with people like Ryo Kurikiba, you couldn't give them an inch, or they'd take a mile. Yuki knew from the start what this guy's personality was like, so he had directly refused Ryo's challenge. Since there was an opening ceremony the next morning, followed by classes and assessments after the ceremony, the Polar Star residents also went to bed relatively early. Incidentally, Satoshi Ishiki no longer dared to wear those bizarre outfits. The reason was simple, Yuki had dealt with him. Before the system activated, although Yuki's talent was somewhat inferior to Satoshi Ishiki and the others, his fighting skills were not weak. Jin Dojima had always emphasized the importance of physical fitness, and Yuki himself knew this well, so his combat ability was considerably high. When Satoshi Ishiki caused trouble back then, Yuki immediately took care of him. Although Satoshi had protested, under Yuki's iron fist, such protests quickly vanished. With Yuki's suppression, such eyesores of outfits never appeared again in Polar Star in the following years. Also, just in case, Yuki discussed it with everyone and had another bathroom built, so the events from the original story wouldn't happen. Chapter 27, The Opening Ceremony. Soma Yukihira's bold move. The bathroom situation was something Yuki had been planning since he entered Polar Star. Although it seemed like all he needed to do was wait for Soma Yukihira to join and then give him a heads up. Yuki felt it wasn't foolproof. So, he discussed it with everyone, and they eventually added another bathroom. This fundamentally prevented the incident where Megumi Tadakoro was put in a compromising position in the original story. Of course, just in case, Yuki also planned to keep an eye on things when Soma Yukihira joined Polar Star. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, everyone got up, prepared themselves, and headed towards the opening ceremony venue. Before leaving, Yuki did some fishing. What he caught this time made his eyes light up. The ingredient he caught was called barbecue pig. And the sheer quantity was astonishing, an entire hind leg. This was the best ingredient Yuki had obtained so far. Barbecue pig already had a capture level, although it was only capture level 1. But in the world of Toriko, even a capture level 1 beast required 10 fully armed gourmet hunters to capture. Gourmet hunters in the world of Toriko were completely different from those in the normal world. They were individuals who would bring RPGs to a fight, no questions asked. That world's technology was also far more advanced than Food Wars. Naturally, the power of their weapons was also greater. Even so, a capture level 1 ingredient still required 10 fully armed gourmet hunters. This showed how difficult it was to obtain such ingredients. However, thinking about the barbecue pig's data, it wasn't that surprising. A barbecue pig had a body length of 4 meters, a height of 3 meters, and weighed 1.5 tons. With that size, once it charged, its power was undeniably immense. What Yuki obtained this time was a hind leg. Just the hind leg alone weighed over 100 kilograms. It had to be said, this was a very good haul. With such a good catch, Yuki was in a great mood. He still needed to attend the opening ceremony. Although he had special privileges, those privileges were limited to not attending classes. He still had to participate in special assessments and events. For example, the opening ceremony and events like the training camp. After attending the opening ceremony, Yuki could just go back and relax. I'm so jealous of Yuki. He has the same privileges as Ishiki-senpai and the others. Doesn't even need to go to class. Yoshino Yuki was extremely envious when she learned Yuki didn't need to attend class. Just thinking about how she and the others had to attend classes and take assessments made her feel down. Although such entrance assessments weren't a problem for her, having the free time to do what she wanted was obviously the best. Those privileges require sufficiently strong culinary skills. If you awaken some overpowered ability, become a senior chef, and have a connection like Mr. Dojima, then you could have it too. Ryoko Sakaki said, somewhat amused. She also envied Yuki's privileges, but she also knew that with her own abilities, it would be impossible for her to get such privileges. I was just daydreaming. Ryoko, do you have to be so harsh? Yoshino Yuki pouted at her friend. To be so blunt while she was fantasizing, that was a true best friend, alright. As everyone chatted, they found a spot to stand. Soon, the opening ceremony began. After a series of events, award presentations, summaries, and such, it quickly came to a very special segment, the transfer student representative speech. However, this year's transfer students were different from previous years, there was only one. So, he naturally became the representative. I remember this year's transfer student exam judge was Irina Nakiri. Someone actually survived her judgment. Looks like this transfer student is really something. Zenji Marui said in surprise. Although there were many transfer students who wanted to enter Totsuki every year, the ones who actually got in were the cream of the crop. But this year was special because the judge was Irina Nakiri. Her god's tongue was incredibly famous, her saying something was delicious carried a lot of weight. Conversely, if she said something was not delicious, it meant it really was not delicious. Anyone who knew this would probably avoid that restaurant. So, Irina Nakiri's words could often determine a chef's future. Precisely because of this, unless absolutely necessary, no one would want Irina Nakiri to taste their cooking. After all, getting a delicious evaluation from this young lady was very difficult. Everyone had initially thought that with Irina Nakiri as the judge, the transfer students would be completely wiped out. But they hadn't expected one to get through in the end. To get a positive evaluation from the god's tongue is really impressive. Everyone nodded in agreement. But after Soma Yukihira took the stage and began his speech, the students below erupted into chaos. Soma Yukihira basically started by throwing shade at everyone, saying that Totsuki students were all flowers grown in a greenhouse, and such. As soon as these words came out, all the students were in an uproar. Actually, Soma Yukihira's words were full of stereotypes. In Soma Yukihira's view, so-called culinary schools were just about teachers lecturing above and students obediently learning below. No practical experience at all. Many culinary schools were indeed like this, but Totsuki was the complete opposite. Totsuki had always emphasized practical experience. And another thing, most Totsuki students came from wealthy or influential families. These families were either established culinary families or ran numerous chain restaurants, high-class restaurants, and the like. These students might be somewhat arrogant, but most were actually quite skilled and often worked in their family restaurants to gain experience. So, Soma Yukihira's indiscriminate attack offended everyone. It could be said his first impression on everyone was extremely poor. This guy is way too cocky. How is he going to survive in this school? Don't forget, these Totsuki students aren't pushovers. The Polar Star residents were also quite shocked. Soma Yukihira was seriously gutsy. At Totsuki, underhanded tactics were common. Maybe he's just confident in his culinary skills. It has to be said, his cooking is quite good. Among our year, he'd be among the top, Yuki said. Before, to witness the beginning of the plot, he had been constantly hanging around Yukihira restaurant and had naturally eaten Joichiro's and Soma Yukihira's cooking many times. However, their relationship was just acquaintance level, they weren't very familiar. Chapter 28, Polar Star's Reputation, Bonus. You know him, Yuki. Hearing this, everyone was rather surprised. They hadn't expected Yuki to know this arrogant fellow. I know him. And don't underestimate this guy, besides his own culinary skills, he has quite the background. Yuki emphasized Soma Yukihira's background. Background? Does this guy have some impressive background? Alice Nakiri became interested. Speaking of backgrounds, hers was without a doubt the biggest here. After all, the Nakiri family background in Japan was essentially culinary royalty. It's pretty impressive. His father is Joichiro Yukihira, formerly known as Joichiro Saiba. He was the second seed of the Elite 10 during the Golden Age and is now the world-famous wandering chef. Yuki just went ahead and spoiled Soma Yukihira's identity. Joichiro Saiba. The special class chef Joichiro Saiba. This guy is actually his son. No wonder he passed Irina's God tongue test. But why did Mr. Saiba change his last name? Did he marry into the family? Alice Nakiri was somewhat incredulous. Joichiro was a special class chef. There were only a handful of special class chefs in the whole world. Without a doubt, Joichiro was already at the very top of the international culinary scene. But for a chef like him to marry into a family, that was indeed something she found unbelievable. I don't know the specifics. I recognized him because I saw his photo at Uncle Dojima's place before, Yuki said. Although he knew why Joichiro Yukihira changed his last name, there was no need to mention it. Even so, saying those things will inevitably make him a target. He's still too reckless. Even though they knew Soma Yukihira's background, honestly, what he said was still going a bit too far. It could only be said that first impressions were really important. The main reason Soma Yukihira gained everyone's recognition in the original story was because he lived in Polar Star. Once someone lived in Polar Star, as long as they weren't inherently evil or had a terrible personality, everyone would accept them. Moreover, Soma Yukihira had helped Megumi Tadakoro in the original story, naturally gaining everyone's approval. The opening ceremony quickly ended. Throughout the entire ceremony, Yuki could clearly sense that both Senzaman Nakiri and Irina Nakiri's attention was mainly focused on him. Other people might not have noticed, but Yuki had food honor. His senses were inherently very sharp, so when their attention was on him, Yuki could clearly perceive it. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, given his current situation, it would be more strange if these two didn't pay attention to him. The opening ceremony concluded, and everyone else went to class. Yuki, however, returned to the dormitory. His goal now was to continue improving his culinary skills. After returning, Fumio Daimado quickly found him. The reason was simple: several ingredients had been delivered. Yuki, did you buy all these ingredients? Fumio Daimado couldn't help but ask as she looked at them. Not exactly. This is more like an advance investment from the Nakiri family. Any ingredients I need at Totsuki, I can just contact the supply department, and they'll deliver them directly. Yuki explained that Jin Dojima had told him this in his current life. Since the Nakiri family planned to invest in him, it naturally wouldn't be such a small amount. The ingredients he needed, just a word, and they would be delivered. It was just that the amount of ingredients Polar Star could store was limited, otherwise, Yuki would have asked for more. As for his fishing space, although he could store many ingredients inside it, such a measure was completely unnecessary for him. Kid, don't sell yourself short just for these things. Fumio Daimado couldn't help but say as she watched the staff moving the ingredients. Yuki was a member of Polar Star, so she naturally cared about him. She didn't want to see Yuki selling himself short for such things. After all, Yuki's potential was obvious. Once he grew stronger, getting anything he wanted would be easy. "Don't worry, Auntie Fumio. I know what I'm doing," Yuki said. He knew Fumio Daimato was worried about him. He wasn't an idiot, he naturally wouldn't sell himself short. These things were, ultimately, just a favor. Once he solved the god tongue problem in the future, this favor would naturally be repaid. "It's good that you understand." Fumio Daimato nodded. Looking at the ingredients being moved inside, she thought it was pretty great. After all, Polar Star's position at Totsuki was quite unique. The Golden Ages series of dramatic events led to Polar Star adopting an independent accounting system. Simply put, the school couldn't interfere in Polar Star's affairs, but Polar Star also needed to manage its own resources. So, Fumio Daimato had to worry about everything. Now, in terms of ingredient supply, she no longer had to think too much about it. One call from Yuki, and a large batch of ingredients would be delivered. As time passed, other residents also returned to the dormitory. Seeing so many ingredients, everyone was quite surprised. After all, before, many of the ingredients they used were self-grown or raised. They hadn't expected Yuki could get so many ingredients just by making a call. This was obviously good news. However, before everyone could be happy for long, a stranger, yet familiar, person appeared at Polar Star. "This guy is actually taking the entrance exam at Polar Star." And Auntie Fumio actually agreed. Must be his father pulling strings. Yoshino Yuki was surprised looking at Soma Yukihira working in the kitchen. Others had similar reactions. They were like this because it was actually very difficult to move into Polar Star now. In the past few years, due to the rapid rise of Yuki and Megumi Tadakoro, plus Satoshi Ishiki becoming an elite 10 member, the Polar Star dormitory had become quite famous. Even the weakest members, Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato, were still above average among the first years. As for the others, they were all top-notch students. So, Polar Star had become a gathering place for elites, leading many students to want to join. But Fumio Daimato was focused on maintaining Polar Star's reputation as a place for truly exceptional students. Real top-tier students, like Takumi Aldini, wouldn't change dormitories for something like this. Those who wanted to switch dormitories were mostly those who couldn't pass the test. Over time, Fumio Daimato grew tired of it. Plus, Yuki and the others were so exceptional that she just closed off the entrance exam route, unless the new members were directly introduced by the current residents, like Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba. Otherwise, even the school couldn't just shove students into Polar Star. That's why everyone was so surprised to see Soma Yukihira appear and take the entrance exam. But after thinking it over, it wasn't really that strange. After all, Soma Yukihira's father had come from here, it wasn't surprising for him to use his connections to get in. Chapter 29, Ishiki Satoru, completely outmaneuvered by Yuki in the original story, Soma Yukihira used leftover ingredients from Polar Star dormitory for his cooking. Now, Polar Star had no shortage of ingredients, so Soma easily passed the entrance exam. Fumio Daimato wasn't surprised by Soma Yukihira passing. After all, as Joichiro's son, he was obviously no slouch. Since Fumio Daimato had temporarily closed Polar Star's entrance exam route, the school naturally wouldn't send students over. Upon learning this, Joichiro himself contacted Fumio Daimato directly. This was how Fumio Daimato learned that Soma Yukihira was Joichiro's son. After the exam, Fumio Daimato explained some of the dormitory rules to Soma Yukihira, while the others went to prepare for the evening party. As for Yuki, he kept an eye on Soma Yukihira. After all, who knew if the plot would have its own inertia? Only after seeing Soma enter the men's bathroom did Yuki stop watching him. Night fell, and everyone gathered in Zenji Marui's room. It had to be said, Zenji was a true masochist. Although he verbally opposed everyone using his room for parties, after each party, he would quietly clean up the room himself. And every time, despite saying he didn't want them in his room, he would still open the door and let people in after they knocked. It was classic tsundere behavior. Everyone had also noticed this, which is why they always held parties in Zenji Marui's room. If he truly opposed it, no one would shamelessly insist on staying there. Almost everyone came to the evening gathering, no one was absent. This time, it wasn't because of Satoshi Ishiki's special method of summoning people. Everyone simply accepted invitations to welcome new members. A few years ago, Yuki had put a stop to Ishiki's special method of summoning people. After all, Yuki didn't want a head suddenly popping out of the ceiling while he was sleeping. He also didn't want Ishiki creeping around in Megumi's or anyone else's ceiling. In the manga, such a scene might be humorous or interesting, but in reality, it was pure harassment. Yuki certainly wouldn't indulge such behavior. So, after Satoshi Ishiki crawled through the ceiling once, Yuki bought a bunch of mousetraps and sticky traps, arming the entire inside of the ceiling. With that lesson learned, Satoshi Ishiki never dared to crawl through the ceiling again. Not that he was scared of mousetraps or sticky traps, but because of Yuki's words. After Ishiki had his little mishap, Yuki also added, this time it was mousetraps and glue traps, next time, who knows what it will be. So, all of Satoshi Ishiki's bad habits were corrected one by Yuki. Now, if he needed someone, he would knock on their door or use Fumio Daimado's intercom. It could be said that Satoshi Ishiki was completely outmatched by Yuki in every aspect. Before, at least his culinary skills were stronger than Yuki's, but now, even that was no longer true. Where's Yuki? He's the only one missing. In Zenji Marui's room, everyone had already gathered, but Yuki was absent. Yuki said he's preparing a surprise for us, so he's still in the kitchen, Megumi Tadakoro explained. Hearing this, everyone was rather curious, wondering what surprise Yuki had in store for them. Then let's wait a bit. But can someone tell me what's up with those two? Yoshino Yuki pointed to Ryo Kurikiba and Soma Yukihira, who were staring intently at each other. Oh, that's because of Ishiki-senpai. Ryo-kun kept pestering Ishiki-senpai, so when Yukihira-kun arrived, Ishiki-senpai just shifted Ryo-kun's attention to him. Alice Nakiri knew all about this matter. Ryo Kurikiba kept pestering Satoshi Ishiki. Ishiki, having no other options and seeing a somewhat similar cooking fanatic with strong culinary skills in Soma Yukihira, shifted the focus onto Soma. So, Satoshi Ishiki deflected the challenge, having Ryo Kurikiba compete with Soma Yukihira. Whoever won 10 times in a row could challenge him once. Soma Yukihira, curious as to why Ryo Kurikiba kept challenging Satoshi Ishiki, asked for the reason. After learning a bit about the Elite 10, Soma naturally set his sights on Ishiki as well. With both people targeting him, Satoshi Ishiki naturally had these two face off against each other first. It had to be said, Satoshi Ishiki played this quite well, setting Ryo Kurikiba and Soma Yukihira against each other. However, the current Soma Yukihira was no match for Ryo Kurikiba. Soma wasn't at his full potential yet. The training camp was a turning point for Soma Yukihira's development. It was after that turning point that Soma began to truly grow. Before that, he was no match for Ryo Kurikiba. Moreover, because of Yuki, Ryo Kurikiba had spent some time training at the Totsuki resort beforehand, making his culinary skills even stronger than in the original story. It was just that everyone here didn't know the two very well yet. Otherwise, they might even wonder if they were long-lost brothers. After all, the two had quite a few similarities. Meanwhile, downstairs in the kitchen, Fumio Daimado was very surprised when she saw the ingredients Yuki brought. Just what kind of pig did this leg come from? I can't imagine how big that pig was. Fumio Daimado was stunned looking at the pig leg Yuki took out. It was simply too large. This is quite a rare ingredient. I obtained it by chance. I don't know if I'll be able to get the same ingredient again, Yuki said, shaking his head. The ingredients he obtained from small bait were entirely random, he wasn't sure if he could obtain the same ingredient again in the future. Hearing this, Fumio Daimado didn't pry further but offered to help Yuki process it. After all, such a large pig leg was indeed not easy to handle. However, Yuki refused her offer. For others, preparing such a large pig leg alone would be extremely troublesome, but for Yuki, it was a different story. Taking out the 7-star knives, Yuki directly unleashed the raging bull blue dragon slash. Several knives became a blur in Yuki's hands, their blades swiftly gliding through the pig leg. The speed was so fast that Fumio Daimado could barely see clearly. In the blink of an eye, Yuki had already prepared the pig leg before him. Like a skilled butcher, the pig leg was directly dissected into different portions. At the same time, an incredibly enticing aroma burst forth. This was a barbecue pig's leg. The meat inside was already cooked, and there was sauce inside. After cutting it open, the aroma immediately exploded outward. Chapter 30, Pork with built-in sauce, bonus. This is sauce. This meat, is it already cooked? Fumio Daimado's eyes lit up when she smelled the aroma. But she quickly realized that the meat was indeed cooked and even had sauce inside. A barbecue pig's leg was different from its back. The back was clearly recognizable as roasted meat at a glance, but the leg was different, it looked raw. When Yuki took out the barbecue pig leg, the cut surface was facing down, so Fumio Daimado hadn't realized it was cooked. Only after it was cut open did she discover this peculiarity. That's right, it's already cooked, with sauce inside. You could say it's a finished product. Yuki said with a smile. He didn't plan to do much cooking with the barbecue pig, just heat it up a bit. After all, this barbecue pig was already cooked and came with its own sauce. Yuki had no intention of going through extra trouble for further preparation. The reason was simple, it would be difficult to find a sauce better than this one. Since it was a capture level 1 ingredient, finding suitable seasonings to match it naturally wasn't easy. It was similar to when Toriko and the others caught air from the 8th continent in the world of Toriko. Tengu Brunch from Toriko tried to cook air. Although it tasted good, it wasn't as delicious as eating it directly. This wasn't because Brunch's culinary skills were lacking, but because the other seasonings couldn't keep up. It was like comparing coarse salt from the past to refined salt today. Coarse salt had a poor texture and an unpleasant taste. Using the two different salts to cook the same ingredients would result in completely different flavors. So, Yuki didn't plan on overcomplicating things with the barbecue pig, simply heating it up would do. The aroma was already very rich even without heating. Once heated, the fragrance became even stronger, spreading even beyond Polar Star Dormitory. Fortunately, there weren't any other residents near Polar Star, just woods. However, the aroma did make the various animals in Yoshino Yuki's livestock area a bit restless. If animals reacted like this, imagine the effect on humans. Everyone in the dormitory, chatting while waiting for Yuki, was attracted by this fragrance. The group quickly made their way downstairs, and the closer they got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma became. What on earth is Yuki cooking? This smell is so intense. Shun Ibusaki couldn't help but exclaim. He specialized in smoked dishes and was naturally quite sensitive to such fragrances. The group quickly arrived at the kitchen and saw the massive, dissected pig leg and Yuki heating the ingredients. Fumio Daimado was watching from the side. I knew this smell would draw you guys over. Just wait a bit, it'll be ready soon. Fumio Daimado wasn't surprised to see everyone appear. After all, the aroma was simply impossible to ignore. She was now waiting here specifically to taste this incredible meat. Is this an entire pig leg? How can it be so huge? Although the pig leg had already been dissected, because Yuki had only used a small portion, the rest still clearly indicated it was a whole leg. But the sheer size of the leg shocked Yoshino Yuki. She was in charge of Polar Star's livestock area. Besides that, Yoshino Yuki's family also held hunting events back home. Yoshino Yuki had participated in these hunting events before, so she naturally had a good understanding of animal sizes. This pig leg was too large. She couldn't fathom how big the actual pig was. Judging by the proportions, this pig was many times larger than a normal-sized pig. It was completely beyond the scope of typical animals. You guys don't need to ask about such things, just wait to eat. Before Yuki could speak, Fumio Daimato chimed in. Hearing this, anyone with a bit of common sense naturally understood Fumio Daimato's meaning and didn't bother asking further. However, they were still imagining the size of this pig. The more they thought about it, the more startled they became. But their imagination was soon interrupted. The reason was simple: the aroma of the meat snapped them back to reality. Yuki had also finished heating the meat. When heating, he made sure to preserve the flavor of the meat as much as possible. In this respect, no one could do better than Yuki. After all, Yuki had the Inferno special ability. He was unbeatable in fire control. You guys came just in time. Help carry these plates over to Marui's room. Auntie Fumio, this is yours. After handing a portion to Fumio Daimato, Yuki called on the others to help carry the plates. Hearing this, the others snapped back to their senses and immediately gathered around. They couldn't wait to taste such meat, so they were extremely eager to help. Seeing these youngsters so energetic, Fumio Daimato smiled. She thought of her own past. Unfortunately, she was older now. Everyone would always invite Fumio Daimato to these gatherings, but she would always refuse. However, whenever they had a party, Fumio Daimato would prepare some food for them. It could only be said that Fumio Daimato truly was the perfect dorm manager. If it were any other dorm manager, they would definitely not tolerate students making noise and staying up late. But Polar Star was different. No matter how much noise they made, Fumio Daimato wouldn't interfere. She enjoyed this lively atmosphere. This was mainly because there were few people in Polar Star, and there weren't any other residents nearby. Otherwise, even if Fumio Daimato was willing, she wouldn't be able to let them get away with it. After returning to Zenji Marui's room, everyone eagerly gathered around and stared expectantly at Yuki. Since Yuki was the one who brought the food, they naturally needed his permission before they could start eating. No need to stare at me like that. Dig in. Seeing their behavior, Yuki was somewhat amused. It felt like he was in kindergarten. Hearing Yuki's words, everyone eagerly started to eat. Thankfully, the foodgasm effect didn't exist in this world anymore, otherwise, Yuki couldn't imagine what the effects of this barbecue pig would be like. What delicious meat! And this sauce, I swear, this is absolutely the most delicious meat I've ever had. How did you achieve this texture? How can meat even reach this level of quality? Soma Yukihira exclaimed in amazement. He could tell that the meat's deliciousness primarily came from the meat itself. Although Yuki's use of Inferno when heating it up was a bonus, the natural flavor of the meat was clearly the key. Chapter 31, Yuki's Food Honor. I've eaten quite a few ingredients while I was abroad, and those so-called high-class ingredients are nothing compared to this pork. Compared to the others, Alice Nakiri had undoubtedly eaten more high-quality food, so she knew just how ridiculously delicious this meat was. After hearing Alice Nakiri's words, everyone ate even faster. Soon, most of the barbecue pig was gone. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat more, but they found they were actually full. I've barely eaten anything, why do I feel so stuffed? Megumi Tadakoro asked, puzzled. Her appetite wasn't exactly small, but the amount of meat she had eaten definitely shouldn't have filled her up. Yet, the extreme feeling of fullness wasn't an illusion. No matter how delicious the barbecue pig was, she couldn't eat another bite. Me too. I didn't eat that much, but now I feel like I couldn't eat another thing. Yoshino Yuki and the others quickly agreed. Yuki wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was an ingredient from the world of Toriko. The calories it contained were incredibly high. Yuki had obtained similar ingredients a few times before, and those were ingredients without capture levels. Even those no-level ingredients would fill you up quickly. This barbecue pig, however, did have a capture level. While people in the world of Toriko could casually eat such ingredients without any issues, this was the world of food wars, there was simply no comparison. Among those present, only Yuki could eat a large amount of this meat. While Yuki didn't have gourmet cells, his physique was inherently strong. More importantly, Yuki also had the Inferno special ability. Releasing high-temperature steam wasn't done out of thin air, it also consumed calories within his body. So, he could actively release high-temperature steam to accelerate his calorie consumption, allowing him to naturally eat more than others. Of course, even doing this still couldn't compare to those with gourmet cells. Even if someone only had gourmet cells without having awakened a special ability, Yuki's appetite still wouldn't compare to theirs. Komatsu was the best example. Komatsu's gourmet cells weren't innate, he obtained them by constantly eating various gourmet foods. Even before his gourmet cells awakened, Komatsu's appetite was already astonishing. This stuff is incredibly calorie-dense. Think of it as a cross between energy bars and super-rich chocolate. As Yuki explained, he finished off the rest of the meat. This scene made everyone envious, but envy was useless, they were just normal people who couldn't rapidly consume the calories in their bodies. After Yuki finished eating, everyone started playing games to pass the time and let their feeling of fullness subside a bit. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to sleep tonight. Although others had also prepared a lot of delicious food, Yuki's barbecue pig had completely filled them up, they simply couldn't eat anything else. As everyone chatted, they learned that Yuki had eaten many times at the Yukihira restaurant. While they weren't close, they at least knew each other. They also talked about Joichiro Yukihira, which naturally left Soma Yukihira dumbfounded. Wait. Are you talking about my dad? Was he really that amazing? Soma Yukihira had no idea how incredible his father actually was. So, after hearing everyone's stories, he was completely floored. He had never imagined his old man was actually a boss-level figure, one of the top chefs in the world. Why are you so surprised? We're the ones who should be surprised. You didn't even know how awesome your own father was. Everyone was left speechless. This Soma Yukihira really didn't know anything. They also admired Joichiro quite a bit, to think he never mentioned his past to his own son. As one of the very few special class chefs in the whole culinary world, Joichiro Yukihira actually opened a small diner and ran it with his son. According to Soma Yukihira, he had been helping out at the diner since he was little. Everyone could guess that Joichiro Yukihira was training Soma Yukihira, but how exactly, they couldn't figure out. Only Yuki, having read the original story, knew what was going on. Soma Yukihira's talent was inherently very strong. Joichiro Yukihira had discovered this very early on. He didn't send Soma Yukihira to Totsuki right away but had Soma work at the small diner. This honed Soma Yukihira's diner wisdom. It had to be said, this method was quite impressive, and more importantly, Joichiro Yukihira dared to do it. It could only be said that it was no coincidence Joichiro Yukihira used to be called the demon. He was ruthless enough to experiment on his own son like this. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Unlike Yuki, they still had classes tomorrow. As for Yuki, he also had things to do. What he needed to do was quite simple, analyze and break down the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / secret technique. Breaking down this secret technique had many benefits. For one, it allowed him to reorganize the extracted techniques, thereby reducing the difficulty of learning them. For Yuki, understanding the essence of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / was beneficial for improving his own knife skills. Correspondingly, he could also teach the simplified version of the secret technique to Megumi Tadakoro. After all, Megumi was already his. In the past, Megumi's talent was stronger than his, and her culinary skills were better too, so he didn't need to interfere too much. But now that he had become stronger, he naturally also hoped Megumi could become stronger. Moreover, teaching Megumi was also beneficial for improving his food honor. Yuki's food honor didn't require special ingredients or special equipment to enhance. Every action he took would enhance his food honor, although the rate of improvement varied. Usually, when he walked, using food honor to conserve stamina would naturally also train his food honor. But normal life couldn't compare to high-intensity cooking. During his time at the Totsuki resort, Yuki had also been constantly developing his food honor. He discovered that, in addition to high-intensity cooking, when teaching others techniques, because he himself was also continuously practicing these techniques, deepening his understanding of this knowledge, his food honor improved very rapidly. The reason Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba had become stronger than their counterparts in the original story wasn't just because of their training at the Totsuki resort, but mainly because of Yuki. So, now, Yuki wanted to break down the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / He still needed to continue exploring food honor, so he could quickly improve it. Yuki's version of food honor was the most suitable for him, but it wasn't instantly at the mastery level. He had only just scratched the surface. To improve, he needed to develop it himself. Even if he didn't actively research it, his food honor would still improve, but at a slower pace. Chapter 32, A Secret Technique Like an Encyclopedia of Knowledge, Third-Class Chef, Bonus. Early the next morning, after everyone took care of the farm and livestock area, they went to class. As for Yuki, he used food honor to continuously break down the techniques within the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / A secret technique was composed of numerous techniques, from identifying ingredients and handling methods to various knife skills. After breaking them down, Yuki removed the parts that normal people couldn't learn, leaving only the parts they could learn. And Yuki also used food honor to modify these techniques. Otherwise, if these techniques were simply combined directly, they would seem disjointed. During this process, Yuki discovered that his food honor was improving even faster than during periods of high-intensity cooking. However, this took Yuki several days. A secret technique was truly worthy of its name. The Raging Bull Blue Dragon / seemed to involve just a few knife cuts, but the amount of knowledge it required could be called an encyclopedia. Just the aspect of understanding the internal conditions of ingredients involved a vast amount of knowledge. This was why it took Yuki so long to break it down and reorganize it. Simply separating the techniques wasn't difficult for Yuki, he had food honor. But the knowledge contained within them, that was the key. This felt like techniques from those web novels. With this knowledge, one could master more than just a single secret technique, one might even develop unique secret techniques of their own. And during this process, not only was Yuki's food honor rapidly improving, but so were his culinary skills. His cooking finally reached the third-class chef level as recognized by the system. In just over a month, Yuki had jumped directly from intermediate chef to third-class chef, and by the system's standards. If it were by international standards, Yuki would be even stronger. It's rare to see you relaxing, kid. For the past few days, you looked like you were about to lose your mind. Megumi and the others were quite worried about you. Fumio Daimado, coming out of the dorm manager's office, was surprised to see Yuki resting in the lobby. For the past few days, Yuki had been completely absorbed in the disassembly, simplification, and organization of the secret technique, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, which made everyone very worried. However, Yuki assured them there was no need for concern. After he was done, he would give everyone another surprise. Hearing this, although still somewhat worried, they knew they couldn't casually interfere with Yuki's decision and could only silently observe. I know, but I was completely absorbed these past few days. But it was worth it. Take a look at this. Yuki printed out what he had organized and summarized. Although it looked somewhat rough, if this book were leaked, it would definitely cause an uproar in the culinary world. Is this your work from these past few days? Fumio Daimado took it and asked as she flipped through the pages. At first, it seemed like nothing special, but soon, Fumio Daimado was completely engrossed. The things Yuki summarized were devastatingly impactful for chefs. Fumio Daimado herself was a chef, and a fairly skilled one. So, she knew its value. After reading some of it, Fumio Daimado immediately shifted her attention to Yuki. It wasn't that the contents of the book couldn't attract her. On the contrary, she also wanted to learn the techniques inside. But this was something Yuki made. So, without Yuki's permission, she naturally wouldn't casually learn the techniques within. These techniques were like secret recipes for certain restaurants, very important for chefs. This book contained far too many techniques in various aspects. Any one of them would be extremely useful to a chef. You should keep this book safe. It's hard to imagine you created such a book in just a few days. Fumio Daimado couldn't find the words to describe Yuki anymore. Any single technique in this book could take a chef years or even decades to study. Yet Yuki created such a book in just 3 days. Undoubtedly, Yuki had mastered all these techniques, otherwise, he couldn't have summarized them. These techniques aren't my creation. I broke them down from a secret technique, I compiled and simplified the parts that Megumi and the others could learn, which resulted in this book, Yuki said with a smile. There was no need to hide the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / secret technique. He would be using it in the future anyway. The parts they could learn. You mean there are parts they can't learn? What on earth is this secret technique? Fumio Daimado gasped. She didn't know what this so-called secret technique was, but for it to contain so many techniques, and this was only a part of it. She didn't think Yuki was lying. She could only gasp in astonishment now. Fumio Daimado realized she truly didn't understand Yuki. Every time Yuki returned after a break, he would bring things that completely surpassed her understanding. Wait, do you mean to say you're going to teach these things to Megumi and the others? Hearing this, Fumio Daimado became even more agitated. Anyone else would definitely keep such good stuff hidden for themselves. Yuki actually planned to teach it. That's right. Of course, just the learnable part of this book. And it won't be free either, Yuki said. Megumi Tadakoro was his, Yuki could teach her more. But others were different. Yuki only planned to use the opportunity of teaching them to improve his food honor. He didn't intend to teach everything in this book, just a small part. He wasn't some moneybags doling out handouts, he knew boundaries. As long as you understand what you're doing. Fumio Daimado nodded. Although she also knew the residents of Polar Star were all loyal and kind, she still didn't want Yuki to give too much unconditionally. The principle of, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime, applied here. It was indeed a good thing Yuki could grasp this balance himself. Everyone's culinary skills could improve rapidly, strengthening Polar Star's prowess, and Yuki wouldn't be at a disadvantage, that was enough. After Fumio Daimado left, Yuki waited there for everyone else to return. It was almost time for classes to end. Actually, while Yuki was dissecting the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / something else had happened. It was the incident from the original story where Soma Yukihira and Ikumi Mito clashed. Although the plot point still occurred this time, Ikumi Mito didn't directly confront Soma Yukihira but chose to temporarily leave the Don RS alone. Chapter 33, A New Haul from the Growth Bait. There were two main reasons why things played out this way. First, Yuki was at Polar Star, and Polar Star's reputation was quite something. Although Irina Nakiri might be a bit clueless about some things, she knew that the reason her grandfather and the others were trying to get on Yuki's good side was because of the god's tongue. So, naturally, she wouldn't allow those under her to clash with Yuki and the others. Actually, in this particular matter, she hadn't wanted to back down, because honestly, Soma Yukihira was just sticking his nose where it didn't belong. If it had been someone from her side challenging Yuki and the Polar Star residents, she would naturally have chosen to yield and apologize. But this time, it was Soma Yukihira who went out of his way to cause trouble. The reason why Irina Nakiri made Ikumi Mito back down this time was that she had learned Soma Yukihira's true identity from Alice Nakiri. Alice Nakiri knew very well who Irina Nakiri's idol was, Joichiro Yukihira. So, she told Irina Nakiri about Soma's identity. Upon receiving this news, even Irina Nakiri couldn't maintain her usual Ice Queen persona, she was completely dumbfounded. Remember, during the transfer student exam, due to Soma Yukihira's taunts and her own principles, she directly rejected his dish. In the end, it was only because Senzama Nakiri tasted Soma's dish that he was even allowed to enter Totsuki. Irina Nakiri had labeled Soma Yukihira a stray dog. But now, this stray dog turned out to be her idol's son. So, Irina was not having a good time. It just so happened that Ikumi Mito and Soma Yukihira had butted heads at this moment. Since Soma was from Polar Star, Ikumi Mito also consulted Irina Nakiri. After all, Irina had explicitly told them to avoid provoking the Polar Star residents as much as possible. This time, it was someone from Polar Star who stirred up trouble on their own. Helpless, Ikumi Mito could only ask Irina Nakiri. After learning Soma's true identity, Irina Nakiri naturally wouldn't target him. She had originally thought of finding a chance to kick this stray dog out of Totsuki, but that idea was now completely out of the question. He was her idol's son, after all. Although she still found him a bit annoying, she no longer planned to target him. Because of all this, Soma Yukihira avoided Ikumi Mito, and Ikumi wasn't kicked out of Irina's faction. Although the Don RS was temporarily spared, it was only temporary. Right now, the entire club only had one member left. Even if Irina Nakiri didn't target them, other people would set their sights on it. While waiting for the others, Yuki began his fishing. These past few days, he had been completely absorbed in deconstructing the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / even to the point of forgetting food and sleep, so he hadn't used the small bait much. After becoming a third-class chef, he had obtained another growth bait, and growth bait was the real prize. Yuki now began a new round of fishing. As usual, he started by using a small bait to test the waters. After a few small bait casts, the result was rather surprising to Yuki, as he actually caught a few good things. Among these items, two were especially noteworthy. One was an ingredient, also from the world of Toriko. Although not as good as the barbecue pig, getting Toriko ingredients was always good. The other item was a kitchen knife from the Dark Cooking Society in Cooking Master Boy, the 100-hole knife. While not as good as Yuki's 7-star knives, it was still a pretty good knife. Yuki didn't need it himself, but he could give it to Megumi Tadakoro. Looks like my luck's pretty good today. Then next up is the growth bait. After using the growth bait, Yuki's anticipation was through the roof. Randomly transform a certain technique or ability into a growth type ability. They have something like this. As the growth bait was used up, what was fished out this time also surprised Yuki quite a bit. Growth type abilities would enhance as he improved. The evolving touch he had previously obtained was still continuously developing. What he fished out this time was something that would randomly modify one of his techniques or abilities. Yuki didn't hesitate to use this reward. It actually picked Inferno. Looking at the final result, Yuki was quite happy. Although it wasn't food honor, Yuki could improve food honor on his own. Randomly getting Inferno enhanced was pretty awesome too. After being modified, the enhanced Inferno ability retained the high-temperature steam, added the ability to create flames directly, and Yuki's fire control would also continuously improve. Remember, while his previous Inferno could also control flames, it could only do so crudely. Yuki had originally thought he could only further enhance Inferno's fire control ability after his food honor improved, but he hadn't expected Inferno itself to evolve. Before, Yuki could only simply control the size and basic form of flames, but now, Yuki could easily manipulate the shape of the flames. If he wanted, he could directly create a fire dragon. Along with this improved control came higher flame temperatures. It could be said that the Inferno ability instantly evolved to the point of being comparable to food honor itself. However, Yuki now faced another problem. His body's strength was insufficient. With the evolved Inferno, although he could precisely control the flames and continuously increase their temperature, there was also a drawback. To release stronger flames, he needed to expend more stamina. Even with the support of food honor, this ever-increasing consumption was not something Yuki could currently handle. But Yuki wasn't too worried. The current level of Inferno was sufficient for now. He wasn't in some high fantasy world where he needed to push Inferno to its limits. Moreover, there would be more fishing opportunities in the future. Since he was able to fish out food honor, he had a chance to obtain gourmet cells. Once he got gourmet cells, with a constant supply of ingredients, Inferno's consumption wouldn't be a problem. After understanding the effects of the evolved Inferno, it was also time for classes to end. The Polar Star residents gradually returned to the dormitory. After everyone was present, Yuki told them about his plan. Everyone there was a chef, and not weak ones either. After looking at the book Yuki took out, they were completely stunned. They could imagine, if they mastered the techniques within, their culinary skills would definitely skyrocket. Yuki, this is no small matter. Are you really sure about teaching us these techniques? Satoshi Ishiki said with a somewhat serious expression. As an Elite 10 member, having been a manager for some time, he naturally understood the value of these techniques. Chapter 34, The Astounding Raging Bull Blue Dragon / Bonus, yeah. Although our cooking would definitely improve significantly if we learned these techniques, this is your stuff, Yuki. Even if we're friends, we can't just take advantage of you like this. Ryoko Sakaki strongly agreed with Satoshi Ishiki. As the saying goes, even good friends keep clear accounts. Although they were very good friends, what Yuki brought out now was too valuable. I'm not saying I'll just teach them to you directly, consider it an early investment. Learn these techniques. After you benefit from them, you can just pay me royalties. Yuki naturally understood what they meant. He had thought about this before. While these techniques weren't that important to him, they were completely different for others. Yuki certainly didn't want to end up losing friends over this. His purpose in teaching these techniques was to improve his food honor. He decided to teach the Polar Star residents with the idea of keeping good things within the family. Of course, the decision is yours, whether you want to learn is up to each of you. After saying this, Yuki left the decision to them. Hearing this, most of them already understood what Yuki was saying, it was clearly a benefit for them. But such things couldn't just be taught for free, they couldn't be that thick-skinned. So, everyone agreed. As for how much Yuki would charge later, they didn't worry about it. They trusted Yuki very much and knew he wouldn't rip them off. Just like that, everyone reached an agreement. Actually, for Yuki, this was just an excuse. As for the money, honestly, he wasn't short of money right now. For one, he could easily emulate Etsuya Aizen and develop some fast food recipes with his current skills. It would be ridiculously easy with his current reputation and skills. Now that everyone agreed, they could naturally browse this technique book without any worries. Although they had seen a bit of it before and been amazed by the techniques within, they had only seen the beginning. As they read more, everyone realized that this book was incredibly comprehensive. It covered all aspects of being a chef, completely well-rounded. If they learned the techniques in this book, their culinary skills would skyrocket, and in an all-encompassing way. It's so comprehensive. And the techniques in this book feel connected, like a whole. Satoshi Ishiki said. Among those present, his culinary skills were second only to Yuki's, so only after reading through it did he have this feeling. That's right, it is a whole. I deconstructed these techniques from a secret technique and removed the parts that would be difficult for you to learn. After optimizing and reorganizing the rest, I got this book. Yuki nodded. He had spent several days working on this book, putting in considerable effort. For him, someone with food honor, to dedicate this much time to it meant this book was special. Actually, this book could be considered a prototype secret technique. If one fully mastered the techniques inside and could apply them skillfully, they would have a chance to create their own secret technique. Of course, it was just a possibility, not a guarantee. But even so, it was quite incredible. After all, such a thing didn't even exist in the world of Cooking Master Boy. Secret techniques in Cooking Master Boy were derived from the expertise of top chefs, adapted from their own knowledge. By simplifying the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, Yuki essentially gave everyone an opportunity. If the success rate of creating a secret technique in Cooking Master Boy was less than 1%, then after completely mastering this book, the success rate might increase to around 10%. It could be said that if this book were leaked, it could completely alter the dynamics of the culinary world. However, Yuki didn't plan to publish this book. Doing so wouldn't benefit him in any way, and he naturally wouldn't do something without benefits. Secret technique? What's a secret technique? Alice Nakiri asked, puzzled. Signature dishes, special abilities, everyone knew about those. But this was the first time they had heard of a secret technique. A secret technique is an extremely special type of skill, you could even say it surpasses normal understanding. Take this book you're looking at, for example. These techniques are extracted from a secret technique called the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash. The Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash is a knife skill secret technique. There are also other types of secret techniques, of course, like those related to fire control, specific handling methods, and such. With Yuki's brief explanation, everyone gained a basic understanding of secret techniques. So there are things called secret techniques too. But to be able to extract so many techniques from one secret technique, and only part of it at that? That's insane. Zenji Marui, as the theory master, stated that he couldn't imagine how many techniques a secret technique must contain. His words received everyone's agreement. It was indeed hard to imagine how exaggerated this secret technique had to be to have so many techniques extracted from it. You guys don't know the effects of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, which is why you think that way. This technique can dissect an entire bowl in an instant, without spilling a single drop of blood. As Yuki explained the effects of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, the room became silent. Everyone looked at Yuki with disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Yuki wasn't surprised. After all, the description of this move was indeed hard to believe. Butchering and dissecting a bull required a lot of time. Now Yuki was saying it could be done in an instant, without spilling a single drop of blood. They couldn't believe it, even mangas wouldn't dare to portray something like that. But they also knew very well that Yuki wouldn't lie to them, he had no reason to. So, everyone was now completely mind-blown. How? Never mind anything else, just the number of cuts you'd have to make. Can you really make hundreds or thousands of cuts in an instant? Even Soma Yukihira, with his straightforward nature, knew this was impossible. You don't need that many cuts. When you truly understand an ingredient, the effect of one cut can be better than dozens or even hundreds. Yuki shook his head. Indeed, even with food honor, he couldn't make hundreds or thousands of cuts in an instant. But that was one of the key characteristics of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, it didn't require that many cuts. As long as one grasped the structure of the ingredient, a dozen or so cuts could achieve the effect of complete disassembly. Chapter 35, Taranori Kuga's Invitation. It's still hard to imagine what it looks like to dissect a whole cow in an instant. Even after Yuki's explanation, they still couldn't quite picture it. Something so far beyond their comprehension was indeed difficult to visualize. You'll have a chance to see it someday, Yuki said with a smile. He didn't bother demonstrating it directly. He would use this secret technique in the future anyway, at that time, everyone would know what it looked like. By the way, Yuki, there's something I need to tell you. Taranori Kuga wants to invite you to join the Chikariori RS. Since you haven't been out much lately, I told him you were busy, so he asked me to pass on the invitation. After discussing the previous matter, Satoshi Ishiki brought up something else. Taranori Kuga. If I remember correctly, he's the 8th seed of the Elite 10, right? Yoshino Yuki asked after thinking for a moment. That's right. He is. Actually, he's invited Yuki many times, but Yuki has always refused. Megumi Tadakoro nodded. Among the Elite 10, besides Satoshi Ishiki, the one she was most familiar with was Taranori Kuga, and that was also because of Yuki. Although Totsuki students learned a variety of cuisines, everyone still had their specialties. At Totsuki, the Chukariori RS was a very large group. And their leader was Taranori Kuga. Taranori Kuga had repeatedly invited Yuki to join. Megumi Tadakoro, who was always by Yuki's side, was very aware of this. Always refused. Why? Alice Nakiri was surprised. Joining such clubs was something many students did, like Megumi Tadakoro joining the local cuisine RS. These research societies had their purpose, after all, they were all students. While there were strong and weak individuals, everyone had something worth learning from. Exchanging knowledge together was better than working in isolation. Of course, this only applied to most people. For cheat players, like Yuki, researching on their own was better than exchanging knowledge with these people. Because Taranori Kuga's idea of Chukariori is wrong. Yuki shook his head. Anyone with even a basic understanding of Chukariori wouldn't acknowledge Taranori Kuga's philosophy. However, Taranori Kuga was an Elite 10 member, and his culinary skills were very strong, so many people, in order to cozy up to him, didn't care. Taranori Kuga himself was also pretending to be oblivious. He knew his own philosophy was flawed, but he wanted to impose his personal preference onto the system of Chukariori, thereby distorting the perception of others. If you just looked at Taranori Kuga himself, he liked spicy and numbing flavors, considering them the be-all and end-all of Chukariori. There was nothing inherently wrong with that, everyone had their preferences. But the problem was, he forced his beliefs onto others, completely disregarding whether it was suitable for them. Chukariori, passed down for thousands of years, had a comprehensive and well-established system, the most suitable system for the general public. Taranori Kuga's alterations led many newbies astray. He himself didn't suffer any losses, but others suffered significantly. Moreover, those misled didn't even know the principles they were learning were incorrect. It was very difficult to progress along an incorrect path, unable to achieve meaningful results. They would think that the Chinese culinary system was just like that. It could be said that Taranori Kuga's actions were completely slandering Chukariori. Miyoko Hojo felt the same way about Kuga. She also didn't join the Chukariori RS because of his philosophy. Both of them found Taranori Kuga annoying, but they couldn't do anything about it. Kuga's culinary skills were stronger than theirs, so they could only avoid him. After all, even if they were right, if their culinary skills were inferior, and they ended up losing, everyone would only acknowledge the winner. Yuki hadn't expected Taranori Kuga would invite him again. If Kuga hadn't brought it up himself, Yuki would have almost forgotten about it. Now that Taranori Kuga had delivered himself to his doorstep, Yuki naturally wouldn't let him off. Kuga's philosophy is seriously flawed. Even those of us who don't specialize in Chukariori can see that. But that guy is dead set on his own path. Within Totsuki Academy, the one with the highest level of Chinese culinary skill is also that same guy. However, now that Yuki has awakened his special ability, even Kuga's culinary skills can't compare to Yuki's, Satoshi Ishiki said with a smile. Actually, when Taranori Kuga had asked him to pass on the message, Ishiki had already known the result. As a dorm mate, Satoshi Ishiki knew that Yuki wasn't fond of Taranori Kuga. However, Yuki's culinary skills were previously inferior to Kuga's, so Ishiki could only pretend not to notice. But now the situation was completely different. For Taranori Kuga to come now, flaunting his status, wasn't he just asking for a beating? Ishiki-senpai, you should have Taranori Kuga's contact info, right? Contact him for me. I'm planning a shokujuki with him. Yuki said. Hearing this, everyone was startled, but they quickly calmed down. The reason was simple, with Yuki's current culinary skills, beating an Elite 10 member was a simple matter. If that guy agrees, then our dorm will have 2 Elite 10 members, right? Yoshino Yuki said, a little excited. In your dreams. I don't want his Elite 10 seat. If I used an Elite 10 seat as the wager, he would definitely refuse the Shokuchiki. Plus, I'm not interested in being an Elite 10 member. Too much trouble, not enough reward. I want his position as the president of the Chikariori RS. Yuki shook his head. Taranori Kuga wasn't a fool. Yuki's reputation was quite something now. Under such circumstances, if he wanted Taranori Kuga to agree to a Shokuchiki, he couldn't bet on an Elite 10 seat, otherwise, the other party would surely refuse. Yuki wanted his president position. As long as Taranori Kuga agreed to the Shokuchiki, Yuki's goal would be achieved. After all, never mind Taranori Kuga, even Eishi Tsukasa was no match for Yuki now. So, Yuki just had to beat Taranori Kuga, obtain the position, and then correct everyone's skewed perception. As for whether people believed him or not, that wasn't the issue. The credibility of the victor was much higher than the losers. It would just take some time. Once these people encountered authentic Chikariori, they would naturally understand that the information they had received before was wrong. Chapter 36, The Shokuchiki is set, the Elite 10's focus, bonus, soon, Satoshi Ishiki's call connected, and Taranori Kuga's voice came from the other end. Ishiki, calling me at this time must mean you have news, right? So. Did he agree? Taranori Kuga asked. He'd basically guessed why Satoshi Ishiki was calling. After all, he had just asked Ishiki to help him inquire, and now there was a call, there definitely was news. Let me do the talking. I'll get straight to the point. Kuga-senpai, if you want me to join your Chikariori RS, then you need to show me what you got. I challenge you to a Shokuchiki. If you win, I'll join the Chikariori RS and help you promote your idea of Chikariori. If I win, then you hand over your position as the president of the Chikariori RS and leave the club. Yuki said. He didn't expect Taranori Kuga to change his views. Strictly speaking, Kuga's own path wasn't necessarily wrong. What he did wrong was force others to walk that same path. So, Yuki felt no need to correct Kuga's views. Moreover, changing someone's way of thinking wasn't easy, this wasn't a manga where one dish could immediately convince someone. Yuki didn't have the gift of gab, so his goal was to cut off Taranori Kuga's avenues of spreading misinformation and correct it from there. It's Yuki, huh? A Shokuchiki isn't a problem, but your wager doesn't seem very equitable. Taranori Kuga paused after hearing this, but it didn't last long. Soon, he understood. It's true, it's not equitable. Strictly speaking, I'm the one at a disadvantage. But I don't particularly care. Yuki also admitted that the wager wasn't equal. But upon hearing these words, Taranori Kuga on the other end was rather speechless. He had been about to say he was the one at a disadvantage, so how did it suddenly become Yuki who was losing out? Are you sure you're the one at a disadvantage? Although the bet isn't an Elite 10 seat, I'm an Elite 10 member, using the position of the president to bet against you isn't exactly cheap. Taranori Kuga said, indicating that his wager was clearly weightier. Yes, you're an Elite 10 member. And yes, the Chikariori RS is currently one of the largest clubs, so the president position does have some value. But, you're overlooking my reputation. In terms of popularity, I'm way more famous than an Elite 10 member. Every year has Elite 10 members, but the only one with a special ability comparable to the god's tongue is me. The reputation I earned at the Totsuki Resort carries a lot more weight than your Elite 10 status, so you're the one getting the better end of this deal. After Yuki said this, the other Polar Star residents nodded. Indeed, Yuki's reputation was very prominent right now. Beating Yuki would make someone famous. Actually, during this time, Yuki had received many Shokuchiki challenges, from first years, second years, and third years. But Yuki simply treated them as junk mail. He wasn't idle and wouldn't waste time on Shokuchikis with these people. Even an Elite 10 seat wouldn't interest him. The reason why Yuki accepted the Shokuchiki with Taranori Kuga was entirely because of Chikariori. If it had been any other Elite 10 member, Yuki wouldn't have given them a chance. Taranori Kuga remained silent for a moment after hearing Yuki's words. Indeed, according to Yuki's reasoning, he was the one benefiting. Yuki's rise to fame had been too recent, so Kuga hadn't adjusted his thinking yet. Fine. I accept this shokuchiki. You decide the time, location, and theme. Taranori Kuga wasn't afraid of challenges, he had even challenged Eishi Tsukasa before. Even though he was utterly crushed, he continued to target Tsukasa afterward. During the Moon Banquet Festival in the original story, the reason he didn't go to the high-class area to compete was because of his agreement with Eishi Tsukasa, to earn the chance to challenge Tsukasa. Too bad it was ruined by Soma Yukihira. 3 days from now. As for the location, any shokuchiki arena will do. The theme will be Chukariori. Any objections? Yuki said. No problem. Just as you said. I'll handle the arrangements with the Shokuchiki Administration Bureau. You just wait for the notification. Taranori Kuga agreed readily. Since the Shokuchiki was now set, Yuki didn't bother wasting words with Taranori Kuga and hung up quickly. Kuga-senpai has no idea what's coming to him. Yoshino Yuki said with some pity. They were now very clear about Yuki's level of culinary skill. Taranori Kuga challenging Yuki would definitely end in a crushing defeat. After all, Kuga isn't one of us. Although Yuki is quite famous now, Kuga probably can't imagine that Yuki could become a senior chef in just over a month. Satoshi Ishiki also found it somewhat amusing. Actually, they didn't know that Yuki was now a bona fide third-class chef. Otherwise, they'd be even more shocked. Yuki didn't bother emphasizing it, no need to show off in front of his own people. The next day arrived quickly. After Taranori Kuga submitted the Shokuchiki application to the Shokuchiki Administration Bureau, the bureau contacted Yuki. With both sides agreeing, the Shokuchiki was established. As the Shokuchiki was set, the news naturally spread. After all, this was an elite 10 member, someone standing at the very top of Totsuki. And there was also Yuki. Recently, Yuki's fame was constantly growing, and many students in the school knew about his exploits. However, they didn't know much about Yuki's level of culinary skill. Most just knew that Yuki had a sense of touch comparable to the god's tongue. That pipsqueak is going to have a shokuchiki with Yuki. It's a pity he's not betting his elite 10 seat. Otherwise, it would be even more interesting. Rindo Kobayashi was somewhat surprised upon hearing this news. But she was someone who loved a good show, the more drama, the better. Now, she even felt the wager was too small and it should have been an elite 10 seat to make it really interesting. Kuga and Yuki are facing off, huh? This will be a good opportunity to see Yuki's real strength. Eishi Tsukasa was also quite interested. They didn't have a clear grasp of Yuki's capabilities yet. Now that someone was testing the waters, it was a good thing. Irina-sama. Look at today's news. Hisako Arato, after seeing the news, immediately found Irina Nakiri. After all, Irina Nakiri had asked her to pay close attention to news about Yuki. So, the moment Hisako saw this news, she immediately went to her young lady. Chapter 37, Senzaman Nakiri as the judge. Kuga-senpai is having a shokuchiki with Yuki. Irina Nakiri was somewhat surprised after seeing the news. Like everyone else, she also planned to check out just how strong Yuki's culinary skills really were. After all, Yuki's reputation had become quite prominent recently, but he hadn't made any significant appearances within the school. Now, with this opportunity, she naturally wanted to witness Yuki's level firsthand. The Elite 10 were all interested in this shokuchiki. And besides them, another person was also drawn in, Senzaman Nakiri. Since Yuki's return to school, Senzaman Nakiri hadn't approached him. It wasn't that he didn't value Yuki, but he knew that actively seeking him out wasn't the best approach. It was better to let his granddaughters interact with Yuki naturally. This shokuchiki presented an opportunity for contact. He planned to act as the judge. That way, there wouldn't be too much direct influence, and he could also see how much Yuki had grown. With this thought in mind, Senzaman Nakiri directly called the Shokuchiki Administration Bureau. With Senzaman Nakiri wanting to be the judge, the bureau obviously didn't dare to object and immediately changed the judging panel from the originally planned 3 judges to just 1. Plus, they didn't think anyone could be more qualified than Senzaman Nakiri. With him there, no one else was needed. Actually, the Shokuchiki Administration Bureau members were quite surprised. While this Shokuchiki did involve an Elite 10 member, they hadn't considered it a major event, since an Elite 10 seat wasn't at stake. Who could have imagined it would attract Senzaman Nakiri himself? Due to Senzaman Nakiri's involvement, the Shokuchiki Administration Bureau updated the information. This change naturally caught the attention of both instructors and students. Learning that Senzaman Nakiri himself would be the sole judge for this Shokuchiki, everyone was astonished. After all, Senzaman Nakiri usually only appeared at major events, like the autumn election finals, as a judge. Normally, even for battles between Elite 10 members, he wouldn't casually participate. So, everyone was even more surprised by this news. Yuki, did you see? The judge for your Shokuchiki is actually the director. After hearing the news, Megumi Tadakoro and the others immediately found Yuki. I know. The Shokuchiki Administration Bureau already contacted me. Yuki was very calm. Senzaman Nakiri being the judge wasn't a surprise to him. He had been wondering how Senzaman Nakiri would approach him. After all, his existence was crucial for the Jewel Generation project. Currently, he could be considered the core of this project. Senzaman Nakiri wouldn't just leave it be. Not only was Yuki unsurprised, but so was Alice Nakiri. After all, she knew about the plans of her grandfather and father. Although she didn't know all the details, she understood that Yuki was very important. Looking at Yuki's calm demeanor, everyone was rather speechless. If it were them, knowing the director himself would be judging their Shokuchiki, they'd probably be incredibly nervous. But Yuki was exceptionally calm, as if it were just a trivial matter. Time flew by, and the day of the Shokuchiki arrived. Incidentally, besides the change of judges, even the venue had been changed. The Shokuchiki Administration Bureau had initially just arranged a normal arena. But with Senzaman Nakiri's involvement, the venue was immediately changed to the Chandra's Room. The Chandra's Room at Totsuki was a very important location. Only the Elite 10 and the finalists of the autumn election could hold Shokuchiki there. Holding a Shokuchiki in the Chandra's Room, the time was also naturally set for the evening. After all, the gimmick of the Chandra's Room was quite something. The timer was the moon itself. This kind of design was very cool and had a lot of style. It was now afternoon. The spectator seats in the Chandra's Room were already filled, and even all of the Elite 10 were present. Compared to the others, they knew a little bit more about Yuki, of course, just a little bit more. That's why the Elite 10 had all gathered here. So many people. Did the entire high school department come? The Polar Star residents were also shocked when they arrived at the Chandra's Room. High temperatures. Although the Chandra's Room is quite spacious, the scale of Yuki's inferno this time is also very large. We're sitting quite close to the front. At this distance, we should be clearly feeling the heat wave from Inferno, but right now, I can't feel any heat from those flames at all, Alice Nakiri nodded. Because of her status, she had brought everyone to the front row seats, allowing them to clearly see the actions of both contestants. But it was precisely because of this that she noticed the difference in Yuki's special ability. You're right. Last time Yuki used Inferno, people were practically being roasted alive. The others also recalled the earlier scene of Yuki using Inferno. Maybe he's learned to control the high temperature as he developed his ability further. But isn't that a bit too fast? Megumi Tadakoro guessed that Yuki had gained better control over his special ability, but it had only been a little over a month since he awakened it. In such a short time, anyone else would still be trying to understand their ability, yet Yuki could already control it precisely. Should something like this even be surprising when it comes to Yuki? His rate of improvement has been completely insane recently. Satoshi Ishiki said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone thought about it and quickly nodded in agreement. Satoshi was right. Yuki's culinary skill improvement in this short period had been too fast. Compared to the rate at which his culinary skills were improving, the development of his special ability wasn't actually that surprising. After discussing it, everyone turned their attention to Taranori Kuga. Since Yuki had completely shrouded himself in flames, they couldn't see what he was doing. Now, they could only watch Kuga. As for Taranori Kuga, although he was focusing on his own cooking, sometimes, curiosity simply couldn't be contained. He really didn't want to pay attention to Yuki, but driven by his curiosity, he would still glance at Yuki from time to time. Even if all he saw were flames, he still couldn't help himself. This also made Kuga quite frustrated. Actually, his situation was completely normal. After all, Yuki's actions were far beyond what ordinary people would do. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. Thankfully, Yuki's state didn't last too long. Soon, the flames dissipated, and everyone curiously looked towards Yuki. But after seeing what was in front of Yuki, everyone was dumbfounded. Because what stood before Yuki wasn't a finished dish, but a mold seemingly used for making tofu. What's going on? After all that fanfare, he hasn't even finished the tofu yet. The students were all completely confused. Forget about them, even the instructors were puzzled. Did he mess up or something? One of the elite 10 members couldn't help but ask. That's unlikely. Such a basic mistake, never mind everyone here, I doubt any sane person would make it. I think there's something up with that mold. Maybe the actual dish is hidden inside, Eishi Tsukasa said. He didn't believe someone like Yuki would make a rookie mistake. Makes sense. The chance of such a fundamental error happening in this kind of competition is practically zero. This is getting interesting now. I wonder what his dish actually is. From the moment he started cooking, this dish has been shrouded in mystery. Rindo Kobayashi nodded. Her curiosity was now at its peak. It had to be said, Yuki's tactic of enveloping himself in flames to block everyone's view was indeed very effective. Now everyone was incredibly curious about what exactly was hidden in Yuki's mold. Did his cooking slow down because I distracted him? Yuki glanced at Taranori Kuga. Logically, Kuga's speed should have been a bit faster than his. After all, Yuki had started by making tofu from scratch. But Kuga still wasn't finished, and Yuki noticed Kuga made a few mistakes that shouldn't have happened. Clearly, this was because Kuga's attention had been diverted. This wasn't Yuki's fault. He had simply been preparing his dish at his own pace. If the other party got distracted, it was because their own focus was lacking, it had nothing to do with him. Yuki didn't plan to wait any longer now. He didn't want Kuga's dish to be presented first. His own dish was already at its optimal state, he couldn't wait any longer. So, Yuki directly carried the large plate holding the mold and walked towards Senzama Nikiri. He's bringing it up already. Is the dish finished? What kind of dish is hidden in that mold? Irina Nikiri watched Yuki, completely puzzled. Everyone's attention was now focused on Yuki and the plate in his hands. Are we finally going to unveil the mystery of this dish? Senzama Nikiri asked with a smile. This dish is a bit special. It needs some secrecy. Otherwise, the impact would be lessened, Yuki briefly explained. After putting down the plate, he directly lifted the mold. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the dish inside actually looked like. A large block of tofu, layers of black and white tofu stacked on top of each other. Underneath the tofu, a part of the mold seemed like a base, or stand. Chapter 40, The Perfect Cycle of Sweet and Spicy. This is, a block of tofu. The spectators, initially expecting something incredible in the mold, were now dumbfounded. They had been expecting some mind-blowing dish hidden within, but all they saw was a massive block of tofu. While the layered black and white tofu did look quite nice, just bringing out a whole, unprocessed block of tofu seemed rather odd. Yuki didn't pay any attention to the audience's murmurs. He knew very well that the magical mapo tofu had this effect. It was indeed easy to misunderstand at first. But Yuki soon showed everyone the key to this dish. He directly removed the stand-like mold from both sides. The center of this stand actually held the sauce. When replicating this dish before, Yuki realized he couldn't achieve a perfect replication. After all, the dish appeared in the anime. For visual effect, there was nothing underneath, yet sauce flowed out. Was the sauce stuffed inside the tofu? But the tofu was formed at the very end, so that would be impossible. Therefore, Yuki prepared this stand-like mold to hold the sauce. And the moment the stand was removed, the pre-cut tofu would naturally crumble since there was no longer any support underneath. Plus, Yuki applied a slight upward force, so the tofu bounced up a bit before scattering down. This way, the two colors of tofu would naturally mix evenly. It's done, magical mapo tofu. Please, enjoy. Watching the dish fully take shape, Yuki declared. It's actually mapo tofu. This dish really is magical, like an actual magic trick. Seeing the whole block of tofu instantly transform into a finished dish, everyone's eyes widened. How on earth did he do that? One moment it was a whole block of tofu, the next it was cut into pieces. Even the Elite 10 were dumbfounded. The sauce being hidden in that stand-like mold was understandable, but how was the tofu cut? Was it pre-cut and placed inside the mold? But how could such a thing be done in such a short time? It must be because of that mold. There's definitely some kind of trick to it. While most people were baffled, some clever ones quickly thought of the mold in Yuki's hands. After all, there were only a few possibilities, it wasn't hard to guess. Yuki-kun, may I take a closer look at that mold in your hand? Senzaman Nakiri naturally also noticed this and looked at the mold Yuki held. Of course, Yuki replied, unsurprised. It was normal to be figured out. With so many people here, it would have been more unusual if they hadn't guessed it. Indeed. The mechanism is inside. These thin, sharp wires must be what cut the tofu. As for how the black and white layers were separated, probably with lard. The aroma is quite distinct. No wonder it's called magical mapo tofu. The black and white refer to yin-yang, not to mention the magic-like technique used to create it. But is doing this really a good idea? The tofu just now fell into the sauce, the flavors will likely clash, which is a major taboo when it comes to mapo tofu, Senzaman Nakiri commented. Yuki's dish seemed very creative, but on second thought, the tofu only just fell into the sauce, as if it were just being dipped. The mapo tofu made this way could have serious problems. Since I made this dish, I naturally considered this issue. You'll know once you taste it, Yuki said with a smile. He had considered this problem from the start, which is why the sauce he made was a bit special. That stand-like mold didn't just hold the sauce, it also sealed in heat. The high temperature of Yuki's inferno was sealed within the mold and only released the moment it was opened. When the tofu fell in, it was essentially as if it had gone through a cooking process in a pot. While this couldn't achieve perfect fusion, Yuki approached it from another angle, making the flavor of the sauce more intense. This way, paired with the sweetness of the black tofu, it could bring out the spicy and numbing flavors of the sauce to the fullest, so the slight disconnect in the dish wouldn't affect it but rather become its strength. And the 8 flavors of mapo tofu wouldn't be affected either, just that the spicy and numbing flavors would be more prominent. Actually, this dish primarily showcased the area where Teranori Kuga excelled the most. Yuki wanted to defeat Teranori Kuga in his own area of expertise. Hearing this, Senzaman Nakiri didn't say anything more. As Yuki said, all that mattered was the taste. So spicy. Wait, this black tofu is sweet. The mapo tofu entered his mouth, and the first taste was the flavor of the sauce. Only after chewing could he taste the tofu. As he chewed, Senzaman Nakiri discovered that the black tofu was actually sweet, instantly neutralizing the spicy and numbing flavor of the sauce. But after the neutralization, as the sweetness faded, the spicy and numbing flavors became even more prominent. And this entered a cycle. The sweetness could alleviate the spiciness, but at the same time, make the spiciness of the next bite even more distinct. This back and forth, the slight disconnect in this dish actually became its strength. This dish made you want to keep eating, you couldn't stop. Senzaman Nakiri was like this. The portion of mapo tofu before him was not small, but Senzaman actually ate it all. Finally, only some sauce remained in the dish. Without the tofu, the spiciness of the sauce was a bit too much to bear. Only then did Senzaman Nakiri finally stop. At some point, his shirt had vanished. Seeing this, Yuki was somewhat speechless. Although the foodgasm effect and imparting ability were gone in this world, the Nakiri family's clothes burst still existed. Senzaman Nakiri's shirt had vanished after his first bite of the mapo tofu. A very good dish. It's full of innovation while still retaining traditional flavors. And that perfect cycle of sweet and spicy, it makes you want to keep eating. Just as you said, the slight disconnect actually becomes its strength, making this dish even more perfect, Senzaman Nakiri praised. Chapter 41, Taranori Kuga's Crushing Defeat, Bonus. Senzaman Nakiri's praise came from the heart. His evaluation of Yuki was getting higher and higher. The disconnected feeling in the dish was impossible to completely eliminate, unless Yuki used Inferno for further heating after the magic trick. Only then would that feeling completely disappear. But this dish couldn't be handled that way. Because by the time the magic trick was performed, the dish was essentially complete, so it naturally couldn't be heated again. This meant the slight disconnect in this dish couldn't be eliminated. And Yuki's approach was to incorporate this disconnected feeling into the dish itself. If used well, even negative effects could become positive. However, achieving this required a lot from the chef. It tested not just culinary skills but also adaptability. Senzaman Nakiri's thinking was indeed correct. Although this dish was replicated by Yuki, replicating such a dish wasn't easy. After all, many dishes in the world of Cooking Master Boy had a certain fantastical quality. Yuki needed to completely transform these elements into his own, only then could he replicate the dish. Thank you for the compliment. Being praised naturally made Yuki happy. After he spoke, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. After all, this dish had received Senzaman Nakiri's approval, and such high praise at that. And everyone could tell that Senzaman Nakiri's praise was genuine. Firstly, because he was the food's demon king, the head of the Nakiri family, he wouldn't bother lying. Secondly, Senzaman Nakiri's clothes had burst. While words could be deceiving, the Nakiri family's clothes burst wouldn't lie. And looking at the dish, which had only a bit of sauce left, anyone with a brain knew that Yuki's mapo tofu was undeniably incredibly delicious. A powerful special ability, a peculiar magic trick-like technique, and ultimate deliciousness, Yuki demonstrated to everyone, through his actions, that he was a force to be reckoned with. Although Yuki had been among the top in his first year before, he hadn't reached such heights. This time, with just one dish, everyone knew that Yuki was an exceptionally powerful chef. After their amazement, most people's gazes shifted to Taranori Kuga, as his dish was also finished. And because there was no concealment, everyone saw that Kuga's dish was also mapo tofu. Yuki had received such high praise, so what about Taranori Kuga, an elite 10 member? The audience was full of anticipation, waiting for the result. At this moment, Taranori Kuga was feeling rather uncomfortable. After all, he couldn't possibly compare to Yuki's series of actions. Moreover, because he had focused too much on Yuki, he had made a few small mistakes during the cooking process. While the overall impact wasn't significant, in this kind of shokyuji, even the smallest mistake could determine victory or defeat. The most crucial thing was Senzaman Nakiri's reaction. That level of clothes burst made Kuga feel immense pressure. But no matter what, he still had to serve his dish. Kuga wasn't afraid of failure and wouldn't just surrender without a fight. Compared to Yuki's magical Mappo tofu, while Taranori Kuga's Mappo tofu also had visual appeal, with Yuki's dish as a prior example, Kuga's Mappo tofu now seemed quite ordinary. And Senzaman Nakiri only took one bite of Kuga's dish before stopping. This is, without a doubt, an excellent dish. However, unfortunately, compared to Yuki's Mappo tofu, this dish falls short in every aspect, it's completely outclassed. Moreover, there are some flaws in this dish. With your skills, such flaws shouldn't appear. Clearly, you were affected by Yuki. Senzaman Nakiri commented. Although Yuki's dish hadn't caused a taste lock, it definitely had an impact. Yuki's dish was superior to Kuga's Mappo tofu in every way, especially in the spicy and numbing flavors. This time, Yuki specifically highlighted these flavors, but without sacrificing the other flavors. As they say, there's no harm without comparison. With the comparison now made, the flaws in Kuga's signature dish were glaringly obvious. Hearing this, Taranori Kuga's heart sank. He won. Yuki won. In the audience, in the area where the Polar Star residents were sitting, Yoshino Yuki exclaimed excitedly. Yuki, calm down. We all know how skilled Yuki is, wasn't it obvious he'd win? Ryoko Sakaki looked at Yoshino Yuki, a bit speechless. That's true, but this time he completely crushed a member of the Elite 10. Even without obtaining an Elite 10 seat, in everyone's eyes, Yuki is already stronger than the Elite 10. Yoshino Yuki stated that even without an official Elite 10 seat, the spectators weren't blind, they were well aware that Yuki was now at the Elite 10 level. Moreover, this was a complete victory, a crushing defeat for Kuga. In the audience's eyes, Yuki's culinary skills were clearly superior to most of the Elite 10. If Auntie Fumio hears this news, she'll be overjoyed. Megumi Tadakoro said with a smile. With Yuki being so outstanding, as his girlfriend, she was naturally proud of him. Yuki, can I try your Mappo tofu? When the Shokyuji ended, Taranori Kuga asked. He knew that his crushing defeat was to be expected, but he still wanted to taste Yuki's dish, to at least know just how good it was. There should be a party at Polar Star tomorrow night. I'll make this dish then. If you're interested, you can drop by, Yuki said after thinking for a moment. He knew that after he got back to Polar Star, those guys would definitely pester him to taste the dish, so he would surely have to make it again. Since Taranori Kuga was also interested, Yuki would just let him taste it. Although Yuki knew very well he didn't have the persuasion dish, like in the manga, it didn't hurt to try. What if he could knock some sense into this guy? Taranori Kuga was someone with potential, he could be tasked with those trivial matters later on. Of course, if it didn't work out, no big deal. Yuki already had a plan, to recruit Miyoko Hojo. Yuki was quite familiar with Miyoko Hojo. She hadn't joined the Chikariori RS precisely because of Kuga's philosophy. Now that the Chikariori RS was Yuki's, the probability of successfully recruiting Miyoko Hojo was almost 100%. 17. Chapter 42, Rival, Megumi Tadakoro, Bonus. Alright. I'll stop by tomorrow night then. Taranori Kuga nodded and said he would attend the gathering, then left. When Yuki exited the Chandra's room, the Polar Star residents were already waiting for him outside. Yuki. Congratulations on defeating Taranori Kuga. The Polar Star residents immediately congratulated Yuki upon seeing him. Thanks, everyone. You guys head back first. I need to talk to someone, Yuki said, looking at the other side. Over there stood a tall, slender young woman, Miyoko Hojo, of course. Hojo-san. Makes sense, you're both into Chikariori, after all. And now Yuki's the #1 Chikariori expert at Totsuki. Everyone wasn't surprised to see Miyoko Hojo. They all knew Yuki and Miyoko Hojo were friends, both being Chikariori specialists. Moreover, Miyoko Hojo was quite well known among the first years, known as the Iron Fire Dragon Girl. With Yuki now becoming Totsuki's top Chikariori expert, Miyoko Hojo couldn't possibly not have any reaction. "Who's that girl?" Alice Nakiri asked, somewhat on guard. Miyoko Hojo was undeniably attractive. Alice Nakiri had initially thought Megumi Tadakoro was her only competition, but after seeing Miyoko Hojo, she felt like there was suddenly another rival. Of course, in Alice Nakiri's view, her greatest rival was still Megumi Tadakoro. After joining Polar Star and confirming her feelings for Yuki, Alice learned a bit about Megumi Tadakoro. The more she learned, the more apprehensive she became. At first glance, Megumi Tadakoro seemed harmless, but as Alice investigated further, she realized Megumi was the true threat. Megumi Tadakoro had a gentle and demure personality, and while she no longer overly panicked while cooking, she still seemed like someone easy to bully. And it was precisely this personality that was very easy to awaken a man's protective instincts. Besides that, Megumi completely trusted Yuki. She was the perfect image of a doting wife and caring mother. If they were actually to settle down, Megumi was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. After understanding all this, Alice Nakiri felt a sense of dread. Although she had the advantage of being the newcomer, while it usually gave her an edge over the childhood friend, Megumi's strengths were things Alice couldn't compete with. Her name is Miyoko Hojo. She also specializes in Chikariori. Kuga invited her to join his Chikariori RS before, but she refused. She gave the same reason as Yuki. That's how they became friends, Satoshi Ishiki explained. He was very clear about Teranori Kuga's attempts to recruit both of them. "Alice, you have no idea. Miyoko-san has ridiculous strength. She can leave a footprint on a wooden floor with a single kick." Yoshino Yuki chimed in, adding to Alice Nakiri's knowledge of Miyoko Hojo. It had to be said, Miyoko Hojo was really strong, even strong enough to be almost like a special ability. Hearing this, Alice Nakiri was quite surprised. To think this girl wasn't just beautiful, but also incredibly strong. "Congratulations, Yuki. You actually beat Kuga. And you even snatched the president's position of the Chikariori RS." Seeing Yuki coming over, Miyoko Hojo also offered her congratulations. She was feeling quite satisfied right now. After all, seeing that annoying Kuga getting his comeuppance was enjoyable. She didn't deny Teranori Kuga's culinary skills, but she did deny his philosophy, which was why, even though they interacted, she found Kuga rather irritating. "I wasn't really interested in the position, but that guy's warped philosophy was leading too many people down the wrong path. It needed to be fixed. By the way, Hojo, do you want to join the Chikariori RS now?" Since he met her, Yuki naturally extended an invitation. After all, he didn't want to waste too much time on trivial matters. Although Miyoko Hojo's culinary skills weren't the best, her understanding of Chikariori was correct. "Of course. Especially with you as president." Upon hearing Yuki's invitation, Miyoko Hojo agreed without a second thought. Joining such research societies had its perks. Research societies could receive funds from Totsuki, and since the Chikariori RS was one of the largest research societies, its resources were naturally even more abundant. With these resources, Miyoko Hojo could improve her culinary skills faster. The only reason she didn't join before was because of Kuga. Now, with Kuga out of the way, she was eager to join, and with her relationship with Yuki and her culinary skills, she could certainly achieve high status within the club. Such a beneficial proposition, of course, she'd agree. "You sure agreed to that quickly. Well then, welcome aboard," Yuki said with a smile. Assistant number 1 was in place. Now it depended on whether he could rope Kuga into becoming assistant number 2 tomorrow night. "By the way, there's a celebration party tomorrow night at Polar Star. I'll make that magical mapo tofu again. Are you coming?" Yuki asked. "You're going to make that dish again?" "I'm in." Miyoko Hojo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. As for whether it was appropriate for an outsider like her to attend such a gathering, that wasn't an issue. Thanks to Yuki, she knew the Polar Star residents. She also knew that these people were welcoming and actually preferred a lively atmosphere. She would prepare some gifts as well. With that, Miyoko Hojo left, and Yuki returned to Polar Star. Yuki told everyone about the party tomorrow night. The Polar Star residents naturally all agreed. They had initially wanted to hold it tonight, but it was already too late. Plus, there would be guests. So, changing it to tomorrow wasn't a problem. Just like that, time flew by and the next day arrived. Everyone who needed to go to class went to class. Yuki continued honing his culinary skills at Polar Star. Around noon, Yuki received a call from Alice Nakiri. She called to ask if Yuki could make room for 2 more guests tonight, Irina Nakiri and Hisako Arato, obviously. Irina Nakiri, having learned about the party and that Yuki would be making that dish, sought out Alice Nakiri. She was very curious about the taste of the dish that made her grandfather sing its praises. Chapter 43, The guests arrive. Yuki was quite surprised to receive Alice Nakiri's call. After all, Irina Nakiri was notoriously tsundere. For her to actively seek Alice's help was quite rare. Yuki could tell from Alice's tone that she was very happy. After all, Alice always wanted to best Irina Nakiri. Although she hadn't achieved this goal yet, having Irina ask for her help was already a huge win. Precisely because of this, Alice Nakiri was willing to help. Yuki didn't refuse. After all, there would be other guests, 1 or 2 more wasn't a problem. Of course, Yuki also informed the other Polar Star residents. Polar Star wasn't his dorm alone, he also needed to get everyone's opinion. Naturally, no one had any objections, in fact, they were all quite excited. Irina Nakiri's fame was incredibly widespread. However, they didn't particularly care about her god's tongue now. After all, in their view, Yuki's evolving touch was no weaker than the god's tongue. When Yuki taught them, he was also willing to taste their dishes and point out any issues. With Yuki's help, everyone's culinary skills were improving exponentially. After all, finding one's own flaws and correcting them was an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Irina Nakiri's rapid culinary skill improvement was mainly due to her god's tongue. So now, the others weren't particularly envious of her ability, they were just curious about Irina Nakiri herself. Although they often saw Irina Nakiri, they had never formally interacted with her. It would be a lie to say they weren't curious about such a prominent figure. Soon, night arrived. The Polar Star residents were already bustling about. Polar Star's kitchen is still a bit too cramped. What do you guys think about me having it renovated sometime? With everyone working together, plus all of Alice Nakiri's equipment, the kitchen felt somewhat crowded. So, Alice Nakiri suggested an idea. Of course. Almost everyone immediately responded. Expanding the kitchen was obviously a great idea. They all felt the kitchen was a bit small, but there was nothing they could do. Polar Star operated on an independent budget. Therefore, renovation costs were a major issue. However, for Alice Nakiri, the young lady of the Nakiri family, such an expense was nothing. Perfect. When we have our training camp, I'll have someone come and fix up everything that needs fixing at Polar Star. Auntie Fumio, just prepare a list for me. Alice Nakiri said. After all, this was a place she would be living in for the next few years, so there was no problem with her spending money on renovations. For her, money was just a number. Rich girl, let's be friends. Alice Nakiri's aura of a nouveau riche spending money like water stunned everyone. Yoshino Yuki even rushed over and hugged Alice's waist. As time passed, guests started to arrive one after another. The first to arrive was Miyoko Hojo. After giving her gift to Fumio Daimoto, she came to the kitchen to ask if there was anything she could help with. But she was quickly shooed out. Miyoko Hojo was a guest, who would ask a guest to help? After Miyoko Hojo, Irina Nakiri and Hisako Arato arrived. Naturally, Alice Nakiri took care of welcoming them. It was a good thing everyone else was busy in the kitchen, otherwise, Irina Nakiri would probably have been surrounded and gawked at. The last batch of guests was naturally Taranori Kuga. However, there was one other person with him, Rindo Kobayashi. Sorry about this, she shamelessly insisted on coming with me. Couldn't really stop her, Taranori Kuga said helplessly after arriving. After his defeat yesterday, he had been teased by Rindo Kobayashi and the others, and he accidentally let it slip in front of her. So, Rindo had latched onto him like glue. Guests are always welcome. Please, come in. Yuki and the others didn't refuse. Plus, Rindo Kobayashi knew her boundaries. Despite being a bit cheeky, she brought gifts, so naturally, no one would turn her away. Thanks, guys. Rindo Kobayashi was happy to see no one was kicking her out. Kuga was a little disappointed. He had hoped the Polar Star residents would send her packing. Kuga-senpai. You're here too. Miyoko Hojo was a bit surprised to see Taranori Kuga. Actually, compared to her, Yuki and Kuga were the ones who truly had zero interaction. After all, Yuki was from abroad, which made him different from Miyoko Hojo. So Miyoko Hojo had interacted with Taranori Kuga before, whereas Yuki hadn't. That Kuga would appear here now did surprise her a bit. I'm curious about that dish. Taranori Kuga stated his reason for coming. Hearing this, Miyoko Hojo understood, the people here were mainly here for Yuki's magical Mappo tofu. Of course, for Rindo Kobayashi and Irina Nakiri, having a chance to connect with Yuki was also a good opportunity. After all, Yuki's culinary skills and potential were unmistakable. With everyone present, work in the kitchen was also almost complete. Since this wasn't a formal competition, and the amount of food needed was rather large, Yuki didn't bother with the mold today, instead slicing the tofu directly and putting it on the plate. Doing it this way only removed the magic aspect of the presentation, the taste was the same. To celebrate Yuki's victory over Kuga-senpai, cheers everyone. Following Yoshino Yuki's words, the party officially began. Hey, hey, hey. The guy you're celebrating defeating is right here. Can you at least try to be a little less obvious about it? Taranori Kuga, holding his glass, felt somewhat helpless. Should he drink or not? If he drank, it would be like celebrating Yuki's victory over him. If he didn't, he had still come to the party. You're already at his victory party. Don't be so uptight, Pipsqueak. Rindo Kobayashi teased. Who are you calling Pipsqueak? Taranori Kuga, whose height was a sore spot, immediately blew up. Seeing these two bickering, the others couldn't help but laugh. This kind of relaxed, easygoing atmosphere was quite nice. But their bickering didn't last long. After all, the main attraction tonight was Yuki's dish. Considering the number of people present and that they were all here for this dish, Yuki prepared a very large portion, an entire pot full. 17. Chapter 44, So Spicy. This is even spicier than Pipsqueak's dish. But then, the next second, the sweet tofu balances it out. And it keeps cycling. This is incredible. Forget Pipsqueak, even Tsukasa and I can't compare to this. Rindo Kobayashi finally knew what level Yuki was at. Although Yuki had defeated Kuga before and was constantly praised by Senzuma Nakiri, she still didn't know Yuki's true level. Now that she had tasted it herself, she finally had a concept. She now realized that Yuki's culinary skill not only surpassed Taranori Kuga's but even hers and Eishi Tsukasa's. Among the students at Totsuki, Eishi Tsukasa was supposed to be the strongest, followed by her. That Yuki was now more skilled than both of them was hard to accept. After all, Yuki was just an intermediate chef not too long ago. To surpass both her and Eishi Tsukasa in such a short time. Rindo Kobayashi also knew that special abilities could be a great boost to culinary skills. Take Eishi Tsukasa, for example, whose ability was communicating with ingredients, and that ability had dramatically improved his skills. But as far as she knew, even after awakening his ability, Aishi wasn't this outrageous. However, thinking about Yuki's ability, such outrageous results weren't impossible with such an overpowered ability. Besides Rindo Kobayashi, Taranori Kuga was also stunned. The impact of this dish on him was considerable. After all, this dish had defeated him in the field he was best at. And the key thing was, while this dish focused on spicy and numbing flavors, it wasn't only about spice. The greatest difference between this dish and his own Mapo tofu was that, in order to emphasize the spiciness, his own version sacrificed other flavors. If it weren't for his high culinary skill, his Mapo tofu might not even have been considered proper Mapo tofu, as the spiciness completely overpowered the other 6 flavors. In Yuki's dish, however, all 8 flavors could be tasted. Even if their prominence varied, one could still clearly distinguish them. And the crucial point was that the black tofu was sweet, and this sweetness didn't clash with the numbing and spicy flavors of the dish but instead complemented them. Taranori Kuga had always believed that spiciness reigned supreme, capable of overpowering all other flavors. Yuki's dish had taught him a lesson. Of course, among those present, the most affected wasn't Taranori Kuga, but Irina Nakiri. Because of her god's tongue, she could naturally taste the flaws in this dish, flaws that were a consequence of the magical presentation. Actually, Yuki could have eliminated these flaws this time without the magic component, but he chose to keep them. After all, those slight flaws were like the final stroke of genius in the dish. How? My god's tongue detected the flaws, but it doesn't reject them, it accepts them. Irina Nakiri's eyes widened in disbelief. This dish shattered her understanding of the god's tongue. Logically, the god's tongue would amplify flaws in a dish, making them very distinct, like finding a bad nut in a batch of good ones, an unpleasant experience. It was precisely because of this that Irina Nakiri had zero tolerance for flawed dishes. However, although she detected the flaws this time, the flaws actually had a positive effect, so much so that her god's tongue didn't reject them. This ability was hers, yet Yuki, with just a single dish, had shown Irina Nakiri that she didn't really understand her own ability at all. Is that even possible? Several other Elite 10 members, along with Alice Nakiri and Hisako Arado, gasped. Although everyone present had some understanding of the god's tongue, these few understood it even better. Because the god's tongue amplified flaws, Irina Nakiri had always been extremely critical of problematic dishes, not mincing words at all. This time, even though she detected issues, her god's tongue didn't react negatively at all, which was greatly surprising. For Alice Nakiri and Hisako Arado, following the surprise came a wave of relief. This signified a potential breakthrough for the god's tongue. They both knew very well how the god's tongue could ultimately develop. Alice Nakiri knew why Mana Nakiri had left, she also knew the eventual outcome of the god's tongue. As for Hisako Arado, having been with Irina Nakiri for so many years, and being Irina's most trusted confidant, there were things Irina wouldn't even tell Senzaman Nakiri but would tell Hisako. It could be said that Irina Nakiri greatly relied on Hisako Arado and, in the original story, only showed her true self to Hisako. Having spent so much time together, Hisako naturally knew all about this. The god's tongue can amplify flavors in a dish, but it amplifies unpleasant tastes, not the flaws themselves. The reason your god's tongue can identify those flaws is because of the knowledge you possess. You make judgments based on your knowledge. In other words, whether it's a flaw or not, as long as the resulting effect is positive, the god's tongue doesn't react negatively. You felt it was flawed, but that was your personal judgment, not your god's tongue's. Yuki explained, the god's tongue's strength also came from the possessor's own capabilities. If the possessor lacked knowledge, even if their god's tongue tasted an unpleasant flavor, they wouldn't know why. In the original story, when Irina Nakiri sought refuge at Polar Star, she tasted everyone's cooking and offered solutions. But the others proposed completely different solutions, those were the areas where Irina Nakiri lacked knowledge. She only gave the best solution based on the knowledge she did have. Yuki's assessment of the god's tongue made everyone think. After carefully considering it, they realized he was indeed right. They had always thought the god's tongue was incredible on its own, naturally powerful. Now, it seemed that, while the god's tongue was indeed a strong ability, its possessor, Irina Nakiri, played the crucial role. Irina Nakiri's own skills were what made the god's tongue so effective. That may be true, but turning a flaw into a positive like you did, Yuki, that's not something just anyone can do. Satoshi Ishiki shook his head. That kind of operation was too difficult, at least, he himself couldn't do it. Chapter 45, the eager Nakiri cousins Ishiki's words resonated with everyone. Indeed, what Yuki described sounded simple, but upon closer inspection, it was practically impossible to pull off. Flaws were called flaws precisely because they were uncontrollable, with negative consequences. It could only be said that Yuki's technique was truly out of this world. Never mind the students present, even if Joichiro Saiba and Mana Nakiri, special class chefs, were brought here, they would have immense difficulty replicating it. You're right. Converting the negative impact of flaws into something positive is really hard, Yuki conceded. Even he couldn't pull it off without his abilities and food honor. But you, Yuki, can do it consistently. Which means, the god's tongue's drawbacks, you can easily overcome them, right? Alice Nakiri's eyes lit up. It seemed like Yuki truly had the ability to fix the problems caused by the god's tongue. The god's tongue's drawbacks? Does the god's tongue have drawbacks? Before Yuki could answer, the others from Polar Star were taken aback. They couldn't believe such a powerful special ability like the god's tongue actually had drawbacks. Moreover, judging by Alice Nakiri's words, it seemed no one had been able to overcome these drawbacks before. Of course it does. But right now, that's not important. Alice Nakiri nodded, then looked at Yuki expectantly. Not only her, but Irina Nakiri also looked at Yuki with a sense of urgency. If Yuki could truly solve the god's tongue's problems, then her mother might come back. Keep in mind, the reason why her family fell apart was because of the god's tongue. Mana Nakiri, unable to bear the torment caused by the god's tongue, ultimately chose to leave. Her position as a special class officer in the WGO wasn't just about shirking responsibility, she was continuously searching for ways to overcome the god's tongue's drawbacks using her own methods. Originally, midnight chefs weren't allowed to participate in the blue competition in the original story, but Mana Nakiri, tormented beyond reason by the god's tongue, had no other choice but to turn to midnight chefs for a solution. Mana's issues were like a lit match thrown into a powder keg. Azumi Nakiri, already volatile, completely exploded, impacting everyone around him. It could be said that the trigger for everything was Mana Nakiri, specifically, her god's tongue. As long as they solved the god's tongue issue, Mana might come back, and their family could be whole again. This was Irina's greatest desire. Before Mana Nakiri's god's tongue started having problems, Irina was happy. But everything changed when the god's tongue spiraled out of control. And Irina herself also had the god's tongue. Although its development was currently being suppressed, based on the current situation, she would ultimately share the same fate as Mana Nakiri, just a few years later. The god's tongue's drawbacks aren't so easy to fix. The fact that Irina-san's god's tongue didn't react negatively to the flaws in the dish doesn't mean the same will work for Mana-san. You're Nakiri's, you should understand this better than I do. The god's tongue ability develops over time. Moreover, even if I could temporarily fix it, it would only be temporary. You would only be able to properly enjoy the dishes I made. I can't be your personal chef forever, can I? Yuki shook his head. The effectiveness of his approach depended on the developmental level of the god's tongue itself. The reason he could affect Irina Nakiri's god's tongue was that hers wasn't fully developed yet. If it were Mana Nakiri's, he was certain she would spit out his dish after a single bite. Of course, this was only a temporary situation. Yuki's current level was only third class. Once he reached first class or even special class, Mana Nakiri's god's tongue would naturally become less of an issue. Besides, the problem he mentioned was key. He didn't plan on solving the god's tongue's issues by simply surpassing its limits. If he did that, the only dishes the god's tongue could properly appreciate would be the ones he made. That solution only treated the symptoms, not the disease. Hearing this, Irina Nakiri deflated. Yuki's points were valid, just thinking about it made it clear it wasn't feasible. Yuki was destined to become a special class chef, possibly even the strongest special class chef, maybe even establishing a new level altogether. For such a person to become their personal chef. Was she dreaming? Even if Alice Nakiri ended up with Yuki, considering family ties, he would only help them out occasionally. Expecting Yuki to constantly cater to them was unrealistic. The only way to have Yuki continuously cook for them was if Irina Nakiri married Yuki. If he became family, then helping his wife and mother-in-law wouldn't be a problem. I'll find another way to deal with the god's tongue issue. But for now, it's not possible. Yuki shook his head. He would have a solution in the future, but not right now. Sorry. We thought it was simpler than it actually is, Irina Nakiri apologized. Although she was indeed arrogant, that arrogance wasn't directed at Yuki. So, she apologized. Don't apologize, I understand. The god's tongue side effects are a serious issue. Yuki said. The god's tongue's problems were quite awful, somewhat like a severe form of anorexia, not just mental, but also physical. Normal people, even if they encountered something disgusting, could force themselves to eat it if they really had to. But not those with the god's tongue. Even if they forced it down, they would throw it back up. This was why the ancestors of the Nakiri family with the god's tongue starved to death. If it were that simple, they could have just knocked the person unconscious, liquefied the food, and force-fed them. When someone's unconscious, they don't feel anything. They would at least survive. But the side effects of the god's tongue meant that even if you forced the food down, the body would reject it. Being unconscious wouldn't change a thing. This was the biggest headache for the Nakiri family. Mana Nakiri was rather lucky to be born in this era, able to rely on nutrient solutions to stay alive. If this were ancient times, she wouldn't have survived. After they finished their discussion, the others also asked about the god's tongue side effects. Alice Nakiri didn't hide anything. The drawbacks of the god's tongue weren't a secret, people just didn't usually talk about it openly. So, while the general public knew about the god's tongue's power, they didn't know about its drawbacks. Now, Alice Nakiri explained the problems of the god's tongue to everyone. However, she didn't go into detail about the Nakiri family's internal affairs. After all, it could be considered a family scandal, and she knew it was best to keep family matters private. Chapter 46, Polar Star learns about the god's tongue. Bonus, I can't believe the god's tongue has such serious drawbacks. If it gets out of control, you have to rely on nutrient solutions to survive. Irina-chan, that's awful. After hearing the explanation, Yoshino Yuki's eyes welled up. She even started calling Irina-chan. Normally, she wouldn't do this, but she was clearly overcome with emotion. She genuinely felt sorry for Irina. Irina-chan. Are you talking to me? Irina Nakiri was completely stunned. She never expected this girl with such a cheerful personality to suddenly address her so casually. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. After all, everyone she interacted with before had always treated her with respect and caution. No one was like Yoshino Yuki, not even Hisako Arado. However, she didn't dislike this feeling. On the contrary, it felt somewhat heartwarming. After all, the people she usually met would flatter and praise her, solely for the sake of getting on the Nakiri family's good side and gaining benefits. Irina Nakiri also wanted more friends, but after seeing through the true faces of so many people, she ultimately gave up. Hisako Arado was her only true friend. Having interacted with those sorts of people for so long, she could naturally see that Yoshino Yuki's concern was genuine. not some attempt to cozy up to her. Sorry. Yuki's always like this, Ryoko Sakaki said with a chuckle. However, her tone was very casual, completely different from those who panicked and apologized profusely after accidentally offending Irina Nakiri. Everyone was now discussing the god's tongue issue, all of them feeling that Irina Nakiri's situation was rather unfortunate. Of course, it wasn't pity they felt, but more of a heartfelt sympathy. If nothing else, the Polar Star residents were truly kind people. So, they naturally sympathized with Irina Nakiri. After all, knowing that your future held such a grim fate, just putting yourself in her shoes made it clear it wouldn't be an easy life. Irina was a Nakiri and couldn't openly express her emotions. She still had to deal with those people, living a difficult life without even the freedom to be herself. They naturally felt for her. Actually, Irina Nakiri's interactions with outsiders weren't forced by Senzaman Nakiri, she made that choice herself. The reason was simple, she was a Nakiri. And in this generation of the Nakiri family, there were only her and Alice. Moreover, she had awakened the god's tongue. This burden was destined to fall on her shoulders, so Irina forced herself to do these things. After all, it was inevitable. Instead of scrambling and fumbling after becoming an adult, she might as well start now, at least, she had already adapted. It's okay. There's no need to apologize, Irina Nakiri said with a tiny smile. She really wanted to join in with everyone, but years of habit didn't allow it. So, she now forced down this urge. Seeing Alice Nakiri getting along with everyone so easily, she was quite envious. Watching this, Yuki shook his head. Irina Nakiri was living a tiring life, constantly wearing a mask. Having read the original story, he naturally knew what kind of person Irina Nakiri truly was. But having been born into such a family, some things certainly weren't her own choice. She was quite fortunate, though, to have been born into the Nakiri family. If it were any other family that prioritized profits above all else, it would be terrifying to imagine how she might have been used as a tool. Yuki didn't try to advise Irina Nakiri to drop the act or anything. From his perspective, telling her to take off the mask and live as she pleased would be considered a kindness. But thinking about it carefully, for Irina, it wouldn't actually be a good thing, unless she was willing to abandon everything about the Nakiri family. Otherwise, dropping the act and showing her true self would only lead to her being devoured, leaving not even bones behind. During the meal, everyone took extra care of Irina Nakiri. After all, in their eyes, Irina was someone who needed to be looked after. Actually, their perception wasn't wrong. Although Irina was adept at interpersonal communication and socializing, she was practically clueless about daily life. This was also because Hisako Arado had taken too good care of Irina. Besides things that absolutely required Irina to do herself, Hisako would handle everything else. Honestly, for Hisako Arado's culinary skills to reach such a height was entirely due to her own natural talent and Irina's god's tongue. Otherwise, considering the amount of work Hisako took on, reaching that level of skill in cooking would have been a pipe dream. She spent far more time on chores and daily tasks than she did on cooking. At this moment, Hisako Arado was also quite happy. She could feel that everyone's kindness towards Irina was genuine. She also hoped her young lady could have some real friends, someone she could open up to. Although this was just the beginning, and considering her young lady's personality, it would take a long time for them to truly become her friends, having a good start was positive news. Soon, everyone finished Yuki's dish, leaving nothing behind. Actually, Yuki could easily have made enough to completely stuff everyone. But there were other dishes too. So, although the amount he made was generous, it didn't prevent them from enjoying other dishes. You Polar Star folks are seriously incredible. If you were in our year, the Elite 10 wouldn't have had a place for us. Rindo Kobayashi exclaimed after tasting everyone else's food. Although she knew before that the Polar Star residents were skilled, she hadn't expected them to be this amazing. Besides Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato, who were just above average. Everyone else's culinary skills were undoubtedly top-notch among their peers. Keep in mind, this generation was the Jewel generation, far more talented than Rindo Kobayashi's generation. In the original story, everyone from Polar Star who participated in the autumn election scored in the 80s, with Soma Yukihira, Ryo Kurikiba, and Alice Nakiri even scoring over 90. That level of skill would have been enough to win in Rindo Kobayashi's generation. Moreover, now Yuki was even training them. While it was still early to see any significant improvements, when the autumn elections came around, everyone's culinary skills would surely have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Chapter 47, Senzaman Nakiri sees hope. Yeah. Compared to our year, the current Elite 10 aren't much. Taranori Kuga nodded. Yuki's dish had truly taught him a lesson. While it hadn't completely changed his views, he had begun to reflect. People had told him before that the philosophy he was spreading was wrong. But he had personally achieved a lot following this path, so he didn't care much about what others thought. But Yuki was different. While Yuki's methods were different from his, Yuki's achievements completely surpassed his own. So now, Kuga began to seriously reflect. Moreover, Kuga was now also quite shocked by the culinary skills of the Polar Star residents. He felt very fortunate he wasn't in this generation, otherwise, with these people around, it would be difficult for him to stand out. Although based on the current situation, he would definitely be surpassed in the future, that would likely happen after graduation. At least during their time at school, it wouldn't be easy for these people to catch up to him. The Polar Star residents' culinary skills left a deep impression on Irina Nakiri and the others. After this gathering ended, everyone hung out in the dorm for a while. Their primary entertainment at this point was still playing cards. As for other activities, since everyone was stuffed, they couldn't do much else. Irina Nakiri was the first to leave. Although she really wanted to play cards with everyone, it was one of her few sources of entertainment, after all. They weren't very close yet. While she felt very comfortable in this environment, she ultimately gave up and decided to play with Hisako Arato after returning home. The others stayed a bit longer before leaving. Taranori Kuga, in particular, spoke with Yuki privately for a while. The impact of Yuki's dish on him was immense, making him contemplate deeply. Actually, there's no need to ask me whether you're right or wrong. See for yourself, which Chukariori RS is stronger, yours or ours? Yuki didn't try to persuade him with lengthy explanations or preachy lectures. While such words might carry some weight, they would still be hollow and ineffective. So, Yuki's choice was simple: let the facts speak for themselves. Let Kuga see the changes and development of the Chukariori RS later on, and then he would naturally understand. As for whether the Chukariori RS members would be obedient, that wasn't a problem. As long as they weren't complete idiots, they wouldn't oppose Yuki. After all, Yuki had defeated Taranori Kuga, an Elite 10 member. While Yuki himself wasn't an Elite 10 member now, in a year, he would undoubtedly become one, possibly even the first seat. And Totsuki always operated under the rule of survival of the fittest. Its cutthroat system inherently made these students follow the strongest. So, Yuki wasn't worried about them disobeying him or opposing him. As long as they were willing to learn, the Chukariori RS would only develop even better than it was now. Having gotten his answer from Yuki, Kuga nodded and said he would observe the Chukariori RS development. After everyone left, the Polar Star residents went to bed. Early the next morning, Alice Nakiri sought out her grandfather, Senzaman Nakiri. She had originally wanted to contact him last night, but it was too late, so she decided to visit him this morning. However, when she arrived at Senzaman Nakiri's office, she found that Irina Nakiri had gotten there even earlier than her. Irina Nakiri had the same idea as Alice, so she had come directly first thing in the morning. She told Senzaman Nakiri everything that had happened last night. Irina, you're here quite early. But then again, this does involve the god's tongue. Alice wasn't very surprised. After all, this matter concerned Irina's family and her own future. there was no way she wouldn't be proactive. Alice, you're here too. Irina has already told me about this matter. Honestly, I hadn't expected that dish could actually affect the god's tongue, Senzman Nakiri said. He knew Yuki's dish was unique, but he hadn't expected that Yuki could actually use this method to deal with the god's tongue's drawback, even if it was temporary. In his mind, Yuki was still too young. Even if Yuki could solve the god's tongue issue, it would be something for the future, not right now. Yet Yuki had now given him a huge surprise. Although what Yuki said was indeed correct, fundamentally solving the god's tongue's drawback wasn't easy. But at least they had seen hope. In the past, no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't see a sliver of hope. Precisely because of this, Mana Nakiri turned her attention to the Midnight Chefs. That move, for the international culinary world, was undoubtedly a massive earthquake. If she hadn't been desperate, Mana Nakiri naturally wouldn't have done such a thing. However, now, no matter how small the hope might seem, at least they had seen it. This hope was like a small flame. Although it wasn't large yet, as the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The process from 0 to 1 is always the most difficult. So, Grandpa, what do we do now? Alice Nakiri, also knowing how important Yuki's existence was to the Nakiri family, asked. Ha ha ha. There's no need to take any specific actions. At this stage, Yuki's culinary skills are indeed very strong, but that's just relative to his peers. For him to fully solve the god's tongue's drawback is something for the future. Senzman Nakiri shook his head. Although he had seen hope, he also knew very well there was no need to do anything right now. Just let Yuki improve his culinary skills at his own pace. If they rashly intervened, it might even have a negative effect. After hearing her grandfather's words, both Alice and Irina nodded and left. In this matter, they would naturally follow their grandfather's instructions. After the two left, Senzman Nakiri picked up his phone. After hesitating for a moment, he still dialed a number. This was naturally Mana Nakiri's number. Although Mana Nakiri had left home, she still kept in contact with Senzman. The reason Senzman Nakiri was making this call was to tell Mana about what Irina and Alice had told him. Chapter 48, Mana Nakiri's Attention, Bonus. When Yuki's special ability had first awakened, although Senzman Nakiri felt Yuki had a chance to solve the god's tongue problem, it was merely a vague conjecture. He couldn't guarantee that Yuki would definitely be able to overcome the god's tongue's drawbacks in the future. So, he hadn't told Mana Nakiri, as the most cruel thing wasn't having no hope, but seeing hope and then having it taken away. He planned to wait until Yuki had matured before telling Mana Nakiri. That approach was more prudent. But now, he found that he had underestimated Yuki. Yuki's growth was simply too fast, and from this incident, he saw hope of solving the god's tongue issue. Thus, he now dared to tell Mana Nakiri about this news. After all, if even Yuki couldn't do it, then there really was no hope at all. Senzman Nakiri also knew Mana Nakiri now desperately needed hope to support her. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how much longer she could hold out. After all, the current Mana's body was like paper, extremely frail. Among past god's tongue possessors, there were many who had done foolish things because they had no hope. Father, is there something wrong? On Mana Nakiri's end, she was somewhat surprised upon receiving her father's call. Although she and Senzman had maintained contact these years, the number of times they had contacted each other could be counted on one hand. Senzman Nakiri had never told Mana Nakiri about their plans, precisely out of fear of stimulating her if the hope was shattered. So, he only contacted her when there was important business. Although occasionally they would also chat about family matters, the conversations were very brief. Regarding the god's tongue matter, we have. Senzman Nakiri told Mana Nakiri everything that happened yesterday, as well as information about Yuki. After he finished speaking, Senzman found the other end of the phone was silent, as if no one was there. He patiently waited. He knew this news would take time to digest. I've also received some intel regarding Yuki's special ability before. But I didn't expect the dishes he makes would have such an effect. Although Irina's god's tongue isn't fully developed, it's still the god's tongue. For him to be able to achieve this at the third-class chef level is indeed quite extraordinary. Even Senzama Nakiri could hear the hint of excitement in Mana Nakiri's voice as she spoke. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who could solve the god's tongue issue. In short, hope has appeared. You need to take care of your health, Senzama Nakiri said. He was afraid Mana would do something rash and follow in the footsteps of those god's tongue ancestors who had taken their own lives. Rest assured, father. No matter what, before trying every possible method, I will not give up. Mana Nakiri stated firmly. She was luckier than those ancestors, she had nutritional supplements to keep her alive. She naturally wasn't willing to just die like that. However, her words also clearly implied that if there was absolutely no hope and all methods were ineffective, then she would probably follow in the footsteps of the Nakiri ancestors. Hearing this, although still somewhat worried, Senzama Nakiri was mostly relieved. He knew his daughter's personality very well. As long as there was a sliver of hope, Mana wouldn't give up. Soon, the two ended the call. "Anne, keep an eye on this person for me." Mana Nakiri sent the information about Yuki that Senzaman had given her to Anne. Although she promised Senzaman Nakiri not to deliberately interfere with Yuki's life, she couldn't just do nothing. So, she also wanted to know more about Yuki's character. Mana Nakiri also felt a little helpless at this moment. After all, as her father had just said, Alice Nakiri seemed to like Yuki. Now that they were living in the same dorm, the probability of Alice successfully getting together with Yuki was quite high. Learning this news, Mana thought, why couldn't it be Irina? Although Alice Nakiri was also her relative, she wasn't her daughter. If the way Yuki ultimately solved the god's tongue issue was still like this, then it meant she and Irina would be dependent on Yuki. At that time, they would have to rely on favors. If Yuki were her son-in-law, then such problems wouldn't exist. But she also knew Irina's personality. She had often paid attention to her over the years, so she knew this was almost impossible. Expecting Irina Nakiri to actively pursue a boy would be pure wishful thinking. Yuki. I remember he's the one who awakened the Inferno special ability, right? Anne, who was beside her, was somewhat surprised after receiving the information about Yuki. She naturally knew Yuki. After all, having awakened such a strong special ability, it was impossible not to know him. Previously, she was also curious whether Yuki, with such talent, could solve the god's tongue's drawback. But at that time, Mana Nakiri had directly dismissed it. Although his special ability was very powerful, it didn't mean Yuki himself would definitely be strong. The future was full of uncertainties. That's right, it's him. I have new intel, perhaps he's the only one who can solve the god's tongue issue. Keep an eye on him. If he encounters any trouble, let me know immediately. Mana said. Paying attention to Yuki was to ensure she understood his progress and had a better grasp of the situation. As for helping Yuki solve troubles, that was purely to create goodwill. As long as a good relationship was established, asking Yuki for help in the future would naturally be more promising. Hearing Mana Nakiri's words, Anne nodded and went to arrange this matter. At this moment, Yuki still didn't know that he had already caught Mana Nakiri's attention. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because Mana Nakiri's way of observing him was merely paying attention to his growth, not sending someone to constantly monitor him. Just like that, a few more days passed in a flash. This morning, the Polar Star residents all received a booklet. This booklet was the schedule for the autumn elections. It's finally here, the training camp. Yoshino Yuki looked at the schedule with a solemn expression. With your culinary skills, passing this assessment should be a piece of cake. No need to be so nervous, right? Seeing Yoshino Yuki's apprehensive look, Satoshi Yoshiki said with a smile. The Polar Star residents' culinary skills were nothing to scoff at. If they were all eliminated, then this year, there would probably be only Yuki and Irina Nakiri left. Chapter 49, the training camp begins. While that's true, the training camp tests more than just culinary skills. There are other aspects too. If you're not careful, you might get eliminated. Ryoko Sakaki pointed out. Yoshino Yuki's apprehension was understandable. After all, everyone knew the format of the training camp's assessments. Although the training camp's contents weren't revealed to the participating students, they weren't idiots. Almost all students, except for the transfer students, had been at Totsuki for a long time. Every year, students entering high school would participate in the training camp. With so many people attending, the contents of the training camp were no longer a secret. Of course, the specific details changed every year, so the exact content was uncertain. But everyone knew the general format. The training camp assessments covered various aspects. Pure culinary skill wasn't everything. That's true. But you just need to be careful and think things through. While the training camp eliminates a third or even half of the students, the difficulty isn't that high. Having participated in the training camp before, Satoshi Ishiki naturally knew the situation. He acknowledged that what Ryoko Sakaki said was correct. If they were too careless, they might very well capsize in a ditch. But with his understanding of the Polar Star residents, as long as they performed normally, they could easily pass. Speaking of which, Yuki's participating in this training camp assessment too, right? Looks like Yuki is going to steal the show. Everyone suddenly remembered that Yuki would also be participating in this assessment. While Yuki did have the privilege of skipping classes, he still needed to participate in exams. Although the training camp was framed as an event, it was essentially an exam. Most likely. But shouldn't you guys be packing right now? Yuki said with a smile. For him, participating in the training camp was like going on vacation. Although students didn't have the same privileges as guests, he shouldn't forget his network of connections at the resort. Besides Jin Dojima, he was very familiar with the others there too. He could pretty much do whatever he pleased. Hearing Yuki's words, everyone quickly went to pack. They'd be gone for several days and naturally needed to be prepared. One day later, the Polar Star residents all boarded the school buses, one after another heading towards the Totsuki resort. Back again after less than a month. Alice Nakiri couldn't help but exclaim after the bus reached the Totsuki resort. She, Yuki, and Ryo Kurikiba had only left less than a month ago, yet here they were again. Oh, right. Alice, you guys were interning at the Totsuki resort before. Everyone suddenly remembered. For these three, the Totsuki resort should have been very familiar territory. Chef Yuki. Good to see you again. As everyone headed towards the lobby, a staff member spotted Yuki and excitedly greeted him. Chef. Yuki, you're already a chef at the Totsuki resort. Hearing this, the Polar Star residents were stunned. Although they knew Yuki and the others interned at the Totsuki resort, in their view, they should have been there to learn, basically doing chores and such. Even if Yuki could have better treatment thanks to his special ability, he was still a senior chef at the time. And senior chefs weren't exactly rare at the Totsuki resort. Only now, after hearing the staff members' words, did they realize that Yuki was actually a chef here. Yuki's culinary skills are top-notch. Plus, no one can replicate his fire control cooking. When it comes to fire control, Yuki is the best. Many guests specifically came to try Yuki's food, so he naturally became a chef. Alice Nakiri explained. Yuki's culinary skills alone weren't enough for him to become a chef. But Yuki's special ability gave him an unparalleled edge. No one could replicate his fire control cooking, so he naturally became a chef. Perhaps his culinary skills were still somewhat lacking before, but now Yuki was a true third-class chef according to the system. A chef of this rank was fully qualified to be a chef at the Totsuki resort. Yuki's status as a chef here was also recognized by almost everyone. While this wasn't Totsuki Academy itself, the survival of the fittest principle still applied. Respect for the strong, whoever's cooking was better, they were more formidable, at least in a kitchen. So, everyone admired Yuki quite a bit. A chef? At the Totsuki resort? I can't even imagine. Yoshino Yuki was practically starry-eyed. Megumi Tadakoro beside her also had the look of a starstruck fan. The person she liked was so amazing, she was naturally ecstatic. Yuki also greeted these staff members, while the other students around looked at Yuki with envy and admiration. After all, Yuki had defeated Teranori Kuga, one of the Elite 10. And the commotion he caused at the Totsuki resort wasn't small. Any student who wasn't completely out of touch knew about Yuki. Of course, like the Polar Star residents, they didn't know Yuki had already become a chef at the resort. The students have almost all arrived. Get ready, Roland Chappelle said in an office, looking at the students arriving one after another. These words were naturally directed at the group of alumni behind him. Rest assured, we've been prepared for a while now. But, is it really okay having Yuki in this assessment? Aren't we worried about crushing the other students' morale? Hinako Inui asked. They had heard about Yuki and learned even more after arriving at the resort. They were all very shocked, especially after learning from Jin Dojima that Yuki had already become a third-class chef. Most of the alumni present were also third-class chefs, with only a very few having become second-class. For a first-year high school student to already be a third-class chef was difficult to imagine. They were even starting to doubt their own talent now. In the past, others had always called them geniuses. But now, comparing themselves to Yuki, it seemed the term genius shouldn't be applied to them. And the key point now was that this third-class chef was participating in the training camp assessment. It was like Naruto Uzumaki, fresh from the Fourth Great Ninja War, taking the Chunin exams. What was even the point? Chapter 50, Takumi Aldini sets his sights on Yuki. Bonus, while his culinary skills are indeed quite strong, he's still a student. Even the Elite 10 have to participate in these assessments, naturally, he can't be an exception. Jin Dojima stated. He knew how strong Yuki's culinary skills were, but such were the rules of the assessment. He could directly exempt Yuki from the assessment, but many people would definitely have objections. It's a good thing I wasn't born in the same era as him, otherwise, I'd never see the light of day. He's in my first class, which is perfect. Let me see his culinary skills for myself. Hinako Inui looked at the roster in her hand. This was her first class of students, and Yuki was among them. Yuki and Megumi Tadakoro were in the same class, which was also how he was able to help her with her nervousness issues. Entering high school, Totsuki didn't rearrange classes, as it wasn't necessary. After all, just the training camp assessment alone would weed out a third or even half of the students. There was simply no need to rearrange classes. After speaking, the alumni all headed to the lobby, prompted by Roland Chappelle. Although they had graduated, they were still rather apprehensive when facing their instructor Roland Chappelle. It had to be said, the pressure exerted by this strict instructor on his students could truly linger. After the alumni appeared, just like in the original story, Kojiro Shinomiya made an example of someone, weeding out a student for wearing too much perfume. While the excuse was a bit flimsy, this move was undoubtedly effective. As for whether there was anything inappropriate about this, it wasn't something Yuki should consider. After all, he didn't care about those eliminated. As long as it didn't involve him or those close to him, he didn't want to get involved. However, Yuki did notice something from this incident. Kojiro Shinomiya's sense of smell was likely far superior to a normal person's. The perfume worn by the eliminated student was admittedly strong, but with so many people present, the smells mixed together. For Shinomiya to be able to pick out that scent among all the others and precisely pinpoint the student, it indicated his sense of smell was extraordinary. However, it probably wasn't quite at the level of a true special ability yet. Are Totsuki's assessments always so strict? Expelling a student just for wearing perfume? On the bus heading to the assessment location, Soma Yukihira couldn't help but ask. He, Yuki, and Megumi Tadakoro were in the same class. However, since entering high school, Yuki hadn't shown up for class. And the current Soma Yukihira and Megumi weren't in the same group. In the original story, the reason why they partnered up was that Megumi was the dead last student everyone avoided, and Soma was the transfer student who offended everyone. No one wanted to team up with either of them, so they were forced to form a group. But naturally, the situation now was different. Megumi Tadakoro was second only to Irina Nakiri, undeniably top tier. Every student wanted to be on her team. After all, being on Megumi's team practically guaranteed passing this assessment. So Megumi had no shortage of team-up offers and naturally formed a group with another girl. As for Soma Yukihira, no one wanted him, so he was eventually paired up with another unwanted student. Now, Soma was pretty much carrying that team. Totsuki's system is survival of the fittest. These alumni have the authority to decide which students stay or leave. So, as long as they don't go too far, Totsuki won't really interfere. Yuki explained. Totsuki had a list of elite students. As long as those expelled weren't on the list, it wasn't a big deal. After all, those not on the list would eventually be weeded out, it was just a matter of time. As for what happened to Megumi Tadakoro in the original story, even if Soma Yukihira hadn't stepped in, Jin Dojima had been ready to act. So Megumi was never actually at risk of failing. Yukihira, I know your cooking is strong, and among the current students, you're at the top. But I have to warn you, don't underestimate this training camp. Yuki said with a smile. Soma Yukihira in the original story, because he had been overly confident and always got by easily, screwed up during the breakfast assessment. But the breakfast assessment was Soma Yukihira's weak point. Besides culinary skills, it also tested the ability to attract customers. While Soma had worked in his family restaurant since he was young and had plenty of experience, when it came to attracting customers, he was quite weak. That was because Joichiro was the main draw at the restaurant, his cooking already brought in plenty of customers. When Soma helped out, he never had to worry about attracting customers, the dishes he made would be immediately snatched up. That was why Soma Yukihira failed in the original story. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The other part was Soma's excessive arrogance. He always believed that he was better than the other students because he had real-world experience, having grown up in a restaurant. Before experiencing this failure, even after learning about the Elite 10 and how strong they were, his superiority complex never faded. It was only after the breakfast assessment that Soma finally realized his own shortcomings and his culinary skills began to skyrocket. After speaking, Yuki looked in another direction, as someone was staring intently at him. Takumi Aldini. Is he targeting me? Yuki noted that the person staring at him was indeed Takumi Aldini. Although Takumi didn't have a huge role in the original story, he was Soma Yukihira's constant rival. He was probably targeting Yuki because of Yuki's victory over Teranori Kuga. Yuki wasn't an Elite 10 member. So, to most people, challenging Yuki seemed much easier than challenging an Elite 10 member. Since Yuki beat an Elite 10, then beating Yuki was equivalent to beating an Elite 10 member. So, many people set their sights on Yuki. Unfortunately for them, Yuki rarely made public appearances, so those who targeted him didn't get many opportunities. This world never lacked arrogant fools who dreamt of ascending to the top in one step. They seemed to forget that their culinary skills were completely incomparable to Yuki's or those of the Elite 10. They still wanted to reach the peak instantly. Yuki never bothered with these people. Chapter 51, Takumi Aldini's Close Call. In the original story, Takumi Aldini targeted Soma Yukihira. However, now, with the even stronger Yuki present, his target naturally shifted from Soma to Yuki. Big brother, I think he noticed us, Isami Aldini said, seeing Yuki look in their direction. So what if he noticed? I'll challenge him once we get to the assessment area. Takumi didn't care, he just wanted to beat Yuki. But big brother, what if he just ignores you? Isami's words instantly deflated Takumi. Although Isami's culinary skills weren't as good as his brother's, his ability to deliver a verbal jab was top-notch, striking directly at Takumi's insecurities. I'll figure something out, Takumi stammered, then started brainstorming, no longer paying attention to Isami. Soon, the bus arrived at the assessment location. Led by Hinako Inui, the students entered a classroom. "Hello, everyone. I'm Hinako Inui, your examiner for this assessment. You can call me Chef Inui or Hinako-senpai." After introducing herself, Hinako Inui began to divide the students into groups. She also wasn't fond of troublesome tasks, so she continued with the groups they had formed back at school. With Yuki suddenly appearing in class, the number of students became odd. "We'll use the same groups from school. As for Yuki, you being in a group by yourself shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hinako Inui said with a smile. "Not at all. Having more or fewer people in a group made no difference to Yuki." "Great. Now then, let's begin. Remember, you can gather any ingredient within this area. There's a fence surrounding it. If you go outside, you'll be eliminated." As she spoke, Hinako Inui specifically mentioned the nearby river and the fishing rods inside the adjacent classroom. This was, without a doubt, a mental trap. She deliberately steered their attention towards the river and fishing rods. Subconsciously, the students would think they needed to use fish. Thus, a group of students rushed to the adjacent room, fighting over the fishing rods. As for Yuki, the dish he planned to make also required fish. But he had no intention of fishing. Instead, he removed the handle from a mop in the adjacent classroom. Just as Yuki was about to leave, a foot suddenly stomped down toward his instep. "So, he's using that same trick he used on Soma Yukihira, huh?" Yuki thought, amused. Takumi's move was actually quite effective. In the original story, by stepping on Soma's foot for several seconds, even twisting his foot back and forth, he was able to force Soma into a cooking battle. This method was much more effective than simple verbal taunts, but the risks were also much higher. It was fortunate Soma Yukihira wasn't the fighting type. Otherwise, against someone with a bad temper, Takumi would have ended up with a black eye and a bruised face at the very least. Yuki didn't retaliate. Instead, he shifted his foot, moving to a position that subtly blocked Takumi's way. Takumi, already nervous about stomping on Yuki's foot, was startled when his target suddenly vanished and then blocked his path. To avoid Yuki, Takumi had to abruptly change his footing, which caused him to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. "Kid, don't try using sneaky tricks. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be a fall." Yuki's mop handle stopped right beside Takumi's head. The sheer speed of Yuki's swing created a gust of wind that ruffled Takumi's hair. Takumi broke out in a cold sweat. That was close, too close. That mop handle had almost landed on his head. Judging by the force of the wind generated by the swing, if it had connected, while it probably wouldn't have cracked his skull open, getting his head bashed in would have been the best-case scenario. "Big brother." Isami, seeing this, was startled and rushed over. However, his intent wasn't to attack Yuki, but to help his brother up. Seeing this, Yuki didn't bother waiting for Takumi to recover and left with the mop handle. I am alright, Isami. Looks like I can't use that trick anymore," Takumi said, still shaken. He had simply wanted to challenge Yuki using that method. He hadn't expected things to escalate like that. "Big brother, you were lucky this time. You only fell because of your own mistake. That swing earlier really scared me." Thinking about the mop handle almost hitting his brother's head, Isami shuddered. These students are really something else, aren't they? Hinako Inui, sipping her tea and enjoying her snacks, had naturally seen this whole scene. To be honest, her heart had also skipped a beat. While it seemed to have nothing to do with her, it did happen in her class. If something had happened to Takumi, as an instructor, she would naturally also bear some responsibility. The students were now outside, searching for ingredients. Although most chose to try catching fish, falling for the mental trap, there were a few who noticed Hinako Inui's trick. However, even if they noticed, not many could easily find the ingredients they needed. This wasn't surprising at all. After all, most students here were young masters. They didn't usually gather ingredients themselves, they just bought whatever they needed. So, in this kind of natural environment, it was very difficult for them to find other ingredients. In contrast, Megumi Tadakoro was practically buffed in such surroundings. After all, Megumi came from the countryside, and she often went into the mountains. So, she could easily find whatever ingredients she needed. Soma Yukihira, just like in the original story, went to the river to try his luck at fishing. He had also been influenced by Hinako Inui's words. In the original story, it was only after Takumi's taunts that Soma thought of using Hinako Inui's snack as an ingredient. Although Yuki knew the plot, the dish he was going to make also required fish, so he also came to the riverside. However, compared to other students fishing, Yuki's method of catching fish was much more direct and brutal. While he could fish with a rod, fishing relied too much on luck. Although he had his fishing space, the system didn't exactly provide him with fish. Chapter 52, A Simple and Brutal Hunting Method, Bonus. Coming to the riverside, Yuki observed the fish in the water. After spotting a fish near the bank, he raised his mop handle. Bam! With a loud sound, like a depth charge explosion, a splash of water erupted. The nearby students were all startled by the sudden boom, and the fish in the river scattered frantically. What was that? What exploded? Many students were frightened. That loud noise was very similar to an explosion. But when they looked towards where the sound came from, they saw Yuki holding a fish in one hand and a mop handle in the other. Yuki couldn't be bothered with using a fishing rod, nor did he want to try scooping up fish, so he just improvised and clubbed a fish, yes, literally. Moreover, Yuki applied his force evenly across the fish's body and the water's surface. So, the fish obtained this way didn't show any external damage. Normally, with this method, the fish's eyes might be knocked out, and its internal structure would be messed up. But Yuki naturally didn't have such concerns. With his super sense of touch and food honor, he could ensure that the fish was unharmed, even while clubbing it. It's Yuki-sama catching fish. What an incredible way to catch fish. He caught it with just one swing. Watching Yuki's actions, some students got ideas. Compared to patiently waiting with a fishing rod, Yuki's method was undoubtedly more efficient. However, they overlooked several things. 1. They didn't have a stick like Yuki's. Yuki had taken a mop handle. They only had fishing rods, too thin and too light. Trying to mimic Yuki's technique with a fishing rod would be pure fantasy. And then there was their own problem. Yuki had the enhancement of food honor, so his strike was accurate, forceful, and decisive. But other students lacked such control. Finally, even if they successfully clubbed a fish, they'd likely damage it internally, making the final dish's quality much worse. So, they couldn't possibly imitate Yuki. Watching their attempts, Soma Yukihira helplessly tossed his fishing rod aside. With those guys causing such a commotion, it would be a miracle if he caught anything. The fish had been scared away. Yukihira-kun, what should we do? Should we also try hitting the fish with the fishing rod like them? The student who had been following Soma Yukihira asked. Back in school, he had enjoyed quite a few benefits thanks to Soma Yukihira. Basically, he could just assist Soma and get good grades. You can't possibly club a fish with a fishing rod. Those guys are idiots. Looks like we need a more direct approach. Soma Yukihira took off his shoes and waded into the river. He clearly couldn't catch anything by fishing normally, and as for Yuki's method, he had seen something similar on TV. He knew it required considerable strength and skill. For a beginner to catch a fish like that, they'd need some insane luck. So, Soma Yukihira could only choose the most direct method, catching it by hand. Fortunately, he had caught fish in rivers when he was little, so catching them wasn't too difficult for him. And right now, the other students were actually helping him. Their flailing around had scared the fish into another area. With the fish concentrated together, it became even easier for Soma Yukihira to catch them. Soon, he also successfully caught a fish and left with his teammate. Yuki, after catching the fish, didn't leave right away but entered the woods. The dish he was going to make also required other ingredients, most importantly, chicken. Yuki. While searching for ingredients, Yuki encountered Megumi Tadakoro's group. They had already gathered quite a few ingredients. In these woods, Megumi was practically buffed, finding whatever ingredients she needed was easy for her. Megumi, looks like you've almost got everything you need. Yuki said, looking at Megumi. Yeah, we only need 2 more ingredients. What about you, Yuki? Megumi, seeing Yuki holding a bucket with a fish in one hand and a stick in the other, asked curiously. I'm still missing 1 ingredient. I'm looking for it now. Oh, found it. As he spoke, Yuki threw the stick in his hand. Although the mop handle wasn't a spear, when thrown with his strength, not many creatures could withstand it. The stick directly hit a chicken over a dozen meters away, hitting its head with such force that it was completely deformed. Naturally, the chicken was dead. Yuki needed the chicken meat, not its head, so he hadn't held back at all. So amazing. Megumi's teammates' eyes widened, watching the scene in disbelief. If that stick hit a person with that much force, she didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. You're as amazing as always, Yuki. Although Megumi Tadakoro was also a bit surprised, Yuki's recent actions had made her almost numb to surprise. So, she was only mildly surprised. Megumi, I've got everything I need. I'll head back first. Good luck. Yuki said after picking up the dead chicken and the mop handle. Hearing this, Megumi Tadakoro quickly nodded and continued gathering the remaining ingredients with her teammate. With only 2 more left, she would finish soon, which would certainly be faster than those students who were still fishing. You already gathered all your ingredients. But how did you do that? I didn't see you with any fishing gear. And that chicken. Hinako Inui was also surprised when she saw Yuki return. Yuki was way too fast, and he hadn't even taken any fishing gear, yet he came back with a fish. As for that chicken, its head was completely deformed. Looking at the blood-stained mop handle and recalling how Yuki had nearly whacked Takumi Aldini's head with it earlier, Hinako Inui could already picture how that chicken was caught. It could only be said that she still underestimated Yuki. Yuki hadn't caught that chicken at close range, but by throwing the mop handle, hitting the chicken's head from a distance of over a dozen meters. With food honor enhancing his precision and power, even without Inferno, Yuki was incredibly dangerous. Chapter 53, Ingredient Processing Speed Beyond Comprehension, Using This Stick. After dropping that line, Yuki went to process the ingredients. Hinako Inui was rather exasperated by Yuki's vague answer, but she couldn't just keep pestering him, not during an assessment. However, Yuki's subsequent actions soon captivated Hinako Inui's attention. Because Yuki had now taken out his 7-star knives. Although he hadn't brought out the largest one, the unique shapes of the other 7-star knives were eye-catching enough. Besides that, Yuki's movements were simply mesmerizing. The 7-star flash-severing knife dance not only handled ingredients with ease but also had an incredible visual flair. Several knives danced between Yuki's hands, and the ingredients before him were quickly processed. The fish, having been knocked out earlier, was now dead. Yuki's 7-star knife swiftly scaled the fish, cut open its belly, and removed the innards. In the blink of an eye, the fish was already prepped. As for that chicken, which had its head bashed in, normally, preparing a chicken involved scalding it with hot water to loosen the feathers for easy removal. But Yuki had no need for such tedious procedures. He simply shaved off the feathers with his 7-star knife. Ingredients that would normally take a considerable amount of time to process were prepared in Yuki's hands in less than a minute. What incredible knife skills! And these knives are also incredibly sharp. He didn't even need a cutting board, effortlessly gutting the fish and the chicken. Hinako Inui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Yuki's technique was truly stunning. She swore she had never seen anyone with such impressive knife skills in her entire life. Not to mention, this set of 7-star knives, she had never seen such unique and sharp blades before. Damn! That guy beat me to it. At this moment, Takumi and Isami Aldini also rushed back with their duck. Although he had been slightly affected by Yuki's earlier stunt, Takumi had quickly recovered. While he couldn't directly compete with Yuki, he could still try to compete secretly, like how Ryo Kurikiba had acted towards Yuki before. However, when he returned, he discovered that Yuki was already in the kitchen. Brother, look at the ingredients he has. How did he finish prepping them so quickly? Isami Aldini looked at the already processed chicken and fish, totally dumbfounded. Catching the duck hadn't taken them much time, but after returning, Yuki had already even finished prepping the ingredients. How was that even possible? In such a short time, it would barely be enough to pluck a chicken, let alone process it like this. Yeah, there's no way he could have finished prepping all that in such a short time. Inui-senpai, there must be something wrong with Yuki's ingredients. Takumi Aldini was instantly dissatisfied and immediately reported Yuki. He wasn't usually a tattletale, but from his perspective, Yuki's actions could only be interpreted as cheating. So, naturally, he couldn't hold himself back. Not at all, there isn't anything wrong. I watched him prepare those ingredients myself. You might not believe it, but those 2 items were prepped in under a minute. Hinako Inui said with a smile. Yuki's ingredient processing speed was so incredibly fast that when others returned, they only saw the finished product. Such speed was beyond the realm of normal human understanding, so it was natural to think Yuki was cheating. But having witnessed the entire process herself, she knew Yuki wasn't cheating. A fish and a chicken prepped in under a minute? No way. Naturally, Takumi and Isami Aldini immediately rejected this. It's the truth. If you don't believe me, you're free to file a complaint with the Totsuki Resort staff. Hinako Inui said with a smile. That Takumi and Isami didn't believe her was normal. Any regular person, without seeing it with their own eyes, would find it hard to believe. She couldn't directly make Takumi believe her. There were security cameras here, so if Takumi didn't believe her, he could file a complaint and see how his superiors handled the matter. She was just a temporary worker here, after all. The reason graduates like Hinako Inui were here at the Totsuki Resort was partly to maintain connections with Totsuki. After all, it's always good to have powerful backers, and partly to scout for talent. These graduates basically had their own restaurants, and besides themselves, their establishments also needed other skilled staff. But normal people couldn't keep up with their cooking pace. It was like when Soma Yukihira interned with Kojiro Shinomiya. Soma was completely superfluous there. Forcibly inserting such individuals into their workflow only lowered their efficiency. Therefore, the people they hired also needed sufficiently high culinary skills, and the students from Totsuki were the best resource. Although these students would definitely leave to start their own restaurants after a certain period, being able to study alongside these graduates was a great opportunity. Most students readily accepted such invitations. As for these graduates, although they knew these students would eventually leave, getting a skilled assistant without spending too much was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Moreover, even after these students completed their training and left, their connection remained, forming a network. It was precisely because of this that graduates usually wouldn't refuse Totsuki's invitation, even pushing aside other matters to come here. Hearing Hinako Inui's words, Takumi fell silent. Logic told him that a graduate like Hinako Inui wouldn't lie about such a thing, but logic also told him it was absolutely impossible for someone to prep a fish and a chicken in under a minute. In short, he was now caught in a dilemma. However, he knew very well that he needed to quickly prepare his own dish. But as he passed by Yuki, his pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw the innards, fish scales, and chicken feathers Yuki had removed. Those innards looked very fresh. Based on his experience, they had definitely just been taken out. "What's wrong, brother?" Seeing his older brother frozen in place, Isami Aldini asked with some confusion. "It's nothing. Let's prep the ingredients, Isami." Takumi Aldini shook his head, indicating he was fine, then returned to his station with Isami to start processing their ingredients. Just as they began prepping, Soma Yukihira also returned with the fish he had caught. Chapter 54, Dragon and Phoenix Dish, Bonus. That speed. Still as ridiculous as ever. He's already finished prepping his ingredients. Soma Yukihira, after entering, wasn't surprised to see Yuki's progress. After all, at Polar Star, he had witnessed Yuki's cooking speed. It simply wasn't a speed possessed by normal humans. It was too fast. Since there were relatively few people in the classroom, Soma Yukihira's words were naturally heard by others. Hinako Inui, having watched Yuki prepare the ingredients herself, wasn't surprised. But Takumi was different. Soma Yukihira's words meant that Soma had seen Yuki's cooking speed before. This also meant that Hinako Inui hadn't been lying earlier. Though it was unbelievable, Yuki had indeed prepared the two ingredients in such a short amount of time. Just as Takumi was almost convinced, Yuki's subsequent actions further confirmed this. The 7-star knives in Yuki's hands had become a blur, further processing the already cleaned and scaled fish. The flesh was sliced from the fish bones, and Yuki quickly removed the tiny bones from the 2 pieces of fish. One piece was cut into the shape of a dragon's head, the other was carved into dragon scales. Such an operation would also require some time for a normal person, but Yuki was different. He finished it in the blink of an eye, and the finished product was incredibly exquisite, looking like a work of art. So fast. Isami, did you see that? Takumi looked at this scene in a daze. He had now witnessed Yuki's speed with his own eyes. It was even faster than machine processing, and one could clearly see the intricate details. "I saw it, brother. His speed is too fast. I couldn't even see how he cut it." Isami was also stunned, and both brothers were dumbfounded by Yuki's actions. As for Yuki, he didn't pay them any attention, quickly marinating the fish before moving on to prepare the chicken. During this time, Takumi and Isami, having recovered, also started their cooking. However, this time they didn't try to compete with Yuki. The reason was simple: Yuki was far beyond their reach. It was like two people competing in a 100-meter sprint. One of them ran it in 10 seconds. While that wasn't a world record, it was still a pretty good time. Then, looking at their opponent, they see the other person finished it in 1 second. This was simply inhuman speed. The gap between the two was so large that it felt completely unattainable. Even the usually highly competitive Takumi felt demoralized under such circumstances. During this time, other students also gradually returned to the classroom and began their own cooking. But by this point, Yuki's cooking had progressed to the next stage. Since there were many people around, Yuki didn't use Inferno extensively, just a simple application. Even so, the rising pillar of fire still startled the others. Although everyone had witnessed Yuki's Inferno before, and on a much larger scale. This time, they were watching from close range. The visual impact was far greater than when watching from the audience seats. With the enhancement of Inferno, Yuki's cooking speed was ridiculously fast. A dish that would normally take a lot of time to finish was completed by Yuki in the shortest possible time. Others had just barely begun processing their ingredients, while Yuki had already finished and presented the completed dish to Hinako Inui. "What an exquisite dish! What's the name of this?" Hinako Inui asked. "This dish is called Dragon and Phoenix Harmony." Yuki briefly introduced the dish. After listening, Hinako Inui couldn't wait to take a bite. The fish is fried perfectly, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and the frying hasn't removed the fresh flavor of the fish. Instead, it's perfectly locked inside, only bursting forth the moment you bite into it. The chicken is also incredibly tender. And thanks to your special ability, it was braised to such a soft texture in such a short amount of time. Although the textures and flavors of the fish and chicken are entirely different, once combined, they meld together perfectly. Plus, with the symbolic meaning of the dragon and phoenix, it's truly an extraordinary dish. Hinako Inui's evaluation of this dish was very high because it was genuinely delicious, and in her expert opinion, this was definitely a dish at the level of a third-class chef. Moreover, among third-class chefs, this dish could even be considered a signature dish. When she was a third-class chef, even she would have difficulty making such a dish. If she were to encounter this dish in a cooking battle, she imagined she would have a serious headache. The current Hinako Inui was a second-class chef. Although first-class chef still felt out of reach, for her to reach second class at her age, she was already a genius among geniuses. However, there was simply no comparison with Yuki. After all, she was a good 10+ years older than Yuki and his generation, and plus, her talent was exceptionally high, which was how she became a second-class chef. But Yuki? He was still a first year. And just casually whipping up a third-rank level dish. This gap, even if Hinako Inui was mentally prepared beforehand, now also made her start to doubt if she was a failure. It could only be said that, cheat players, were on another level. Trying to compare yourself to them would only end in complete and utter demoralization. Undoubtedly, Yuki passed this assessment. And his dish was completely eaten by Hinako Inui. After all, for such delicious food, simply tasting a bite would be too much of a waste. As for the other students' dishes, Hinako felt she could make an evaluation with just a small taste. So, ignoring the other students' gazes, she finished Yuki's dish completely. At this moment, Yuki was also a little speechless. It was a good thing he only used a portion of the ingredients to make this dish. Otherwise, a whole fish and a chicken, even a burly adult might not be able to finish it. After all, the animals raised here at Totsuki were quite large. Looking at the remaining food, Yuki simply finished it all off. Leaving it here would be too much of a waste. And his actions left the students next to him feeling extremely tormented. Chapter 55, Assessments one after another. Everyone knew just how terrifyingly fragrant Yuki's dishes were. And this dish wasn't just intensely aromatic, its taste was also superb. After all, Hinako Inui had given it such high praise. While they slaved away preparing their dishes, Yuki was already enjoying a delicious meal. This naturally made the surrounding students restless, all of them practically drooling. Yuki had saved a portion, this was for Megumi Tadakoro. Other students kept glancing over, but unfortunately, they wouldn't get to taste this dish. Since Takumi Aldini hadn't provoked Soma Yukihira this time, the dish Soma made in the end was a fish dish often served at his family diner. While there was nothing particularly special about it, his culinary skills were strong enough to allow him to pass the assessment based purely on technique. This was the advantage of having sufficient culinary skill. No need for any fancy tricks, he just passed with raw strength. Megumi Tadakoro made a mixed vegetable stew, with exquisite plating. She also passed easily. As for the Aldini brothers' duck dish, it goes without saying. Of course, not all students were able to pass. There were still many who were judged as failing. However, among the assessments set by the various alumni, Hinako Inui's was relatively easy. So, within the allotted time, they still had time to remake their dish. But the number of people who failed at first and then succeeded was extremely small. In the end, many students were still judged as failing. During the training camp, failing an assessment meant only one path: expulsion. The training camp was the high school department's first large-scale student reduction event, and this was the first assessment, so the number of eliminated students was the highest. Just from this single assessment, almost 10 students were expelled from Yuki's class. This elimination rate was quite high. Of course, this was also because it was the first assessment. Those who could pass one alumnus's assessment naturally had a high chance of surviving the other assessments as well. So, only the first day had such a high elimination rate. In the following days, the rate would plummet, likely rising again during the breakfast assessment. Well done, everyone. Next up, we have another assessment for which I'll be responsible. My name is Hitoshi Sekimori. What you need to do now is... After returning to their living quarters by bus, many students thought they could relax. It was already late. But they never expected that another assessment was waiting for them. While everyone knew the training camp was difficult, and they also knew about most of the general arrangements, the specific content was confidential. So, tonight's steak set meal assessment was also kept secret. Naturally, Totsuki wouldn't use the same challenges to assess the students every time, the details would be changed. The steak set meal assessment was like this. They needed to prepare 50 steak set meals within the given time frame. It seemed like a very difficult task, but the actual portion size of a steak set meal wasn't very big. With some quick work, completing this quantity wasn't a problem. Because of the focus on quantity and speed, the demand for flavor in this assessment wasn't very high. As long as the students didn't mess up, passing wasn't too difficult. So, what about dinner after the assessment? Yoshino Yuki couldn't help but ask. Keep in mind, the Totsuki Resort was a genuine high-end establishment. Even the most basic room cost 80,000 yen per night. While it was in yen, that was still quite expensive. So, Yoshino Yuki had high expectations for such a high-class hotel, but it seemed those expectations were now dashed. You'll take care of your own dinner. You're here for the assessment, not for leisure. Remember, you're students, not guests. These services aren't meant for you. These cold words shattered Yoshino Yuki's expectations, turning her completely pale. Quite a few students felt the same way as Yoshino Yuki. They had thought they could quickly finish and relax, but then they were told that all services had nothing to do with them. Actually, it wasn't about not being able to enjoy the resort services that bothered most of them. After all, most students here came from wealthy families and didn't particularly care about such things. It was this constant assessment that was hard to bear. Relax, Yuki. Don't forget Alice and I are here. After you finish the assessment, come to Marui's room. Then, we can all go out and enjoy some of the Totsuki Resort services together, Yuki whispered. He had quite a few privileges at the Totsuki Resort, privileges not given by Jin Dojima, but earned by him during his time at the resort. These privileges were recognized by the entire resort, so he could enjoy them. As for Alice Nakiri, the Totsuki Resort itself was a Nakiri family enterprise, so she also had privileges. With two privileged individuals here, what kind of service couldn't they get? After learning this, Yoshino Yuki, who had turned pale, instantly returned to normal, even becoming somewhat elated. Just the thought of enjoying those luxurious services made her feel full of energy. Although the others, learning of this, weren't as invigorated as Yoshino Yuki, they also felt motivated and started to cook quickly. Speaking of which, an assessment like this is practically tailor-made for Yuki, isn't it? At this moment, Ryoko Sakaki said. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yuki. After thinking it over, it seemed she was right. After all, Yuki's Inferno could accelerate cooking, shortening the preparation time required. Inferno does give me quite the edge in this sort of cooking. Yuki said with a smile. Actually, it wasn't just about accelerating cooking, there were other advantages too. His food honor allowed him to easily multitask. Under such circumstances, Yuki could easily control multiple pots by himself. Even the tenwok silver chopstick reversal technique could be easily replicated by Yuki. The key to food honor lay in the control of strength and focus. Yuki could easily multitask thanks to food honor. The tenwok silver chopstick reversal, naturally, could be directly replicated. This technique was very difficult for normal chefs. Although many chefs seemed to be able to multitask, especially Soma Yukihira, who multitasked during the breakfast assessment in the original story. Soma was only making simple snacks, all the same dish. The 10-wok silver chopstick reversal involved simultaneously cooking 10 different dishes and completing them perfectly without any mistakes. The difference between the two was massive. Chapter 56, Dojima's Request, Bonus. This assessment was another opportunity for Yuki to show off his skills. Although he didn't intend to show off, just cooking normally. For others, his normal cooking was showing off. After all, Yuki's cooking methods were completely different from normal people's. Soon, Yuki, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone present, including Hitoshi Sekimori, left. Keep in mind, at this moment, even Irina Nakiri, who was the fastest in the original story, had only finished less than 10 portions. But Yuki? He had finished everything directly. Even Hitoshi Sekimori was shocked. No wonder that Soma Yukihira guy said those things. This kind of cooking speed is inhuman. Takumi, looking at Yuki's retreating figure, could now understand Soma Yukihira's nonchalance back then. The current Takumi felt the same way. Although he was still in awe, he wasn't particularly surprised anymore. Students in the same class as Yuki also didn't find it strange. They had seen it before. But for students from other classes, that was a major issue. Although Yuki had defeated an Elite 10 member before, when Yuki cooked that time, to preserve the magic tricks effect, he had enveloped himself in Inferno. And the speed of completion wasn't that fast either. No one had actually seen Yuki's true cooking speed. But now, Yuki had demonstrated his absolute speed. This speed instantly shocked a group of students to the point of bewilderment. What are you all doing? Hurry up and continue with your assessments. Do you want to be expelled? Seeing the stunned looks of the students, Hitoshi Sekimori, having finally recovered his senses, yelled. He could understand why they were shocked, he himself was too. But they were in the middle of an assessment. So, he yelled to snap everyone out of their stupor. The students, finally reacting, continued with their tasks. But this time, they were truly shocked, and also somewhat demoralized. Although there was Irina Nakiri, an Elite 10 member, among their peers, the gap between them and Irina was already very large. But the issue now was that even Irina Nakiri was far behind Yuki. Even Elite 10 members were now being left in the dust. Although they knew before that Yuki was strong, they hadn't expected him to be this strong, even in terms of cooking speed. Yuki, having finished his assessment, went and took a shower. He didn't go to the large communal bath, he had no interest in squeezing in with a bunch of people, even if there was probably only Jin Dojima there right now. However, after finishing his shower, Yuki noticed that some of the eliminated students hadn't left, instead, they were told to continue waiting. Curious, Yuki asked around and learned that these students were the ones eliminated by Kojiro Shinomiya. Jin Dojima and others had discovered significant problems with Shinomiya's assessment, so these students were kept around. Yuki figured Jin Dojima was probably planning to reassess this group after resolving the issue with Kojiro Shinomiya. In the original story, the main reason Jin Dojima invited Kojiro Shinomiya was that he had noticed Shinomiya's problem. Among the many alumni, Kojiro Shinomiya's talent was undoubtedly top tier. Although not as good as Jin Dojima and Joichiro Yukihira, he was just below them. Kojiro Shinomiya was currently a second-class chef, but his culinary skills had already stagnated. The incident with Megumi Tadakoro in the original story wasn't planned by Jin Dojima, it was an accident. Jin Dojima hadn't expected Soma Yukihira to seek out Kojiro Shinomiya for a shokuchiki. Undoubtedly, Soma Yukihira and Megumi Tadakoro were bound to lose against Kojiro Shinomiya. Jin Dojima didn't need them to defeat Shinomiya, he just hoped they could correct Shinomiya's mindset. Kojiro Shinomiya was a talented individual, and there was still hope for him. That's why Jin Dojima tried. Actually, even if Kojiro Shinomiya hadn't changed his mind in the original story, Jin Dojima wouldn't have expelled Soma and Megumi, he would have simply given up on Kojiro. Just as Yuki was about to head to Zenji Marui's room and wait for the others, he suddenly received a call. He looked, it was from Jin Dojima. "Yuki, come find me at the office. I want to discuss something with you." Jin Dojima's voice came from the other end. This also surprised Yuki a bit. In the original story, Jin Dojima should have been waiting in the communal bath for the first person to complete the assessment. The first among the boys in the original story was Soma Yukihira. In the previous year, it was Satoshi Ishiki. They all met Jin Dojima at the communal bath. But this call meant that Jin wasn't there. However, thinking about it more carefully, it made sense. After all, the first to finish in this cohort would definitely be Yuki. So, having already known the answer, there was no need to wait. Yuki soon arrived at Jin Dojima's office. At this moment, Jin was the only person inside. He hadn't chosen to observe the student's assessment with the other alumni. "Uncle Dojima, what's up?" After sitting on the sofa, Yuki asked. It was just him and Jin Dojima here, so he could naturally act more casually. "Your assessment tomorrow morning is with Kojiro Shinomiya, right? I have something I want to ask of you. It's about Shinomiya." As he spoke, Jin Dojima told Yuki about Kojiro Shinomiya's situation. So, he's basically someone who was beaten down by the real world and now thinks, since he got rained on, he should rip apart everyone else's umbrellas, huh? You want me to have a match with him? While his culinary skills are stagnating now, he's still a second-class chef. And even if I could win, what would be the point? Yuki stated. His cooking wasn't some magical plot device. Even if he defeated Kojiro Shinomiya, if Shinomiya's mindset didn't change, it would be meaningless. It's just an attempt. And you're the most suitable candidate among us. After all, you're young. If you defeat him at your age, the impact on him will be huge. Jin Dojima said. Mere words were indeed difficult to use to convince someone. But if you taught that person a reality check, they'd be more receptive to what you had to say afterward. After hearing Jin Dojima's words, Yuki ultimately agreed. Although there was nothing in it for him, it was, after all, a request from Jin Dojima. With his relationship with Jin, he wouldn't refuse such a small favor. As for whether he could beat Kojiro Shinomiya, Yuki wasn't worried. Kojiro Shinomiya wouldn't dare to go all out right now. He needed to hide the fact that his skills had stagnated. Although Yuki was a third-class chef, the quality of his third class was not comparable to those external third-class chefs. Chapter 57, Yuki and Alice Nakiri's Privileges. Then, during the assessment tomorrow, you find an excuse to start an argument with him, and I'll take it from there. Jin Dojima nodded. Actually, Kojiro Shinomiya was quite a difficult person to deal with. Although his culinary skills had stagnated recently, it had only been a matter of the last year or two. Otherwise, more people than just Jin Dojima would have noticed. The advantages Shinomiya had established before were still there. Given his talent, the only person at the Totsuki resort who could confidently handle him was Jin Dojima. As for everyone else, they were no match for Shinomiya. In Dojima's view, although Yuki was a third-class chef, he was definitely top-tier among third-class chefs. And under certain specific circumstances, even he couldn't compare to Yuki's dishes, for instance, purely fire-based cuisine. Purely in terms of fire control, without considering other aspects, Yuki was invincible. If Yuki utilized this advantage then, defeating Kojiro Shinomiya shouldn't be difficult. After the two discussed the plan, Yuki left. After waiting a short while back at the dorm, everyone finally arrived. So delicious. As expected of Yuki and Alice. I want privileges like this too. In a private dining room at the restaurant, the Polar Star residents were enjoying their meal. With two people, Yuki and Alice Nakiri, possessing special privileges, at a place like the Totsuki resort, they could enjoy any service available. Yoshino Yuki, her eyes welling up with emotion, savored the dish before her and sighed. Right now, the other students were still struggling, making their own meals. They were already exhausted after a whole day's work, finally getting a chance to rest, yet, they had to prepare dinner themselves. Many of the students, too tired to even move, just ate some fruits and vegetables before going to bed, too lazy to cook. In contrast, the Polar Star group was here enjoying a feast. The Totsuki Resort's prices were high, but the service was naturally excellent, and the taste of these dishes was fantastic. After dinner, we can get a massage or maybe play some games, although, seeing how you guys look, you probably don't have the energy left. Alice Nakiri said with a chuckle. Looking at their appearance, besides Yuki, who still looked completely unaffected, everyone else was somewhat tired. After all, they had spent the entire day on a bus and then participated in 2 assessments one after the other, the latter one testing physical strength and speed. Mental and physical exhaustion hit them simultaneously. Even though their culinary skills were high, reducing mental stress, they were still quite tired now. Let's skip the games. But a massage after dinner sounds great. Then, sleep. Everyone indicated they were up for a massage. After all, they could just lie there and be pampered. But as for games, they didn't have much energy left and just wanted to rest. After dinner, they enjoyed massages and finally returned to their rooms to rest. It had to be said, the massage techniques at the Totsuki Resort were indeed superb. Afterwards, they felt their physical fatigue significantly reduced. Early next morning, Yuki and the others' class began Kojiro Shinomiya's assessment. Looking at Kojiro Shinomiya, who entered and directly sat down, Yuki was rather speechless. This guy was really something. Unlike Hinako Inui before, who simply sat at the side and observed, this attention-seeking Shinomiya just had to bring a flashy armchair and place it right in the center, then sit there with his legs crossed. It was an "I am the master here" vibe. And honestly, facing most students, Kojiro Shinomiya truly was like a master. After all, whether the students here were expelled or not was entirely up to him. However, it was a different story in front of certain students, like Irina Nakiri, Alice Nakiri, and Yuki. Although Yuki wasn't a Nakiri, these graduates all knew what Yuki's existence meant to the Nakiri family. After all, the god's tongue's drawbacks weren't a secret. It could be said that angering Yuki was even more troublesome than angering Irina Nakiri or Alice Nakiri. Kojiro Shinomiya obviously knew this very well, so his gaze repeatedly lingered on Yuki. Just as Kojiro Shinomiya explained the assessment's content, all the students rushed towards the ingredient pile. "Megumi, don't worry. No need to push and shove with them." Seeing Megumi Tadakoro's somewhat panicked look, Yuki directly pulled her back. Since he was going to confront Shinomiya, the result of this assessment would definitely be voided. So, there was no need to compete for ingredients now. Besides, honestly, Megumi wouldn't be able to grab any ingredients anyway. Even though her issues were resolved, when she wasn't cooking, Megumi was still the girl next door type, she simply couldn't compete with these people in a physical scuffle. Moreover, Megumi's physical strength was average. Fighting over ingredients with them would only lead to her being pushed to the ground like in the original story, ending up without the ingredients she needed. This scene was probably what Shinomiya wanted to see. It could only be said that his personality had become somewhat twisted. "Are you sure it's okay if we don't fight for ingredients?" Megumi Tadakoro asked with some concern. After all, this wasn't a classroom setting where you had multiple chances. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. They've mixed in some problematic ingredients. But with our culinary skills, solving these issues is simple," Yuki reassured her. The ingredients only had some minor problems, using them according to the recipe would affect the taste, but it wasn't a big deal. So, solving this problem was easy for them, they just had to modify the recipe slightly. Yuki had come specifically to find fault, so he naturally needed to get the problematic ingredients. Actually, at this moment, seeing Yuki not participate in the scramble for ingredients, Kojiro Shinomiya's expression darkened. The quantity of ingredients here was allocated based on the number of students. In other words, some students were bound to get the problematic ingredients. And those students who got them weren't allowed to change the recipe. It was equivalent to directly eliminating those students from the start. Chapter 58, The Adaptable Kojiro Shinomiya, Bonus. Because of his past experiences, Kojiro Shinomiya enjoyed the feeling of control over others. This kind of control was the absolute dominance of a superior over a subordinate. But this kind of control also had a prerequisite: the target of this control had to be someone he could afford to go against. Among these students, there were a few Kojiro Shinomiya couldn't afford to pick a fight with, and Yuki was one of them. After all, Yuki now represented hope for the Nakiri family. If he provoked Yuki, although he wouldn't necessarily be completely ruined, his life afterwards definitely wouldn't be easy. With Yuki not competing for ingredients, the consequence was that Yuki would end up with the problematic ingredients. Shinomiya didn't doubt Yuki's ability to solve such issues. But solving them would inevitably mean modifying his recipes, and he wouldn't allow others to change his recipes. Using this trick, he had already eliminated a few students who should have been able to pass. If it were any other student, he wouldn't hesitate to have them expelled immediately. But unfortunately, there was Yuki. And Yuki didn't compete for ingredients. The students who grabbed the ingredients also noticed Yuki's and Megumi's actions as they turned around. Basically, everyone knew Yuki didn't try to grab ingredients. So, even if Shinomiya wanted to deliberately let Yuki pass, he couldn't. The other students would definitely question him. If this were in his own kitchen, he wouldn't allow any questions. If anyone caused too much trouble, he'd simply kick them out. But this was Totsuki. Although the Totsuki resort gave them significant authority when they came, if things blew up too much, it would definitely attract the attention of others. He himself knew very well that his assessment had serious problems. So, Kojiro Shinomiya was incredibly uncomfortable right now and didn't even know what to do next. Actually, he had one more option: to make an exception and let all students in this class whose abilities were up to par pass. As for the excuse of modifying recipes, he naturally couldn't use it. But Kojiro Shinomiya's personality was currently twisted. This twisted personality meant that casually changing these rules would only make him feel even worse. At this moment, Yuki also looked at Kojiro Shinomiya. Seeing the look on Shinomiya's face, Yuki could tell he must be incredibly uncomfortable. This was precisely the effect Yuki wanted. What Kojiro Shinomiya did in the original story really made you want to punch him in the face. After most of the others had chosen their ingredients, Yuki and Megumi also received their ingredients. These ingredients, without a doubt, had problems. If these ingredients weren't specially processed and were directly cooked according to the original recipe, they would produce an unpleasant odor, rendering the dish inedible. For Yuki and Megumi Tadakoro, solving this problem was naturally very easy. As for Soma Yukihira, Yuki didn't bother with him. Soma had obtained ingredients without problems, so he just needed to cook according to the recipe. This time, Yuki deliberately slowed down his cooking speed, even occasionally stopping to take a break. This further darkened Kojiro Shinomiya's face. Yuki's actions were clearly intentional. These graduates had watched the recording of Yuki's performance yesterday. That speed was simply inhuman. But today, Yuki was incredibly slow. If this wasn't intentional, Shinomiya wouldn't believe it. And when Shinomiya looked at Yuki, Yuki even gave him a smile. However, this smile clearly carried a hint of mockery. He could now be 100% certain, Yuki was doing this on purpose. As for why Yuki was doing this, Shinomiya could more or less guess. After all, many people had told him his philosophy was wrong. He had always scoffed at such statements. This world valued strength. His status and authority were higher than theirs. Since they were working under him, they naturally had to be under his control. A group of students had already experienced Shinomiya's methods yesterday, and such news spread very quickly among the students. Shinomiya guessed that Yuki was probably also annoyed by him, which is why Yuki was deliberately doing this. Not competing for ingredients, deliberately taking the problematic ingredients, the purpose was to modify Shinomiya's recipes. And by slowing down his speed, it forced Shinomiya to taste other people's dishes first. By the time it was Yuki's turn, unless Shinomiya truly abandoned the rule he had established, it would be impossible to let Yuki pass. If Yuki was forcibly passed, he would surely make a fuss. Right now, Kojiro Shinomiya was racking his brains trying to figure out just where he had offended Yuki to cause Yuki to target him like this. If Yuki knew what Shinomiya was thinking, he would probably find it rather funny. It wasn't that he was specifically targeting Shinomiya, this was all because Jin Dojima had intervened. Time passed rapidly. When Yuki finished his dish, many students had already completed their dishes and had Shinomiya taste them. Of course, none of these students had obtained the problematic ingredients. Because those whose ingredients had problems needed to spend time resolving the ingredient issues. As for those who didn't address the problems with the ingredients, it was their own fault if they were eliminated. After Yuki finished his dish, he didn't immediately bring it up. Instead, he waited until Megumi Tadakoro had first completed her dish with the problematic ingredients. However, what happened next somewhat surprised Yuki. Although Shinomiya's face had been dark throughout the tasting of Megumi's dish, in the end, he still let Megumi pass. As for the matter of changing the recipe, he didn't mention a word about it. Clearly, Shinomiya had ultimately chosen to abandon the excuse of modified recipes to find fault in this assessment. While doing so meant crossing his own bottom line, compared to survival, things like pride didn't seem to be as important. At this moment, to make himself feel a bit better, Shinomiya was constantly brainwashing himself with the survival of the fittest mantra. His authority and influence couldn't compare to the Nakiri family's. After returning, he still had to rely on the Nakiri family to survive. So, he couldn't afford to anger someone like Yuki at this time. With constant self-brainwashing, Kojiro Shinomiya also felt a bit better and eventually allowed Megumi Tadakoro to pass the assessment. However, he didn't give any evaluation, just a dry pass. Honestly, I admire your adaptability, Shinomiya-senpai. After Megumi passed, Yuki also brought his own dish over. Since normal methods weren't working, he could only directly lay his cards on the table. What do you mean by that, Yuki? Shinomiya's face darkened even further. He naturally knew what Yuki was talking about, it meant his earlier speculation was correct, Yuki was deliberately looking for trouble. But now, Yuki actually said it so blatantly. This action made Shinomiya somewhat at a loss, all he could do now was play dumb. Playing dumb, huh? Then let me be blunt. Your exam questions have problems. Totsuki has already noticed this. The students you eliminated yesterday weren't directly expelled. I also didn't expect you to be so adaptable. Yesterday, you were all about your rules being absolute, today, you just threw them out the window. Really impressive. Yuki smiled as he directly tore down the facade between them. At this moment, the atmosphere also became somewhat tense. The other students watched them carefully. Many students didn't understand why Yuki directly confronted Kojiro Shinomiya like this. Although they all felt Shinomiya's assessment had problems, no one questioned him. After all, Shinomiya was the examiner and held absolute authority. If he was unhappy, he could have you expelled with just a word. Although Yuki had defeated an Elite 10 member in their eyes and had very strong culinary skills, Shinomiya was an Elite 10 graduate, and he was also a first-seat graduate. After graduating, he had achieved great things. Without knowing the relationship between Yuki and the Nakiri family, in their eyes, Yuki's actions were purely suicidal. What on earth is this guy thinking? Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Takumi Aldini, who had already passed the assessment, was also dumbfounded. Is Yuki really going to be okay? Megumi Tadakoro also looked nervously at Yuki and Kojiro Shinomiya. Just as everyone was speculating about what would happen next, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Dojima-senpai. Seeing Jin Dojima, the students were all startled, and even Kojiro Shinomiya had the same reaction. He had no idea why Dojima would appear here at this moment. "Leave this to me. Shinomiya, Yuki, come with me. The result of this assessment is voided. Someone will bring you to participate in the next assessment later." After saying that, Jin Dojima turned and prepared to leave. "Wait, Dojima-senpai. What do you mean? I'm in charge of this assessment." Kojiro Shinomiya was getting annoyed. They had promised to give the graduates absolute authority. How could they now go back on their word and void the result of his assessment? However, before Shinomiya could finish speaking, Jin Dojima glared at him. Dojima, having held a high position for many years, possessed a natural air of authority. Just one look, and Shinomiya didn't speak further. In the end, he could only choose to leave with Yuki, following Jin Dojima. I can't believe even Dojima-senpai showed up. What the hell is going on? At this moment, all the students present were burning with curiosity. This situation's development completely exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought Yuki causing trouble would definitely lead to his expulsion. But before Shinomiya could even react, Jin Dojima suddenly appeared and directly took both of them away. Why did Yuki taunt Kojiro Shinomiya? Why did Jin Dojima suddenly appear here? And what would happen next? These questions constantly swirled in the students' minds. However, before they could think too much, the person Dojima had arranged arrived, leading them away to participate in the next assessment. And this news spread among the students like wildfire. Yuki deliberately taunted Kojiro Shinomiya. No way. Yuki isn't the type to cause trouble. Upon learning this news, the Polar Star residents were extremely surprised and also very worried. However, this worry was quickly dispelled by Alice Nakiri. Alice Nakiri knew very well how important Yuki was to the Nakiri family. In a comparison between the two, the Nakiri family would only abandon Kojiro Shinomiya, there wouldn't be any other outcome. Moreover, judging by the timing of Dojima's appearance, Dojima should have been watching what was happening here all along, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to arrive at the scene so quickly and take them both away. So, Alice Nakiri guessed that Yuki was doing this entirely because of Jin Dojima. As for the specific reason, she would have to wait until the evening to ask Yuki directly. Irina Nakiri, although also curious, couldn't determine what exactly happened. She could only ask Alice Nakiri later. Not just the students, even the alumni were also completely puzzled, having no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, led by Jin Dojima, Yuki, Kojiro Shinomiya, and Roland Chappelle were now in an office. Dojima-senpai, care to explain what this is all about? Kojiro Shinomiya asked, his voice laced with annoyance. Totsuki was the one who invited him to the resort, and now they were stripping him of his authority. This was going too far. Since Chappelle-sensei is here, now is the perfect opportunity to discuss your little assessment, Shinomiya. The resort gave you authority, yes, but that authority doesn't give you free rein to do whatever you please. Jin Dojima said. That's right, the resort gave the graduates the power to decide whether students stayed or left, but this power had to be based on valid reasons. Kojiro Shinomiya's methods had undoubtedly overstepped the mark. If everyone acted like him, wouldn't they just be able to get rid of anyone they didn't like? What about Totsuki's reputation then? Totsuki's current reputation was built over a long time, it couldn't be tarnished because of Shinomiya. Indeed, Shinomiya, your assessment methods are problematic. While we did tell you to design the assessment yourselves, those designs must be reasonable. Adding problematic ingredients to test students' adaptability and knowledge is fine. If that's all it was, your assessment design would be excellent. However, preventing students from changing your recipes and using this as an excuse to eliminate students who shouldn't have been eliminated, that, Shinomiya, is where you went wrong. Roland Chappelle shook his head. He naturally also knew everything about Kojiro Shinomiya's situation. Chapter 59, Jin Dojima, Shinomiya, compete with Yuki, you also think what I'm doing is wrong. I've heard that many times. But this is what I went through. Full of dreams, leaving school, only to be crushed without mercy by reality. The veins on Kojiro Shinomiya's forehead bulged. Back when he was at Totsuki, he was also incredibly successful. But after entering society, he was immediately hit with a harsh dose of reality. At that time, Shinomiya realized his previous way of thinking was far too naive. So, after achieving a certain degree of success, he began to emulate the very chef who had once crushed him. There were several reasons why Shinomiya ended up like this. Firstly, when he was at Totsuki, he was the first seat, just like Eishi Tsukasa now, highly esteemed. And he held great power at Totsuki. This also meant all this power disappeared when he left school. This huge sense of loss wasn't something just anyone could readily adapt to. Secondly, he went abroad. While Totsuki was very famous in Japan, that wasn't the case internationally. Moreover, Shinomiya's luck was really bad, he encountered a terrible person. The more outstanding he was, the greater the threat he posed to that person's position. If he had encountered someone who valued talent, they would definitely have taught Shinomiya seriously. But encountering a horrible person was a completely different story. That horrible person wished nothing more than for Shinomiya to be beaten down and never recover. Totsuki's Elite 10 system did have its pros and cons. The advantages were that it could train students' management abilities, and after becoming an Elite 10 member, the resources available could allow their culinary skills to skyrocket. But conversely, once they left school, this power was gone, and they needed to adapt to this difference. Actually, Totsuki's Elite 10 system also had some ulterior motives. Totsuki gave the Elite 10 considerable authority to train management personnel for themselves. Jin Dojima was the best example. If a graduate chose to stay and work for the Nakiri family, the Nakiris could naturally offer them good positions. Although the authority they held would still be somewhat reduced, it was better than nothing. Even if they didn't stay at Totsuki but chose to open their own shops, Totsuki's name could still provide sufficient advantages. As for those who chose to go abroad, if they couldn't be used by Totsuki, then it was every man for himself. Jin Dojima was smart, he chose to stay in Japan from the very beginning, which was why he had reached his current position. If Shinomiya had chosen to stay back then, developing for a period before looking outward, then perhaps his situation would be much better now. Isn't that normal? Because you've left school. While Totsuki's system is very harsh, it is ultimately still a school. A school will protect its students. When you enter society, this protection naturally doesn't exist. You should have already prepared for this. Now, you are facing a group of students. Indeed, they are destined to enter society and make their own way in the future. At that time, perhaps they will also face major setbacks like you did when you first started. But that's something for later, something after they leave school, not now. Shinomiya, don't confuse the campus with society. These are two entirely different environments. Roland Chappelle shook his head. Which one of these old hands wasn't a veteran of the culinary world? They had seen all kinds of things. The matters encountered by Shinomiya weren't that uncommon. Totsuki had always been harsh, but it still maintained a certain bottom line. Didn't Totsuki know how cruel society could be? To put it frankly, it was Shinomiya's own problem. What he said was ultimately just an excuse. Seemingly wanting students to experience the harshness of society in advance, but to put it bluntly, it was just an excuse to justify his own actions. Shinomiya, haven't your culinary skills been stagnating for some time now? Just as Shinomiya was about to retort, Jin Dojima said something that rendered Shinomiya speechless. Looks like I hit the mark. I noticed a problem the last time I tasted your food. You deliberately didn't use your full power to cook, probably afraid others would find out about your little predicament. But sometimes, burying your head in the sand isn't useful. This time, I invited you to Totsuki not to target you, but for the sake of your future. The feeling of stagnating is not pleasant. No one wants their culinary skills to be stuck, especially not you. Your talent is very strong. Logically, becoming a first-class chef should only be a matter of time for you. You even have the chance to become a special-class chef. But now, you're completely stuck at second class. You've seen it, haven't you? If this continues, Hinako and the others will soon catch up to you, even surpass you. Dojima's words were like daggers, piercing Shinomiya's heart. Are you saying you found the reason for my stagnation? Shinomiya asked after a long silence. Since Dojima's reason for inviting him was to help him solve the problem, it meant Dojima knew the reason. Actually, you've also realized it yourself, it's just that you can't accept it. Not allowing others to change your recipes, you've trapped yourself, clinging to past glories. As a chef, if one wants to improve, one needs to keep learning. My old friend, Joichiro Saiba, his wandering chef moniker is because he runs all over the world. Back then, although my culinary skills weren't as good as his, and when we competed, I lost more often than I won, at least I still had a chance of winning. But now, he's a special class chef, and I'm still first class. This isn't entirely due to a difference in talent. These years, I've devoted much of my energy to managing the resort. Staying in one place, I rarely have the opportunity to learn new things. My situation is somewhat similar to yours. However, I'm very clear about this and have also been trying to find time to learn. So, my culinary skills are still improving, albeit very slowly. You, on the other hand, completely reject new knowledge. That's the reason for your stagnation. Among the students you judged unqualified, some of them used their own methods to further process the problematic ingredients. They changed your recipes, added their own creativity. Perhaps the dishes they made weren't as delicious as those made strictly according to your recipes. But have you ever thought about this? Dishes made with problematic ingredients without changing the recipe can only be called inferior products, completely worthless. Jin Dojima said a lot in one breath. His words were indeed very reasonable and also pointed out Shinomiya's problems. But Shinomiya's face was still full of conflict, his expression even somewhat twisted. Still not getting it? Then Shinomiya, compete with Yuki, an informal shokuchiki. Seeing Shinomiya like this, Jin Dojima couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Yuki was still needed to give this guy a good reality check, little words were too difficult to get through to him. Chapter 60, Yuki, I need a live cow, bonus. A match with him? I admit he's very skilled, he can't even be called a student anymore. But Dojima-senpai, aren't you underestimating me? Even if my skills have stagnated, I'm still a second-class chef. Shinomiya's expression twisted again upon hearing Jin Dojima's words. In his view, although Yuki was very strong, for Yuki to compete with him, there was still a gap between them. Don't underestimate Yuki. Although he's a third-class chef, somewhat below your rank, in many aspects, you're no match for him, Jin Dojima said with a smile. Besides being unbeatable in fire control, Yuki had other unique qualities, for example, what Dojima had learned during his conversation with Senzuman Nikiri. Yuki had incorporated the flaws in his dish, turning them into assets. Dojima had never heard of such a technique, it could only be said that Yuki's cooking was indeed very special. This time, besides Yuki being the only suitable candidate, this was the most crucial reason for inviting Yuki to help. Even if you say that. Shinomiya was still very reluctant to compete with Yuki, a mere student. Have a match with him, Shinomiya. Since you think you're not wrong, prove it to us. Just as Shinomiya was about to refuse, Roland Chappelle spoke up. This truly startled both Shinomiya and Jin Dojima. The reason was simple, Roland Chappelle always followed the rules and wouldn't break them. This was why in the original story, the other graduates stopped Roland Chappelle when the informal shokuchiki took place. This time, because Roland Chappelle already knew about Shinomiya's problem, Jin Dojima had spoken up directly in front of him. He had already prepared himself to be stopped by Roland Chappelle. Never did he expect Roland Chappelle to actively try to convince Shinomiya. Actually, there was a reason for Roland Chappelle's decision. Firstly, he was very optimistic about Shinomiya before and didn't want to see him continue like this. Secondly, he was also very interested in Yuki. Previously, in school, Yuki had privileges to skip classes. So, after learning about Yuki's situation, he had always been quite curious. Although he was also present during the Elite 10 battle, he hadn't personally tasted Yuki's cooking. Now, having this opportunity, he naturally wanted to taste it himself. With Roland Chappelle's persuasion, Shinomiya also agreed. Dojima also smiled at this. This was good, he had already been planning to force Shinomiya's hand. After all, Shinomiya intended to return to work in Japan. Returning meant he couldn't avoid interacting with Totsuki. So, he had also planned to put some pressure on Shinomiya. But now that Roland Chappelle had spoken up, there was no need for him to do so. Just like that, the informal Shokyuji was established. As for judges, Jin Dojima also dragged Hitoshi Sekimori over. Sekimori's assessment was the steak set meal, which would take place in the evening. He was also the only graduate who currently had nothing to do. 3 judges, satisfying the odd number principle. Having them do a Shokyuji. Even if it's an informal one, isn't that a bit reckless? Hitoshi Sekimori, having just learned about this matter, was also completely baffled. A graduate having a Shokyuji with a student, and with Roland Chappelle and Jin Dojima both agreeing, no matter how you looked at it, it didn't make sense. We'll see whether it's reckless after we see the results. So, the 3 of us will be judges for this informal Shokyuji. As for the theme of your Shokyuji, there's only one, innovation. The time limit is 2 hours. Jin Dojima stated. This theme also surprised Yuki somewhat. In the original story, the theme of the Shokyuji between Shinomiya and Megumi Tadakoro had been the leftover vegetables. But now, for his Shokyuji, the theme was innovation. As for ingredients, there were no restrictions. Yuki guessed that Jin Dojima chose innovation as the theme because of Shinomiya's stubborn refusal to accept anything new. The reason Megumi Tadakoro's dish in the original story moved Shinomiya was because she had created a dish that never forgot the basics, and also made sufficient innovations, further modifying Shinomiya's own recipe. Since the ingredients are up to us, then I'll need a live cow, Yuki declared. Shinomiya was, after all, a second-class chef. If Yuki wanted to defeat him, he naturally had to demonstrate his own advantages. His greatest advantages now were his knife skills and fire control. He intended to use the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash. Requesting a live cow wasn't because he wanted to show off or anything, but to perform the slaughtering and butchering himself, perfectly demonstrating the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash. This secret technique could dissect an entire cow without shedding a drop of blood, perfectly preserving the essence of the beef. Keep in mind, normally during the processes of slaughtering and butchering, some flavor and essence would be lost. That's why Yuki planned to start directly from the step of slaughtering the live cow. Anyway, with the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash secret technique, he could complete the slaughtering and butchering in an instant. A live cow? You plan to slaughter it right here? You only have 2 hours. This time, even Jin Dojima was stunned. What was this operation? Slaughtering a live cow on site. How much time would that take? Don't worry. Since I made this choice, naturally I have my reasons. Yuki said with a smile. Never mind the fact he had the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash. Even without it, he would dare to do it. After all, with food honor, his efficiency was many times higher than a normal person's. Why were those chefs in the world of Toriko so fast at preparing dishes? Besides their physical conditioning, food honor was the key. After hearing Yuki's words, Jin Dojima didn't say anything more but directly had someone bring over a live cow. For the Totsuki resort, acquiring a live cow was very easy. Chapter 61, Raging Bull Blue Dragon / Debut. Before long, a live cow was brought directly into the kitchen. Everyone now looked at Yuki, curious about how he would proceed. For safety reasons, the cow had been tranquilized and was now lying motionless on the ground. As everyone curiously watched, Yuki directly approached the cow and placed his hand on it. Everyone present understood this action. After all, part of Yuki's special ability was his super sense of touch. The instant he touched the cow, Yuki had already completely grasped the cow's internal conditions. This was also a prerequisite for performing the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / He needed to be aware of the cow's anatomy. After all, the internal conditions of every cow are somewhat different, so the places to make the cuts naturally couldn't be fixed. Yuki had used his evolving touch to understand the cow's internal structure. After confirming this, Yuki took out his 7-star knives, wielding the largest knife, which he hadn't even used during the Elite 10 match, in his hand. He's actually doing it himself. Seeing Yuki take out this large knife, everyone was stunned. However, Yuki didn't give them time to be surprised. With the large knife dancing in his hand, because of the immense speed, the next second, what appeared in everyone's eyes was a web of knife flashes. The knife glinted as it flashed across the cow. Yuki didn't jump into the air to swing his knife, there was no need for that. In the blink of an eye, the light faded, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The cow in front of Yuki was still intact. Was that a warm-up? Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Yuki swinging that large knife was just for warming up. However, just as the words left their mouths, cracks suddenly appeared on the back of the cow in front of Yuki. Then, the cow's body slowly spread outwards. Different cuts of beef appeared before everyone's eyes. How? Even Jin Dojima and Roland Chappelle couldn't help but exclaim. This was a live cow. Dojima didn't think the staff would trick him. That meant Yuki's earlier knife dance wasn't for show, he had actually butchered the cow. In just a blink of an eye. They hadn't even seen how Yuki's knife had landed on the cow, and then it was already disassembled. Impossible. This must be fake. There's no way you can dissect a cow this easily. Kojiro Shinomiya even went over and touched the meat himself. Only then did he discover that the meat was still warm. Clearly, it had just been slaughtered. Please, don't get in my way. Of course, if you need any beef, feel free to take some. After cutting off the piece of beef he needed, Yuki ignored the others. He could understand their shock. After all, the Raging Bull Blue Dragon / was truly outrageous. Even in the world of Cooking Master Boy, this move would shock countless people, not to mention in the world of Food Wars. It really is still warm. After Yuki left, Jin Dojima and the others also gathered around the cow. As soon as they touched the meat, they found it was indeed still warm. Did you guys notice something? Why isn't there any blood? Hitoshi Sekimori couldn't help but ask. As soon as he said this, the others also reacted. Indeed, this cow had just been slaughtered, but there wasn't a single drop of blood around. It was hard to imagine how this was achieved. The blood is still sealed within the cow. Roland Chappelle said in astonishment after examining it. This was even more outrageous. Who had ever seen a cow slaughtered and dissected with all its blood still inside? But after Jin Dojima made a cut, everyone believed it. Without Yuki's knife skills, it was naturally impossible to cut without any blood flowing out. So, when Dojima made that cut, blood flowed out, and uncontrollably at that. In the end, Jin Dojima had to call several people to clean up the mess, preventing the blood from flowing all over the floor. After cleaning up the blood, Jin Dojima and the others discovered that the quality of this beef was surprisingly high, even surpassing the grade this cow should have had. Beef quality was divided into different grades, everyone knew this. But the quality of this beef now exceeded what it should have been. Actually, it wasn't exactly exceeding its normal quality, it was that Yuki's method had prevented any flavor and essence from being lost. While conventional slaughtering methods tried to minimize the loss, they couldn't compare to Yuki's raging bull blue dragon slash. So, that's why the quality of this beef was a level higher. As for Shinomiya, he didn't use the beef Yuki dissected. Although the quality of this beef was indeed excellent, Shinomiya wouldn't use ingredients prepared by his opponent. While everyone was examining the cow, Yuki had already finished his prep work. As long as he wasn't slacking off, his speed was the fastest. Terrifying flames rose once again. The beef before Yuki had already been cut into strips. Then, these strips were directly enveloped in flames. But these flames didn't last long and quickly disappeared. After they vanished, the steaming beef was directly placed into boiling water. The moment the beef entered the water, Yuki touched the pot with his hand, using his evolving touch to determine the required cooking time. After confirming this, Yuki went to prepare other things. His cooking speed was unbelievably fast. By the time his dish was finished, Shinomiya hadn't even finished processing his ingredients. This sight made Shinomiya want to curse because Yuki's speed was too fast. Fast ingredient processing was one thing, but Yuki's cooking speed was also ridiculously fast. Shinomiya-senpai, if you haven't started yet, feel free to try my dish. Yuki spoke up. He had no intention of waiting for Shinomiya to finish. If Shinomiya was slow, that was his own problem. Hearing this, Shinomiya remained unmoved. He wasn't about to taste his opponent's dish before even completing his own. Chapter 62, the culinary masterpiece that ended the match. Bonus, seeing this, Yuki ignored Shinomiya and looked at Dojima and the others instead. Is that noodles? Noodles made entirely from beef? When they saw the food in the bowl, everyone's eyes widened. Everyone had eaten beef noodles before, but those noodles were made from flour, only using beef broth and beef as toppings. But what Yuki had made was real beef noodles, noodles made entirely from beef. It was truly a sight to behold. Beef noodles made from pure beef. It's certainly creative, but I imagine the texture and flavor would have some issues, Hitoshi Sekimori commented. Jin Dojima and Roland Chappelle at the side also nodded. Indeed, beef did have some chewiness to it, but it wasn't quite the same as noodles. In terms of flavor, noodles made entirely from beef would be very rich and heavy, which might not be universally appealing. It's not made from purely beef. You'll understand after you taste it, Yuki said with a smile. Why does this beef have this kind of texture? There's something inside. It's celery. After taking a bite, everyone discovered the secret. Upon closer inspection, the beef noodles were stuffed, and the stuffing was celery. Yuki added celery to every single noodle, something he learned from Cooking Master Boy. However, his execution was much more difficult. Cooking Master Boy's catfish noodles were made by grinding the catfish meat into a paste before forming the noodles. When adding the squid strips, they could simply be kneaded into the paste like dough. But Yuki's beef wasn't ground. Yuki wanted to maintain the beef's texture. If it were ground into a paste, that texture would be completely gone. Yuki had used the 7-star knives to make a slit in every single beef noodle and then scooped out the center portion of the beef. Such delicate work, completed in such a short time, only Yuki could achieve it. After creating enough space, Yuki inserted the cut celery into the noodles and then used Inferno for the first round of heating. The heating process sealed the beef back together and softened the celery inside. So, Yuki's beef noodles seemed soft. Although softened, the celery's texture wasn't lost, perfectly complementing the beef's texture. Furthermore, adding celery to the beef balanced out the flavor. Otherwise, noodles made from pure beef might be good for the first few bites, but it would quickly become overwhelming. The incredibly rich flavor was amazing at first, but the more you ate, the heavier it became. This was a fact. It was because of this that Yuki didn't retain the tendons but instead chose to insert celery into the beef. As for the beef noodle soup, Yuki retained the egg drop soup, but the eggs in this egg drop soup were soft-boiled in clear water before being added to the soup, not directly cooked in the beef broth. This way, it retained a smooth texture and prevented the flavor from being too rich. The clear water-boiled eggs neutralized the richness of the beef broth. Unbelievable. He actually created a space inside the beef and inserted celery in such a short time. Any other chef trying this would fail without a doubt. Jin Dojima couldn't help but express his amazement. This step might not seem that difficult, but one would only realize the true difficulty upon attempting it. After all, Yuki's beef noodles weren't thick. To remove the central part of the beef without cutting through the noodle completely, and making horizontal cuts at that. And then cutting out the center portion on top of that. This beef was fresh, even slicing it thinly presented a challenge, let alone such delicate work. Just thinking about the level of skill required made their scalps tingle. Yet Yuki completed it in such a short time, while also ensuring the beef perfectly encased the celery, preventing it from leaking out during the subsequent cooking process. Celery inside the beef? How? Hearing Jin Dojima and the others, Kojiro Shinomiya even dropped what he was doing and came over to Yuki's side. Looking at those perfectly intact beef noodles in the bowl, it was hard to imagine there was celery inside every single one. In the end, Shinomiya picked up the bowl of noodles Yuki had prepared for him. After all, this time, the purpose was to awaken Shinomiya, so Yuki naturally also prepared a portion for him. This dish has truly amazed me. Beef noodles made entirely from beef, with such texture and flavor. Yuki is really incredible, not to mention his terrifying knife skills. Roland Chappelle praised. Not only was Yuki's beef noodle dish delicious, but, more importantly, it also fit the theme perfectly. After all, when people think of noodles, they generally think of wheat flour noodles. This bowl of beef noodles, created from beef and celery, was truly astonishing. What do you think of this dish, Shinomiya? At this moment, Jin Dojima looked at Shinomiya. Actually, Shinomiya had already been somewhat swayed by his earlier words, but he was still holding on to his stubbornness. Mere words indeed were hard to convince someone completely. But Yuki's dish was a different story. Besides its innovation, Yuki had also flawlessly integrated his knife skills and fire control. No need to say more, Dojima-senpai. I give up. After a series of changing expressions, Kojiro Shinomiya calmed down and directly admitted defeat. The reason he gave up wasn't because this dish reawakened something forgotten within him, but because this dish was truly something he couldn't match. Although Yuki was still a third-class chef, this dish could be described as exceptional. After all, the two primary aspects of this dish were knife skill and fire control, and other minor shortcomings were completely masked by these two aspects. Shinomiya knew very well that even if he completed his own dish, it would still pale in comparison to this one. Moreover, he now also needed time to quietly reflect. Yuki's dish had given him great inspiration, and the words he had previously dismissed now resurfaced in his mind. Looks like something finally clicked. Jin Dojima said with a smile. I wouldn't say that completely, Dojima-senpai. But please leave the lessons for these next few days to me, I'll revise my assignment. Shinomiya declared. He intended to find the answer from these students, observe how they solved the problems presented by his problematic ingredients using their own methods. Chapter 63, Shockwaves from the Secret Technique, Dumbfounded Graduates, Bonus, in that case, the course will still be yours to teach. The students who were eliminated in your class before, we've kept them. You will conduct another assessment for them. Hearing Kojiro Shinomiya's words, Jin Dojima nodded. He could see that Shinomiya's state of mind had changed somewhat. After this incident, Dojima also believed Shinomiya wouldn't mess around in his subsequent classes. Among the many graduates, Shinomiya was very outstanding, and he now also planned to return to develop his career. Dojima wouldn't let go of such a talent. Roland Chappelle at the side also smiled. Seeing a smile on this professor's face was quite a rare sight. He also thought very highly of Shinomiya. Being able to see his student return from his misguided path, this was undoubtedly the best outcome for a teacher. Looks like this matter is perfectly resolved. But Yuki, could you tell me how you did that earlier? Dissecting an entire cow in an instant, and without spilling a drop of blood. Hitoshi Sekimori said. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes and personally confirmed it, he still found it hard to believe. Yeah. Just how did you do that? Only then did everyone else react. Previously, because Yuki was busy preparing his dish, and they were busy examining the cow, they hadn't asked about this matter. Now that everything was over, they couldn't wait to find out. The Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash was too outrageous, to the point where everyone was now utterly stunned, even Kojiro Shinomiya, his opponent. Although Yuki had defeated him, and even mocked him in front of everyone before, Shinomiya didn't hold any animosity towards Yuki. On the contrary, he was grateful to Yuki. Combining Dojima's earlier words and actions, he realized that, as a student, Yuki had no reason to find fault with him, especially after he had already made concessions. All of this was orchestrated by Jin Dojima behind the scenes. Yuki was merely responsible for carrying it out. And in the end, Yuki defeating him had actually helped him. So now, Shinomiya felt more gratitude towards Yuki. How should I put it? It's a very special technique. Yuki didn't elaborate on the details of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, just briefly explained the general idea. No one found anything wrong with this. After all, any normal person would treat such a unique skill like a precious treasure. They now also realized that their earlier inquiry had been too abrupt. Directly asking about someone's unique skill was like trying to pry into their secrets. It was like going to a restaurant and asking the owner for their secret recipe. For the owner not to throw them out directly was already incredibly merciful. Similarly, Yuki not storming off in anger was already very good. So, after learning the general concept of the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, no one asked any further questions, even though they were still extremely curious. After chatting for a while, everyone left. After all, there were other things to do. As for Jin Dojima, he and Roland Chappelle went straight to the security room and took the recording of the kitchen they had just been in. After taking the recording, the two began to watch it in slow motion. It wasn't that they wanted to steal Yuki's technique. In fact, even if Yuki hadn't said anything, they knew they couldn't possibly learn such a skill themselves. After all, they couldn't even see clearly how many times Yuki swung his knives in that extremely short period, let alone doing it themselves. And Yuki using his evolving touch to understand the cow's internal structure was also something they couldn't learn. They just wanted to see just how fast Yuki's knife speed was and how many cuts he made to dissect the cow like that. As the video was repeatedly slowed down, the two finally managed to barely make out Yuki's knife speed. Hiss. Watching Yuki's movements, Roland Chappelle sucked in a breath. Even after slowing it down many times, Yuki's knife speed was still astonishingly fast. They could only barely see it clearly. Such knife speed, if it were displayed in a kendo competition, it would be completely invincible. He even wondered if Yuki could easily obtain the title of Sword Saint if he desired. His thoughts actually weren't unreasonable. As mentioned before, the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash wasn't only for cutting bulls, it could naturally be used on other creatures as well. Yuki only used the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash to cut ingredients, but if it were used in combat, no one could withstand his attacks either. Not to mention, Yuki also had the 7-star knives. In the world of Food Wars, the 7-star knives were the kings of cold weapons. So, as long as Yuki was willing, obtaining the title of Sword Saint would be incredibly easy. Of course, the world of Food Wars was ultimately about gourmet food. Although other professions existed, the chef profession was undoubtedly the most popular. Special abilities alone were enough to be immensely attractive. In this world, only chefs could awaken special abilities, no one else could. Even if the awakening probability was extremely low, it was still enough to make people eager to try. Every single cut Yuki made was calculated in advance. And the sharpness of those knives, to think they could be sharp to this extent, as if the bones within the cow's body were nothing at all. Jin Dojima also had some understanding of the 7-star knives and knew they were very sharp. But he hadn't expected them to be sharp to this extent. This was primarily because of Yuki himself. Yuki's strength, enhanced by food honor, was quite immense. Without sufficient strength, sometimes even divine weapons couldn't be properly wielded. Komatsu from the world of Toriko was a classic example. The knives in Setsuno's hands could easily cut through a mountain several thousand meters high. But in Komatsu's hands, they could only cut through walls and the ground. Yuki being able to dissect a cow so easily was, besides the inherent sharpness of the 7-star knives, because of his terrifying strength. After all, brandishing knives at such a speed clearly showed how powerful the force applied to the blades was. The video of Yuki cutting the cow, the two watched it again and again, even forgetting to eat. After all, they had eaten Yuki's beef noodles earlier and weren't hungry yet. Incidentally, Jin Dojima also sent this video to Senzaman Nakiri and So Nakiri. His phone was then bombarded by the two of them, as the content in this video was indeed extremely exaggerated. Unfortunately, Jin Dojima didn't know much either and could only tell them what he knew. The two were quite helpless about this. Their curiosity was now also piqued, just like Dojima and the others, but they couldn't directly ask. After all, this was Yuki's own secret technique. In the end, they could only temporarily give up. Senzaman Nakiri then sent the video to his daughter. Although Mana Nakiri had been given hope before, such knife skill was undoubtedly another strong dose of encouragement. So, he didn't hesitate to send it to Mana. At WGO headquarters, in Mana Nakiri's room, and watched this video with Mana. After all, and was responsible for playing the video, and as Mana's trusted confidant, she naturally watched it along with her. But after watching it, both were left dumbfounded. If not for this video being sent by Senzaman Nakiri, who had repeatedly emphasized that this truly happened, and that the protagonist in the video was Yuki, she would have suspected it was a movie clip. In her view, this terrifying knife skills only appeared in movies. As for the real world, although special abilities came in all sorts of strange varieties, there was a limit. Anyway, she didn't think a special ability could achieve this. After all, the information revealed in this video was too much, just Yuki's extreme physical ability alone couldn't explain it. And, seal this video. Absolutely do not let it leak out. I'll give father a call. Mana Nakiri said after regaining her composure. She didn't want Yuki to be targeted by others. Although in Japan, under the Nakiri family's protection, no one could actually cause Yuki trouble. That was only on the surface. If this video were to leak out, while she wasn't particularly worried about others, if it somehow fell into the hands of the midnight chefs, it would be trouble. Those people were notoriously reckless and lawless. So, to prevent them from targeting Yuki, this news naturally couldn't be spread. Although Yuki might use this secret technique in the future and would eventually be discovered, being able to keep it hidden for a while was still something. They could also use this time to make some preparations. Following Mana's reminder, at the Totsuki resort, Jin Dojima directly deleted the video and instructed those who had seen it not to reveal Yuki's raging bull blue dragon slash. Time quickly arrived at evening. Hitoshi Sekimori's steak set meal assessment began again, and the difficulty continued to increase. For Yuki, an assessment like this was as easy as pie. Just like the first day, after completing his assessment goal, Yuki went back to wait for everyone. Due to the day's events, Hitoshi Sekimori was very polite to Yuki. Although Yuki was still a student, he had already defeated Kojiro Shinomiya. This level of culinary skill was at the very top among these graduates. And he hadn't even graduated yet, he was still a first year. It was hard to imagine what Yuki's future would be like, so Hitoshi Sekimori's attitude towards him was naturally incredibly good. Building a good relationship with Yuki now was certainly a sure win. As for the other graduates, after returning to the office, they started to crowd around Kojiro Shinomiya. After all, everyone knew that Shinomiya had clashed with Yuki and was then taken away by Jin Dojima. However, they didn't know that Yuki and Shinomiya had an informal shokuchiki. Shinomiya-senpai, what exactly happened on your end today? Hinako Inui came directly to him as soon as she entered the office and asked, her face full of curiosity. The others also perked up, they were also very curious. However, due to Shinomiya's personality and status, the only ones who would dare to ask so directly were probably Hinako Inui and Fuyumi Mizuhara. It's nothing. Just an informal shokuchiki with Yuki. Kojiro Shinomiya was now much calmer, without any intention of hiding it. If it had been the previous him, he would definitely have been afraid of failure and wouldn't have dared to say it directly. But he was different now. Today, the students he encountered, although only a very few modified the recipe to deal with the problematic ingredients. The methods these few students used to solve the ingredient issues were incredibly varied, there were even some that Shinomiya hadn't considered. Combined with the impact of being defeated by Yuki before, this made Shinomiya start to learn these things. Returning to his earlier mindset was undoubtedly a very good thing for him. He enjoyed this feeling of being able to improve himself. After this day, he had become completely different. Although his culinary skills wouldn't change much in a short time, he was very clear that his mental block had been broken, and his culinary skills would continue to improve next. First-class chef was only a matter of time for him, and as for special class, there was also a great chance. What? You had a shokuchiki with Yuki? Hearing this, many of the graduates were dumbfounded. Hinako Inui even shouted out loud. Why are you yelling so loudly? It was an informal shokuchiki. Kojiro Shinomiya looked at Hinako Inui, rather exasperated. What do you mean, why am I so loud? How can anyone be calm about something like this? You had a shokuchiki with a student still in school. Isn't that a bit like bullying? Hinako Inui couldn't help but exclaim. The others also nodded. Although Yuki was very strong, for Shinomiya, a celebrity chef who had graduated for so many years, to actually have a shokuchiki with Yuki, a student, even if it was just an informal one, made them feel it was somewhat bullying. Bullying? I was the one who lost this shokuchiki. Do you still think I was bullying him? Kojiro Shinomiya said, rather annoyed. Indeed, for a graduate to bully a student still in school was quite shameful. But the problem was, this student in school wasn't exactly normal, he was outrageously strong. L lost. You lost? Shinomiya-senpai, you lost? Am I hallucinating? Hinako Inui asked with a dazed expression. She would rather believe her own ears had malfunctioned than believe Shinomiya had lost to Yuki. Shinomiya is telling the truth. He did lose. Professor Chappelle, Sekimori, and I were the judges for this informal shokuchiki. Yuki's dish was truly very impressive, and Shinomiya conceded defeat before he had even finished his own dish. Jin Dojima confirmed. Yuki's beef noodles had indeed greatly surprised him. Too bad others couldn't possibly replicate that dish. Chapter 64, The gap between Soma Yukihira and Yuki. To replicate Yuki's dish, one had to possess the same knife skills as Yuki. But was that even possible? Jin Dojima felt that if you gathered all the chefs in the world, no one could compare to Yuki in knife skills. So, it would be entirely impossible for them to replicate Yuki's dish on their own. Of course, they could seek technological assistance. After all, with how advanced technology was these days, replicating Yuki's kind of beef noodles wasn't a problem. However, although it could be done with machines, what a machine made would be completely different from what Yuki made. Machines didn't have Yuki's evolving touch. Yuki's evolving touch combined with Inferno allowed him to bring out the flavor of his beef noodles to their ultimate potential. Machines couldn't achieve this, they could only destroy the ingredients' taste. So, this dish had already become Yuki's specialty. It was simply inimitable. Shinomiya-senpai admitted defeat before even finishing his dish. A group of people couldn't help but exclaim. They wouldn't claim to know much about Kojiro Shinomiya, but for him to admit defeat without fighting, it meant Shinomiya had been certain he had no chance of winning. For Shinomiya to think he couldn't possibly win, they couldn't imagine how strong Yuki must be. And most importantly, Yuki was still a student, a first year at that. His dish. I couldn't possibly compare to it. And those terrifying knife skills and fire control. Kojiro Shinomiya shook his head as he spoke. Just thinking about that dish made him feel somewhat helpless. He had felt completely powerless in the face of that dish. After he finished speaking, the others continued to press him for more information. Shinomiya also knew that if he didn't tell them at least some details about that dish, they wouldn't let him off. Helplessly, Shinomiya could only tell them about Yuki's cooking process, omitting the raging bull blue dragon slash. Everyone learned of Yuki's incredible abilities, those knife skills, truly out of this world. He had reached a level only machines could achieve, something normally impossible for humans. Yuki is really amazing. While we've seen it before, I didn't expect him to be so strong that even Shinomiya-senpai was defeated. Unfortunately, he is destined to be unrecruitable, Hinako Inui said, somewhat wistfully. Hearing this, the others also nodded continuously. Indeed, with Yuki's culinary skills, by the time he graduated, he might even be a first-class chef. How could their restaurants, run by second-class and third-class chefs, possibly attract someone like that? So, even though Yuki was extremely outstanding, he was beyond their reach. They could only settle for other, less exceptional, students. While the graduates were shocked by Yuki's prowess, the Polar Star residents were naturally also amazed. After all, they only knew that Yuki had clashed with Shinomiya. They hadn't expected them to have a match. And more importantly, that Yuki was the victor. He had actually defeated Kojiro Shinomiya. Yuki's becoming more and more incredible. Even defeating a graduate who is a second-class chef. I can't imagine what earth-shattering things he'll accomplish in the future. Yoshino Yuki, full from dinner and relaxing in her chair, couldn't help but exclaim. Her words echoed everyone's thoughts. While they knew Yuki was very strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Never mind them, even Soma Yukihira at this point felt that catching up to and surpassing Yuki was a distant, almost impossible, dream. Yuki was too strong. After understanding Totsuki's internal situation and Yuki's culinary skills, Soma finally realized just how large the gap was between them. This wasn't like in the manga. In the manga, towards the end, to quickly wrap up the story, the plot rapidly accelerated, having Soma Yukihira and his peers, who were still in school, suddenly become world-class chefs. Keep in mind, judging by the current situation, Soma Yukihira and the others, even after the Azumi Nakiri incident, their culinary skills would, at most, reach the senior chef level. They wouldn't reach third class. However, the blue arc directly catapulted senior chefs to special class level or even beyond, which contributed to Food War's less satisfying ending. But Yuki didn't have such concerns right now. After all, this wasn't a manga world. Soma Yukihira and the others wouldn't suddenly become superpowered. Based on the current situation, even if Soma Yukihira, as the protagonist, developed with all his might, upon graduation, he likely wouldn't be much stronger than Joichiro and Jin Dojima. By the way, how are your preparations for the breakfast assessment coming along? Ryoko Sakaki asked. It was already the second day, the time for the breakfast assessment was drawing near. We all know there will be a breakfast assessment, but what ingredients will be used isn't fixed. Preparing anything specific is pointless. Zenji Marui shook his head. The breakfast assessment was a training camp tradition, basically, all students knew about it. And the handbook stated it clearly. Although it didn't explicitly say it, on that day, there was no bedtime, meaning they had to start preparing for the breakfast assessment that night. However, there was now also a problem. Although the breakfast assessment always existed and was common knowledge, everyone didn't know what ingredients would be used. This was the most frustrating part. They knew very well that there would be such an important assessment, but there was no way to prepare in advance, they could only improvise on the spot. Totsuki likely took this into consideration as well. This added psychological pressure was also part of the test for students. Some students with weaker resilience would make mistakes under pressure. Megumi Tadakoro at the beginning of the original story was like this, so this was also part of the assessment. And the breakfast assessment was scheduled for the third day, meaning that the students wouldn't only be under mental pressure, but physical pressure as well. Actually, preparing in advance is possible. While we don't know the specific ingredients, there's only one key point to this breakfast assessment: how to attract customers. Yuki said. Although the specific ingredients were unknown, ingredients weren't the key factor. Chapter 65, The Key to the Breakfast Assessment, Bonus, students who could endure 3 days of assessments, eliminating them in the subsequent regular assessments was practically impossible. Everyone's culinary skills were fairly strong. What was being assessed next was their ability to run a business. After all, as a chef, if one were to open a shop in the future, how to sell their dishes was a major question. Not everyone was an elite 10 member with a built-in halo upon graduation. Most students wouldn't even be able to graduate. Those students who opened their own restaurants naturally had to learn how to manage them. The true purpose of the breakfast assessment lay here. He's right. The breakfast assessment is quite unique. You have to compete with other students, getting enough customers to pass. So, attracting customers is key. Megumi Tadakoro said. She was very clear about this, as she had realized this from a young age. Her family's inn, the Shoki-in Ryokan, mainly attracted customers not with exceptional culinary skills, but with the Tadakoro Anglerfish show. When she was little, Megumi Tadakoro had learned to do this in order to help her family. Since she was little at the time, she attracted many customers. After all, Megumi could be considered a culinary prodigy. In a world centered on cuisine, such a prodigy would naturally receive a lot of attention. So, Megumi Tadakoro had attracted quite a few customers with such a method back then. The Shoki-in Ryokan was always fully booked for a certain period. Therefore, after Yuki mentioned this, Megumi naturally understood. Attracting customers. We need to focus on the appearance of the food itself. But without knowing the ingredients, we can't do anything. Soma Yukihira said. It always seemed to come down to the ingredients. It's not entirely true. There are other ways to draw in customers, through the chefs themselves. The simplest example, Irina Nakiri. Her fame from the god's tongue speaks for itself. She doesn't even have to make special dishes. Even if she just makes normal bread, she could easily pass. Not just her, but me too. If we can't attract customers through the dishes themselves, then we go through the chefs themselves. Alice Nakiri added. Exactly. Go through ourselves. Even if we don't have Alice's or Irina Nakiri's celebrity status, we can use techniques. Like this, for example. As he spoke, Yuki directly lifted the table in front of him with one hand. This table wasn't light, a single person shouldn't be able to lift it. But Yuki lifted it now, with only one hand. This scene instantly made everyone's eyes widen. Your actions, your words, the skills you demonstrate, these can easily attract the attention of customers. Even if you perform acrobatics on the spot, you can attract a lot of customers. With your culinary skills, as long as you're able to draw them in, this assessment is a piece of cake. As Yuki said this, he also glanced at Soma Yukihira. Tonight, he had basically given everyone the answer to the exam. He was somewhat curious about whether Soma would still mess up. The others, looking at the table Yuki put down, also understood. Everyone had sufficient culinary skill, the key was how to attract customers. After some chatting, everyone went back to rest. After all, they still had an assessment to take tomorrow. The third day of the assessment arrived, just like any normal day, except most students wore a stressed-out look on their faces. Everyone knew the content of the breakfast assessment would be announced tonight, so they were very nervous. Coupled with the stress of the past few days, they were completely unlike their usual energetic selves, instead carrying a gloomy atmosphere around them. Only a few, with exceptionally strong culinary skills and confidence, seemed unaffected. Just as everyone expected, after dinner, all students gathered in the lobby once more. Jin Dojima appeared on the stage. "Good evening, everyone. I think you all know why you're gathered here. The breakfast assessment will begin tomorrow morning. Tonight, you'll need to decide what dishes you'll be making. As for the theme, it's this egg. You need to create breakfast dishes using eggs. Now then, that's all. From now until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning is your free time. Ingredients are also unlimited. Dismissed." After his announcement, Jin Dojima left directly. He still had other matters to attend to. As for how students arranged their own time, that was none of his concern. Egg dishes, huh? Doesn't sound too hard. Having already been given the key point, the Polar Star residents didn't have much to worry about. There were tons of dishes that could be made with eggs, and many were suitable for breakfast. They just needed to figure out how to attract customers. Before long, everyone had an idea and began experimenting. After they finished, the Polar Star residents went to rest. Similarly, Irina Nakiri and Akira Hayama did the same. Such a theme posed no difficulty for them, so they also chose to rest. In contrast, most of the other students didn't waste time. They didn't even go to sleep but racked their brains thinking of how to make their dishes attractive to customers. This night was pure torture for many of them. The next morning, everyone brought their ingredients to their designated areas. Thanks to Yuki's tip, Soma Yukihira didn't repeat his mistake this time. He made preparations but didn't prepare a massive batch of finished products. Before the breakfast assessment began, most students would make a huge amount of their dish to save time later. This was where Soma Yukihira messed up in the original story. His dish was fluffy when freshly made, but after a while, it would collapse and deflate, looking completely unappetizing. Even if it smelled good, its appearance wouldn't attract any customers. This time, Soma Yukihira prepared in advance. He planned to cook on the spot after the customers arrived. Using this method to attract customers was quite effective, but it also put heavy demands on the chef's physical stamina. Someone with a small build like Zenji Marui couldn't use this method at all. Yuki and Soma Yukihira were in the same area. Yuki's presence there added another layer of pressure on the others. After all, this assessment tested their business acumen, their ability to attract customers. Yuki's existence was like a giant cheat code for this assessment. He didn't even have to do anything complicated, just making a big fire would be enough. Those towering flames would certainly draw attention. Of course, even without Inferno, Yuki wouldn't be worried. After all, he had gained quite a bit of notoriety at the Totsuki resort. Many of these guests knew him. So, he himself already possessed a celebrity effect similar to the Nakiri cousins. The dish Yuki intended to make was very simple: baked buns. This fully utilized his Inferno special ability. And he had already made a lot of buns beforehand, he just needed to bake them now. The following task, for Yuki, would be very simple and straightforward. As 6 o'clock in the morning arrived, and the doors of each area opened, the guests swarmed in. Chapter 66, Yuki monopolizes the customers. The customers are coming in. As the guests poured in, most of the students instantly tensed up. Although they wore smiles, those smiles looked incredibly stiff. Yuki, watching the guests enter, immediately got to work. A ferocious pillar of fire, under his precise control, surged upwards. To amplify the effect, he also released a bit of heat, just enough to make people feel a bit warm, not enough to actually harm anyone. Otherwise, with the current state of his Inferno, a blast of fire would incinerate everyone present. This heat, coupled with the exaggerated flames, immediately caught the guests' attention. Holy crap! Is that thing out of control? Someone call the fire department. Such flames naturally also scared some people. Those unfamiliar with Yuki were understandably startled. Hold on, that's Yuki, the Inferno chef. Totsuki Resort star. He's famous for his flame control. Actually, this is my first time seeing his special ability in action. He's usually stuck in the kitchens, so there was never a chance to see it before. Many guests who already knew about Yuki's situation stared wide-eyed at the scene of soaring flames. Although they had heard about Yuki before, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they finally had, they were quite excited. As for those who had wanted to call the fire department, they calmed down. After all, this was the Totsuki Resort, and there were plenty of staff and students around. If there really was a fire, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. Plus, looking closely, the flames were only coming from the stove in front of Yuki. Although the fire was large, it was clearly contained within a certain area and wasn't spreading. With the explanations from others, they finally relaxed a bit. Now they were extremely interested in Yuki's special ability. A large crowd of guests thus gathered around Yuki's station. Yuki's flames enveloped the baked buns, precisely controlling the heat to achieve optimal results. However, this created an awkward situation in the entire area. So many guests crowded in front of Yuki's stall, even though the line was very long, and it would take a considerable amount of time to reach the front, hardly anyone left. It could only be said that Yuki's move was too effective, to the point where guests would rather wait in line than leave. Dojima-senpai, with Yuki doing that, he's practically drawn all the customers in this area. He's monopolizing the entire flow of people. At this rate, it's going to be difficult for the other students to pass. At this moment, the graduates were gathered in the monitoring room, observing the surveillance footage. Although they had already identified some talented individuals before, this was a great time for further selection. So they were all glued to the screens. When they saw Yuki's stall, their gazes couldn't look away. This strategy was incredibly effective, and it did achieve its goal. However, doing it this way also completely blocked the path for other students. Don't worry, that kid knows his limits. He only prepared 500 servings. At his current speed, those 500 servings will be gone quickly. We can simply extend the time for this area a bit. Jin Dojima said with a smile. He naturally knew the quantity of ingredients Yuki had received from the staff. He was very clear that once Yuki went all out, there would be nothing left for other students. At least in this area, probably only the Nakiri cousins would be able to pass. As for the others, they had almost no chance. Originally, he had wanted to talk to Yuki about it, but after knowing the amount of ingredients Yuki requested, he didn't interfere anymore. Hearing this, the many graduates also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yuki knew to control himself and didn't completely block the path for other students. Relieved, the graduates continued to observe Yuki. However, there wasn't much to see with Yuki's operation. After all, Yuki was directly controlling flames to heat the buns. There were no other actions involved, his previous preparation work was already complete. So, unable to see anything new, everyone could only turn their attention to the other students. Because there were too many students, they were divided into several areas, and the graduates continuously searched for the talents they needed. As for Yuki, his 500 servings were quickly wiped out, and he also directly explained the reason. While the people still waiting in line were somewhat annoyed, they couldn't do anything. After all, the ingredients were gone. If they asked him to start by kneading dough, how long would that take? So, they could only give up and go to other students' stalls. Seeing this, all the students in this area breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing Yuki didn't keep going, otherwise, we'd be screwed. Alice Nakiri was also relieved. With Yuki's actions attracting so many customers, she had even started to doubt whether she could pass. So now, she also breathed a sigh of relief. After the situation returned to normal, the numbers of students who had the skills began to climb rapidly. Because Soma Yukihira was cooking live, and added acrobatic tricks like flipping the Indian chapati, he attracted many customers. Coupled with his culinary skills, Soma Yukihira was among the first few to pass this assessment. Because of Yuki, the difficult situation Soma faced in the original story didn't happen. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Soma didn't have to barely scrape by in this assessment. The disadvantage was that Soma Yukihira's growth was somewhat slowed. After all, people usually only truly understand after facing setbacks. As the saying goes, you can't teach someone with words what experience can teach. Soma Yukihira was like this. Although he had already witnessed the exceptional aspects of Totsuki, he was still somewhat arrogant. This arrogance should have been shattered during the breakfast assessment in the original story. But now, although this arrogance was much weaker, it still existed. However, Soma was still the protagonist, with exceptionally high talent. Even if his growth rate was a bit slower now, it shouldn't hinder his future development, it would just be slightly slower. Chapter 67, The Training Camp Concludes, Bonus. The breakfast assessment successfully concluded. Yuki undoubtedly took first place. Following him were Alice Nakiri and Irina Nakiri, and then Megumi Tadakoro. It wasn't that Megumi Tadakoro's culinary skills were inferior to Alice's, but Alice Nakiri's molecular gastronomy was indeed very eye-catching, even Yuki was drawn in. After all, although molecular gastronomy was gradually becoming known, many people only had a vague understanding of it. Seeing such exquisite molecular gastronomy now, they were naturally quite interested. Alice Nakiri also used this point to her advantage. Her score in this assessment even surpassed Irina Nakiri's, second only to Yuki. Alice Nakiri was already very happy about this. She knew her victory didn't really carry much weight, but regardless, being able to win against Irina even once was good enough for her. The current Alice Nakiri knew very well she couldn't catch up to Irina, and as long as she and Yuki got together, it would be equivalent to her defeating Irina. However, just a few hours after the breakfast assessment, another assessment began. For the students who hadn't slept last night, this was undoubtedly quite an ordeal. They felt lightheaded and unsteady on their feet, but there was nothing they could do. After all, not participating in the assessment would result in their elimination. Having already made it this far, if they just endured a bit more, they could pass the training camp. They had no reason to give up now. So, the students all gritted their teeth and continued to endure. Just like that, the training camp was coming to an end. For sufficiently talented students, this training camp was a pretty good experience, with no need to worry about much. But for the less skilled students, this training camp nearly broke them. Time flew by, and it was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 5th day. This was the final assessment. Everyone was gathered in the main hall. Everyone looks completely drained. Looking at the students around her who practically had dark auras rising from them, Megumi Tadakoro was somewhat alarmed. It's only natural. Not everyone has polar stars standards. Even Daigo and Shoji, they're not having an easy time either. Yuki pointed to the two within the group and said. Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato, these two in the original story were simply there to make up the numbers, they didn't have many scenes. In terms of culinary skills, they were also far inferior to Polar Star's elite members. To put it bluntly, these two were glorified extras. Although Yuki had helped them improve their skills, they still couldn't reach the level of an elite. So, for these two, passing this training camp wasn't particularly easy. We're not like you guys. With your culinary skills, you could pass the assessments with your eyes closed. We have to give it our all just to keep up. The two didn't retort after hearing Yuki's words. After all, this was the truth, compared to the others, their culinary skills were indeed considerably inferior. Although their skills weren't the best, their attitudes were second to none within Polar Star. Yuki looked around. At this moment, the students didn't know what would come next was the reward segment. Although every training camp had a reward segment, they didn't know exactly when the assessment would end. The people at Totsuki who designed the assignments were truly devious. So now, although everyone was gathered here, they thought there would be a new assessment. As for the reward segment, although they were looking forward to it, many didn't expect it to be now. Just then, Jin Dojima appeared on stage. His appearance made most of the students tense up because every time Dojima appeared on stage, nothing good happened. Now, he appeared on stage again, naturally making the students very nervous. This time, after Dojima came up, he gave everyone a pep talk, easing their tense emotions. But Dojima announced a new assessment in the next second, causing their hearts to clench again. I knew it. Every time Dojima-senpai comes on stage, it never means anything good. Here we go again. The students were all on the verge of collapse, yet Dojima's next words left them completely speechless because Dojima announced the end of this training camp. As for the final assessment, it was naturally the reward segment. This experience, like riding a roller coaster, made everyone incredibly excited. Thankfully, there were no students with heart problems here, otherwise, Dojima's playing with their emotions might have led to someone collapsing. Uncle Dojima, your dramatic pauses, aren't you afraid of getting jumped? After the students poured into the dining hall, Yuki didn't enter immediately but found Jin Dojima and said with some amusement. Just now, he had noticed more than one student practically wanting to stab Dojima. Although those looks were very subtle, Yuki's eyes were exceptionally sharp. Every cohort has quite a few disgruntled students. But so what if they're unhappy? They can only keep it bottled up. Jin Dojima said with a smile. He knew his operations attracted resentment, but he didn't care. After all, among this group of students, the only ones who could actually threaten him were the Nakiri cousins. As for the others, they still wanted to jump him. Dojima could easily crush their family businesses. Alright, you should head in too. Jin Dojima said with a smile. Hearing this, Yuki also nodded and entered the dining hall. As dishes were brought out one after another, the students began tasting the graduates' cuisine. As expected, they only did the final cooking themselves. After tasting one mouthful, Yuki knew the situation with these dishes. Only the final cooking stage was done by these graduates, as for other aspects, they were handled by kitchen assistants. But this wasn't a problem. After all, there were over 600 students remaining. For these graduates to prepare meals for more than 600 people wasn't an easy task. For the students, having something to eat was good enough. Moreover, these dishes were indeed made personally by the graduates. Irina Nakiri also discovered this point. Her god's tongue also tasted the subtle imperfections in these dishes. However, these dishes were still made by a group of second and third class chefs. So, the god's tongue didn't reject these dishes, Irina could still eat them. After dinner, the students finally enjoyed the resort services. After all, this was the last night. Tomorrow morning, they would pack their things, leave the Totsuki resort, and return to school to continue their studies. This night, the students went absolutely wild. The long-suppressed emotions completely erupted. If the resort hadn't restricted their sleeping time, these people would probably have pulled an all-nighter. Chapter 68, Graduates eager to curry favor, returning to Polar Starve. Unlike the others, the Polar Star residents were quite relaxed. After all, under Yuki and Alice Nakiri's lead, they had already enjoyed several days of the Totsuki resort services. However, just as everyone was relaxing and resting, the graduates showed up en masse. Their reason for appearing here was simple, two main objectives. The first was to get acquainted with Yuki. Building a good relationship with Yuki in advance was undoubtedly beneficial. The second was to invite the students here to work in their restaurants after graduation. In the original story, Megumi Tadakoro hadn't returned directly to the Shokian Ryokan after graduating but had gone to work at Hinako Inui's Kirinoya. Although it was still a bit early compared to graduation, graduates usually scouted for candidates in advance. This way, after the previous batch left, a seamless transition could be achieved. This model was highly favored by the graduates. They could get employees without spending too much and also establish good relationships with promising young talents, creating their own networks. Normally, graduates would only approach the students they had their eyes on to extend invitations on the morning of the last day. However, because of Yuki, the graduates moved up their schedule. Moreover, besides Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato, the others at Polar Star were all elites. They naturally wanted to extend invitations to this group. Although Soma Yukihira hadn't faced off against Kojiro Shinomiya this time, his culinary skills were inherently strong. This group from Polar Star had all been targeted. It was just a pity that the time they had spent learning from Yuki was still somewhat short. When the autumn elections came around, there would be significant changes. Is it just me, or are the graduates coming our way? Yoshino Yuki asked, somewhat puzzled. Right now, only Totsuki students were in this recreation area. This group of graduates appearing here immediately became the center of attention. No doubt about it. They're coming for us. I think you all probably know why. Yuki glanced around and said. He had basically guessed the reason these graduates were here. The others also nodded upon hearing this. It was a regular occurrence for graduates to extend job invitations to students during the training camp. Hello again, Yuki-kun. Hinako Inui greeted Yuki rather familiarly. This woman was quite thick-skinned. Who would have thought that when she was still at Totsuki, Hinako Inui had been even more timid than Megumi Tadakoro. It could only be said that society was a melting pot, a place that truly tempered a person. Hinako Inui's transformation perfectly illustrated this. If I remember correctly, we met just a few hours ago, Hinako-senpai, Yuki said with some amusement. Oh, don't mind the small details. Hinako Inui pretended to be angry. Having spent so much time in the real world, she could tell Yuki's tone was just playful. I'll go talk to Megumi. With that, Hinako Inui went directly to Megumi Tadakoro. She knew very well about Megumi's relationship with Yuki. Trying to establish a good relationship with Yuki directly would clearly not be so easy. Therefore, approaching it through Megumi was the best option. Megumi Tadakoro was someone she had taken a liking to from the start. Megumi's demeanor was very similar to hers when she was still in school. So, at the start of the training camp, Hinako had immediately noticed this girl who resembled her younger self. Megumi Tadakoro's subsequent performance in the assessments had also been very satisfactory to her. So, her original target had been Megumi. That Megumi now had a relationship with Yuki was naturally even better. Huh? Hinako-senpai, are you here for me? Hearing this, Megumi Tadakoro was also taken aback but quickly reacted. Hinako Inui clearly intended to extend an invitation. Actually, among the many graduates, the one Megumi Tadakoro admired the most was also Hinako Inui, because their culinary styles were similar. With shared interests, they easily hit it off. This scene also made the other graduates quite envious. After all, through Megumi, it was the easiest way to establish a good relationship with Yuki. But they could also see that Megumi had clearly also taken a liking to Hinako Inui, so they didn't have a chance. Helplessly, after briefly greeting and exchanging pleasantries with Yuki, the graduates started to scout for the students they had their eyes on. Among them, the only ones not invited were Yuki, Daigo Aoki, Shoji Sato, and Alice Nakiri. The graduates knew very well that Yuki and Alice Nakiri were uninvitable, they weren't qualified to extend such an invitation. As for the other two, well, they weren't up to par, so they weren't picked. After a round of invitations, Soma Yukihira and Ryo Kurikiba rejected them. As for the others, they all said they would consider it seriously. They didn't agree directly because perhaps they could find an even better offer in the future. The graduates didn't mind this, it was completely normal. They extended invitations now just to make a good impression. In the future, when these students were making their choice, the probability of them choosing them would also be higher. Of course, some were more depressed, like Kojiro Shinomiya. There were very few students he considered worthy, among them, Soma Yukihira and Ryo Kurikiba, whom he had invited. But both had refused. Soma Yukihira was because he already had his family restaurant and he decided to follow his father's approach, traveling around the world to see different places and learn to improve his culinary skills. As for Ryo Kurikiba, he was an ambitious individual. He naturally wouldn't be content working at someone else's restaurant. After graduation, he also intended to open his own restaurant. So, Shinomiya ended up with nothing to show for it. It could only be said this was also because his standards were too high. If he had invited other students, he would certainly have succeeded, but they didn't quite meet Shinomiya's criteria. After inviting the Polar Star residents, the graduates didn't leave but instead took this opportunity to try and build a good relationship with Yuki. This scene made the surrounding students incredibly envious. They also wanted such treatment, but clearly, those graduates were all circling around Yuki and his group, so they could only wait and see if there would be an opportunity tomorrow. Being picked by these graduates was very beneficial. After all, upon leaving school, Totsuki's resources wouldn't be available to them anymore. Although many of their families had considerable assets, finding such a mentor to guide them wasn't easy. Not everyone was like Yuki and his friends, capable of ignoring such invitations. Yuki is really dazzling. On the other side, Irina Nakiri also saw this scene. In the past, it was always her being surrounded like this, with others as onlookers. But now, she had become the onlooker instead. After all, Yuki defeated Shinomiya-senpai. It's hard to imagine how he did it. Shinomiya-senpai is a star chef at the second-class level. Hisako Arado still found it incredible. After learning about Shinomiya's conflict with Yuki, Irina had asked her to find out what exactly happened. In the end, they learned the whole story from a graduate. Facing Irina's inquiry, those graduates naturally wouldn't hide anything. After all, Irina's status was clear. Even if Irina's God's tongue would also cause problems in the future, look at Mana Nakiri, even with God's tongue issues, she was still WGO's sole special class officer, still standing at the pinnacle of the culinary world. So, facing Irina's inquiry, they naturally wouldn't hide anything. Irina and Hisako thus learned about Yuki defeating Shinomiya. At that time, Irina was also completely dumbfounded. That was a second-class chef. And Shinomiya was a very famous existence among second-class chefs. No one who could become a star chef was weak. Her God's tongue, though powerful, still only made her a senior chef. She had thought Yuki being a third-class chef was already very impressive, but she never expected him to turn around and defeat a second-class chef. It really is incredible. Even though several days have passed, and based on the dish details Sekimori-senpai described, such a dish is not something we can replicate. Or rather, probably no one can replicate it. Irina Nakiri felt somewhat helpless thinking about Yuki's dish. Sekimori was one of the judges. When Irina and Hisako asked him for the specifics, Sekimori didn't hide anything. So, they knew what dish Yuki had made. After knowing, Irina also tried to replicate this dish. But she was stuck at the very first step. Although Sekimori had hidden the matter of the raging bull blue dragon slash, just trying to stuff celery into beef while ensuring every beef noodle remained intact. Just this one step, Irina was completely stuck. She found she simply couldn't do it. Helplessly, she could only give up on replicating this dish. However, these past few days, influenced by Yuki, she often thought about this dish, trying to replicate it using her own methods. But every time, it ended in failure. This was the first time Irina Nakiri had encountered a peer she had to look up to. She also tried to catch up, but unfortunately, she simply couldn't match Yuki's improvement speed, which completely exceeded everyone's imagination. In the end, to prevent herself from continuing to overthink, Irina Nakiri directly took Hisako Arado and went back. The night passed uneventfully. When morning arrived, the students had already packed their luggage, and the group returned to Polar Star. Because they weren't stopped by the graduates this time, Soma Yukihira suddenly remembered he left something behind. After retrieving it and returning to the bus, the vehicle hadn't left yet, so everyone returned to Polar Star together. Yuki was actually quite looking forward to returning. Unless something unforeseen happened, Joichiro Yukihira should still be there at Polar Star now. Although he had eaten Joichiro's cooking before, it was at the Yukihira restaurant, and at that time, the culinary skills Joichiro demonstrated were always just slightly better than Soma's. Moreover, at that time, he hadn't yet acquired his super sense of touch, so he didn't experience just how strong a special class chef's cooking really was. Special class chef was the absolute pinnacle in this world. So, Yuki was somewhat impatient to experience the culinary skills of a special class chef. Before even getting close to Polar Star, Yuki heard the commotion from the kitchen and smelled the aroma in the air. Welcome back. As everyone entered Polar Star, Satoshi Ishiki and Fumio Daimado were already waiting at the door. Seeing the two, everyone felt a sense of longing for their home. But soon, they heard the commotion from the kitchen. Huh? Is someone else at the dorm today? Alice Nakiri asked with some confusion. All the Polar Star residents were here, so why was there a ruckus in the kitchen? A senpai who came from Polar Star has returned, and you all should be quite familiar with him, Satoshi Ishiki said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone went to the kitchen door curiously. Soma. You're back. Come help out. At this moment, Joichiro Yukihira also noticed everyone had returned and called out directly. Coming. Wait. Why are you here? Soma Yukihira subconsciously was about to go help, but then he thought again, wait a minute, why was his old man here? Is that strange? I did come from Polar Star, after all. Plus, Auntie Fumio told me you already know about me, right? Why are you still so surprised? Joichiro looked at Soma with some puzzlement. After returning, he also chatted with Fumio Daimado about Polar Star's current situation and his son's current state. He learned from Fumio that his identity had been revealed. Joichiro didn't think there was a problem with it. After all, his reputation at Polar Star was quite notable, so it was normal for Soma to know about him. That may be so, but for you to suddenly show up here is still bizarre. Soma kept complaining, but his hands weren't slow at all, still following along with whatever his dad was doing. That's Joichiro Saiba. One of the top chefs in the world, a special class chef. Looking at Joichiro Yukihira in front of her, Yoshino Yuki's eyes lit up with little stars. This was a special class chef. Every special class chef was a boss-level figure, holding high status. So, having a chance to taste the food of a special class chef was not an easy feat. Chapter 69, The Essence of a Special Class Chef, New Fishing Hall, Bonus. Among these special class chefs, Joichiro Yukihira was quite unique. Besides him, no other special class chef would just gallivant around the world on a whim. Everyone wasn't particularly perplexed by Joichiro's appearance here. Joichiro himself came from Polar Star, and he was instrumental in Polar Star's current independent budget system. Plus, Soma Yukihira also lived at Polar Star now, so although Joichiro Yukihira's appearance initially surprised them a bit, it wasn't really that strange after some thought. Does this mean we get to try a special class chef's cooking tonight? Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato said, rather excitedly. Even if it is cooked by a special class chef, it might not reach special class level. Alice Nakiri shook her head. For a special class level dish, even a special class chef had to put in serious effort. Joichiro Yukihira's cooking tonight was just a casual meal for the dorm residents, reaching special class level was unlikely. Well, even if it doesn't reach that level, being able to eat a special class chef's cooking is amazing enough. No one was disappointed. While the food might not be special class level, the chef himself was a special class chef, so having a chance to eat his cooking was great. Previously, the food Yuki ate at Yukihira restaurant had only reached senior level. Not long after, Joichiro Yukihira finished cooking. These dishes had distinctly different styles, all learned by Joichiro during his travels around the world. Each dish basically represented a different country's characteristic cuisine. Except for that rather suspicious-looking pot of snake meat. That thing was a dark dish Joichiro concocted. This guy had liked creating these weird dishes ever since he was in school. He even brought out such dishes from time to time during Shokyuji, making the Totsuki students back then completely speechless. This habit was also passed on to Soma Yukihira. In the original story, Soma also used such dark dishes to mess with people at Polar Star, though this time, Soma wasn't able to pull it off. The reason was simple: when it came to dark dishes, Yuuki was the grandmaster. After all, before he transmigrated, Yuki had researched all sorts of bizarre foods online. There were even things that couldn't even be classified as edible, and the fact that someone actually ate them made Yuki rather speechless. So, when Soma Yukihira started to bring out his dark dishes, Yuki directly stuffed a whole bunch of Hautuinia chordata into Soma's mouth. Unless you grew up eating it, hardly anyone could stand the taste. Yuki even mixed fermented bean curd with it. That bite was incredibly sour and refreshing, after which, Soma never dared bring out his dark dishes again. Not that he had given up, he just considered his dark dishes a failure and planned to develop something better before trying again. Not knowing better, the other Polar Star residents didn't suspect anything, and some became victims of the snake meat. In Yuki's opinion, that stuff was just unappetizing, not really a true dark dish. However, Joichiro Yukihira's other dishes were quite stunning. Although Joichiro Yukihira wasn't trying his hardest, these dishes only reached second-class level, but they were still very good. And Yuki even tasted something else within them. Joichiro-senpai, there seems to be some kind of heartwarming effect in your dishes. After carefully tasting a few dishes, Yuki realized it wasn't just his imagination, there really was such a special effect in Joichiro's cooking. Really? Why didn't I notice it? Yoshino Yuki looked at Yuki, puzzled. The others felt the same. These dishes had very different flavors, showcasing characteristics from different regions, but they didn't feel any heartwarming effect. As expected of someone called the greatest prodigy of the culinary world by the director. To think you'd actually notice it, is it because of your evolving touch? Joichiro Yukihira looked at Yuki with surprise. Yes, his dishes did have such an effect. But now, the dishes he made weren't seriously made, just second-class level. So, the heartwarming effect, infused within them was very faint, it was difficult for normal people to notice. He guessed perhaps it was due to Yuki's special sense of touch that he could feel it. So there really is something. Hearing Joichiro's words, everyone's eyes widened. They quickly took another bite, but besides the deliciousness, they didn't sense anything special. It's normal that you didn't notice it. I wasn't exactly trying my hardest when making these, so that effect is extremely faint. It must be Yuki-kun's special sense of touch. Joichiro Yukihira shook his head. Hearing this, the others understood. If Yuki noticed it through his special sense of touch, it made perfect sense. After all, Yuki's evolving touch was incredibly potent. If Yuki touched something, nothing remained a secret. It was only because Yuki didn't know medical skills, otherwise, just one touch, and he'd know what was wrong with a person's body. So what exactly is this heartwarming effect? Is it like a special ability? Alice Nakiri asked with a puzzled look. It's not a special ability. Although I'm a special class chef, I don't have any special ability. This is something you comprehend after reaching special class. It's the mark of a special class chef, culinary heart. Joichiro Yukihira explained. A special class chef was very different from chefs of other ranks. The most significant difference was culinary heart, a chef's culinary philosophy, infused into their cooking. This culinary heart not only enhanced the dish's deliciousness but also touched people's hearts. After Joichiro explained the concept of culinary heart, everyone frowned. Even Yuki did the same. Although thanks to the system, his culinary skills had improved rapidly, he still had no clue about this culinary heart. You guys shouldn't think too much about it for now. Comprehending culinary art requires you to be a first-class chef at the very least. Only after reaching first class can you attempt to comprehend it. Although I don't know the exact reason, since ancient times, it's always been this way for every special class chef. So there's no point in thinking about it now. Instead of wasting time pondering such things, you should focus on improving your culinary skills. Reaching first class is your priority. Joichiro reminded everyone who was deep in thought, each stage had its own goals. It wasn't time to worry about culinary art yet. So that's it. Culinary art, huh? At this moment, everyone, including Yuki, was looking forward to it, wondering what their own culinary art would be like. Indeed, very interesting. But yours is heartwarming, huh? Are you sure about that? Fumio Daimoto looked at Joichiro Yukihira, a strange look on her face. Is something wrong, Auntie Fumio? Megumi Tadakoro looked at Fumio, puzzled, not understanding her words. Others were similarly confused. This guy, back in school, was called the demon. His cooking was domineering, brutal, like facing a demon from hell itself. If he did have a culinary heart, it should also be some kind of violent culinary heart, right? Fumio Daimoto explained. Only those from the Golden Age and a few subsequent generations of students knew how brutal Joichiro Yukihira truly was back then. The title, the demon, wasn't just for show. Well, that was the past. Right after leaving school, I was indeed like that. But after meeting someone, I changed. Joichiro Yukihira said with a smile. He thought of Tomoko Yukihira. It was because he met this woman that his brutal side changed and eventually transformed into this heartwarming nature. This change was actually a good thing. After all, following the original demon path, even Joichiro himself wasn't sure he could have reached his current level. After they chatted about culinary art for a while, everyone cleaned up a bit and then went to bed. Yuki, after returning to his room, didn't immediately go to sleep. He had new bait waiting to be used. Besides the daily small bait, he had also received another large bait. What a large bait could catch was no joke. At this time, Yuki began his new fishing session. White snake entanglement. Another secret technique. And a handling-based one. Yuki was a bit disappointed looking at the result. Although the white snake entanglement was a secret technique, for him, it wasn't particularly valuable. After all, he already had his super sense of touch. The evolving touch combined with food honor allowed him to control power with extreme precision. With this, he could already replicate this kind of dough-kneading technique of the white snake entanglement on his own. He didn't need to learn it from the system's rewards. So, this secret technique wasn't particularly valuable to him. However, he didn't dislike it. This secret technique would save him some research time. Yuki immediately accepted the inheritance of this secret technique. But after receiving it, he realized he had underestimated it. Because this secret technique was a bit different from the previously obtained Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash. The Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash was just a pure secret technique, although it contained a large amount of knowledge when deconstructed. However, the white snake entanglement was more special, as it also came with the soul-soothing esoterica. This soul-soothing esoterica was undoubtedly a form of culinary art. Once I reach first-class chef, even if I haven't discovered my own culinary art yet, I can fill in the gap with this one. For Yuki, his path forward now was clear. For other chefs, the culinary art obstacle between first class and special class was very difficult to overcome. Many were stuck at first class precisely because of this culinary art. But with the soul-soothing esoterica, Yuki could directly reach special class chef level and then use the soul-soothing esoterica to search for his own unique culinary art. They were both forms of culinary art. Although different, they still had common ground. For other chefs, wanting to comprehend this intangible, culinary art, was very difficult, as they didn't even have a concrete concept of it. With no reference, they could only explore on their own, the difficulty was self-evident. Although other chefs could also try to gain insights by tasting special class chefs' dishes, the status and position of a special class chef were very high. So, wanting a special class chef to always cook for you with their full effort, that was purely wishful thinking, unless they were direct descendants. For example, Soma Yukihira was Joichiro's son. Once Soma reached first-class level, Joichiro would definitely be willing to help. Other people weren't so lucky. This fishing trip was incredibly beneficial for Yuki. If it weren't so late at night now, and going to the kitchen would disturb others, Yuki would want to test out the soul-soothing esoterica right away. Using culinary heart at the third-class chef level, that would probably stun even Joichiro Yukihira. Having caught something good, Yuki happily went to bed. The next morning, Soma Yukihira and Joichiro began their shokyuki. Although Soma knew he would still lose, after all, Joichiro was a bona fide special class chef. He still accepted Joichiro's proposed shokyuki. Because he was very clear that every time he had a cooking battle with his father, he could learn something useful. A large part of the reason why his cooking was so strong was because of these matches with Joichiro Yukihira. Of course, Soma's fearlessness of failure was also an advantage. Not being afraid of losing, if he lost, he would win next time. And if not next time, then the time after next. Soma would even record his failures and remember the reasons to motivate himself to move forward continuously. Such a mindset wasn't something everyone had. As for Yuki, although he knew they were competing, he didn't go and join in the excitement. The reason was simple: to accommodate Soma Yukihira, Joichiro Yukihira would inevitably not use his full strength. Yuki wasn't particularly interested in a Joichiro who wasn't going all out. So, Yuki wasn't present for this father-son duel. Anyway, the outcome was clear: Joichiro Yukihira, seriously holding back, was thoroughly defeated by Soma. After the match ended, Joichiro left not long after. For him, his purpose this time had been achieved, seeing Yuki, and also witnessing his son's growth. The facts showed that his son was developing very well. As a father, he could rest easy. Chapter 70, Changes at the Chikariori RS, New Fishing Opportunity, Evolving Vision. After Joichiro Yukihira left, everyone's life returned to normal. Because they had just finished the grueling training camp, the school gave the students a few days off, including a weekend, so they could properly relax. In this aspect, Totsuki was quite considerate. After all, such high-pressure training put a lot of stress on the students, who hadn't even entered society yet. During this break, Yuki planned to research the soul-soothing esoterica and the white snake entanglement. As for the others, they also had their own things to do. In the original story, this part of the plot should have been where Soma Yukihira faced off against Itsuya Aizen. However, the entire plot had now drastically changed. The most crucial difference was that Soma wasn't close to Ikumi Mito, and Ikumi Mito was still one of Irina Nakiri's followers. So, this time, Soma couldn't ask for outside help and had to figure things out on his own. As for Yuki, he received an invitation from Miyoko Hojo to visit the Chikariori RS. According to Miyoko, the Chikariori RS was completely different now. Yuki, as the president, was a hands-off leader, leaving most matters to Miyoko Hojo. The Chikariori RS expanded again. Yuki looked at Miyoko Hojo with some confusion. That's right. It's mainly due to two factors. First, because of you. Many students came to the Chikariori RS because of you, they switched to specializing in Chikariori because of your influence. And then, there's also the help from the Elite 10. Miyoko Hojo's expression turned a bit odd as she said this. Help from the Elite 10? What did the Elite 10 do? Yuki was even more puzzled after hearing this. The only person related to the Chikariori RS among the Elite 10 was Teranori Kuga, and Kuga had been kicked out because of the shokyuki. Although, since Kuga came to his senses, he hadn't reduced the Chikariori RS resources, but why would the others have anything to do with the Chikariori RS? Among the Elite 10, the one with the most abundant resources is Atsuya Aizen. After you became the president, he allocated a large sum of funds to the Chikariori RS. And Irina Nakiri's side is also helping out. The other Elite 10 members have also been giving the green light to all sorts of applications from the Chikariori RS, so it's still continuously expanding. Miyoko Hojo explained the Elite 10's actions to Yuki. After hearing this, Yuki basically understood, these guys were trying to curry favor with him by helping out the Chikariori RS. It had to be said, these people were very adept at exploiting loopholes. Although Yuki was just a hands-off leader right now, he was still the president of the Chikariori RS. So, them opening the floodgates of convenience like this was indeed somewhat effective. The Elite 10 were actually quite helpless. Because Yuki wasn't an Elite 10 member himself, and he usually didn't attend classes, they rarely had any chance to interact with him. Someone like Rindo Kobayashi had shamelessly gone to Polar Star once, but after that, she couldn't just go there every day, right? As for joining Polar Star's admission process was currently halted. Unless the current residents agreed, they simply had no opportunity. This led to the Elite 10 members being forced to use the Chikariori RS as an intermediary. Let's forget about those guys for now. Let me see these changes at the Chikariori RS. Yuki said. He wanted to see how the current Chikariori RS looked. You will certainly be very satisfied. Saying this, Miyoko Hojo took Yuki on a tour inside the Chikariori RS. Previously, when Taranori Kuga was still the president, everyone wore uniform attire and even had uniform cooking movements, like a group of robots. It might seem visually impactful, but it was actually completely pointless. Even if it were the same dish being made, the person preparing it, the subtle differences in ingredients, these would all cause minute differences during the cooking process. For high-level chefs, details were extremely important. Kuga's standardized cooking truly had no value besides its visual impact. And the most important thing was, that guy even made all the Chikariori RS members shave their heads. And because he was an Elite 10 member, a ton of people actually listened to him. But now, the Chikariori RS was completely different. The standardized attire had changed. Of course, most students still wore their school uniforms. And now, when making dishes, everyone no longer pursued uniformity but cooked individually, sharing and discussing afterward. This kind of atmosphere was clearly much better. Yuki also heard from Miyoko Hojo that the Chikariori RS now had weekly Q&A sessions where the most skilled students would answer questions for the others. By the way, for the Chikariori RS to be able to change this much in such a short time is also thanks to Kuga-senpai. His prestige within the Chikariori RS was very high. Even though he lost to you and was kicked out, there were still quite a few people within the RS who listened to him. After his thinking changed, he also found these people and had them cooperate with my work, so the entire Chikariori RS could become what it is now, Miyoko Hojo said with a smile. Her view of Taranori Kuga had also changed. Previously, she had thought that guy was incorrigible. Although his culinary skills were strong, she didn't recognize him. But now it was different. The enlightened Taranori Kuga was actually quite impressive. Please let me know when the Q&A session is. I'm the president, after all, I can't just be a hands-off leader all the time, Yuki said. Really? It would be wonderful if you could come. After all, your expertise in Chikariori is the highest at Totsuki. Miyoko Hojo said with some pleasant surprise. Actually, no one would complain even if Yuki was a hands-off leader. The reason was simple. First, he was strong enough, he had even defeated an Elite 10 member. Second was the benefits Yuki brought. As long as Yuki was still president, even if he was hands-off, those Elite 10 members would still give face, bringing various conveniences and resources. With these things, the Chikariori RS members naturally wouldn't have any objections to Yuki. After all, without Yuki, these things would disappear. It could be said that even though Yuki didn't often come to the RS, the contributions he brought were the greatest. Along the way, those who saw Yuki and Miyoko Hojo greeted them politely, and a few of Yuki's fans even went back to get paper and pens, wanting autographs. Yuki experienced what it felt like to be a star, eventually signing over 100 autographs. These guys are way too enthusiastic. Good thing I can run fast. Yuki was a little speechless about these people. Some of these people acted like obsessive fans, so he had to escape first. Well, most members of the Chikariori RS are your fans, and you don't come often. It's normal for them to be a bit excited when they see you, Miyoko Hojo said with a smile. After that, Yuki would also choose times to participate in the Chikariori RS activities. After one Q&A session, the entire Chikariori RS admired Yuki even more. The reason was simple: no matter what questions they had, Yuki could answer them, and all were correct answers. After trying them out themselves, they found their problems were indeed solved. With the problems of so many people solved, it was no wonder these students admired Yuki. In fact, the few students with better culinary skills who were originally arranged to answer questions eventually gave up answering questions for others and instead lined up to ask Yuki questions. With the culinary skills of the Chikariori RS members continuously improving, Yuki's own progress was also steady. Teaching these people accelerated the growth of his food honor, making him increasingly stronger. He quickly crossed the threshold of second-class chef. The cheat Yuki had was simply too strong. For him, breaking through the ranks of the Food Wars world was as easy as eating and drinking. Now, even including first-class chef and special-class chef, he could guarantee reaching those levels in an extremely short time. This was the strength of a cheat player. Such growth rate was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Another month later, Yuki successfully became a second-class chef. Of course, only he himself knew about this matter. He had passed the system's assessment. After becoming a second-class chef, he naturally received a new growth bait. Abilities brought by growth bait were all growth types, which was indeed very good for Yuki. He was also very much looking forward to what this growth bait would yield. As for the large bait he had obtained during this time, he fished out a new special ability from this one. This special ability was called Freezing Air, also from the world of Cooking Master Boy, but from the second part. The possessor of this ability was Rant's mother. This type of ability in the world of Cooking Master Boy, more or less, all had some side effects. The most common side effect was lack of control. Alkan's Inferno needed to be suppressed with cold water, Leon's Lightning needed to be sealed by armor. However, such side effects weren't a problem for Yuki. Just like the previous Inferno, after having food honor, Inferno became controllable. Freezing Air was the same, and under the effects of food honor, Yuki's use of Freezing Air was far more precise than Rant's mother. The Freezing Air ability did, however, allow Yuki to directly make some rather special dishes, for example, the fresh Arctic codfish. In the original story, Leon made this dish using the North Star Wolf Blade, and in the end, he even sacrificed both this ice knife and a part of his own flesh and blood. Yuki didn't have the North Star Wolf Blade, but wanting to make this dish was very simple for Yuki. After all, it was the modern era now, the power of technology was very strong. Although Yuki didn't have an ice knife like the North Star Wolf Blade, he could cool his 7-star knives. Of course, it didn't need to be so troublesome now. With Freezing Air, Yuki could easily replicate this dish. The Freezing Air special ability was very useful both for cooking and in daily life. Yuki now turned his attention to the growth bait. Growth bait always brought exceptionally good news, so he was also very much looking forward to what kind of thing this growth bait would bring him. As the bait was used up, a large ball of light quickly appeared above the pond. Evolving Vision. This isn't going to make me collect all 5 growth-type senses, is it? Yuki was taken aback after seeing the information about this item. He already had Evolving Touch, now there was also Evolving Vision. This vision was a very good thing. Mira, one of the 5 generals in Cooking Master Boy, possessed this ability. With this ability, Mira could replicate her opponent's dishes and then use the spice equation to surpass the flavor of her opponent's dish. It was also because of this that Mira also had the nickname Mirror. This ability was somewhat similar to Subaru Mimasaka's and Asahi Saiba's, except their abilities were far inferior to Mira's. Subaru Mimasaka needed to observe the target closely for a long time before being able to imitate them, and the difference in culinary skills between them couldn't be too large, otherwise, it was useless. This was why Subaru was Atsuya Aizen's subordinate. If this ability had no limitations, then Subaru just needed to go and observe some really talented chefs, and his culinary skills could easily surpass the others. It could only be said that Subaru's ability had too many limitations. Asahi Saiba's special ability was better, but he still needed to obtain the other party's knife. And also, Asahi couldn't replicate some unique special abilities or physical attributes. Like Yuki's White Snake Entanglement and Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, even if he gave Asahi his knives, Asahi wouldn't be able to replicate such special techniques. And to be honest, Asahi probably couldn't even handle the 7-star knives. Now Yuki also had the ability to directly replicate, and with his food honor, he could easily make the replicated dish even more delicious than the original. And Yuki's replication didn't have the limitations of those two before. Just a glance, and he could directly copy it. Chapter 71, The Riches from Spice Equation, Bonus. Of course, Yuki's newly acquired vision wasn't just for replication. Now, he didn't need to physically touch the ingredients, with just a glance, he could know their specific data. Previously, when Yuki used the Raging Bull Blue Dragon Slash, he needed to touch the ingredient to confirm its internal structure before making the cuts, but now it was no longer necessary, just a glance, and he'd know the ingredient's condition, allowing him to make the cuts directly. 2 months later, Totsuki's term break was finally approaching. During this period, Yuki had 2 large bait fishing sessions, but only one item he caught was of particular use to him. Both large bait sessions yielded secret techniques from the world of Cooking Master Boy. The first was Tenwok Silver Chopstick Reversal. This secret technique allowed one to perfectly control 10 woks simultaneously, each cooking a completely different dish. With this technique, one could perfectly prepare 10 dishes at once. For others, such a secret technique was extraordinary. But for Yuki, this move was the least useful. With his current mastery of food honor, never mind 10 woks, even if given dozens, he could easily control them. So, this secret technique wasn't very useful to him. Its only real value was that it could be deconstructed. After being broken down, it contained many techniques for wok control and heat adjustment, which could be taught to Megumi and the others. The second large bait yielded the spice equation, which proved very useful for Yuki. After all, this ability was about further improving a finished dish. Using this secret technique, there was no need to worry that further adjustments would ruin the dish's flavors, it would only make them better. This was why Mira could easily defeat opponents. Replication plus further improvement didn't give the opponent any room to breathe. Besides using spice equation to improve dishes, it also greatly enhanced a chef's ability to use spices effectively. Keep in mind, Yuki had already used the Nakiri family's resources to try all known spices in the world. He was very familiar with them, and now, with the spice equation, it could be said that Yuki was the undisputed king of spices. After obtaining this secret technique, Yuki began experimenting. In just 3 days, Yuki created numerous secret sauces in the kitchen. Even the worst of these sauces could easily turn a small fast food restaurant into a large chain. Yuki's actions once again stunned the Polar Star residents. After all, normal people might spend their entire lives developing a single secret sauce, but Yuki created a whole batch in just 3 days. Even though they had seen Yuki perform countless incredible feats, they were still shocked by this one. It could only be said that the spice equation secret technique was simply broken. Looking at the various seasonings in front of him, Yuki wasn't going to let them go to waste. He immediately went to Jin Dojima, using Dojima's connections to contact the Sendawara sisters, Natsum and Ori, who had collaborations with Totsuki. Yuki wasn't like Jun Shiomi, unknowingly sitting on a gold mine. He intended to use these sauces to earn a fortune. Yuki also didn't plan to follow Itsuya Aizen's path. Aizen started with fast food. If the business boomed, franchise requests would come flooding in. Aizen used this to earn significant profits and begin building the foundation of his business empire. Although Aizen was considered a villain in the original story, he was capable. And his talent and culinary skills among the Elite 10 should be ranked quite high. After all, after becoming an Elite 10 member, Aizen devoted most of his energy to building his business empire. He spent significantly less time on his culinary skills. In the eyes of others, Aizen's actions were without a doubt a waste of his talent. However, in Yuki's view, Aizen was actually quite smart. With Aizen's culinary skills, even if he didn't make any progress for the next year or two, he could still graduate easily, as he was already a senior chef. As long as a senior chef wasn't an idiot, graduating from Totsuki was a straightforward matter. Aizen knew very well that his time as an Elite 10 member was only 2 years. During these 2 years, his access to resources was at its peak. Once he graduated and lost his Elite 10 title, everything would reset. Kojiro Shinomiya was the best example. At that time, even if he chose to stay in Japan, he could only do the same as other graduates, either opening a small restaurant or working for others. 2 years wasn't a long time in one's life. So, with his culinary skills being sufficient, Aizen began to build his business empire. Based on his progress, by the time he graduated, while his business empire wouldn't necessarily be complete, he'd at least have a solid foundation. At that time, he would have an advantage incomparable to other graduates. Perhaps even Jin Dojima, who immediately joined Totsuki after graduating, wouldn't be able to compare to him. This was Aizen's shrewdness. Of course, Yuki didn't need to follow Aizen's path. Aizen only acted like this because his own abilities were insufficient. After all, he was just a senior chef. He was adept at developing seasonings. It was precisely because of this that other students called him the alchemist. However, such culinary skill would only work against subpar restaurants. So, he could only start with fast food, and fast food on a small scale at that. Yuki's abilities were far stronger than Aizen's, and his network was also far superior, so Yuki directly approached the Sendawara sisters. The Hobby Food Corporation in their hands was a massive enterprise. If it were Aizen, his recipes wouldn't stand out in such a large corporation, they would just be average. But Yuki, this king of spices, his creations were completely different. His recipes were completely unique. Using Jin Dojima's connections, Yuki brought the secret sauce recipes he developed directly to the Hobby Food Corporation. The person who met him was Natsume Sendawara. After all, it was Jin Dojima who pulled the strings, the weight this carried was naturally sufficient. Chapter 72, Becoming a Shareholder in Hobby Food Company. Natsume Sendawara naturally also knew about Yuki. Yuki's exploits were widely known in Japan, and the news had even started to spread internationally. Almost everyone believed Yuki would become a special-class chef in the future. Now Natsume Sendawara also intended to establish a good relationship with Yuki beforehand. Building a good relationship with a future special-class chef was a surefire winning strategy. After meeting and exchanging pleasantries, Yuki gave the sample secret sauce to Natsume Sendawara. He wasn't worried about Natsume Sendawara stealing the sauce and analyzing it. After all, his status and background were clear. His backing was sufficiently strong. As long as Natsume Sendawara wasn't a fool, she wouldn't do such a thing. Hiss. After tasting a bit, Natsume Sendawara's eyes lit up. The sisters had been immersed in the curry industry since they were little and were incredibly knowledgeable about spices. During the autumn elections, these two sisters were also invited to be judges. Actually, these two's status was a whole level above the other judges. It was precisely because of this that they didn't show the other judges any respect whatsoever. On the contrary, the other judges were quite apprehensive of them. The reason they could be invited to the autumn elections as judges wasn't entirely due to Etsuya Aizen's influence, but because of Totsuki's reputation. The Nakiri family was the big player in the Japanese culinary scene, so the Sendawara sisters naturally also gave them face. After all, they still had collaborations going on. After just one bite, Natsume Sendawara knew that if this secret sauce were launched, it would be enough for their hub corporation to grab even more market share in both the curry and sauce industries. Originally, Natsume Sendawara didn't have particularly high expectations. Although Yuki was deemed a future special class chef, he was still just a student. Her initial plan was to check the sauce's quality, and even if it didn't meet her expectations, she could use this to build a good relationship with Yuki in advance. But now, it seemed she was completely mistaken. The secret sauce in Yuki's hands was enough for their hobby food corporation to continue expanding, occupying an even greater market share. She felt that, currently, no sauce on the market could compare with what Yuki had brought her. "Yuki, how much does this sauce cost?" After regaining her composure, Natsume Sendawara asked a crucial question. Although this secret sauce was truly delicious, they also needed to be clear about the cost. For a sauce, a more affordable price point was undoubtedly the best option. Of course, with the taste of this sauce, even a high-end approach would be very profitable. Yuki himself had naturally also considered this. This secret sauce used a large variety of spices, but those spices were all very inexpensive. Actually, Yuki also had some recipes for high-end sauces, but he didn't bring them along because the money earned from just one type was already more than enough for him to spend for several lifetimes. After learning about the sauce's cost, Natsume Sendawara immediately discussed the price with Yuki. Yuki wasn't good at negotiating prices. After all, his energy was focused on improving his culinary skills. So, he let Natsume Sendawara suggest a price herself. He also trusted that Natsume wouldn't rip him off. It wasn't blind confidence, he knew how powerful his backing was. After a moment of silence, Natsume Sendawara made a suggestion. Yuki could use this recipe to invest in Hobby Food Corporation, becoming a shareholder. For Yuki, this was also quite good. He didn't need to manage anything, he could just sit back and collect the money. As for whether his sauce would be defeated by products from other companies, that possibility was incredibly small, almost non-existent. After all, this was created by Yuki using the spice equation. And even if other companies, by some miracle, did develop a competing recipe, Yuki could just turn around and produce 10 even better ones. This king of spices wasn't just a title. After receiving the contract, Yuki forwarded a copy to Jin Dojima, who would have someone review it for him. "Yuki, what on earth did you bring her?" To make Sendawara Natsume cough up so much. Not long after he sent the contract, Jin Dojima called, his tone filled with surprise. He had reviewed the contract himself and also had the resort's legal team check it. There was indeed no problem, but the share percentage on the contract did shock Dojima. "Just a pretty good sauce. I'll send you a sample later," Yuki said with a smile. Since Dojima said that, it meant Natsume Sendawara was indeed very sincere. "Then I'll be looking forward to your secret sauce." After replying, Jin Dojima hung up the phone. He still had a lot of work to do at the resort. Yuki just needed to sign the contract. "Yuki, it was a pleasure doing business with you. If you have any other new recipes in the future, feel free to bring them over," Natsume Sendawara said with a smile. At this moment, she was beaming. Although this sauce hadn't been tested in the market yet, with her discerning eye, she could naturally see how good its prospects were. This money tree, Yuki, the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he was to the eye. "The pleasure was all mine, Miss Sendawara." Yuki also smiled, then left the Hobby Food Corporation. Although Natsume Sendawara wanted to treat Yuki to a meal, Yuki declined with an excuse. Natsume Sendawara didn't force him to stay because she was also eager to introduce this sauce to the market. The morning after Yuki returned to Polar Star, the list for the autumn elections was publicly released. All the Polar Star residents gathered in the square where the list was posted. Besides them, the other first-year students were also there. After all, this was the autumn election list. Those selected through the autumn elections could be considered Elite 10 candidates. After the current Elite 10 graduated, the new Elite 10. While it couldn't be said for certain that they would all come from these autumn election candidates, the probability was very high, at least 95% that Elite 10 seats would be occupied by them. Participants in the autumn elections were screened based on their performance throughout the entire term, unless someone deliberately hid their true skills for the entire semester. Most of the students were nervously watching the two covered boards that hadn't been unveiled yet. Just having one's name appear there meant they were among the first-year elites. The previous lessons and assessments were all internal to the school, but this time, it was the first time these students were facing the real world. Chapter 73, 73, Everyone's Growth, Polar Star takes 1/6 of the spots, bonus, you two don't need to be so nervous. When the Polar Star residents arrived, Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato were rather anxious. How can we not be nervous? Originally, this autumn election didn't really have anything to do with us too. But Yuki has been teaching us for so long, and our culinary skills have improved a lot. Now, it's very possible we'll make it onto this list, okay? Daigo Aoki exclaimed. If they had known from the beginning they had no chance of being on the list, they wouldn't be nervous and would simply come with the mentality of watching a show. In the original story, these two were exactly like that. Their skills weren't up to par, so they weren't selected. But things were completely different now thanks to Yuki's intervention. Yuki had taught them many things, and while teaching, his food honor had also been constantly improving. The Polar Star residents were now much stronger than their original counterparts, including Daigo and Shoji. It was a sure thing that the others would make it onto the list. Now, only these two were still uncertain. As everyone talked, the list was soon revealed. There it is. Our names are on the list. The entire Polar Star dorm made it into the autumn elections. Daigo Aoki quickly scanned the list and found everyone's names. Everyone. Daigo Aoki's loud voice was also heard by the surrounding students, and this undoubtedly stunned the vast majority. The autumn elections only had 60 participants. The number of students who survived the Totsuki Resort training camp was over 600, and almost no students who passed the training camp were eliminated from the normal curriculum. So, the chances of being on this list were less than 1 in 10. Not really surprising. After all, this is Polar Star, where only the best of the best can stay. Such a pity you can't even apply to get in anymore. Many students, after their initial shock, weren't really surprised. Because of Yuki, Megumi, and Satoshi Ishiki, even before entering high school, other students already wanted to get into Polar Star. Unfortunately, joining Polar Star was very difficult. Although Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato were now residents, back then, in order to join Polar Star, they had spent a great deal of time and endured countless failures before finally succeeding. Others didn't have such perseverance and naturally couldn't make it. And since admissions to Polar Star had been closed off, they no longer accepted new residents. Truly a pity. But this time, the first place spot is already decided, isn't it? With that monster around, everyone else can only compete for second place. One student looked toward Yuki. Everyone had witnessed Yuki's performance during the training camp, even Irina Nakiri, an Elite 10 member, was completely outmatched. So, in this autumn election, Yuki would undoubtedly be the champion, everyone else could only fight for second place. After confirming everyone from Polar Star had made the list, the group dispersed. This time, 11 members from Polar Star had made it into the autumn elections. One dormitory occupied more than 1/6 of the entire list. It could only be said that Polar Star's reputation was continuing to grow. Fumio Daimedo, upon learning this news, was naturally beaming. She was the one who most hoped for the return of Polar Star's golden age. It seemed like this current generation might restore Polar Star to its former glory, perhaps even surpass it. After returning to Polar Star, everyone held a party. Yuki also brought out some Toriko ingredients he had fished out using small bait. Seeing these ingredients, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, they had tasted them before and knew how delicious they were. Too bad Yuki didn't bring them out often, so opportunities to enjoy them were rare. Yuki also didn't need to worry about the dishes for the party, others would take care of it. This was mainly due to these ingredients' special nature. For chefs, they were like obtaining divine weapons. So, they would fight over who got to cook these ingredients. Yuki was naturally happy to let them do so. To celebrate all of us entering the autumn election preliminaries, cheers. Even Fumio Daimato, who rarely joined such gatherings, was present this time. In the past, she would only provide some food but wouldn't participate personally. She would say that she was too old and couldn't hang with the youngsters anymore. But this time was different. She felt as if she was seeing a revival of the golden age and naturally joined the celebration. Congratulations, everyone. With your skills, you guys might just sweep the top 8 spots in this autumn election. Fumio Daimato said excitedly. And she had a point. In the original story, although only Soma Yukihira and Megumi Tadakoro from Polar Star made it into the top 8, the others weren't far behind. After Yuki's special training, their culinary skills had improved significantly. Moreover, Alice Nakiri and Ryo Kurikiba, who would have been in the top 8 in the original story, were both at Polar Star now. This way, there were already 5 who were sure to enter the top 8, Yuki, Soma, Ryo, Megumi, and Alice. As for the remaining 3 spots, 2 of them could probably be secured. The last spot, however, had some uncertainty, as its competitor was Akira Hayama. Akira Hayama himself was very strong and had an extraordinary sense of smell, not to mention that the theme of this assessment was also what he was best at. So, defeating Hayama would be difficult. But regardless, this autumn election was destined to become Polar Star's stage. Even if Akira Hayama made it into the top 8, he would just be a side character. The next month was a break. Yuki didn't intend to keep everyone at the dorm for further training, they all had their own things to do. If this 1 month was utilized effectively, then Akira Hayama wouldn't even have a chance of making it into the top 8. The next morning, the theme for the autumn elections was delivered to each dormitory. Everyone saw the theme. This time, it's curry. Isn't that Yuki's forte? Everyone immediately looked at Yuki. They all clearly remembered that after Yuki learned the spice equation, he constantly tinkered with various spices, and in just a few days, had created numerous secret sauces. It is my specialty, but I'm not giving you guys the finished product. You need to do your own research. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Yuki said. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all skilled chefs and naturally understood this point. Although they had been studying under Yuki's guidance for a long time now, they weren't dependent on Yuki. When Yuki was teaching, he didn't just stuff them full of various techniques and knowledge. He also had them raise questions and solve problems independently. So, this group wasn't just a bunch of babies relying on Yuki. By the way, the spices I have in the kitchen, you guys can use them freely. My spice collection here should be the most complete. Yuki said. These spices were all collected from all over the world using the Nakiri family's connections. In terms of variety, his collection here was even more complete than Jun Shiomi's. Yuki himself didn't need these things now. The autumn elections, for him, were just a formality. If he participated, the championship was already his. With Yuki's permission, everyone picked their preferred spices from Yuki's collection. Then came the term break. Yuki, where are you planning to go for vacation? Alice Nakiri asked. She still hadn't given up on pursuing Yuki, so she asked about his plans for the break. Vacation, huh? I'm going to stay at the Shokian Ryokan for a while. I've been working hard on my cooking, it's time for a proper break. Yuki stated. He was getting closer and closer to first-class chef. He had also been continuously researching soul-soothing esoterica. But for an entire semester, he had been pushing himself to improve his culinary skills, so he planned to relax for a bit now. Going to the Shokian Ryokan for vacation was a good choice. There, he could go on boat trips, and not far away, there was also a beach, plus relatively untouched mountains and forests. This world, after all, was centered around cuisine, completely different from the normal world. So, the environment was still very good, no need to worry about pollution or anything. Shokian. If I'm not mistaken, that's Megumi's family inn, right? Alice Nakiri said after some thought. That's right, the Shokian Ryokan is my family's inn and restaurant. Megumi Tadakoro quickly nodded. Can I come too? Alice Nakiri pointed at herself and asked. The Shokian was Megumi's family's place. Although she could go there directly as a guest without asking for permission, to avoid leaving a bad impression, it was still better to ask clearly. Sure. Megumi Tadakoro, not having any ulterior motives, agreed almost without a second thought. Me too. Me too. Going on vacation without me? How could you? Yoshino Yuki immediately joined in. During this period, they would continue Yuki's lessons after their normal classes. Although their culinary skills were improving rapidly, it was also truly tiring. So, hearing that Yuki and the others planned to vacation at Shokian, Yoshino Yuki also wanted in. Since you're all going, can I also tag along? When Ryoko Sakaki heard about it, she also directly joined in. The other Polar Star residents also followed suit. In the end, except for 5 people, everyone else from Polar Star planned to go to Shokian. These 5 were Satoshi Ishiki, Soma Yukihira, Ryo Kurikiba, Daigo Aoki, and Shoji Sato. Satoshi Ishiki wasn't staying behind because he didn't want to go. He was staying because, as an Elite 10 member, the autumn elections were the responsibility of the Elite 10. There was also other work for the next semester. Except for Rindo Kobayashi, all the other Elite 10 members were very busy. This was also the reason Yuki didn't plan to become an Elite 10 member. Although there were certain privileges, it was truly a lot of work when things got busy. He didn't want to deal with that. Soma Yukihira and Ryo Kurikiba planned to stay in the dormitory. One reason was that the variety and quantity of spices here were the most abundant. Although they could take some with them, staying here was undoubtedly the best. No one was surprised that these 2 chose to stay. They were hardcore cooking fanatics. After getting to know them for a while, everyone even suspected they might be long-lost brothers. There were just too many similarities. And these 2 had also hit it off with each other. Although at first, Soma Yukihira was no match for Ryo Kurikiba. But Soma Yukihira's growth rate was extremely fast, especially when facing immense pressure, and Ryo Kurikiba was undoubtedly the one applying the pressure. Under Ryo's pressure, even without the beating from failing the breakfast assessment, Soma's growth rate didn't slow down at all. He even gradually caught up, which also gave Ryo a sense of crisis, desperately pushing his own potential. These 2 were now deathly afraid of falling behind each other, so they were working themselves to the bone. As for Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato, they had a good sense of self-awareness. They knew there was a large gap between their talent and the others at Polar Star. And they also knew that being able to enter the autumn election preliminaries this time was mainly thanks to Yuki's efforts. So, they planned to stay at Polar Star and continue to improve their culinary skills. Since their talent was inferior to others, then they would double their efforts. These 2 didn't lack perseverance, otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten into Polar Star in the first place. These 5 remained, while the others all planned to go to Shokian Ryokan. Megumi Tadakoro had also notified her family beforehand that Yuki and the others would be visiting, and she had already reserved rooms. As vacation began, the group set off with much fanfare. Irina-sama, it seems Alisojo and the others have gone on vacation. Should we also go? Hisako Arato knew how important Yuki was to the god's tongue, so she had also been trying to find ways to build a good relationship with him. But unfortunately, not being at Polar Star, the opportunities to interact weren't many. Let's not. After thinking for a moment, Irina Nakiri decided to give up. One reason was that as an Elite 10 member, she had many things to do. Her schedule was quite full, it wasn't ideal to adjust it on short notice. The other reason was that she still couldn't let go of her facade. So, she chose to give up. As expected of the Nakiri family, this limo is amazing. On the way to the Shokian Ryokan, the group was riding in a stretch limo arranged by Alice Nakiri. As the young lady of the Nakiri family, arranging such a private car was almost too easy. Yoshino Yuki, taking such a car for the first time, was like a curious child, touching everything here and there. The others were also very interested in this limo. They had never ridden in one before, including Yuki, whether it was his previous life or this one, he had only ever seen such cars on TV before. Chapter 74, Vacation at the Shokian Ryokan, Megumi's Monkfish Show. Seeing everyone so excited, Alice Nakiri also smiled. At this age, it was also the age to show off, and Alice Nakiri didn't hide it at all, directly expressing whatever emotions she had. This was also why Irina Nakiri envied Alice. Alice could cry openly in front of everyone after failing, completely disregarding the surrounding environment and her own status. This kind of carefree attitude was something Irina truly envied. With the limo ride, the group arrived at the Shokian Ryokan. Since Megumi had notified her family beforehand, everyone at the inn came out to help carry their luggage. However, when they saw their daughter stepping out of such a luxurious car, they were all stunned. But after Megumi explained, they understood the reason. This was because Alice Nakiri, the young lady of the Nakiri family, was present. Here in Japan, and especially in the restaurant and in industry, they knew very well the Nakiri family's position. Seeing her family so tense, Megumi Tadakoro did her best to reassure them, and they gradually calmed down. After their luggage was taken upstairs, everyone gathered in the main hall to discuss their itinerary. It's getting quite late today. Tomorrow, we can go on a picnic in the mountains. Megumi Tadakoro suggested. The area around the Shokian was rather rural, with a pretty nice environment, so she planned to take everyone to the mountains tomorrow. In the next few days, they could also go out to sea for some fishing, some diving, and play on the beach. In short, there were quite a few activities. Megumi, you used to do the Tadakoro Monkfish show here at the Shokian, didn't you? We still haven't seen it yet. Yoshino Yuki couldn't help but say. Only Yuki had seen Megumi Tadakoro's Monkfish show, as everyone returned to their own homes during vacations. Only Yuki had gone to the Shokian Ryokan with Megumi and seen her performance. A Monkfish show. Hearing these words, Megumi Tadakoro became somewhat uneasy. If it were a performance for regular guests, it was fine. But performing for acquaintances, that was an entirely different matter. That's right. Only Yuki has seen it. And he keeps talking about how amazing it was back then. Ryoko Sakaki said with a smile. Unable to withstand everyone's persuasion, Megumi eventually agreed. However, agreeing didn't mean they could see the show tonight. After all, ingredients were a factor. That's easy, leave it to me. Alice Nakiri made a phone call. With the Nakiri family's extensive network and local industry, getting an extra-large monkfish delivered from the docks was a simple task. Although Alice and Megumi were love rivals, Megumi Tadakoro was completely unaware of this. Moreover, Alice wouldn't use underhanded tactics against Megumi. If there was going to be competition, it would be fair and square. She wouldn't stoop to dirty tricks. Alice would also often help everyone. Coming from the wealthy Nakiri family, she had plenty of ways to help everyone. Precisely because of this, everyone had a very good impression of her. The power of money, I wish I had that superpower. Seeing Alice Nakiri solve the problem with a single phone call, Yoshino Yuki was incredibly envious. Keep working hard, Yuki, and one day your dreams might come true. Ryoko Sakaki smiled at her friend. Although she was also somewhat envious, she wouldn't say it out loud, unlike Yoshino Yuki, who, with close acquaintances, was an open book. As everyone chatted, Megumi Tadokoro went to prepare the tools. Her family, after hearing about what Alice had done, were also very surprised. Truly, rich people were different. They didn't even bat an eye at the cost, ordering a 10-kilogram monkfish and even having it delivered by special car. However, they also actively helped Megumi Tadokoro prepare the tools. After all, Megumi's performance was a Shoki Ryokan specialty. Since a dedicated car was used to deliver the fish from the docks, the ingredients arrived soon. What a huge monkfish! This is the biggest I've ever used for a performance. Looking at the giant monkfish before her, Megumi Tadokoro was quite surprised. The Shoki Ryokan's performance was to attract customers, so the monkfish they usually prepared wouldn't be this big. But this one was brought here by the superpower of money. Naturally, its size was huge. However, for Megumi, it wasn't much of a problem. Although the size was much larger, its internal structure wouldn't be too different. Yuki also glanced at it. After confirming that the internal structure wasn't affected by its immense size, he didn't say anything. And so, in front of everyone, Megumi Tadokoro began the Tadokoro Monkfish show. Hearing that Megumi was back and would be performing, the other guests at the Shoki Ryokan also gathered to watch. Megumi was now completely focused. While the knife in her hand couldn't compare to Yuki's raging bull blue dragon slash, her movements were decisive, not a single hesitation or mistake. Even with the monkfish being much larger than normal, she could precisely locate all the key parts. The entire dissection process was smooth and elegant. It could only be said that all of Megumi Tadokoro's hard work had paid off. After Megumi finished, the audience erupted in applause. And no wonder Yuki keeps going on about it, Megumi's monkfish show is a feast for the eyes. That technique is flawless. I even recorded it. Ryoko Sakaki exclaimed. Megumi's performance was genuinely impressive. Seriously amazing. You can tell this is the result of years of hard work. Even Alice Nakiri, despite seeing Megumi as a rival in love, had to admire her skills. Even though you haven't done the monkfish show for a semester, you're still very proficient. While there were some minor slips, they didn't really matter. Yuki gave Megumi a thumbs up. However, in his eyes, Megumi Tadokoro's performance had quite a few flaws. This was the benefit of enhanced vision, any mistakes were immediately apparent. Yuki then directly pointed out Megumi's flaws to her. Being so straightforward wouldn't discourage Megumi. Megumi was mentally very strong now, such words would only help her remember those areas for improvement. Her technique looked perfect to me. Are there really that many problems? Yoshino Yuki asked, bewildered. It was as if they hadn't even watched the same performance. It's normal that you couldn't tell, these flaws were very minor and didn't have much overall impact. Of course, if you use this kind of presentation in a high-level shokuchiki, then those details become crucial. Yuki explained. The more skilled the chef, the more precise their control over details. Often, it was these minor missteps that decided victory or defeat in high-stakes shokuchikis. Naturally, everyone wouldn't doubt Yuki's judgment. Megumi herself was the most aware of this. After Yuki pointed out those areas for improvement, Megumi reviewed her own performance and also realized there were indeed some imperfections. As for others, those were things she couldn't even notice herself, but she would correct them according to Yuki's standards. After memorizing these issues, Megumi took the cut monkfish to the kitchen. This monkfish would be used for dishes, of course, for Yuki and the Polar Star residents. While the other guests were eager to try it, after learning that the ingredient was provided by Megumi's family, they could only shake their heads helplessly. They couldn't just procure a monkfish at a time like this, and besides, tonight's performance was over. Even if they brought a monkfish, Megumi Tadokoro wouldn't do another show. This monkfish was very large, and Megumi had expended a lot of energy, she couldn't handle another one. After all, Megumi was just a delicate girl. After dinner, everyone went to take a bath. Yuki didn't go with them. He didn't like bathing with a large group of people, so he used a single-person room. After showering, everyone gathered again in Zenji Marui's room. "Why do you always have to come to my room, even for vacations?" Zenji Marui said in exasperation. They always used his room in the dormitory, and they even did the same last time during the training camp. Now, even when on vacation, they still wouldn't let him off. "It's a habit now. Since we're all here, let's just have fun." Saying that, Yoshino Yuki took out a deck of cards. Since it was too late tonight, they could only play some simple indoor games, and poker was naturally the best choice. Seeing the cards, Yuki was somewhat amused. Keep in mind, his current vision was leagues above everyone else's, and he could clearly see the subtle differences on these cards. "I'll shuffle." Yuki, using this as a chance, directly memorized every single card in the deck. Now, he knew what everyone was holding. It had to be said, this evolving vision ability was truly powerful, completely broken in all aspects. Since there were too many people, they divided into two groups. When playing cards, there naturally had to be a wager. But their wager was simple: losers had to stick a paper strip on their foreheads. As the cheat player, Yuki couldn't help but grin. Although the cards in everyone's hands were face down, he already knew exactly what they were. After some quick calculations, he knew exactly how to win. Thus began Yuki's poker winning streak. And every victory was swift and decisive. In just one short hour, Megumi Tadakoro, Alice Nakiri, and Yoshino Yuki all had paper strips plastered all over their foreheads. This makes no sense. We played so many rounds, and Yuki won every single time. You must be cheating. Yoshino Yuki said, looking at Yuki with suspicion. The other two had the same look. Yuki's performance was just too outrageous. From the start until now, in 1 hour, in fast rounds, it took Yuki less than a minute to play his hand. And even in slower rounds, it only took a few minutes. In 1 hour, they played more than 20 rounds, and Yuki won every time. This was clearly abnormal. This isn't cheating. You guys shuffled the cards, and you guys dealt the cards. I didn't even touch them. How could I possibly cheat? Yuki said, indicating that his cheat couldn't possibly be considered cheating. Is Yuki that good? How about we switch teams? Zenji Marui looked at Yuki with some suspicion. At his request, Yuki joined their team, but soon, Zenji Marui and the others were also utterly defeated, left doubting their existence. Yuki winning every round was one thing, it was the speed that blew their minds. It was as if Yuki knew what cards they had and how they would play, easily winning every single hand. The fastest round was when Yuki got a straight flush and directly played his hand in one go. The entire round lasted less than 10 seconds. You're definitely using some kind of trick, aren't you, Yuki? There's no way anyone can win this many times in a row. Alice Nakiri couldn't help but exclaim. Although she didn't know how he did it, Yuki definitely had a trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, with this win rate, she felt Yuki could win the lottery. Actually, it's simple. All you need to do is memorize the cards. When I shuffled the cards in the beginning, I already memorized every single one, so even when they're in your hands, I still know what you have. Then, it's just some simple calculations to know what you will play. Yuki explained with a smile. Upon hearing these words, the room became completely silent. Memorize the cards. Memorized so many cards in such a short time. Are you some kind of super brain? Even the usually quiet Shun Ibusaki couldn't help but interject. That speed of memorization was simply too fast. I've seen some speed memorization shows, those folks are crazy fast at memorizing. But that kind of memory only lasts for a short period. Alice Nakiri said. Yuki's technique was way above those memory masters. After all, Yuki's memorization lasted for over an hour. Although those memory masters could memorize in a short time, they would forget after a while. Not to mention Yuki was also calculating the order of play continuously. This completely blew their minds. It could only be said, as expected of Yuki, not only was his cooking skills extraordinary, but he was also ridiculous in other aspects as well. Chapter 75, Special Bamboo Chicken, Triple Scent Bomb, Bonus. After learning about Yuki's insane card-counting skills, everyone quickly kicked Yuki out of the game. They were all normal players, only Yuki was playing with cheats. And there was nothing they could do about it. After all, this was Yuki's own ability. He wasn't outwardly cheating, he only memorized the cards and calculated. Yuki just chuckled about this. He had already won enough, the paper strips on their faces were proof of that. While crushing noobs was indeed fun, doing it repeatedly did get boring. So, Yuki just played on his phone, occasionally glancing at their card game. After playing for a while, everyone started to feel sleepy and returned to their respective rooms. The night passed uneventfully. Early next morning, Megumi Tadakoro and her family had already prepared everything for the picnic. After everyone was ready, they followed Megumi into the mountains. Although the mountain forests around Megumi's hometown were well preserved, there was barely any wildlife left. However, the scenery was quite beautiful, and it was also the season when wild mushrooms were abundant. While these wild mushrooms couldn't compare to those from Kyoto, there were still quite a few. Alice, that one in your hand is poisonous. Don't eat it. Following Megumi's lead, everyone was searching for wild mushrooms in the mountains. This was an experience Alice Nakiri had never had before, and there were also several wild mushrooms here that Alice didn't recognize. Not just Alice Nakiri, but others would occasionally pick up a poisonous mushroom. Yuki, Zenji Marui, and Megumi constantly watched over them, making sure no poisonous wild mushrooms were taken back. Megumi Tadakoro lived here all year round, so she was naturally quite familiar with the local mushrooms. Zenji Marui, possessing a lot of knowledge, could also judge whether the wild mushrooms were toxic based on that knowledge. As for Yuki, it was even simpler for him. With a glance, he knew the condition of these mushrooms. Although he didn't recognize some of them, based on the feedback from his evolving vision, he could tell if they contained any harmful substances. Under their supervision, most of the wild mushrooms in everyone's hands were discarded. It's quite dangerous to forage for wild mushrooms in a place like this by yourself. There are so many varieties, and most of them are toxic. An hour later, everyone sat down to rest and gathered the wild mushrooms they picked. These mushrooms in their hands were only a small portion of what they had collected. As for the rest, they were all toxic mushrooms and had already been discarded. Yoshino Yuki now felt rather apprehensive. If not for people familiar with these mushrooms keeping watch, taking these things back could have fatal consequences. And there are many poisonous mushrooms that look almost exactly like edible ones. I have no idea how you guys can even tell them apart. Alice Nakiri couldn't help but complain. There were some that looked exactly the same to her, but in the eyes of Yuki, Zenji, and Megumi, there were poisonous and non-poisonous ones mixed together. Anyway, she really couldn't distinguish them. It's your first time seeing these mushrooms, so it's natural you can't tell the similar-looking ones apart. This requires experience. After a while, you'll naturally also know how to differentiate them. Yuki said. Distinguishing some wild mushrooms required paying attention to minor details. Those with experience could tell at a glance, while those without would be completely clueless. After playing around for a bit more, it was finally lunchtime. Led by Megumi Tadakoro, everyone came to a bamboo forest. Beside the bamboo forest was a grassy area, and there was also a small stream, the perfect place for a picnic. The environment here is really nice. If only it were the right season, we could dig up some bamboo shoots. Shun Ibusaki said, looking at the bamboo forest beside them. Such a large bamboo grove, if it were the right season, he reckoned they could find many bamboo shoots. Even though there aren't any bamboo shoots, there's still bamboo. And there are enough materials here. I'll make some tasty treats for you guys. After glancing at the bamboo forest, Yuki immediately grabbed a machete and went towards the bamboo grove. Everyone began to prepare the things they'd need later on, looking curiously at Yuki. Yuki, having arrived at the edge of the bamboo forest, selected a stalk of bamboo he needed and started to cut. Thanks to food honor, and with his food honor having improved greatly now, Yuki's single cut landed precisely at the bamboo's weakest point. Like a hot knife through butter, the bamboo was instantly severed. And the cut was incredibly smooth, like a mirror surface. If it were anyone else, although chopping down a stalk of bamboo wasn't a problem, it would still take some effort. But for Yuki, it was exceedingly simple. The machete swiftly moved, and the fallen bamboo was cut into small sections by Yuki. And Yuki didn't waste the leaves on the bamboo either, collecting them all. Is Yuki going to make bamboo rice? Everyone asked curiously after seeing the bamboo sections Yuki brought back. They had naturally heard of bamboo rice. Some will be for bamboo rice. As for the rest, I'm making another dish, Yuki said as he put down the materials and went towards the creek. There was another ingredient he needed here. After looking around for a bit, Yuki found the soil he needed, dug out some, and piled it on the side of the stream. After washing his hands, he returned to where everyone was and began to choose ingredients. With Yuki's actions, everyone also knew what he planned to make. Besides bamboo rice, Yuki was going to make beggar's chicken. P.S. Beggar's chicken is a chicken stuffed, wrapped in clay and lotus leaves, or bamboo leaves as alternatives, and baked slowly using low heat. They just happened to have brought a chicken today. However, the beggar's chicken Yuki made was different from the usual kind. Yuki used the 7-star knives to split 2 of the bamboo sections into thin strips, then deboned the chicken. And inserted the bamboo strips into the chicken, using bamboo as a substitute for the chicken bones. After which, he marinated the chicken with various spices. After finishing this, Yuki took the chicken to the riverside, wrapped it in the previously cleaned bamboo leaves, and then coated it with a layer of mud. After this step, Yuki didn't bother digging a pit or finding firewood because it wasn't necessary. His inferno could let him directly cook the beggar's chicken bare-handed. Terrifying flames instantly engulfed the beggar's chicken in Yuki's hands, turning it into a fireball. At this moment, Yuki looked like a mage from a movie, holding a ball of fire. For beggar's chicken, heat control was the most crucial and also the most difficult part to manage. After all, cooking an entire chicken wasn't an easy task. If the heat was even a bit too strong, even if the chicken was wrapped in tin foil, it would end up burnt. If the heat wasn't enough, the chicken would be undercooked. And during the cooking process, the chef couldn't determine the chicken's condition. This was different from other dishes. When preparing other dishes, to ensure the heat was just right, one could taste it themselves, observe changes in the ingredients, or use other tools. But beggar's chicken was different. Wrapped in a thick layer of mud, it was very difficult for a chef to judge the condition of the ingredients inside. Although technology was advanced now, and there were many tools available, if the mud and the leaves protecting the beggar's chicken were damaged, then the aroma would naturally be lost. However, for Yuki, who had inferno, this was very simple. Plus, with his evolving touch and vision, he had a clear understanding of the ingredients' condition inside the mud. Under the flame's searing heat, the outer mud quickly dried up. The heat spread through the mud and bamboo leaves to the chicken inside. The fragrance of bamboo from the outer bamboo leaves slowly permeated the ingredients. And because Yuki had replaced the chicken bones with bamboo strips, the bamboo strips inside also released their unique fragrance. These two aromas, paired with the seasonings Yuki had used to marinate the chicken, created a chemical reaction. The deliciousness was continuously developing within the mud. The beggar's chicken in Yuki's hands had become a super scent bomb. Seeing that it was almost done, Yuki also withdrew the flames. The steaming mud ball still radiated heat, even the surrounding air seemed to distort slightly. But such high temperatures, for Yuki with his inferno, were nothing. Yuki didn't immediately break open the mud, letting the ingredients inside continue to simmer would make the flavor even better. During this period, Yuki began making bamboo rice. Making bamboo rice was even simpler. As long as there were enough ingredients, Yuki could whip it up in minutes. Yuki's actions were too fast, while others were still preparing, the dishes on his side were already complete. To avoid missing the optimal time for eating, everyone temporarily stopped what they were doing and gathered around the picnic blanket. Looking at their expectant gazes, Yuki directly tapped the mud ball with his hand. It was just a light tap, but the next second, the mud ball completely shattered. This was the effect of skillful force exertion using food honor. The force instantly spread throughout the entire mud ball, so with just this one tap, the mud ball before him shattered. Such a move once again caught everyone's attention. Yuki's light tap was simply too cool. The girls' eyes lit up with little stars, the boys looked at Yuki like he was their boss. So fragrant. Even though it's still wrapped in bamboo leaves, the fragrance is already this intense. Looking at the beggar's chicken still wrapped in bamboo leaves, everyone was practically drooling. The moment the mud shattered, the sealed aroma burst out. It's like a fragrance bomb just went off. Everyone was mesmerized by this smell. Don't get too excited yet, that's not all. As Yuki spoke, he unwrapped the outer layer of bamboo leaves. The moment the bamboo leaves were opened, an even richer fragrance erupted from inside, like a second scent bomb. At this moment, no one spoke, they were afraid that speaking would make them drool. The effect of the second fragrance bomb was clearly even more powerful. And now for the third. The moment Yuki's 7-star knife cut into the chicken, the third scent wave exploded. A triple-layered scent bomb, each layer more fragrant and more enticing than the last. The unique aroma of the bamboo leaves and bamboo strips blended perfectly with the seasonings, creating an even more exceptional fragrance. Yuki's 7-star knives swiftly moved, and the chicken was cut into smaller pieces. Although eating beggar's chicken was best done by tearing it apart with your hands, there were too many people now, and there was only one chicken, so Yuki could only cut it into smaller pieces. After this step, Yuki brought out the bamboo rice. The moment he cut open the bamboo, a fresh fragrance also wafted out, though it was completely masked by the triple scent bomb of the beggar's chicken before. Fragrance bombs. This idea is amazing. Yoshino Yuki's eyes lit up. The theme for this autumn election was curry, basically, it was about using various spices, and scent bombs were undoubtedly a good choice. Both Soma Yukihira and Akira Hayama used this strategy in the original story. Continuous fragrance bombs indeed impressed both the students and the judges. You're right, fragrance bombs can be very effective when used well. Shun Ibusaki, specializing in smoked cuisine, naturally also had a different understanding of aroma. Hearing this, everyone felt a little tempted. While it's true that fragrance bombs can leave a strong impression, too many people using the same tactic would be repetitive. The more discerning the judges are, the less effective this becomes, Alice Nakiri cautioned. Although a good idea, if overused, the judges would get tired of it. Actually, you can all use fragrance bombs, and you can even combine them. Yuki revealed his thoughts. Hearing this, everyone felt eager to try it. After all, they were all from the same dormitory and didn't want to see anyone eliminated. I'll contact the others and see what they think. Yoshino Yuki immediately took out her phone and called those who stayed at Polar Star. In the end, everyone agreed. Soma Yukihira and Ryo Kurikiba were very interested in this approach. As for the other two, being carried was naturally the best outcome. Chapter 76, Alice Nakiri's Cash Power, Lament of the Fisherman. Now that everyone agrees, we can work according to this method. But because we're split into two areas, the dishes we'll make will need to be adjusted accordingly. Yuki said. Then, everyone made plans. There were two areas. Group A with Soma Yukihira, Ryo Kurikiba, Shun Ibusaki, Zenji Marui, and Ryoko Sakaki. As for Group B, Yuki, Megumi Tadakoro, Alice Nakiri, Yoshino Yuki, Daigo Aoki, and Shoji Sato. The distribution was pretty balanced. This grouping is pretty good. Everyone's culinary skills are quite strong, with Soma and Ryo leading the way in Group A. As for Group B, while Daigo and Shoji's skills are a bit weaker, with me there, that won't be a problem. Yuki's participation in the autumn elections meant an almost guaranteed victory. For him, it was like playing against newbies, and simply crushing them was no fun. So, he'd do something more interesting, take the entire Polar Star crew into the top 8. Now things would get interesting, 11 people in the top 8. That would surely make everyone watching the autumn elections scratch their heads. Let's call this plan, Operation Polar Star Domination. Yoshino Yuki excitedly gave this plan a name. Great! We now have the framework and the name. I'll work out the details. For this plan, all of you will return to Polar Star for the last 10 days of vacation. After all, a plan like this requires practice and coordination, Yuki said. Naturally, no one had any objections. They couldn't wait to see their plan succeed, picturing how the autumn elections would become Polar Star's personal stage. After finishing their discussions, everyone turned their attention to the food, the current main attraction. The refreshing aroma of the bamboo, blending with the spices, creates a unique fragrance, and it complements the flavor of the chicken so well. And this unbeatable texture. It's so good. Only after eating did everyone realize that the earlier scent bomb had been merely an introduction. The key was still the taste of the dish itself. Soon, the chicken and bamboo rice before them were completely devoured. Although the chicken portion was substantial, after being divided among them, it wasn't enough. But Yuki couldn't do much about that now. It wasn't that he didn't want to make more, but he had run out of ingredients here. So, he could only wait to eat the dishes the others made. Soon, everyone brought out the dishes they had prepared. Alice Nakiri had now also started learning chukariori from Yuki. This didn't mean she had abandoned molecular gastronomy, just shifted its position from primary to secondary. The reason was simple, molecular gastronomy was a completely new field. It wasn't that it was wrong, but rather, it was like an untamed wilderness, not many people had truly explored its full potential. Wanting to single-handedly develop a new culinary path was an incredibly difficult task. Alice Nakiri wasn't Yuki, she didn't have a system, so on this path, she was bound to gradually be overtaken by others. Following Yuki's suggestion, Alice had gradually shifted her focus to traditional cuisine, directly learning from Yuki. As for molecular gastronomy, she hadn't given up, but instead, was trying to find a balance, allowing it to complement traditional cuisine. This approach further enhanced Alice Nakiri's culinary skills. Her talent was already exceptionally high at Polar Star, so after choosing this more suitable path, her improvement speed amazed everyone. Everyone also cooked some of the wild mushrooms they had collected. The taste was quite good, wild mushrooms had a unique freshness to them. Only in the evening did everyone clean up and return to Shoki and Ryokan. At the Ryokan, they had access to more tools and equipment. As for the remaining wild mushrooms, those suitable for frying were deep-fried and preserved. This wild mushroom oil was an excellent topping for noodles. On their third day at the Ryokan, through Alice Nakiri's financial support, they chartered a fishing boat for a day trip out at sea. They planned to play on the boat, do some fishing, and even dive at suitable locations. For safety reasons, there were several diving instructors on board, and they even had top-notch equipment. It could only be said that with money power, getting these things was simply too easy. This also left everyone once again speechless. Megumi's original idea had been to find an acquaintance, get a good price, and take everyone out for a simple fishing trip, and then play on the beach. But with Alice Nakiri here, money power made everything easy. Looking at the boat captain, beaming from ear to ear, they knew he must have made a killing. And the grinning diving instructors also made a small fortune. As Alice put it, since we're out to have fun, we're here to spend money, and this small amount of money was less than a drop in the bucket for her. "Yuki, aren't you going fishing?" After the others prepared their fishing rods, they looked at Yuki with some curiosity. Yuki currently didn't seem to be in the mood for fishing. "I'll pass. I have other methods," Yuki said with a smile, although there was something about that smile that made people feel strange. "Megumi, what's wrong with Yuki?" Yoshino Yuki quietly asked Megumi Tadakoro. After all, Megumi had spent the most time with Yuki. Alice Nakiri and the others also perked their ears. "Well, before, Yuki and I went fishing quite a few times." Hearing Yoshino Yuki's question, Megumi Tadakoro's expression became a little subtle. Yuki was the closest to her and had even gotten along with her family members. During his holidays, Yuki would often visit Megumi. Before transmigrating, Yuki wasn't really into fishing, but he had heard about the woes of being a fisherman. So when Megumi first took him deep-sea fishing, a new world opened up to him. His catch that day had been quite impressive. The other experienced fishers on the boat at the time had been envious. But when they heard he was a beginner, they simply said it was beginner's luck. Yuki hadn't really cared much, but his subsequent fishing trips made him rather miserable. His fishing luck afterward had been cursed. Although he caught things, they were never fish. However, as an angler, it was impossible to simply give up just because of bad luck. Yuki himself even suspected that the system was somehow absorbing all his good luck as a fisherman. Today, Yuki had no intention of fishing. Actually, with his current abilities, creating a special kind of bait that could guarantee a huge haul wasn't a problem at all, but today, Yuki wanted to vent his pent-up resentment. After everyone else started fishing, Yuki also took out the things he prepared. 2 harpoons connected to ropes. Since he couldn't catch any fish with a rod, he might as well use a more direct method. He came up with this approach only after acquiring his supervision. Using this method to catch fish was very difficult. Only specialized fishing boats targeting tuna or swordfish would use this method. However, for Yuki, using this method was much easier than fishing with a rod. His supervision allowed him to clearly see everything within 100 meters below the surface. He could tell with just a glance if there were any fish or other creatures. And the strength control brought by food honor allowed him to throw harpoons with effortless precision. Although there was water resistance, with the help of food honor, that was no problem. While everyone else was busy fishing, Yuki, harpoon in hand, walked to the edge of the deck. "Young man, catching fish like this isn't easy. Are you sure you don't want a fishing rod?" Seeing this, the captain couldn't help but offer a reminder. Although his boat was for sea fishing, they usually caught regular fish and shrimp. So, he wasn't very optimistic about Yuki's method. Just glancing at the vast ocean, it was impossible to tell what was down below. The moment the captain finished speaking, Yuki hurled his harpoon. The harpoon shot out with incredible speed, plunging into the water. And because of Yuki's unique control, the harpoon's entry didn't cause a huge splash. In fact, there was barely any disturbance on the surface. Yuki's method minimized water resistance. After the harpoon went down over 20 meters, it directly pierced a large parrotfish. Seeing the harpoon hit its target, Yuki quickly pulled on the rope. If he were fishing with a rod, he wouldn't dare be so forceful. After all, fish were still pretty strong in the water. Too much force and the fish might escape the hook. But this was a harpoon, and the rope attached to it was also very thick. It was impossible for the fish to struggle free. Besides, after being pierced, the fish was already severely injured and had little strength to struggle. Soon, Yuki pulled up a huge parrotfish. He actually hit something. Seeing this, the captain, the crew members, and the diving instructors were all dumbfounded. No one expected Yuki could actually catch a fish this way. And this parrotfish was so big. Now I get why Yuki doesn't use a fishing rod. If I had this skill, I wouldn't bother with fishing rods either. Zenji Marui said, looking at his still motionless fishing rod. This method was simply too powerful. Anyway, it was the first time they had witnessed such a thing. As expected of Yuki, even this is a piece of cake for him. Alice Nakiri even dropped her own fishing rod and ran over to watch what Yuki was doing. Compared to the dullness of fishing, Yuki's method was way more interesting. Megumi Tadakoro, seeing this, also immediately followed. Although she was a kind and trusting soul, she also noticed Alice Nakiri's actions. She wasn't going to let Alice snatch Yuki away. "Yuki, can we try it?" Seeing Yuki detach the fish, Alice Nakiri asked eagerly. "Sure, there's another harpoon." "But actually hitting a fish isn't so easy," Yuki said. If it were others, he could guarantee that no one could replicate what he just did, not even those professional fishing boats that targeted tuna. Although those fishermen also used this method, they would choose stormy weather to go out to sea because only then would their targets come to the surface. They couldn't possibly hit fish with a harpoon through dozens of meters of water. After hearing Yuki, Alice Nakiri, ignoring his warning, tried to copy Yuki and threw her harpoon. However, the moment the harpoon made contact with the water's surface, a big splash erupted. The force of the harpoon was completely dissipated, and Alice's strength wasn't particularly great in the first place. So, the harpoon lost all its momentum before even fully entering the water and could only slowly sink downwards. This scene made everyone fall silent. After Yuki's godlike performance, Alice Nakiri's attempt looked downright pitiful. Ahem. Looks like it's not that simple. Yuki, you can do the honors. Alice, being thick-skinned, didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by her failure and just pulled the harpoon back. Judging from her expression, it seemed like nothing had happened at all. Such a mentality made everyone envious. If it were them, they would probably want to find a hole to crawl into right now. But looking at Alice, she was as calm as could be. Seeing this, Yuki couldn't help but smile. Then, he hurled another harpoon, this time bringing back a medium-sized moray eel. The moray eel continued to struggle even after it was pulled up. Except for Yuki, no one, not even the captain, dared to touch it. After all, being bitten by this thing wasn't something to look forward to. At best, you'd get some new holes in your hand, at worst, you'd lose a chunk of flesh. Yuki, ignoring these concerns, directly grabbed the moray and detached it from the harpoon before resuming his hunting. After that, all sorts of seafood were harpooned by Yuki, even a large lobster. Thanks to money power, the waters the captain brought them to were teeming with seafood. Yuki was also thankful this was a gourmet world. If it were the real world, even if he had such an ability, he wouldn't dare to do it this way, as who knew if these fish were contaminated. In this gourmet world, the ecological environment was still relatively well preserved. Yuki was now the center of attention on the boat. Seeing Yuki continuously exert himself, pulling all sorts of seafood from the sea, the other people who were fishing were all incredibly envious. But envy was envy, they simply didn't have Yuki's skill. They couldn't even see clearly what was in the water, let alone replicating Yuki's technique. Alice Nakiri's failed attempt was still fresh in their minds. Chapter 77, Autumn Election Begins, Polar Stars Stage, Bonus. For the next few hours, Yuki was like a tireless machine, continuously hauling in all sorts of seafood. This stunned the captain and crew. Yuki's stamina was mind-boggling. They knew just how much strength throwing a harpoon and pulling it back with a fish attached would require, and also how much stamina such actions would consume. Yuki could keep it up for several hours amazed them. Actually, they were only seeing the surface. Yuki's actual energy expenditure wasn't that high. Thanks to food honor, Yuki barely used much strength when throwing the harpoon, same when pulling the fish up. Moreover, Yuki's physique was quite good. That's why he could do it so effortlessly. After spending so much time fishing, Yuki hadn't really used up that much stamina. However, Yuki decided it was enough. He had caught more than enough already. If I had skills like that, whenever I went out to sea, all I'd need is a few harpoons and I'd come back with a boatload of fish. The captain was shocked by Yuki's performance, but he also knew he couldn't learn it. He was stuck at the first step, how to even clearly see the fish in the sea. After that, they moved to a more suitable location for diving. After suiting up with their equipment, and with the assistance of several diving instructors, they started their descent. The underwater world was truly beautiful, a sight to behold. Since diving consumes a lot of energy, after less than an hour, they decided it was time to head back. For the next few days, they explored places near Shoki and Ryokan. After they had their fill of fun, everyone returned home. Yuki returned to Polar Star to prepare for their upcoming plan. Fumio Daimoto, after learning about this plan, although she thought it was a good idea, also reminded Yuki not to push it if it wasn't working. It was the first time she'd heard of such a plan. If it worked, then this year's autumn elections would become legendary. But if it failed, it could backfire spectacularly. With Yuki's culinary skills, even failing wouldn't have any impact on him. But that wasn't the case for the others. Regarding this, Yuki stated that with his abilities, achieving such a plan was incredibly easy. However, he didn't intend to carry this plan on his own but have everyone contribute their specialties. He would then make further adjustments and plans based on the dishes they made. This was also a pretty good experiment for Yuki. 10 days before the vacation ended, everyone returned to Polar Star and showed their results to Yuki. Thanks to Yuki's help, plus their own hard work, the dishes everyone prepared were all very good. Now, Yuki had to finalize the details of their plan based on these dishes. Incidentally, before the end of the vacation, Yuki had also obtained another large bait. This time, his fishing yielded the secret technique Barhat Crystal Slash, which was completely useless for the current Yuki. As for the small baits, his chances of catching anything good were even smaller. On average, he only caught a few useful ingredients a month. Yuki was used to this by now. While most of the time the small bait yielded useless junk, there were those rare occasions when he caught ingredients from the world of Toriko. So he pretty much had a continuous supply of top-notch ingredients. Time flew by, and the autumn elections began on schedule. Students participating in the autumn elections gathered in the designated venue. Other students, and those from higher years, became spectators. Actually, participating in the autumn elections had both its pros and cons. The advantage was that it was proof they were among the elites of this year at Totsuki, and a chance to show off to the world. The disadvantage was that this public appearance could very well become an embarrassment. Received a perfect score of 100 points. This completely silenced the audience. Am I still dreaming? 6 perfect scores. That's a new record. The students thought they were still asleep. Never mind them, even the professors were absolutely stunned. As for whether there was any foul play involved, that was impossible. The scores were given by these judges. These individuals wouldn't be so easily bribed. And as for Totsuki itself bribing them, that was even more impossible. Totsuki wouldn't damage its reputation for something like the autumn elections. So, these scores were the real deal, without any manipulation whatsoever. Check the school's online forum. Gruppa went crazy too. After a period of stunned silence, finally regaining their senses, students wanted to post about this online, but upon checking the forum, they found a post from spectators in Group A. A similar situation occurred in Group A, just one less person. 5 perfect scores. And the circumstances were identical. They're all from Polar Star. Are these people all this strong? Soon, people realized that all those with perfect scores were from Polar Star. No way. I'm in the same class as Daigo Aoki. He's good, but not that good. This has got to be Yuki's doing. He's the only one who could pull this off. Someone quickly figured it out. While Polar Star was known for housing strong students, it was impossible for every single one of them to get a perfect score. This was obviously something orchestrated by Yuki. After all, in many students' eyes, Yuki was a living legend. During the training camp, they had witnessed Yuki's extraordinary abilities. Considering how Yuki deliberately slowed down and waited for the others earlier. It had to be him. As expected of Yuki. making things even harder for himself. This autumn election is probably like watching toddlers play house to him. Everyone was lost for words when it came to Yuki. Wait a second, isn't the autumn election preliminary round supposed to select only 8 students to advance? 4 from Group A and 4 from Group B, but what do we do now? Someone pointed out the problem. Originally, it was supposed to be the top 8. But now, 11 perfect scores. They couldn't just randomly eliminate 3 of them. 11 in the top 8? That's absurd. Never mind them, even the elite 10 were in shock. After all, they were responsible for the autumn elections. And now, there were 11 identical perfect scores. Aishi, what do we do? Just let all of them advance. How are we going to handle the later rounds? Even the usually laid-back Rindo Kobayashi was stressed. Similar situations had happened during the autumn elections in the past, but it was usually just one extra person with the same score. This time, there were 3 extra, and what's more, all taken by Polar Star residents. Even Aishi Tsukasa had a headache. Yuki's actions had basically carried the entire Polar Star to victory, they stole the spotlight, but now the Elite 10 were under pressure. Just as Aishi was trying to come up with a solution, all the Elite 10 members' phones buzzed. Opening them up, every single one had received a message. It seems the director already has a solution. Just let the announcer know. After reading the message, Aishi Tsukasa said. No need for us to do anything, Ishiki and Aizen are already on the move. Rindo Kobayashi noticed Itsuya Aizen go directly on stage and find the host. And with Satoshi Ishiki being there, he would have also responded right away. After receiving information from the 2 Elite 10 members, the 2 hosts immediately announced the new format for the autumn elections. Due to the high frequency of top scores this time, Totsuki decided to give more students a chance to showcase their skills, changing the top 8 to the top 16. Changing from top 8 to top 16, Now all 11 from Polar Star can make it, plus 5 more spots for other students. It's not a bad solution. Teranori Kuga commented. This way, they also gave other students an opportunity. If all the slots had been taken by Polar Star, the blow to other students would have been too great. As Elite 10 members, they were clear that while the Polar Star students were skilled, it was impossible for all of them to get perfect scores. This had to be Yuki's doing, only he could pull this off. Polar Star single-handedly changed the format of the autumn elections. And no, it was Yuki himself, he directly changed the entire competition format by himself. Rindo Kobayashi said with a laugh. He's certainly incredible, but now we're the ones with a headache. One more round means additional work. We need more venues, more time slots, more judges, it looks like another all-nighter for us. Aishi Tsukasa said, looking dead inside. Hearing this, besides Rindo Kobayashi, the expressions of the other Elite 10 members also fell. Yuki not only shocked them with his prowess but also effectively gifted them with overtime work. But they had to do it, this was their job as Elite 10 members. If they wanted to enjoy the privileges that came with their position, they had to work. Among them, only Rindo Kobayashi could afford to not care. After all, even if Rindo didn't do anything, her work ultimately got done by Aishi Tsukasa, so it wasn't like she was shirking her responsibilities entirely. So the others couldn't say much. In the end, all the Polar Star residents made it into the top 16. The remaining 5 spots were taken by Akira Hayama, Subaru Mamasaka, Hisako Arado, Takumi Aldini, and Miyoko Hojo. Originally, according to the original story, the last spot would have been uncertain, as Miyoko Hojo and Isami Aldini had the same score. But due to Miyoko Hojo joining the Chikariori RS and being taught by Yuki, Miyoko became somewhat stronger. Her score this time wasn't the original 87 points but 89, surpassing Isami Aldini. So, the final spot was taken by Miyoko Hojo. Chapter 79, 79, an autumn election full of talent, the unlucky ones who ran into Yuki, bonus, this year's autumn election is absolutely crazy. Even after expanding the top competitors to 16, there were still 3 students with scores above 80 eliminated. In previous years, 80 points would have been enough to win. Unlike the students, the instructors were focusing on the 3 who had been eliminated. These 3 were, Isami Aldini, 87 points, Ikumi Mito, 86 points, and Sadetsuka Nao, 84 points. These 3, in past autumn elections, would undoubtedly have had winning scores, but now, they didn't even make it into the top 16. This meant that, compared to past champions, this cohort had 19 students who were at or above champion level. This number was absolutely shocking. As expected of the generation called the Jewel Generation by the director. They are far more terrifying than even the Golden Age generation. Especially Yuki, forget about students, even we instructors aren't sure we could beat him. The professors chatted amongst themselves. At this moment, at Group A's spectator seats, Jun Shiomi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soma Yukihira and his group from Polar Star had snagged 5 of the top spots, even knocking Akira Hayama, with his score of 94, out of the top 8. And it was Akira's specialty field, too. As Akira Hayama's guardian, having spent so many years together, Jun Shiomi knew him very well and also how much effort he put in this time. Yet, the result was that he couldn't even make it into the top 8. Thankfully, in the end, they increased the number of spots, so Akira Hayama at least made it into the top 16. Although his next opponent would still be from Polar Star, he at least had an opportunity. Due to the change in competition format, the following rounds of the autumn elections were temporarily postponed. The Elite 10 needed to discuss what to do next and coordinate with the school. That night, at Polar Star Dormitory, everyone gathered. After all, Yuki's plan had been a resounding success, a celebration was in order. Fumio Daimito was beaming, Polar Star's performance had really dazzled everyone. The generation that surpassed even the Golden Age had truly arrived. Although they didn't have that many Elite 10 members yet, it was just a matter of time. Now then, don't get too cocky. After all, you only passed the preliminaries because Yuki carried you all. The rest of you are alright, but Daigo and Shoji, take note. Fumio Daimito said. Their own dormitory situation was clear to her. She wasn't worried about the others' culinary skills, but Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato were different. Although their current skills weren't weak, they would inevitably be eliminated in the top 16, she didn't want to see them getting complacent and then failing later. Don't worry, Auntie Fumio. We know our own limits. Being in the top 16 is already more than enough for us. Daigo Aoki and Shoji Sato both had very good mentalities. They were clearly aware that with their talent, they couldn't have made it through the preliminaries. But with Yuki's help, obtaining such a high score, they understood it was only temporary. They constantly reminded themselves to remain humble, immediately extinguishing any hint of arrogance. In this aspect, Daigo and Shoji were indeed quite commendable. It's good that you understand that. The others too, treat this competition seriously. Although there's a high probability you'll face each other, no matter whether your opponent is from our dorm or not, do not slack off. Fumio Daimito said. Everyone nodded in agreement. We will definitely give it our all, Auntie Fumio. Although, I'm more curious about who will face Yuki. Yoshino Yuki's expression turned a bit odd when she mentioned Yuki. Hearing this, others also made similar faces. Next was top 16, then top 8, semi-finals, and the finals. That meant 4 people would have to face Yuki. Whoever those 4 were, they could be considered unlucky. Facing any other opponent, there was still a fight, but against Yuki, there was simply no suspense. Of course, this was just how most people thought. For Soma Yukihira and Ryo Kurikiba, having the chance to challenge Yuki was a prize greater than any championship title. After all, they had never found an opportunity to challenge Yuki. It was incredibly difficult. Now, they had a chance, some autumn election title meant nothing to them. Actually, facing Yuki had both positive and negative aspects. The positive was that losing was completely understandable, no need for excuses. For those who cared about face, losing to Yuki wasn't embarrassing, after all, it was losing to the champion. The negative aspect was that there was absolutely no chance of winning against Yuki. Only one outcome, certain defeat. We might also face Yuki, you know. Yuki, please don't hold back if you're against any of us. Ryoko Sakaki said. Yuki had never truly displayed his full culinary skills in front of everyone. How strong he truly was, no one knew for certain, they could only make estimations. Yeah. If you're against me, you better go all out, Yuki. Yoshino Yuki also quickly nodded. Hearing her say this, the others also agreed. They weren't afraid of losing, they just wanted to see Yuki's true culinary skills. Are you sure about that? Yuki glanced at everyone once again. Absolutely. You've already defeated Shinomiya-senpai, losing to you won't be a big deal at all, Alice Nakiri said with a smile. Everyone knew they would lose to Yuki. If they could make Yuki use his full strength, then even losing would be honorable. In that case, I'll do it. But don't be too shocked then. Yuki said with a smile. He had a very good relationship with the Polar Star residents, so this request wasn't difficult for him. He agreed. By the way, why hasn't Ashiki-senpai come back? When the celebration was halfway through, everyone suddenly remembered there was one person missing. Although Satoshi Ishiki was a year above them and hadn't participated in the autumn elections, he was still a member of Polar Star. He just told us earlier, because of us, they changed the format. They added matches, so they're rearranging the schedule, the venues, the judges, the Elite 10 are all busy working overtime. Soma Yukihira explained. It seemed like he wasn't so eager to become an Elite 10 member anymore. After all, being an Elite 10 member seemed to involve a lot of work, even overtime for unexpected circumstances like this. Like some advanced corporate slave. Learning that Satoshi Ishiki was working overtime, everyone didn't ask any further. For the next 2 days, the various work arrangements for the autumn elections were constantly being adjusted. It wasn't until the third day that the adjustments were complete. The venues were still the same as for the preliminaries, and the judges invited were graduates. 2 matches would be held simultaneously, 4 in the morning, and 4 in the afternoon. All 16 top 16 matches would be finished within 2 days. The subsequent matches would then proceed as originally planned. At this point, all 16 first-year students were gathered in the Elite 10 meeting room. Now, it was time for the draw. Besides drawing lots to see who their opponent would be, there was also the theme. The drawing results soon came out. Soma Yukihira drew his longtime rival from the original story, Takumi Aldini. Ryo Kurikiba drew Miyoko Hojo. Megumi Tadakoro faced Daigo Aoki. Shoji Sato faced Akira Hayama. Shun Ibusaki faced Subaru Mimasaka. Zenji Marui faced Ryoko Sakaki. Yoshino Yuki faced Alice Nakiri. Finally, Yuki faced Hisako Arato. Hisako Arato's heart sank seeing the draw result. After all, she had drawn the last person she wanted to face, Yuki. If it were Takumi, facing Yuki, he would only feel lucky. Although knowing he wasn't Yuki's match, he could still have a go. But Hisako was different. As Irina Nakiri's secretary, she felt she had to achieve at least second place to be worthy of her position. Precisely because of this, she had always set extremely strict standards for herself, yet now, from the very start, she had to face Yuki, an opponent she absolutely couldn't beat. This meant that she was destined to lose this time. With the numerous members from Polar Star, there were bound to be several internal battles. Megumi Tadakoro and Daigo Aoki. Zenji Marui and Ryoko Sakaki. Yoshino Yuki and Alice Nakiri. Everyone had been mentally prepared for this long ago. Even if it was against a dorm mate, they would give it their all. After the opponents were drawn, it was time to draw the theme. On Yuki and Hisako Arado's side, Yuki had Hisako do the draw. The resulting theme was sashimi. This dish was indeed very common in Japan. Although Yuki didn't often make such dishes, if he wanted to make it, there would be no problem for him at all. He happened to want to try using his freezing air ability. This theme wasn't particularly friendly to Hisako Arado. After all, her specialty was medicinal cuisine, and raw fish wasn't exactly conducive to integrating medicinal ingredients. Since everyone has drawn their opponents and themes, go back and prepare. Come back here to compete tomorrow. Seeing everyone finished with the draw, Eishi Tsukasa spoke. At this moment, he had huge dark circles around his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept much these past few days due to overtime work. Hisako, don't overthink it. Just do your best. Never mind you, even I have no chance of winning against Yuki. Irina Nakiri said. In this competition, Yuki was the final boss, whoever ran into him was screwed. So, she didn't have any specific requirements for Hisako Arado's results. Actually, Irina Nakiri always valued her little secretary and never demanded any specific achievements. Although Irina was quite demanding of her other subordinates, she wasn't like that with Hisako. Others approached her because of the connections and benefits from associating with the Nakiri family. Although this was also Hisako Arado's initial motivation, Hisako herself was extremely pure and sincere. Just as described in the original story, she was someone who served the flower that never changed. Irina Nakiri naturally also understood this. So, if others made mistakes, even if just once, she would abandon them. After all, Irina Nakiri didn't lack followers. But with Hisako Arado, it was different. Hisako was the person who understood her best and the one she cared about most. So no matter how many mistakes Hisako made, she would turn a blind eye. Of course, fundamental errors were out of the question, and Hisako herself never made such mistakes. I know, Irina-sama. I'm really unlucky this time. But no matter what, I'll do my best. Hisako Arado nodded. Losing to Yuki wasn't embarrassing. So, she didn't think much about it, perhaps this was even a good thing. After all, Hisako Arado in the original story became very depressed after losing, only recovering under Soma Yukihira's guidance. So, this time, it also prevented Hisako from falling into such a state. Another day passed, and the autumn election venue once again filled with students. To ensure the smooth running of the autumn elections, there would be no classes during this period, which could be considered a perk. They could all come watch the competition. Of course, they could also choose not to come, but for Totsuki students, it was impossible not to come to such a competition. Speaking of which, did anyone see anything weird outside the dorm last night? Shun Ibusaki couldn't help but ask on the way to the venue. Something outside the dorm? Yoshino Yuki and the others were taken aback. This was Totsuki Academy, while the area around Polar Star was forested, there weren't any wild animals. Don't even guess, it was Ibusaki-kun's opponent, Subaru Mimasaka. That guy is quite special, he can copy other people's dishes. Of course, this ability has certain prerequisites, he needs to track his target and thoroughly understand everything about his opponent. Yuki explained. The guy lurking outside last night was indeed Subaru Mimasaka. However, replicating Shun Ibusaki's dish this time would be difficult for him, the time was simply too short. Even if his tracking skills were amazing, it would still be impossible to completely replicate everything about Shun in just one night. Of course, replicating a portion of it wouldn't be a problem, but Shun Ibusaki had been trained and taught by Yuki for so long. The probability of Mimasaka beating Shun wasn't high. There's an ability like that? Everyone was shocked. They never imagined Subaru Mimasaka would possess such an ability, replicating another chef's cooking just by tracking them was mind-boggling. Actually, referring to Subaru's ability as a special ability wasn't an exaggeration, only a special ability could achieve something so outrageous. After arriving at the venue, everyone saw the burly Subaru Mimasaka. Their expressions turned a bit odd. It was hard to imagine that this hulking figure was actually a stalker, relying on tracking others to replicate their dishes. Chapter 80, Freezing Air and 7-Star Knives, Modified Fiery Ice. Fresh Fish Mountain. Unfazed by the stares, Subaru Mimasaka simply ignored them. After all, that was the nature of his ability. Over the years, many of his tracking targets had discovered him. He even attracted the attention of many passers-by while tailing them. Subaru was long used to strange looks. The first and second matches were Soma Yukihira vs Takumi Aldini and Ryo Kurikiba vs Miyoko Hojo, respectively. The final results, naturally, went without saying. Takumi and Miyoko were completely crushed. Soma and Ryo's culinary skills were already second only to Irina Nakiri in the original story, and now, having been further strengthened, even Akira Hayama couldn't defeat them, let alone Takumi and Miyoko. Although quite unhappy about his loss, Takumi conceded defeat. Miyoko Hojo didn't say much. While she was also competitive, she was still quite a ways off from Ryo Kurikiba's level. The remaining two matches in the morning were Yoshino Yuki vs Alice Nakiri and Yuki vs Hisako Arato. Yuki's appearance naturally made him the center of attention. That's what happened when you were ridiculously good at cooking. Although everyone knew Yuki would inevitably win this match, it didn't dampen their interest in seeing what he'd make. Hisako Arato also knew she would definitely lose this match. With Irina Nakiri's words of encouragement, her mentality wasn't affected. Right now, she simply wanted to compete against Yuki. The ingredients for the subsequent matches were chosen by the competitors themselves. Yuki brought out a sea base. Sashimi made from sea base had a smooth, light, refreshing texture, which was perfectly suited for the dish Yuki was planning to make. Hisako, backed by Irina Nakiri, had no shortage of resources and directly brought out a piece of tuna, incredibly fresh. With a single glance, Yuki knew it had been butchered this very morning. While it might have seemed, at first glance, that Yuki was at a disadvantage in terms of ingredients, his knife skills were more than enough to compensate for this difference. After placing the fish down, Yuki directly took out his 7-star knives, unleashing the 7-star flash severing knife dance. In the blink of an eye, the sea base before him was prepped. By the time Yuki finished this step, Hisako Arato had only just taken out her own knife. When it came to ingredient processing and cooking speed, Yuki was the absolute best. However, what came next was the crucial step. When making fiery ice fresh fish mountain slices, the North Star Wolf blade was ideally used. But Yuki didn't need that ice knife now, his 7-star knives would suffice. At this moment, a chilling air emanated from Yuki's hand, spreading rapidly along his 7-star knife. In the blink of an eye, under the effect of the freezing air special ability, the 7-star knife in Yuki's hand transformed into a knife similar to the North Star Wolf blade, and this chilled knife was reusable. It was the perfect time to use the Arhat crystal slash he had previously obtained. As Yuki used the Arhat crystal slash, his entire demeanor drastically shifted. To others, he now resembled a wrathful god. Just this aura alone could completely intimidate an opponent. Hisako Arato, just by glancing at Yuki, was startled, and her movements involuntarily stopped. This was the power of the Arhat crystal slash. Besides its powerful knife skills, the aura it exuded was also immensely intimidating. Under this pressure, opponents were easily affected. For example, right now, Hisako Arato, even with her exceptional culinary skills, could probably only perform at 80%, perhaps even less. The fish slices Yuki cut were like crystal shards, rapidly placed on the small ice mountain he had prepared beforehand. Because the slices were so incredibly thin, combined with the freezing air enveloping the 7-star knife, the fish slices, once placed on the ice mountain, seemed to vanish before their eyes. During the entire process of Yuki making the sashimi, the others didn't even dare to breathe. Only after Yuki stopped using the Arhat crystal slash did the venue gradually return to its previous state. The students in the audience seats also began to discuss. What was that just now? I thought I saw something terrifying. I was completely frozen. one student said, clearly shaken. He realized he had broken out in a cold sweat. It wasn't an illusion. Yuki-sama's state just now was very strange, as if we were looking at a wrathful god. One of the Chikariori RS members said. Although that aura was scary and strange, did you guys notice the fish slices he made? They were like mirrors. And after landing on the ice mountain, they just vanished. I can't even imagine what the texture of that sashimi would be like. Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Those fish slices, placed on such a large ice mountain, so incredibly thin, shouldn't there be a problem with that? Everyone was now focused on the sashimi Yuki made. Although the slices were extremely thin, and he had even used freezing air on his knife when cutting, if it were anyone else, doing this would definitely freeze the fish slices solid, ruining the texture. But Yuki was different. He could precisely control freezing air. The freezing air formed a protective layer on the sashimi slices, ensuring the temperature remained optimal. Moreover, this freezing air also prevented frost from the ice mountain from affecting the sashimi. So, although these fish slices might look like they had been frozen and lost their texture, the actual texture was like that of fresh sea bass. The freezing effect on the exterior only served to preserve and enhance the flavor and texture. Besides that, Yuki also prepared a special dipping sauce. Yuki didn't know what sauce Leon used in the original dish, but with spice equation, he could naturally create the most suitable sauce for this dish. After Yuki completed his dish, Hisako Arado was still processing the tuna. Yuki didn't wait, whether he waited or not wouldn't affect the result anyway. He presented his dish to the judges' table. This time, besides the two other graduates, Senzaman Nakiri was also present. The judges for each match were different. But when it came to Yuki's match, the standard was much higher. Especially with Senzaman Nakiri, Yuki participating in a competition like this, it wasn't appropriate for Senzaman to get involved in the preliminaries, but it was different for the subsequent matches. Senzaman Nakiri had already decided that, in the future, as long as it was Yuki's match, he would be there to act as a judge. As for the other judges, they were just there to make up the numbers. Yuki-kun, does this dish have a name? Looking at this incredibly beautiful dish, Senzaman Nakiri couldn't help but ask. Although this dish looked simple, the knife skill Yuki demonstrated already had immense value. Sashimi, besides the taste, the most important aspect was its texture, and the texture of sashimi was naturally related to the chef's knife skill. They had all just witnessed Yuki's actions. It would be impossible for sashimi sliced with such incredible knife skills to not taste good. As for whether the sashimi's texture had been ruined by the freezing, Senzaman Nakiri hadn't even considered that possibility. In his view, Yuki wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The original name of this dish is Fiery Ice, Fresh Sea Bream Mountain, although now it's not sea bream but sea base, so it should be called Fiery Ice, Fresh Sea Base Mountain, Yuki replied. This could be considered a modified version of the original dish, using a different main ingredient. What a great name! Then let me have a taste and see how it is. Senzaman Nakiri was incredibly curious about Yuki's cooking. After all, every single one of Yuki's dishes, whether he had tasted them or not, were all excellent. As he took a slice of sashimi, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth, Senzaman Nakiri's eyes abruptly widened. The next second, the upper half of his clothes exploded. The two graduates next to him were both startled. Although they had always known about the Nakiri family's clothes burst tradition and had even seen it before, it was their first time experiencing it at such close range. Such a vivid taste. It's as if the sea base is still alive in my mouth. Placed on the ice mountain for so long, such thin slices, yet it still maintains this fresh texture. And this sauce, a refreshing sensation bursts onto the palate, invigorating the mind. Combined with the refreshing taste of the sea base, it's simply divine. Senzaman Nakiri's praises flowed endlessly. Of course, this didn't stop him from continuing to savor the dish. As for the two graduates on the side, seeing this, they only dared to taste one bite. Afterwards, although they really wanted to eat more, they couldn't do anything so presumptuous in front of this food demon. Just like that, Senzaman Nakiri finished the dish all by himself. Thankfully, the portion of this dish wasn't very large. The sea bass Yuki selected wasn't very big, and the part that could be directly sliced into sashimi was also only part of the fish body. With Senzaman Nakiri's appetite, eating such a small amount of fish meat wouldn't even make him feel remotely full. The director's praise is so high. It's rare to see him continuously praise someone like this. Among the Elite 10, seeing Senzaman's clothes burst and his continuous praises, they were all very envious of Yuki. To be able to receive such an evaluation from Senzaman was very enviable. I'm really curious about the taste of this dish. From what the director said, the texture wasn't affected by the freezing at all. I wonder how he did it. Compared to Senzaman Nakiri's reaction, Rindo Kobayashi, as a food lover, was more curious about the taste of this dish. Unfortunately, she was destined not to taste this dish. Yuki might make it for his Polar Star friends, but he certainly wouldn't make it for outsiders. Hearing what Rindo said, the others were also very curious about what this dish's texture would be like. But unfortunately, they could only guess based on Senzaman's evaluation. After Yuki's dish was finished, a while later, Hisako Arado also completed her dish. She actually put some medicine in the dipping sauce. And without affecting the taste, it even neutralized the risks of eating raw fish. Yuki saw the secret in Hisako Arado's sauce at a glance. One couldn't eat sashimi all the time, otherwise, even without parasites, the stomach and intestines couldn't bear it. Hisako Arado's dish could also be considered a medicinal cuisine. Undoubtedly, Hisako's dish was very good. However, with Yuki's dish having already set the bar so high, the chance of subsequent dishes catching up was close to zero. So, the final result was still Yuki winning. No one found this surprising, not even Hisako herself. Although they knew the outcome, the process of the match was a feast for the audience's eyes. After all, they didn't get to see Yuki's secret techniques every day. This Arhat crystal slash was the first time it had appeared in this world. With Yuki effortlessly winning this match, on the other side, Alice Nakiri undoubtedly won hers as well. Although Yoshino Yuki was also very strong, facing Alice Nakiri, there was still some gap. In the afternoon's 4 matches, the winners were Megumi Tadakoro, Akira Hayama, Shun Ibusaki, and Zenji Marui. Daigo Aoki encountered Megumi Tadakoro. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Although Shoji Sato had improved considerably, he was still no match for Akira Hayama, the original story's champion. On Shun Ibusaki's side, because Subaru Mimasaka's tracking time was too short, his understanding of Shun wasn't deep enough. In the end, Shun defeated him before he could properly use his ability. Lastly, Zenji Marui narrowly defeated Ryoko Sakaki. At that time, the judges had struggled for quite a while to decide between the two before finally declaring Zenji the winner. After the 8 matches ended, the remaining 8 people were once again gathered together. Next, they would draw lots to determine their next opponents and themes. Everyone was already participating for the second time, they were naturally familiar with the procedure and quickly determined their respective opponents. Soma Yukihira faced Zenji Marui. Megumi Tadakoro faced Akira Hayama. Yuki faced Shun Ibusaki. And Ryo Kurikiba faced Alice Nakiri. Among the 8 people, 7 were from Polar Star, resulting in 3 internal battles. As for Akira Hayama, after encountering Megumi, Yuki also knew Akira's autumn election journey would end here. After all, Megumi Tadakoro's culinary skills were firmly in 3rd place within Polar Star. First was Yuki, second was Satoshi Ishiki, and third was Megumi. Facing off against the current Megumi Tadakoro, unless Megumi made a major mistake, Yuki didn't think Akira could win. As for the other matches, his own match went without saying, he would definitely win. Soma Yukihira facing Zenji Marui would certainly also result in Soma winning. But Ryo Kurikiba versus Alice Nakiri was a bit different. Originally, Ryo Kurikiba should have been stronger than Alice Nakiri. But now, Alice had found a new path, and because she often stayed by Yuki's side, she had received more guidance from Yuki than Ryo had. This led to Alice gradually catching up. Now, the two were more or less evenly matched. Even Yuki couldn't predict who would win. Chapter 81, Banquet Cuisine, Buddha jumps over the wall. I'm up against Yuki, huh? Looks like my autumn election journey ends here too. Yuki, remember what you promised us, don't hold back. Shun Ibusaki didn't react much upon seeing his opponent was Yuki. Everyone had been mentally prepared, with so many people, someone was bound to face Yuki. Among the top 8, 7 were from Polar Star. The probability of encountering Yuki within their own group was too high, so Shun wasn't discouraged or surprised learning his opponent was Yuki. Of course. I promised you all, Yuki said with a smile. Facing someone from Polar Star, he would definitely use his full strength, absolutely no holding back. As soon as these words were out, the elite 10 members present all felt their hearts skip a beat. Yuki, using his full strength, they couldn't even imagine what kind of dish he would create. Although surprised, what needed to be done still had to be done. After choosing their opponents, it was naturally time for the themes. And the theme Yuki and Shun Ibusaki drew was, Banquet Cuisine. This theme could also be considered very broad. The moment Yuki saw it, he basically knew what dish he was going to make. As the strongest, Yuki was arranged by the Elite 10 to compete last. This was also out of consideration for the previous competitors. Someone like Yuki, the star of the show, naturally had to appear last. Yuki. After everyone else left, Alice Nakiri approached Yuki, her voice sickeningly sweet. This voice made even Yuki shiver involuntarily. This kind of voice was indeed a bit against the rules. Megumi Tadakoro, comparing her current behavior to Alice's, found that she couldn't possibly act as cloyingly sweet as Alice, or even make such a saccharine voice. Just imagining herself making such a sound, Megumi's face instantly turned red. If this were in an anime, Megumi's head would probably be steaming right now. It could only be said that Alice Nakiri's mental strength was very strong, terrifyingly so. She was completely unaffected by external factors. Even with so many people around, she could shamelessly act cutesy toward Yuki. I know. It's that dish from before, right? I'll make it when I get back. Yuki knew why Alice was making such a voice. It was definitely because of that modified fiery ice fresh fish mountain dish from earlier. That dish, whether it was the preparation process or the final product, was incredibly impressive. Furthermore, no one could replicate this dish yet. Because if others tried to copy it, the dish they made would just be a subpar imitation. They didn't have Yuki's freezing air and couldn't use it to lock in the fresh flavor while also preserving the fish meat's texture. Without being able to replicate this one step, even if the dish were copied, it would only be similar in appearance. Speaking of which, I'm also a bit curious, the white mist coming from your knife when you were preparing the dish before. That was cold air, wasn't it? How can you release cold air? Ryoko Sakaki asked curiously. Everyone knew Yuki had the Inferno special ability, but Inferno released high-temperature steam and flames. What Yuki released before was clearly cold air. I was able to do that only after further developing my Inferno special ability. Not only can it increase the temperature, but it can also lower it, thus releasing freezing air. It then uses the freezing air to lock in the freshness of the ingredients. Yuki didn't mention that he had obtained another special ability, but instead continued to use Inferno as cover. After all, he was the only one who possessed Inferno. So, what its effects were naturally also up to him to say. Besides, since he had used high-temperature steam and flames, conversely, being able to lower the temperature after that and use freezing air wasn't really that hard to accept, right? Upon hearing this, everyone instantly fell silent. They indeed believed Yuki's words. They were so shocked now completely because they felt this Inferno ability was too absurdly powerful. Being able to release high-temperature steam and control flames was one thing, they hadn't expected it to also lower the temperature, and after lowering the temperature, it could even release freezing air. This was simply outrageous. They no longer knew how to describe this overpowered special ability and could only repeatedly praise it. Soon, the group returned to Polar Star. Yuki didn't disappoint and made a modified version of the fiery ice fresh fish mountain dish. This time, there was plenty of fish for everyone. After finishing the dish, everyone went to rest. They still had to prepare for the upcoming dishes. The autumn elections proceeded as planned. The first match was Soma Yukihira versus Zenji Marui. Without a doubt, the final victor was Soma Yukihira. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Soma wasn't Zenji's match. But in a pure culinary skill competition, Zenji was no match for Soma. In the second match, Megumi Tadakoro was the winner, crushing Akira Hayama. While Akira was skilled, he couldn't compare to this superpowered Megumi Tadakoro. In the third match, the final victor was Alice Nakiri. After winning, Alice Nakiri was incredibly happy. She hadn't been Ryo Kurikiba's match for a long time now. For Ryo Kurikiba, her attendant, to be stronger than her in cooking was something Alice Nakiri couldn't accept. But even though she couldn't accept it, she couldn't defeat him. On the contrary, the gap between them was gradually widening. Until she met Yuki. Under Yuki's guidance, Alice had finally won this time. Ryo Kurikiba, on the other hand, was extremely annoyed by this. Being defeated by someone he had previously defeated, he couldn't accept it. It was clear Ryo Kurikiba would be even more driven to improve his culinary skills in the future. And today was the final match, Yuki vs Shun Ibusaki. To take on Yuki, Shun brought out all his treasured ingredients. He specialized in smoked cuisine and had many rare ingredients he usually wouldn't bear to use. But facing Yuki, even if he was reluctant, he had to use them. Even though he knew that even using them, he would still lose, he absolutely had to give it his all. Wherever Yuki appeared, Senzaman Nakiri would also be there. And sure enough, Senzaman Nakiri appeared again at the judges' table. Besides him, there were two other elderly gentlemen. These two were also prestigious figures. This arrangement was mainly due to how awkward things had been for those two graduates in the previous match. So, this time, two elderly gentlemen were invited. Although their family's power and influence couldn't compare to the Nakiri family, they were very familiar with Senzaman Nakiri. So, they weren't nervous in front of Senzaman but rather quite casual. Banquet cuisine, huh? I wonder what kind of dish student Yuki will bring out. The other two had also heard of Yuki's reputation and had also watched the recordings of Yuki's previous matches, so they were also incredibly curious about Yuki. These ingredients, if I remember correctly, these should be ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall, right? Senzaman Nakiri was taken aback after seeing the ingredients Yuki brought out one after another. P.S. Buddha jumps over the wall is a shark fin soup, quite similar to Naruto's Ichiraku ramen. Buddha jumps over the wall. Is he really going to make that dish? Although it perfectly fits the theme of banquet cuisine, the time is a bit too short, isn't it? The two elderly gentlemen also knew about Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish was extremely famous. And for an authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, just making it required a great deal of time. In a time-limited competition, no one would be willing to make this dish because it required long hours of stewing to reach its most delicious state. The competition's time limit was not enough. Time isn't a problem. This kid's inferno ability can accelerate cooking. As long as he controls it properly, he can definitely shorten the time. Senzaman Nakiri didn't doubt Yuki's decision. The inferno ability was too powerful, it defied logic. Although in cooking, there were things like pressure cookers, which could cook ingredients that required a lot of time to tenderize, even make them very soft, in a short amount of time. Correspondingly, doing so would affect the taste of the dish. The accelerating effect of Yuki's inferno was even better than a pressure cooker's. And the power of the flames could directly extract the deliciousness from the ingredients, so there was no need to worry about the loss of flavor. This special ability is something countless chefs dream of. Unfortunately, the awakening of a special ability is completely random. The two gentlemen expressed both their envy and their helplessness. The awakening of a special ability was uncontrollable. And a special ability like Inferno, from ancient times until now, there had only been this one. But thinking about it, it also made sense. After all, this Inferno special ability was so overpowered, if it appeared in large numbers, that wouldn't do. There having been only this one from ancient times to the present only proved Inferno's value even more. As the host announced the start of the match, the competition officially began. This time, Yuki was making the Buddha jumps over the wall. So, even with his extreme speed, he would still need to spend some time on this dish. With the ingredients rapidly processed one by one, the audience also gradually realized that the dish Yuki was making seemed very complex. So many ingredients. Abalone, sea cucumber, clams, scallops. What on earth is he planning to make with so many ingredients? One of the students, while expressing his surprise, also had a puzzled expression. It was clear he had never seen this dish before. This was actually quite normal. Buddha jumps over the wall was a very famous dish in the culinary world. Not many knew how to make it or knew the detailed ingredients list. After all, once they heard about the preparation's difficulty, they basically started to back away. Wanting to integrate so many ingredients together was extremely difficult. Those are ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall, but some of them I've never even heard of. It seems different from the Buddha jumps over the wall ingredients I know. A student from the Chukariori RS said. Other chefs might not be familiar with it, but chefs in the Chukariori RS were very familiar with it. As for the ingredients Yuki was using, although slightly different from what they knew, the versions of Buddha jumps over the wall were very numerous, so the ingredients also kept changing. Because there were too many types of ingredients, even Yuki spent a bit of time processing them. He's making Buddha jumps over the wall. Even if he has his Inferno special ability, isn't this too much of a gamble? Among the Elite 10, Teranori Kuga immediately recognized the dish Yuki was making. It's definitely a gamble. While I haven't made Buddha jumps over the wall myself, I've eaten it and heard about it before. Making this dish seems to require a lot of time to stew, right? The time needed is several times, even dozens of times, longer than cooking normal dishes. Eishi Tsukasa nodded. This Buddha jumps over the wall dish was very special. He even doubted if Yuki's Inferno could fully bring out the deliciousness of this dish in the end. What are you two even worried about? Since he wants to make this dish, he obviously has his reasons. And besides, even if he can't complete this dish, just completing a semi-finished product, do you think he'll lose? Rindo Kobayashi rolled her eyes. Their worries were completely superfluous. Hearing what she said, Eishi and Kuga also reacted. Indeed, Yuki couldn't possibly screw himself over. As for the opponent, although the opponent wasn't weak, this not weak was in comparison to other students, not in comparison to Yuki. Just as Rindo Kobayashi said, no matter how much Yuki messed around, he would surely win in the end. His opponent was too weak. At this moment, the Elite 10 members finally relaxed and stopped worrying, just watching Yuki operate. As for Yuki, he didn't know what these people were thinking, nor would he care if he did know. He was currently focused on his dish. The ingredients were processed one by one. Yuki directly poured these ingredients into the pot he had prepared. What Yuki was making was an even more enhanced version of the Buddha jumps over the wall. As all ingredients were stuffed into the jar, Yuki directly controlled the flames to begin to rise. Finally, a huge pillar of fire completely enveloped the pot, even engulfing Yuki himself in flames. Others could only see a massive pillar of fire standing in the center, unable to see anything else clearly. This scene made Senzaman Nakiri's eyes widen a bit. He still remembered the last time he saw such a scene was when Yuki made that special Mapo tofu. He hadn't expected this scene to appear again now. Chapter 82, exquisite deliciousness, the audience goes wild. Bonus, Yuki's current actions were somewhat different from before. Previously, it was mainly to conceal his actions, to ensure the success of the magic trick. But this time, Yuki was focused purely on the cooking process itself. Cooking Buddha jumps over the wall required a lot of time, so Yuki's method this time was naturally also more aggressive. Continuously raising the temperature, he accelerated the cooking while ensuring the ingredients' flavors were preserved. To avoid any mishaps, Yuki kept both his hands on the earthen jar. He had promised the Polar Star residents he would give it his all and naturally wouldn't slack off. Using his evolving touch to ascertain the condition of the ingredients inside the jar, he continuously adjusted the temperature. As he increased the firepower, the pillar of fire also grew larger and larger, even engulfing a part of the stove. It was a good thing Yuki had precise control, ensuring the heat didn't spread, otherwise, everything here would be reduced to ashes. This scale is huge. Looks like Yuki's really going all out this time. In the audience seats, the Polar Star residents also saw, for the first time, Yuki unleash such a massive fire. These flames looked absolutely terrifying. Looking at the other students around them, although the heat from the fire pillar hadn't spread, they were still covered in cold sweat. It couldn't be helped, this scene was truly a bit too frightening. Compared to the students, the hostess was undoubtedly even more terrified at this moment. After all, she was relatively close, the visual impact of the fire pillar was much stronger for her than for others. The fire pillar continued for several dozen minutes. By the time it dissipated, Shunobusaki had already finished his dish, but he had been waiting for Yuki to finish. When the fire pillar dispersed, everyone saw the earthen jar in Yuki's hands. They could even see Yuki's hands emitting a red glow, as if they were red-hot pieces of iron. However, this red glow quickly vanished. Yuki could precisely control Inferno, and he also had freezing air now. Naturally, the cooling speed was very fast. To think I'd be outpaced by someone, Yuki said with a smile, looking at Ibusaki's already completed dish. That's only because your dish takes so long to cook. Reducing a cooking time of several dozen hours to a few dozen minutes, such a thing, only you can do it. Shun Ibusaki shook his head, and then carried his dish to the stage. After all, he had finished first. And with Yuki's dish, he wouldn't dare to be modest, otherwise, he would be utterly crushed. Shun Ibusaki also put in all his effort this time. His dish also caused Senzaman Nakiri's clothes to burst, which meant this dish was indeed quite delicious. When it was Yuki's turn, everyone's eyes widened. Yuki was the main event. And the cooking process of this dish was so dramatic, so they were even more curious about what this dish would taste like. After Yuki took the stage, in front of the judges, he directly opened the lid of the jar. To ensure the moisture inside wouldn't evaporate, Yuki had used Inferno to create a thermal layer on the outer surface, ensuring the broth inside wouldn't dry up. This way, there was no need to constantly add water, and it also ensured the flavor wouldn't be lost at all. This thermal layer not only preserved the broth but also sealed the aroma inside. So, no fragrance had escaped. Yuki didn't deliberately create a scent bomb this time like during the preliminaries. There was no need. The moment the lid was opened, the thermal layer was also broken. The sealed aroma, now finding a vent, suddenly erupted. The instant the lid opened, a wave of fragrance even billowed outward. This scene truly stunned everyone. When the aroma swept over the entire venue, the sound of people gulping could be heard everywhere. It smells so good. Too good. I can't stop drooling. Even if they tried their best to control themselves and not drool, they still couldn't help it. Resigned, they could only swallow their saliva. The sound of swallowing saliva filled the venue. Students, instructors, everyone was swallowing saliva, even the Elite 10. Irina Nakiri was shocked to discover that her god's tongue actually reacted to this aroma, expressing a sense of longing. This was something she had never experienced before. It could only be said that this Buddha jumps over the wall was truly a bit too overpowering. Hisako Arato, beside Irina, kept swallowing her saliva as she watched her young lady also gulp. She was also completely helpless. Even if they didn't breathe through their noses, it was useless. The aroma seemed to be directly stimulating their tongues. Even without tasting the dish, this overpowering aroma was able to convey a small part of its flavor through their taste buds. The only way to prevent it was to hold their breath. But how long could a person hold their breath? It simply couldn't be stopped. Furthermore, this fragrance was so incredibly enticing. No one present would actually hold their breath. Those in the audience seats were like this, never mind the three old men in front of Yuki, who were the closest. It was practically a flood at their table now. One of the shorter old men, completely disregarding his appearance, even had saliva dripping down his chin. Seeing this scene, Yuki was very satisfied. He naturally knew the effect of the dishes he made, so he wasn't as affected. Soon, he served 3 bowls of soup and placed them in front of the 3 judges. Besides the soup, there were also some of the ingredients in each bowl. Seeing these 3 bowls of soup, the 3 judges' gazes couldn't look away. They eagerly picked up their bowls and directly took a sip. So hot. With one mouthful, the 3 were immediately scalded. But that unparalleled deliciousness made them forcefully endure, not spitting out the soup. Yuki estimated that these 3 would probably suffer a bit later on, their tongues would most likely develop blisters. This deliciousness. I can't even describe it with words. This rich and mellow flavor, in just a few dozen minutes, the flavors of all these ingredients have completely merged together, completely inseparable. Although most of the essence has gone into the soup, the flavors of the ingredients themselves are still not to be trifled with. After completely finishing the soup and ingredients in his bowl, Senzaman Nakiri praised with great satisfaction. And his clothes had already burst open. Senzaman could still speak, but the 2 old men beside him were already completely immersed in the deliciousness, unable to recover for a long time, their expressions completely entranced. I declare that the winner of this match is Yuki. Senzaman Nakiri, ignoring his 2 captivated friends, directly announced the result. Then, he did something that completely shocked everyone. Senzaman Nakiri directly grabbed the tablecloth on the table, wrapped up the jar in front of him, and then left, taking both the tablecloth and the jar. Did I just hallucinate? I thought I saw the director take the dish. One student rubbed his eyes uncertainly. He looked again. Nope, no mistake about it. Senzaman Nakiri had already walked backstage with the jar, completely disappearing from sight. Damn it. Just how fucking delicious is that dish. For the director to actually do such a thing. All students were now practically losing their minds. For Senzaman Nakiri to actually pull such a move, the deliciousness of this dish had undoubtedly surpassed everyone's imagination. But the most frustrating part wasn't knowing how delicious the dish was, it was that they couldn't taste it themselves. Although the aroma had provided some feedback to their taste buds, allowing them a small taste of this dish's flavor, it was precisely because of this that they wanted to taste it even more. However, reality told them they simply had no chance. At this moment, all the students looked directly towards where the Polar Star residents were. Undoubtedly, among those present, if anyone could eat such a dish, it was the group from Polar Star. I have a bad feeling about this. Should we run now? Yoshino Yuki, with everyone staring at her with hungry eyes, started to sweat. Run! Alice Nakiri immediately bolted. Seeing this, the others also picked up their pace and left quickly. Thankfully, there were other staff members present. Although they were also craving that dish, they still knew their jobs. So, there weren't any stampedes, but the scene still became rather chaotic. As for Yuki, he left rather leisurely. He wasn't worried about being mobbed and blocked from leaving. He could just release high-temperature steam, he was a walking inferno. Whoever didn't stay away from him would be burned. So those who planned to surround Yuki could only watch helplessly as he left. Pipsqueak, you're going to Polar Star tonight, right? Mind if I tag along? As Teranori Kuga was about to leave, a hand landed directly on his shoulder. Clearly, the speaker was Rindo Kobayashi. Kuga was familiar with the Polar Star residents. Although she also knew the people at Polar Star, in this situation, it was better to go with someone else. You overestimate my influence, Rindo-senpai. I'm planning to go find Ishiki-senpai. Kuga retorted. This was the truth, he also wanted to freeload a meal. But if he went tonight, everyone would know what his motive was, so he planned to find Satoshi Ishiki. Although he had some connections with the Polar Star residents, Satoshi Ishiki's connections with the dorm were undoubtedly the strongest. Hello, this is Aizen, prepare some gifts for me. Etsuya Aizen, while making calls to arrange for gifts, also came to Satoshi Ishiki's side. Because there were many things he needed to deal with, he hadn't stayed with the other Elite 10 members. Now, he was the first to react and directly sought out Ishiki. Although he usually cared most about his business empire and his deals, this time, he had to say, he was truly captivated by that dish. Such deliciousness, even he couldn't resist it. So, Aizen planned to find Ishiki and see if he could perhaps have a chance to taste that incredibly delicious dish. Hisako, let's go. Seeing the other Elite 10 members stirring, Irina Nakiri naturally couldn't stay still either. Irina-sama, where are we going? Hisako Arado asked with a baffled look. To Grandpa's, obviously. That jar of Buddha jumps over the wall, they only had 3 bowls. There's still a lot left. Irina Nakiri said. Unlike the others, she was Senzaman Nakiri's granddaughter. So, there was no need to find Yuki, she could just find Senzaman Nakiri. Hearing this, Hisako Arado's eyes also lit up. Indeed, Irina's best choice wasn't to find Yuki but to find Senzaman. There was a ready-made portion waiting there. Don't crowd around me like this. I can't promise you anything. We don't even know if Yuki will make that dish again tonight. Looking at the Elite 10 members surrounding him, even the always composed Satoshi Ishiki was unsettled this time. The looks in their eyes were a bit frightening. And most importantly, he wasn't Yuki, so he naturally couldn't make any decisions for Yuki. Although he said so, Aishi and the others had no intention of leaving. Helplessly, Ishiki called Yuki to ask for his opinion. Outsiders are out of the question, Ishiki-senpai. It's just a small gathering for our own people tonight. Yuki stated that if it were other dishes, 1 or 2 more people would be fine. But this time, he was making the Buddha jumps over the wall. The process was rather complex, even if he accelerated it, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, if he agreed, many people would come. Yuki wasn't running a charity, so he naturally wouldn't agree. He didn't mind making some delicious dishes and sharing them with his own friends, but with others, there was no need. He wasn't like Toriko or Komatsu who liked to share with everyone. Toriko and Komatsu would share delicious food with anyone, even their enemies. But Yuki wouldn't do that. He would share, but only with his own people. I understand. Hearing Yuki's words, Satoshi Ishiki also nodded. Then, using his words, he relayed Yuki's meaning to the others. He didn't say Yuki would make it for them. He only said it was very troublesome for Yuki to prepare this dish, so he wouldn't be making it again in the near future. Getting such an answer, the other Elite 10 members shook their heads helplessly and left. As for Itsuya Aizen, he still had the gifts he had prepared sent to Polar Star. Although he couldn't freeload a meal this time, if he built a good relationship now, perhaps there would be an opportunity next time. On the other side, Irina Nakiri finally found her grandfather in the Nakiri family's residential area. At this time, that jar of Buddha jumps over the wall had already been placed on the dining table. There were also several bowls beside it. Clearly, Senzaman was waiting for them. He took the Buddha jumps over the wall mainly so his granddaughters could try it. Of course, there was also some personal motive of wanting to keep it for himself. Chapter 83, Theme, Do, Soma's Misfortune. At this moment, Senzaman Nakiri had temporarily blocked 2 contacts on his phone. These 2 people were precisely the 2 old friends who had served as judges with him before. After the 2 of them came to their senses, they found that Senzaman had actually run off with the food. This had enraged them for a while. That dish was something Yuki brought out for the judges to taste. But Senzaman had actually run off with it to eat it all by himself. They bombarded Senzaman with a series of calls. However, Senzaman was also very clever. He knew their intentions, so he blocked these 2. This was Totsuki. They couldn't find him here. You're here. Come, sit down. The temperature now is just right, it won't scald you. Seeing Irina and Hisako Arato, Senzaman Nakiri welcomed them to sit down. There was no need to mention Irina, she was his granddaughter. As for Hisako Arato, he knew very well what she was like after being by Irina's side for so many years. So, he also let Hisako taste it. Grandpa, shouldn't you call Alice too? Irina Nakiri asked after sitting down. No need to worry about Alice. The delicious things she's eaten at Polar Star are far more than what we've had here, Senzaman said with a smile. He learned from Alice that, although she hadn't completely won over Yuki yet, there had been significant progress between her and Yuki. Mainly, Alice was the one pursuing him, and quite brazenly at that, so the progress wouldn't be slow. That's true. Irina nodded. Indeed, Alice, at Polar Star, had constant contact with Yuki. She had also heard from Alice that Yuki treated his friends very well. Polar Star's outstanding performance this time was entirely thanks to Yuki carrying them. Afterwards, the 3 of them tasted this dish once again. Hisako Arato initially declined, after all, she was a secretary. But under Senzaman's insistence, she also tasted it. No wonder the smell alone made my god's tongue react. This dish, there are no flaws whatsoever. My god's tongue is completely satisfied. After a bite, Irina looked at the Buddha jumps over the wall with astonishment. If the previous Meipo tofu had been Yuki transforming flaws into advantages, which was why the god's tongue had overlooked them, this time, there were no flaws at all. Anyway, with her god's tongue, she couldn't detect any issues whatsoever. Your god's tongue's development level isn't very high yet, so it's normal you can't taste any flaws. Never mind you, I even doubt your mother could find any problems with this dish. This dish is simply flawless. Senzaman said. This dish, to him, felt completely perfect. Although he didn't have the god's tongue, he was very old and had tasted countless exceptional dishes. He had even tried dishes made by many special class chefs, but this dish felt very unique to him. It was unfortunate he couldn't send this dish to Mana. They were too far apart. If this dish was rushed over, it would be cold by the time it arrived. Once cold, whether eaten directly or reheated, the taste would be affected, and then, it definitely wouldn't pass his daughter's god's tongue. As for having Mana come back, that was even more impossible. Mana's current body couldn't handle such a journey, even with good transportation, her body was too frail. Although her life was preserved with nutrient solutions, that was just bare survival. After so many years without eating proper food, her body had long since been weakened. Furthermore, even if she were brought back, and they asked Yuki to make this dish, what if it still couldn't satisfy her god's tongue? So, Senzaman Nakiri could only give up on having his daughter taste this dish. There was no need to rush. Mana could still endure for a long time. Yuki's growth rate had already far exceeded their expectations, so what they needed to do now was wait for Yuki to fully mature. Hearing her grandfather's words, Irina Nakiri didn't inquire further. She knew very well that, as a father, if Senzaman Nakiri had any way to solve the god's tongue's problems, he would give it his all. So, there was no need for her to ask him about his next actions or plans, she just needed to trust her grandfather. And work hard herself. Since quite a bit of the Buddha jumps over the wall was left, the 3 of them ate until they were stuffed before finishing it all. At this moment, the 3 felt incredibly satisfied. As for Polar Star, Yuki made another batch for them. However, since there was no rush this time, it wasn't such a big production. After tasting Yuki's Buddha jumps over the wall, everyone was stunned. To think Yuki could make such a dish when going all out. Truly incredible. Unfortunately, our skills aren't good enough to judge exactly what level this dish has reached, Ryoko Sakaki sighed with emotion after finishing it. Never mind you young people. Even I hasn't tasted such a dish before. Fumio Daimado shook her head after hearing that. Her experience wasn't shallow, but even she hadn't eaten such a dish before and couldn't judge its true level. At this point, everyone started to anticipate the next rounds of the competition. After all, Yuki would still participate in 2 more matches. There would be 2 more dishes from him, both cooked with all his effort. They were very curious about what kind of dishes they would be. The next day, everyone received a call from the Elite 10, asking them to come draw lots. It should have been done yesterday, but because the scene was too chaotic yesterday. And the Elite 10 also needed to handle subsequent work, so they had temporarily put aside the matter of drawing lots. Now they called for everyone to come. The final result of the draw, Yuki vs Soma Yukihira, Megumi Tadakoro vs Alice Nakiri. Yes. I'm up against Yuki. Soma Yukihira's excitement made the Elite 10 members a bit baffled. Everyone else avoided Yuki like the plague. This guy was overjoyed by drawing Yuki as his opponent. It made them a little dumbfounded. Yukihira-kun, aren't you a bit too happy about this? Drawing Yuki-kun as your opponent, shouldn't you be, like, incredibly depressed? Your autumn elections journey ends here, Rindo Kobayashi said. I know I'll definitely lose to Yuki, but this is a chance to challenge him. Losing doesn't matter compared to such an opportunity. Soma Yukihira, being a cooking fanatic, naturally didn't care about winning or losing. There were no real stakes anyway. Just the opportunity to have a match with Yuki was good enough, even if he knew he was bound to lose. Yukihira-kun is really something, huh? Not caring about losing at all. Kuga, you were quite similar back then, weren't you? Eishi Tsukasa said, somewhat amused. The current Soma Yukihira reminded him of Teranori Kuga in the past. Kuga back then had also been obsessed with challenging Eishi. Even after suffering crushing defeats, he would still plot his next challenge. Kuga was also the type who didn't really care about victory or defeat, as long as he didn't have to pay too steep a price. This guy is just plain arrogant. Actually, internally, Kuga recognized Soma Yukihira. However, due to saving face, he didn't want to admit he was the same as Soma. Then it's time to draw the theme. After speaking, they drew the theme. The theme Megumi and Alice Nakiri drew was vegetables. Seeing this theme, Yuki knew the result already. Originally, Alice Nakiri was already somewhat inferior to Megumi Tadakoro. Now that they drew Megumi's specialty, Alice's elimination was practically a certainty. Upon seeing this theme, Alice Nakiri also knew she was doomed. She was very clear about the difference between her and Megumi. She had originally hoped for a better theme, so perhaps she would have a chance to win. But the moment this theme came out, she knew it was impossible. Of course, Alice wouldn't go down without a fight. She would still prepare properly and give it her all. As for Yuki and Soma, Yuki always let his opponent do the draw. And this time, the theme Soma drew also stunned Yuki. The subsequent match between Alice Nakiri and Megumi Tadakoro could be considered a battle between love rivals. Unfortunately, Megumi held all the advantages, so Alice Nakiri was ultimately defeated. Alice Nakiri was somewhat depressed at the time. Although she had mentally prepared herself, losing still affected her. Losing to others would have been fine, but losing to Megumi, the impact was much greater, as she considered Megumi her love rival. Although this loss wasn't a loss in love, she still cared about it. A day after their match, it was finally Yuki's and Soma Yukihira's turn. The theme this time is dough. I can't wait to see what these two will make. After seeing the theme, the audience started to discuss. Not just the students, even the instructors were very interested now. After all, this was Yuki's match. Every one of Yuki's matches was incredibly exciting, the previous one was still fresh in their minds. Besides the audience, there were many more security guards present now. The reason they were here was because the Elite 10 had learned their lesson. To prevent another chaotic scene like last time, they had employed more security personnel. Honestly, that nothing had gotten out of hand last time was incredibly fortunate. They wouldn't dare bet that next time would be the same. Undoubtedly, Senzima Nakiri once again appeared at the judges' table. This time, he came alone. He had also learned his lesson from last time. If he hadn't brought those two geezers along, he would have been able to eat 2 more bowls. So, this time, he just came alone. After all, as long as the final result had no issues, it was fine. One person also satisfied the odd number requirement. Both competitors had brought out their ingredients. The dish Soma Yukihira planned to make, Yuki had already known about it. After all, Soma hadn't concealed his experiments during his preparations. As Soma had put it, since I'm losing anyway, there's no need to hide anything. If there had been a chance of winning, perhaps he would have held back. What Soma was making was simple, ramen. According to him, he was making this ramen because it was a popular dish at his family's restaurant. His specialty also happened to be making such noodles. Since he was cramming, he chose what he was best at. Plus, Joichiro's ramen from their previous match had inspired him quite a bit. Chapter 84, The Shocking Power of the Soul-Soothing Esoterica. Bonus, Yuki had promised everyone he would go all out. So, the dish he now planned to make was the ultimate secret technique from the world of cooking Master Boy, the 4 heavenly seafood 8 treasure buns. The key elements of this dish were the 8 types of seafood, which Yuki had already prepared, and the soul-soothing esoterica. Of course, this dish had another crucial element, the old dough, pot fermentee. The bun skin for this dish was the key. The dough fermented by the old dough had a terrifyingly amazing effect. Normally, a starter like the old dough simply couldn't exist. Although a starter could be preserved for a relatively long time, it couldn't last for over 1,000 years. However, after mastering the soul-soothing esoterica, Yuki discovered a few things. The soul-soothing esoterica was a mysterious technique. At a high level, it could even pacify the rage of rivers, reaching the point of influencing nature itself. After Yuki mastered the soul-soothing esoterica, he also experimented with preserving starter dough. He then discovered that the soul-soothing esoterica could put the microorganisms in the starter into a very special dormant state. Just like how people who ate food infused with the soul-soothing esoterica would calm down, the same applied to microorganisms. Through continuous use and enhancing the soul-soothing esoterica, the starter dough could be preserved indefinitely. And as the soul-soothing esoterica was used, the starter itself would also be influenced. Each time it was used, the leavening effect would be even stronger than the last. Although such a change was very difficult for people to perceive, Yuki, with his evolving touch, discovered this point. The leavening time was greatly shortened, and the leavening effect itself was amazing. Combined with his Inferno ability, he could further accelerate the process. The starter in Yuki's hand now could be considered a semi-finished old dough. Students these days use something like old dough, pot fermentee. Senzima Nakiri and the other professors were all very surprised seeing this. After all, this era already had yeast. Normal starter dough fermentation required a relatively long time, and the dough fermented with it might also taste sour, requiring more alkaline ingredients to neutralize it. But doing so would greatly affect the final product's appearance and texture. Using starter dough also had the risk of contamination by unwanted bacteria. Although there were some advantages, compared to that, more people were still willing to use yeast. Never mind young people, even many veteran chefs preferred yeast over starter dough. Yuki bringing out starter dough surprised everyone. Although using starter dough has its advantages, does he really have enough time? Roland Chappelle in the audience couldn't help but frown. Exactly. This isn't something his Inferno special ability can fix. While high temperatures can accelerate fermentation, excessively high temperatures would actually ruin the process. Jun Shiomi also frowned. This competition had a time limit. And this time, Yuki couldn't use Inferno to directly accelerate. For the previous dish, continuously raising the temperature with Inferno could speed up the cooking. But for the fermentation process, excessive temperatures were not acceptable. So, they were somewhat puzzled about why Yuki would choose to use starter dough for fermentation. Many chefs who knew the characteristics of starter dough couldn't help but frown. Yuki's actions once again baffled them. Yuki didn't care about what these people were thinking. He directly poured out the flour and quickly added water. Then, as Yuki's hand moved and rotated in the water, the flour and water began to rapidly mix. Initially, this process seemed normal. But soon, everyone noticed something off. The water and flour fused together incredibly fast, without even sticking to Yuki's hands. The kneaded dough, under Yuki's guidance, seemed to transform into a white snake, dancing in the air. How? How is he doing that? Dumbfounded, that's what everyone looked like. Yuki's hands weren't even touching the dough, yet as his hands slightly moved, the dough was actually twirling around his arm like a white snake. This scene, defying all logic, was simply beyond everyone's comprehension. Their worldviews crumbled. This was the white snake entanglement. Actually, Yuki could have prepared a rolling pin, but with this secret technique, there was no need for such a thing. The white snake didn't wrap around his arms for too long. Soon, it dropped directly into a tray nearby, which was quickly covered with plastic wrap. Then, Yuki began to do other things. He placed the previously prepared 8 kinds of seafood directly into clay pots for stewing, 8 clay pots moving together, each cooking a different ingredient. Only Yuki could easily accomplish this. At this moment, Yuki was essentially working on 2 fronts. On one side, using Inferno for heating, allowing the dough to rapidly ferment. His old dough was still just a semi-finished product. Although much more effective than normal starter, it was still far from the true old dough. So, Yuki directly used Inferno for heating, accelerating the fermentation process. On the other side, he was similarly using Inferno to cook the 8 kinds of seafood. The heat for each pot was entirely different. If this were before, doing this would have been a bit difficult for Yuki, as he didn't have 8 hands to touch all 8 pots simultaneously. But now, Yuki had evolving vision, so he didn't need to worry about this problem. Each of the 5 senses had its own advantages and disadvantages. Through his vision, Yuki could easily detect the changes in the dough and the ingredients. So, he had a firm grasp of this operation. However, doing this undoubtedly shocked everyone once again. Although it seemed Yuki was only working on 2 things at once, he was actually multitasking 9 things because the ingredients in the 8 pots were completely different. Yuki simultaneously cooking these ingredients was multitasking 8 things. Plus, the dough on the side, Yuki was multitasking 9 things at once. You can clearly see that the flames under each pot are different sizes, meaning he's not using the same heat for all 8 kinds of seafood. Instead, based on each ingredient, he's using entirely different heat levels. Teranori Kuga observed. This guy is turning into more and more of a monster. Who's ever seen a person multitask 9 things at the same time? Even 2 things at once is already considered incredible. Eishi Tsukasa and the others could only describe Yuki as a monster. And even on the monster path, he continued to progress further and further. Multitasking 9 things, can he really do it without any mistakes? Watching Yuki's actions, Irina Nakiri was also incredibly shocked. If he could still ensure there were no mistakes under these circumstances, that would be terrifying. I can't imagine what other surprises Yuki-kun has in store. That unique kneading technique just now was also incredible, Hisako Arado next to her also exclaimed. Yuki's actions really did shock everyone. From the dough kneading to now multitasking 9 things, no matter how you looked at it, it was outrageously incredible. Yes, and that dough kneading technique, it's practically a special ability on its own. Irina Nikiri nodded. Although she hadn't observed it closely, and she didn't have some kind of God's eye, she was, after all, still a very capable chef. So, through observation, she could roughly tell that there were no issues with the dough Yuki made. To be able to complete the entire kneading process in such a short time, and without appearing to exert much effort, that technique was terrifying. Plus, that impressive visual impact was also incredible. Almost everyone was envious of Yuki's dough kneading technique, but they also knew very well that never mind whether this thing was a special ability or not, even if it wasn't, he wouldn't teach it to them. Always bringing out these insane things. Soma Yukihira, as Yuki's opponent, also couldn't help but complain. However, his hands weren't slow. Seeing that Yuki was making buns, he knew his own dish would definitely be finished before Yuki's. After all, Yuki's dough needed fermentation. While Yuki could accelerate this process, it wasn't like accelerating the cooking of other dishes. On Yuki's side, he had finished stewing the 8 kinds of seafood and now focused primarily on the dough. Soon, everyone noticed that the dough in front of Yuki was actually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although this expansion speed couldn't compare to the effect of the old dough, it was still quite astonishing, practically changing in real time before their eyes. In less than 10 minutes, the dough in front of Yuki had tripled in size. Normal dough usually only expanded to about twice its original size, but Yuki's had directly tripled. However, in Yuki's view, his semi-finished old dough was still lacking. If it were the true old dough, it would probably expand to about 10 times its original size in less than a minute. At this moment, Yuki also knew this was the limit of his current starter. After setting aside a portion, Yuki began to further process the dough. While using the white snake entanglement to further knead the dough, Yuki also added other things. Eventually, the dough was divided into 4 portions and turned into 4 colors: black, green, white, and orange. The colors besides white were dyed using black sesame, spinach, and carrots respectively. The appearance of the 4 colors of dough once again piqued everyone's curiosity. The dishes Yuki made were always unique and magical, to the point where everyone had even forgotten about Soma Yukihira. And at this moment, Soma had already finished his own dish. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, he was also somewhat helpless. However, the necessary procedures still needed to be carried out. Only after he presented his ramen to Senzaman Nikiri did Senzaman turn his attention back to Soma's dish. Rich broth ramen, huh? After glancing at it, Senzaman Nikiri directly tasted a mouthful. From its appearance, there didn't seem to be anything special about this dish. Isn't this the same dish Joichiro-senpai made when he had that breakfast battle with Soma? Satoshi Ishiki recognized this dish. He had been one of the judges that time, so his impression of this dish was very deep. Really? Yoshino Yuki said with some surprise. That morning, she had gone to feed her small animals. When she returned, she found the competition had already ended, which made her feel quite regretful. Even if Joichiro didn't go all out, he was still a special class chef. The dishes he made wouldn't taste bad. He probably didn't completely copy it, maybe he added some of his own understanding. Satoshi Ishiki shook his head. Based on his understanding of Soma's cooking, under normal circumstances, Soma wouldn't completely replicate someone else's dish, he would definitely add some of his own understanding. And just as he thought, Soma had indeed incorporated his own understanding into this dish. Of course, he also retained the merits of Joichiro's cooking. Learning the merits of others, retaining one's own merits, and eliminating one's own dross, this was something Soma Yukihira always did. At this moment, Senzaman Nikiri had also finished tasting this dish. It had to be said, this dish did indeed amaze him, even to the extent of his clothes bursting. As expected of Joichiro's son. No wonder he calls him his greatest masterpiece. This growth rate is astonishing. Unfortunately, encountering Yuki, Soma is destined to be overshadowed in this life. Senzama Nakiri had eaten Soma Yukihira's cooking before, so he knew how good Soma's culinary skills were. Compared to the beginning of the last term, Soma had changed dramatically. But unfortunately, he had met Yuki. No matter how fast his growth, he would be left so far behind he couldn't even see the taillights. After praising this dish, Senzaman once again turned his attention to Yuki. Because at this moment, Yuki had already started making buns. Yuki's speed was very fast, and making the bun skin was very simple. With a simple press of his hand, it was complete. Although it was just a simple press, it utilized food honors control over strength. This way, he didn't even need to use a rolling pin. One press of his hands, and a bun skin appeared. And at a glance, there were no flaws at all, as if made by a machine. Of course, these bun skins were much better than machine-made ones. After all, machine processing was just brute force pressing. Yuki used finesse, ensuring both the bun skin's texture and its perfect appearance.